Good Monday morning, everybody. John and Lance along with Dell for the next 3 hours here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Lance, I don't know. Same old Texans or I was watching the game last night. Holy cow, what a great game.
What a phenomenal game.
Yeah. And it just made me melancholy, if you want to know the truth, because we don't have that. Now, we'll probably get in some shootouts, and I hope we have some fun games and whatnot. I don't want to be overreacting to 1 week, but, we don't have what those two teams have.
No. Now, listen, the game itself went exactly like I thought. There was, there was no surprises in that Rams game. It was 100% like I thought it was going to be. Both defensive lines gave the offensive lines the blues. It was a super low-scoring game. It was a game won on the margins. That wasn't a problem. I'm not as fatalistic. I saw these tweets, and people are literally, the season's over for them. And it's not that way for me at all. It's like, yeah, this is exactly what I expected. And, it could have gone either way, and with a couple different plays, you had some chances to win the game for sure. But then, defensively, Kobe Durant made a huge interception where he made a great play against Nico Collins. That was a big turning point in that game. With that said, so I'm not upset about the Rams game. Kind of thought this was coming. I just didn't know what the score was going to be. It's watching what you just said. It's interesting you tied them together too. Watching the two teams at night, it's like you're not even close to
No.
Another season where you're not even close to the Ravens and you're not even close to the Bills. And somehow you beat the Bills from time. Somehow the Bills aren't your bugaboo. Ravens you have no chance of beating ever.
Yeah.
But those two are on a different – I don't think anybody in the AFC is even close to those two teams.
Yeah, no, those two – well, yeah, I mean listen, it's different styles of football. And, yeah, the Texans do. They play the Bills well. We'll see if they do again this year. I think the Bills might be sick of the Texans playing them like that and maybe to be able to take care of it. I don't know. We'll see. But what I watched – and on yesterday afternoon and what I watched last night, they were two different games. They look two different levels. They're playing at two different levels.
Yeah.
And, I think the Texans probably get in a shootout this year. There were so many things to talk about with that offensive line, with the lack of the running game, with the lack of explosive plays, with the lack of even trying for explosive plays. You didn't How do you not target Nico more than this?
That was crazy. I don't know what they did defensively, but at one point I had to look and make sure Nico didn't get hurt because I thought Nico was out because it was just Justin Watson and Higgins and Schultz. Basically, that was it.
Yeah, Justin Watts. Yeah, that was about it. And, and every once in a while you throw in Xavier Hernandez. I mean, it's just meant.
Not Xavier Hernandez.
Hutchinson, yeah.
Not the X-Man from way back in the day.
No. Xavier Hutchinson. It just is maddening to watch this team scuffle and struggle. And CJ had some arch in him yesterday. He's holding the ball. You couldn't blame the offensive. Yeah, there were a couple of the sacks that were absolutely offensive line's fault. But for the most part, he had some. Now, maybe it's the guys aren't getting open, okay? But his decision-making it seemed like it took forever. And, either that or Kaylee's got to start designing some quick-hit stuff. Man, Puka Nacua, you could hit him every time on that slant. You can dial in 7-8 yards every single play. And I don't know why Nico can't be that. I don't know why you can't just make sure Nico can just hit a one step hit and slant, and you got yourself about 7-8 yards. It was part of the reason Nacua could do it is because Henry To'oTo'o was on him for most of the day, which is to me I just didn't understand. Henry To'oTo'o, you had one pass defense yesterday, and it was Henry To'oTo'o. That was it. I just don't understand. Matthew Stafford is not that much better. It wasn't like he was great. The Texans did a nice job.
It was
They sacked him
actually
3 times.
I mean, it was. You look at the stats too. I
Yeah.
think they had the same first downs, almost the exact same yardage. Like it was little things. The Texans scored 3 times. They were all field goals. The Rams scored a couple touchdowns. It was just the Texans. It was frustrating because you did see opportunities where the Texans could have won that game. It was not far away from it. It's just the Rams made more plays. You needed a big third down stop, and what do you get? You get, what's his name? You get Nakua running down the sideline for a big first down, game over.
Yeah.
You get that. And I saw a lot of frustration with on the timeline. Now, granted, it happened after, well, not all of it happened after the Rams and you saw 2 MVPs out there between. I mean, Josh Allen is literally Superman at this point.
Yeah, he's
But
great.
Lamar's not far behind him. Lamar had a great game too. They're right there. Like
So did Derrick Henry.
they're 1A, 1B, and Derrick Henry was a monster. It was unbelievable. But a lot of people complaining about CJ. Did you think CJ's like? I didn't think
he was
CJ.
great.
I thought CJ was in the first half was moving around the pocket pretty well. Was escaping the pocket, running for some first downs. I saw a lot of stuff I liked. Then I saw him scramble into a sack that we saw it with Jay. It was Jake Andrews. Had a guy blocked. He was running him past the and then for some reason he just scrambled to the right into the sack. It didn't make any sense at all why CJ would do that instead of just sliding left and sliding up in the pocket. So he took one there. But I didn't think he was bad yesterday. I didn't think he was bad. I thought he was okay. He's okay. I'm just not as down on this game, I think, as some other people are. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't.
Where was a shot down the field? Where was a shot? I mean, honestly, just throw one to get to loosen up the defense. They had. I mean, he had a curl for Nico that was good for about 15 yards. Nico's long was about 15. He had a 23-yarder. You had the interception was a great interception. There's no question.
Yeah.
I think he threw a nice ball there, and he came up and stole it from Higgins and came up with the football. That's just a great defensive play. That's fine. He was trying to throw it down, but that's the longest ball he threw down the field. There was nothing up any seam. They did not. I mean, it seems like it's kryptonite. Two deep safeties is kryptonite for this offense. It can't do anything. And you got to take a shot, even if it doesn't. Take one shot down the field. Goodness gracious. Loosen up the defense a little bit because they were coming up and stuffing everything. It's just maddening to see this offense scuffle as much as it did. If not for Kaimi, there were 3 teams in the NFL that didn't score a touchdown yesterday, and all 3 got their asses kicked. All 3 lost.
Yeah.
All 3 lost.
Yeah.
And now, not like the Dolphins did actually score a touchdown. Ooh, holy crap. Adele, I apologize.
Ooh.
Your team blows. That really
The
Don't
Colts
apologize to me.
I don't know that we're going to win this division now that I saw Daniel Jones play.
Daniel Jones looked good.
Daniel Jones looked. It's amazing what happens when you have a running game, an offensive line, and good receiver pieces around you, including Ty Warren, who was just,
I think he's going to be.
just
He's
a
a top
phenomenal.
He's a
pickup
top
for the,
3 tight end in this
yeah,
league.
he's
gonna
really
be this
really
year.
good. The Colts might end up being a little bit of a problem, but I think the Texans are going to be okay. I think they're going to be okay.
I think they're going to be okay too. I was so discouraged. I was hoping, good, he beat. They lose that game, and Josh Allen comes back and he wins that game, and I'm like, we don't have this. We don't have anything. We don't have anything like those two, either of those 2 teams. If you want to know the truth, because that's the truth. The Ravens kick the Texans' ass every year, so you got to face that again this year. But it was the discouraging thing for me wasn't how they played. wasn't the defense was flying around doing their stuff. That was great, but the discouraging part was watching that game last night and saying, that's a different level. That is that's not a level the Texans are even close to. And I don't know that there are many teams that are, quite frankly, close to those 2.
Well, those are the 2 best teams in the AFC by a wide margin. I think Matt maybe hits the nail on the head as far as why people upset Lance was reacting to the timeline. He goes because there's a lot of talk about how Slowick was an issue, Slowick was a problem, and then game 1 what was the difference in that Texans
But
offense?
I don't. This is where I have a
That's
problem
what people
with this.
are reacting to.
You know, Nick Caley was, and especially early, there was a lot of quick stuff. Quick. I think Nick Caley functioned with the understanding that they can say whatever they want publicly. D'Amico can, and Nick and Caserio can, but there's concerns about the offensive line. They can say whatever they want. They're not concerned, whatever. They are. I can tell you who was Nick Caley. You know why? Because he is a regular thinking human who understands that this was not a great matchup for them. And I think his game planning showed that he wanted to minimize the opportunity for big negative plays. And then, unfortunately, I think CJ took a couple sacks he shouldn't have in the second half that really hurt, especially that one moving backwards where he got sacked for, a 16-yard loss back to the 36 when they were at midfield. That was a huge one.
Huge.
That was a huge one. Just get rid of the ball.
Yeah, throw it away.
CJ, just throw it in the middle of the field down where nobody is, and you're not getting,
You didn't hear as much from Jared Verse as I thought you would.
No, Jared Verse really didn't make a lot of noise.
I thought Ursery, other than, Byron Young overpowered him one play and got the sack. I thought Ursery did a pretty decent job. The interior line was actually okay. You lost Andrews. You got Patterson in there, and he did fine. Here's the deal, though, dude. You don't have a running back. You don't have a running back. Nick Chubb was fine. He can get you about 6 or 7 on a play. There is zero chance he's breaking a run.
No,
he doesn't have that. He doesn't have that gear.
No,
Nick Dameon Pierce. Why are you running a pitch sweep with Dameon Pierce?
No,
I didn't get that at all. I mean, goodness gracious, David. If you're going to do that, get it to Woody Marks. Let him. Woody Marks came in there. Woody Marks did a real nice job in pass protection. A couple of plays, he stepped up, and man, he actually looked pretty damn good. Woody Marks may end up being, if Joe Mixon doesn't come back, even if until he does, Woody Marks might have to be a guy that you got to rely on back there. He's got the wiggle and he's got a burst. He can possibly hit a hole. Yeah. They couldn't hit any holes yesterday.
I think he and Agumbawale probably have the most juice of anybody on the team. Agumbawale, big fumble at the end. It was a great play by Landry.
You think? Holy crap! I mean, I feel bad for him. We didn't talk about it, but Frank Ross almost was to tears when he found out when he was asked about Agumbawale being a captain. And Frank Ross was they love him. They love this guy. And for him to have lost that fun, he must have been distraught afterwards. He got a landman just punched it out, and that's just a good football play. That's just a great play. But you're driving down the field, and it looked like they were gonna pull this one out, and that just was just a gut punch. And the Texans end up losing. They lose game one. It's one game. I don't. The season is certainly not over, but I after watching, I'm just like, wow.
Your season's not over by any stretch, but you're not playing for a title.
No, this ain't.
You're not playing for the AFC Championship game this year. I feel comfortable saying that after one game, and that doesn't even only partly that's 35% how you looked, and probably 65%. How those other two look. Look, the Bengals didn't look very good against the Browns.
Nope.
The Chargers bolts up. Herbert shut some people up bad. Dell had to shut his dirty mouth.
Not really.
At that listener party, Dell wouldn't talk to anybody. And you know why?
That's not true. Oh yeah, we haven't even
Herbert
talked
was
to the listener
busting
party.
people up.
Yeah.
I didn't have to shut up because Herbert's issues will remain. What does he do when it matters most?
He's still got to answer those questions. Oh, it was a big game. I mean, it was a huge game against the Chiefs, but what a bad day for Israel, the caller, and Gary. I mean, what a bad weekend. You have Herbert over Mahomes. Herbert over Mahomes.
Not sure the Mahomes thing is what they're leaning into.
I don't think Gary is on Team Mahomes.
He'll take him. Trust me, he'll take him when he's winning championships. You had Lamar getting beat by Josh Allen.
Oh my gosh!
You had
Aaron Rodgers beating Justin
Rodgers over Justin Fields. Daniel Jones over.
No one's taking Tua.
Tua. I don't think Gary's taking Tua, but
Jordan Love over Jared Goff.
well, that was one for Gary. Gary
Well,
won that one.
I don't know. Is Jordan Love?
Gary won that one.
He definitely isn't
Is
taking
Jared Goff?
Well, he definitely. You're right. He's
Boy,
not
for
taking
those of you who only pick your quarterbacks based on race,
right.
it was an interesting. I guess you had
Gino
some
took care
discussion
of Drake
points.
May.
What's that?
Gino took care of Drake May.
Yeah, Gino took big care of Drake May. I watched the game with Alonzo Highsmith over at Knicks.
Oh, you did? That's nice.
Yeah, Zoe and I were watching, and I felt bad. He was, he works
he's-
for the New
yeah,
England
he's
Patriots.
tricky.
He's in town.
I
for-
can't even imagine. I've watched games when they lost before. He gets so disgusted.
Well, here's the thing. He never got mad the whole time. He said, "I don't even get mad anymore. I just watch this." And then, but by the end
He was mad.
end of the game, like in the fourth quarter, you could sense disgust was setting in. Like his tone was. It was, you could sense the disgust.
Oh, no. He cares. He absolutely cares. All right, we got a break. We got the Astros to talk about. Holy crap. What a crappy weekend. What a crap. We had a great night Friday
Well,
night.
we got calls from Gary and Israel on the line now.
Oh, all right. When we
What?
come back. Let's
Well,
get
they're going to
them in
have
here.
to wait until we get past all of our stuff that we got to talk, though.
Yep. We got Air Team to talk about right now. Air Team LTD. Big fan. I'm a big fan because Air Team LTD does it right. Family owned and operated. I love that. And when you're in business for 30 years or more, it means that you're doing it right, that you are, you know what, the philosophy that is passed down through the generations, and now it's being passed down through the Curtises and to their boys. It is something that is really special. You see it. I'm not going to mention the other companies that I speak for, but I'm really, really a big fan. I love when, listen, especially here in Houston, and you're here for a long time, it just means you do it right, and they do it right. Man, whatever your issue is with your HVAC, they got it. They're there for you. 24/7, 365. They've got emergency because you can't be without your air conditioning, and they've got great deals. They got great payment plans. You don't have to, they've got nothing down and no interest for 90 days. I mean, there is all kinds of plans. They're going to find a way to get you that air conditioning because you can't be without it. So if you're looking for a great people to take care of you when you need it most, airteamltd.com. They did it with me. They'll do it with you. airteamltd.com.
Let's talk about John Daspit and his ability to recoup money for you that is flowing out of your pockets potentially. I mean, honestly, it doesn't even have to leave your pockets, because when you get injured due to someone else's negligence, John Daspit's the lawyer in the law firm that is fighting for you, fighting so hard for you, making sure that you are going to get what is coming to you, which is someone paying your hospital bills, your medical bills, those x-ray costs, the MRI costs. How about the time you miss from work? How are you going to pay your bills or take care of your family when you can't work? You're physically unable to work, whether it's the short term or the long term. That's got to be accounted for. And John Daspit will account for you when it comes to your settlement. And, of course, your pain and suffering, because that's something that you didn't ask for. You shouldn't just be asked to, oh, well, sorry you're injured, and sorry that you're going to have to deal with this for however long it is. For some people, it's the rest of their lives. Sometimes we're even talking loss of life, loss of limb. John Daspit fights for you. His law firm is going to fight for you. They will recover you the settlements that you are entitled to, and make sure that the issues that arose because of someone else's negligence are cleared as much as possible, thanks to the work that they do. 713-CALL-NOW is the phone number. 713-CALL-NOW. You can go to the website at daspitlaw.com. Lower right-hand corner says click here to chat live. You can do that right now at this very second, daspitlaw.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
So the Astros lose 2 out of 3 in Arlington. On to Toronto tomorrow. They have a 2.5 game lead now over the Mariners and 4 over the Rangers. Still in pretty good shape, and just fine. But they got 3 in Toronto, and then they got 3 in Atlanta. And then they start with the final stretch of all 4 division opponents, 3 games against each of them to finish up the season. Framber looked okay, looking pretty good. He gave up the homer to Berger. Yiner's error was really costly. That kind of sucked. But they come up with 2. How do you go? They're just so. I mean, nothing on Friday. I mean, how do you go 3 extra innings with a runner on second and they can't get 1 home?
It was just the same crap that's been getting them.
I mean, the pitching was so good, and they held off as long as they possibly could. But man, take advantage. That was just pitiful Friday night, pitiful. And then it was great on Saturday, and then it was pitiful again yesterday. This is just such an up and down offensive team. Yep. Maybe at some point they'll put it together and they'll start to get on a roll where there's some kind of consistency offensively. But that's the bugaboo with this team. The pitching, you're getting enough pitching now. You really are. Mm-hmm. The bullpen is happenstance, and you just have to hope that this guy is good today. But the starting pitching has been good enough. You just are so up and down offensively. Holy crap. How do you do that against DeGrom and then nothing against Corbin?
Yeah, doesn't. And Corbin has had his moments, but he's not been the same pitcher for a long time. I don't know, but I mean, you asked that question. It's just how it is. Yeah. Astros lost a series to the Yankees. They lose a series to the Rangers. You got the Blue Jays, who are the best team in the American League. And so you're there. You're trying to win 2 or 3. There's a good chance you could lose 2 or 3. Seattle's just not worth a crap. So I guess you just whenever you lose, they'll lose. But they have. I mean, it has come down. It was 4.5 the other day, and so it's come down a little bit. So they won a few more here recently. They had a big 18-2 blowout on Saturday night, I think. Then you go to the Braves. That's a winnable game. But then you got, and this is a massive one coming down the stretch. Rangers and the Blue Jays series. If you lose 2 out of 3 there, God forbid 3 out of 3. I mean, I don't know. Maybe you could win the series. You don't have your best going, but so it's unlikely. So that Braves series is a really big series.
Yeah.
Because you really need to extend a little bit. Because you remember how we got in the playoffs last year? Wasn't it last year? It was last year when it was last day. It took a meltdown by the Rangers for the Astros to get in, and you're sitting there with 3 at, I remember Will Kunkel was saying he didn't like the way the schedule was because you don't have big enough games. Well, these are division games.
Yeah.
This is the way it should end up. And, I'm just happy that you don't have Rangers, Mariners to end the season. I like the fact that you've got a little cushion, and then you're at the A's, and then you're at the Angels. You're on the road there. But you've got 6 games coming up at home against Rangers 3, Mariners 3.
That's the season.
It's just it's non-negotiable. You got to win
season.
4 out of 6 of those.
And you do not play either of those teams well at home. So that's got to change. You got to somehow, some way, just be better at home. You gotta step up and stop this nonsense of not playing big games at home. You gotta. It's nonsensical. It doesn't make any sense. It just doesn't make any sense.
Nonsensical is what I would say.
Yeah. All right. We got callers on the line.
We got 3 callers. If you guys want to jump in, get your thoughts in. Hey, Astros, if you want. I'm sure a lot of you are going to be talking about the Texans or whatever you saw in the NFL. 713-780-3776. 713-780-3776 is the phone number. Dell, bring them up as they came on.
Well, you called for him, and
I didn't call for him, but
you
called him out.
You name checked him, and
I wondered if he had a bad weekend since their lives revolve around black quarterbacks.
Well, I imagine they're going to push back.
My
on that.
my quarterback is a black quarterback, and he didn't win.
Yeah.
But he has weird hair, as you said before. Let's talk.
Stafford, I know he does.
All right, let's hear from Gary. Since you name checked him, we'll start with Gary first.
Hey, guys, we played this sarcastic game. The season is not over. And, no, I wouldn't take Patrick Mahomes. And it doesn't just revolve around the black quarterback. Let me tell you, it revolves around black excellence also. For so long, your people, since you want to put it like that, for so long we had to play wide receiver, or we couldn't even play. And the reason we couldn't play that, and then the reason we couldn't dominate tennis like we're doing now, and then gymnastics and all that, because you wanted to keep us away. So forgive me for celebrating each week seeing African-American black quarterbacks on the rise. The reason you can be sarcastic is because the same reason they do, like with the insurrection and everything else, out of fear. And the fear, you didn't want us in gymnastics, and now we're taking over. You didn't want us in golf. You didn't want us in volleyball.
I didn't?
All the sports that you consider. No, not you. Let me tell you, no. No, I had a great weekend because I got to see 16 or 17 African Americans.
There we go.
That inspire the next. Wait, let me finish. That can inspire the next generation of black athletes that are coming up. So forgive me for taking that angle and being passionate about seeing us
every
finally
call,
getting
Gary.
our just due.
It's every call.
And that's what it's going to be.
I know.
We're starting to be.
I know it is.
Let me finish, please. I'm almost finished.
Go ahead, Gary.
It's going to be every call. Thank you. Thank you for the respect. It's going to be every call because we're starting to see more of us. So, yeah, I have to talk about that. That's what I choose to talk about. That's you guys on the radio. Just like in baseball, John, Lance, when they combined the Negro League stuff. Look, the pushback, you can do that behind the mic. We want to celebrate, too. And so when I call in for injustice or when I call in to see this, we're seeing more of us on television playing the spot you didn't want us there. Not you, John, not you, Lance. So it is every call because every week there's a black coach, there's a black quarterback, there's a black tennis player, there's this. So forgive me for being proud of my race like you sarcastically are proud of yours.
I'm not
racist.
proud of my race.
And I pray every morning.
I don't do race.
Have a great day.
Appreciate it. I don't sit there and cheer it up. This is going to surprise you, Gary. There's a lot of us out there who don't, and there's a lot of black people too, who don't sit and cheer. Like, we cheer for our teams. We cheer for, I grew up, my favorite players were always black, to be honest with you, or Latin.
His best friends.
Lewis Lloyd, they're all my best friends. Lewis Lloyd, kicked out of the league for coke. Now, listen, I will say a lot of my favorite players were not good people. Cesar Cedeno once killed a woman. My favorite player. Lewis Lloyd kicked out of the league 2 years for coke. My favorite player. Now, Dream was also my favorite player. And he was a good person. Now, he did have anger management issues as well. He would elbow you or punch you in the face. Before he went to Mecca, Dream was a little bit mean. But no, a lot of us out there, I don't even like, that doesn't even hit my radar. My favorite players are whoever my team is. Sometimes I just enjoy watching players. So I get it. I get you're just going to celebrate only your race because this is a big
We call
deal
it
for
black
you.
excellence, Lance.
Black excellence, that's right. My quarterback happens to be black, so that's great. I don't care if it's Davis Mills or C.J. Stroud. I just need some
C.J. Stroud.
Well, obviously, I would rather have C.J. Stroud.
So would I, but not because of their play.
Yeah. Well, you've got a Polynesian quarterback, Dell, so you need to sit this one out.
It's either that or Zach Wilson. So I'm
well, then yeah. You're screwed after that weekend.
Well, you got that.
You're screwed after that.
All right,
weekend.
we got a break because.
Well, no. Don't you want to do more of this?
No,
You brought this upon us.
I just said it must have been a rough weekend. Is all I said.
You brought this
Regular
upon
football
us.
weekend, you did
Sabalenka and Alcaraz.
Yeah. How about that? Well, so far, well.
And
it'll
I
happen
didn't
soon.
want black people in gymnastics.
Not you, other people.
I
Yeah.
appreciate Gary. Now, actually, I do appreciate Gary separating us from that. I actually don't think people don't want you in golf or gymnastics. I think you're fighting a war that's really against very few people.
Really? Yeah. I don't think really people are upset about
Tiger was the
Simone
most.
Biles.
Yeah, these are the most.
I don't know anybody. I don't know any. Well, I don't know anybody.
She's the
that
most
cares.
beloved U.S. gymnast since Mary Lou Retton.
And and then Tiger Woods.
Tiger was the most
he's
beloved
an
golfer
icon.
of
He's an icon.
our entire generations.
Yeah,
it's
right.
like, so you're just
Yeah,
not
but
right
the
on that.
frontier of men's volleyball. I mean, we're still trying to break.
He didn't
through.
say that.
Now
though,
there
did he?
was a time though that when those they couldn't.
No, there was a
participate, so-
time. It's not really now.
But it's well. But if he wants to celebrate, he can celebrate. That's fine.
I just don't like you baited this to happen.
Yeah, you're the one that
Well,
started
no, I
this.
will say I didn't expect both Israel and
Why not?
Gary to call. At the
You
same
know
time.
when you
I just
name
didn't know
check
if they'd
them, they
be
call.
calling. Well, Gary will pull up on you.
All right, we got
On
a
a phone
break
call.
because we got what did you learn this weekend in one sentence coming up at 45. So those people want that. Okay, there was a time when you couldn't get that on the radio. Okay, and now you can. So we got to make sure that we get it in on time. What we have also.
By the way, congratulations to Adele, who did predict that Gary would not want Pat Mahomes on his team.
I knew that was happening.
He doesn't want.
He's in there screaming, "I told you! I
The best
told
quarterback,
you!"
like a top 3 quarterback. I knew he wasn't going to take him.
He don't want him on his team. All right. So we got to talk about Brinkman. We got to talk about hurricane season is here, and high winds, hail. There are all kinds of issues that you could possibly have. Brinkman is here for you. That's the name in the city of Houston. For how long? How long have the Brinkmans been here doing this? 50 years? Maybe more? Jason's grandfather started this thing, and listen, they have been in the city of Houston. I talked about this in the last. When you have a family that just passes it down from generation to generation, and they do it right all the time, I mean that'll tell you. There are roof chasers out there, just like ambulance chasers. There are roof chasers out there. They're going to knock on your door and say, "Hey, your roof looks shoddy up there. We got to take a look at it." Don't do it. Jason says they have to fix more roofs done by those guys that knock door to door than people that call them, because it's just not good. Look at your roof. If you haven't done anything about your roof in a while, just call Jason and let him come to make sure that if something does happen, if there is a huge storm, that you're going to get paid off by your insurance company because you actually took care of your roof. 844-215-2865, 844-215-2865. And if you have any roof damage whatsoever, it's BrinkmanQuality.com, BrinkMann Quality.com.
All right. Saw my friends from Taqueria Sarandas over at the listener appreciation party, Saul and Lisbeth, and was very happy to talk to them and get to see everyone. They had the chicken taquitos, or what they were serving. We had a lot of advertisers out there and sponsors who were had food for the listeners and had some chicken taquitos. Of course, I was going to have that. But there's so much more that you can choose from. You know, they're open breakfast, lunch, and dinner. You're looking for a hearty breakfast right now to start your day, or maybe you can stop in, sit down, and have a breakfast before you go to work. Maybe you're just looking for some breakfast tacos that you want to order and bring into the office. Be that guy. People are going to love you. Everyone loves the guy that brings breakfast tacos in, and they really love it when they bring in breakfast tacos from Taqueria Sarandas. There's 14 locations, I believe it is now, all over the city of Houston. I have to see. I think it actually is even more than that. I just know that you can find one anywhere you are. Go to the website. You can punch in your zip code, and they'll tell you where one is located near you. And next to many of those locations are going to be an Arandas Bakery. So get yourself something sweet as well. You're looking for authentic Mexican food that is going to fill up your stomach without emptying out your wallet. You're talking about Taqueria Sarandas, locations all over the city of Houston.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right. Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. So, man, 11 penalties. Boy, both teams, they got killed by penalties.
What did you think of the personal foul on Toto? The hit that when he made Puka's head bleed, just like a scene out of Swingers when you're playing NHL on your Sega.
I thought.
Did you think that was a 15-yard penalty? I just thought that's a hard hit. It's not targeting. He wasn't defenseless. He was a runner. And so I just think those things happen sometimes. That's so wild that was because it was too hard.
Yeah, right.
It was too hard.
Yeah.
It was too physical a hit, I guess. But it wasn't. I didn't think it was dirty.
No, it was. I mean, plus he was a defenseless receiver.
I mean, I'm sorry your head bled, but
they had to pick up one targeting. I mean, it's just they're over. I think they're overreactive.
I just didn't think that one should have been a 15-yard penalty, and I got the sense who was on the call yesterday. Was it Trent Green or
I don't know. I was.
I can't remember. I can't remember who the color commentator was. I don't know if I ever even knew who it was.
Well, hey, listen.
You got the sense they weren't really sure that should have been a 15-yarder.
The Texans had 11 penalties, and I thought the Rams got hurt by penalties more than the Texans did. They had the kickoff return that was called back. They had a huge gain that was called back by a hold down to like inside the 5-yard line. That was called back. That really could have been It really could have been. Now, they were penalties, so although here, when we saw it on the big screen, the fan through a base just reacted. Where is that hold? Actually, there was a face mask by a Texan player on the kickoff return that should have been called that wasn't called. So there was, the penalties, this was an over-officious crew. My goodness, it seemed like every play there was a penalty. So it wasn't a clean game. It was a terrible game. D'Amico talked about it afterwards about the penalties. He was none too, and I really can't blame him. I mean, he was as a head coach. You got to be pissed off that there's 11 penalties. They'll play. It absolutely was. It affected the game, and it just seemed like you're stalling so many drives on how many false starts and bad shifts and. Holy crap. You just shoot yourself in the foot on every drive. And when you don't score a touchdown, it's in large part because you keep shooting yourself in the foot. Here's D'Amico talking about the penalties.
Yeah, the penalties it's uncalled for, right? It's all controllable, things we can control. And if you stand up here and we're talking about negative plays, talking about going backwards, this is not what we talked about. Main thing offensively, wanted to stay on track. Right, and we got some unfortunate penalties that put us behind the sticks and just put us in some really long third downs that we weren't not able to manage. So we have to clean up the penalties.
Yeah, got to clean that up. You can't have. Again, it's almost like Laramie Tunsil returned. Holy crap! How many times? And you know what? That's just Some of that is coaching. That's just discipline. I mean, not being able to just go in motion without having an illegal motion. That's bad. We saw a college football team run on the field with seconds in just seconds left in the game and be able to get that off.
Right.
I mean, that's good coaching. And when you can't even line up correctly or get a snap off, pre-snap penalties, that's discipline, and you gotta clean that crap up.
Here's another one that didn't make a lot of sense for me. Why, before the end of the half, you were calling timeouts? Why not take your third timeout and give yourself as much time as possible?
Yeah.
Why did you let time tick off? Because you ended up with a field goal.
Hey, I got to give him credit for the reviewing the fumble by the Rams. We got to give it up for him because that was a great review.
Yeah.
I mean, why he has to do that? Because you're supposed to review every turnover.
And by the way, why was Durant? Okay, can y'all explain to me? I was listening to the explanation. Durant, the ball moved. This is one where I just don't know anymore. I hear it. I saw it in college football. There was a game in college football where I saw this, and I'm trying to recall which game it was. Dale, you might remember over the weekend. And then we saw with the Texans and Durant's interception. The ball moved like it seems like such a subjective call now, where the ball, you make an interception, you go to the ground, and the ball's moving around. Yeah. Is it?
Well, he was out of bounds, and so it shouldn't be.
No.
Well, I know
Durant's
he was
an interception.
I know it was an interception,
but he went down to the ground. You may not even notice because you were there. They weren't looking at if he was inbounds, out of bounds. When he fell to the ground, the ball moved up his arm, and so I guess they said because it moved up and he secured it. It wasn't if he was. At first, I thought it was going to be if he was in or out. It turns out he was way in.
Well, he was, but was the ball still moving when he went out of bounds? That's the question.
No, but even if he did it inbounds, did he? Well, yeah, right, exactly. Right. How did he secure it? Did he secure it in time? Like, was he helped by the ground pushing it up?
I remember is the ball's locked between his forearm and his hip, and he hits the ground. The ball moves.
It moved.
The question I guess for them was,
moved, Jerry.
Did the ball help him make the catch? I mean the ground, because if the ground does, then it should be incomplete because it helps you secure the ball. I guess in their belief is that he had that ball secured, even though it moved, it was still secure, and that's why they decided that's a catch, or at least upheld.
All right, 44 after, so we don't have time to take any calls right now because we got to clear the board. What did you learn this weekend in one sentence? It's brought to you by Game Day Men's Health. What did you learn?
Unless you guys on hold learned something in one sentence.
Well, Anthony learned, I'll say it for him, same old Texans. That's what he learned.
SOT.
Okay. Same old Texans. We'll have time for you guys to call back in, but this is a segment that, the people, it's the segment sweeping the nation. What did you learn this weekend in one sentence? You got to call 713-780-3776, 713-780-3776, the number, to tell us what you learned this weekend in one sentence. It doesn't have to be about sports. It could be about anything. 713-780-3776. Call right now, and as soon as somebody gets off, you get in. Lance, you were talking about underdog.
Underdog fantasy, and it was interesting. You end up going higher on Josh Allen's receiving yards. And if you did that, but passing yards. And if you did that, you weren't feeling great after the first three quarters until you got to the fourth quarter and he threw for 251 yards in the fourth quarter. That's right. He was on pace for 1,000 yards for a 1,000-yard passing game if he would have played the entire game like he played the fourth quarter. But to be honest with you, this is what we're talking about. We're talking about an opportunity for you to watch these games and really have your own opinion of that game manifested in statistics where you're saying it's higher or it's lower. It's higher or lower. That's what we're talking about, and it gives you that opportunity every game to win big money. I'm talking about big money. The more games you pick where you're going higher or lower on a particular player's stats, the more you can win. That's how it works. Make sure that you are doing your best to enjoy your games to the maximum. And the best way to do that is playing Underdog Fantasy. Download the app, use promo code Lance. And when you do that, on your first deposit, use promo code Lance. When you play your first $5, they are going to add $50 in bonus funds into your account. So this is a great chance for you to enjoy your football and make real money right here in the state of Texas. It's Underdog Fantasy. Use promo code Lance.
All right, so the Cougs won, beat Rice 35-9. That was nice. They won 2 games. You know, one of the raps against Dana was that they beat, for the most part, beat the teams they were supposed to beat, but they didn't look very good doing it. This Cougs team looked pretty good doing it. Yeah, I mean, I think you could start believing in this team. And the Colorado Buffaloes are coming to town. That's Friday night at 6:30. So it's Hispanic Heritage. And don't miss the great Hispanic Heritage halftime show. The Spirit of Houston will perform songs by Selena. UH Mariachi Pumas will take the field for a special performance. Friday night football at TDECU Stadium. Deion Sanders bringing his Colorado Buffaloes. They won this week, so they're 1-1. This is the first conference game. Let's go. Go to uhcougars.com/tickets or call 713-GO-COUGS. Tailgating starts at 3:30. Cougs on Parade is at 5:20. Head coach Willie Fritz's second year. Let's go. All right, he had a big recruiting class. Got another big one coming in. Support them Cougs on Friday night. uhcougars.com/tickets, 713-GO-COUGS. Get your tickets today.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right. What did you learn this weekend in one sentence? I learned that stupid football players don't learn anything from other stupid football players and still spit in people's faces to help their teams lose games. That's what I learned.
Copycat.
I know, right? I mean, how? That's what I learned. Could that have been dumber?
I learned that the death of Aaron Rodgers' career may have been premature.
Maybe. Dell learned his team sucks.
Well, I mean, I've learned over the course of my life that team is not very good. But I also learned that week 1 doesn't matter because they generally win week 1. It leads to nothing. So, whatever.
Yeah, okay. So week 1 loss, no big deal.
Never has week 1 meant less to me after watching the Ravens and the Bills
whatever.
fight. I'm like,
beat the Colts, don't beat the Colts.
That's
Who cares?
a whole different type of football there with those two teams.
That game last night was a clear indication. There are levels to this thing. And this team here, the team I root for when I was a kid, not on the level.
Yep. All right, let's get Chris in here. Chris, what'd you learn this weekend in one sentence?
Hey, what's up, guys? So I learned that Coors Light now has a limited edition heat-activated deodorant, and it's not a good idea to wear it when you go to an outdoor bar wearing a white polo shirt.
Why, those mountains blue? They turn blue too? Well, that is funny. I got to get me some of that Coors Light. I want to smell like Coors Lights all day.
You do.
Yeah.
You already do.
I don't want to. I don't want to wear white. I don't want to wear white apparently with it and sweat. I don't know. Well, Coors Light's going to keep you chill, brother. And maybe those pits turn blue too. Who's next, Del?
We move to Peter K. What have you learned?
Peter.
Morning, gentlemen. I learned the Texas O-line still sucks and that Josh Allen really pissed off Gary and Israel.
Gary was as hot as I've seen him.
Right. We'll find out from Israel maybe in a little bit. Who's next, Del?
Sorry, on the phone. We move to Lonnie. Lonnie, what did you learn?
Lonnie, what you learned this weekend? One sentence.
Guys, I've got 11 penalties here and not one single tonsil to blame it on.
He didn't learn anything. I know.
No.
11 penalties, no Tunsil.
No Tunsil.
This is supposed to stop.
With
This
no
has,
Tunsil.
I will say, D'Amico Ryans has changed the culture on the team. There's a lot of great things to say. This team is entirely too penalized.
Yeah.
It's just like for D'Amico being a guy that sometimes I wonder if there is that level of accountability from a penalty standpoint. But I don't know.
What did you learn this weekend? Brought to you by Game Day Men's Health. Who's next, Del?
We go to Ben. Ben, what did you learn?
The game I turned to in the NFL this weekend. Why are all the refs jacked?
Yeah. Oh,
that
man.
is something. Yeah, he did learn that.
Jacked referee is a real thing, and NBA too.
That started with Hockley.
Yeah, Ed Hockley started, but now anybody who the crew chief is all now
you're
not
on
baseball
national television with all those viewers. You're gonna want to look good.
I guarantee you they lift like on purpose because they know they've got the tighter fitting shirts now.
Okay, what are the odds that they are doing push-ups in the locker room before the game?
I would say more likely doing some curls.
Well, I don't know that they bring weights with them.
Why not?
You know, they're traveling on the road.
Well, you have
it's
a
not
weight room.
easy to bring weights.
No,
now you could do some push-ups to bulk up.
But John, you have a weight room at every facility. Just ask where's the weight room. Just want to get a quick workout in. They'll tell you, right there.
The refs are trying to get the pump so they look great on television?
Yeah, and the secret is if you really work on your triceps, it gives you.
Oh, you know the secret.
Yeah, that's the secret. That's the secret. Hockey League put everyone on game.
Yeah.
He said, work the triceps. It gives you the the
they
illusion
do.
of
NBA, NBA, not baseball so much.
No,
they're still fat.
They got
Who's
the same
next,
bodies
Del?
as the players.
Yeah.
Well, they got to wear all that gear in baseball. Right.
But if you judge professional bodies, players to player to ump, or ref to ump, baseball players represent the umpires that cover them or grade them.
True that.
And basketball, same way, and football, getting there too.
Yep. Who's next?
We move to Keith. Keith, what did you learn?
I learned as happy as I was Saturday night when Vanderbilt went to 2-0. It all came crashing down when my Ravens blew another fourth quarter double-digit lead.
Yeah,
it's got hurt to be a Raven fan. I was kind of searching Twitter to see what Ravens fans are saying because
they can't be.
And they get beat like that a lot.
Yeah, but they do. But man, slow down. That's a good You got a good football team. You don't worry. You're going to win a lot of games. You're going to win a lot of games.
Yeah, but they don't care about winning a lot of games. They care about getting to a Super Bowl.
Right. Well, they weren't going to get to the Super Bowl with a win yesterday, so that maybe they'll be able to clean. Yeah, they do lose a lot of close claims.
And you want to see things change. Like, are we ever going to get over it? Because it reared its head in that same building in the playoffs, their last game.
Yeah,
it blew a chance to win that game, and it happened again.
Who's
Same
next?
old Ravens? Is that what they say?
SOR. I bet you they are.
Oh.
And that's with a 40-point performance, and they're probably saying SOR.
All right, let's get to Jeff. Jeff, what have you learned?
Hey, good morning, guys. Hey, one sentence. The curse of Bobby Slowick is still with the Houston Texans.
Yeah, Nick. I thought Nick was going to call all the good plays, but I don't know. So, are we 1 week in and the Texans don't score a touchdown? Are we back to maybe?
Oh, it was always going to be this way. I don't know. This is how I thought it would be. Maybe you guys thought there was just going to be a shootout.
I thought they'd score a touchdown.
To me, you literally were stealing money with that over-under. You were literally stealing money. I couldn't believe it was that high. When
Speaking
you
of
knew they
same-old
couldn't
Texans,
defend.
pressure rate over 40% for C.J. Stroud.
Yep, over 40% again.
Of course.
but
but
I'm
wasn't,
telling you,
Jared Verse wasn't in
go
his
back
pocket
and
the whole
watch
time.
how many times he's just looking. It just
A lot of that pressure came from inside too, though, which is a concern for me.
Yeah.
That's the worst place pressure can come from.
Who's next, Del?
Sorry, I was dealing with Lazy J. We moved to La Raza, his buddy. La Raza, what have you learned?
La Raza, ¿qué pasó, mijo?
El Juanito G, Lancey,
¿Cómo estás, mijo?
¿Cómo están, gentlemen? Hey, shout out to Courtney for the party. Everything was beautiful that day. Awesome, man. Everything was awesome. But what I learned over the weekend was that Paul Gallant's girlfriend was not an escort, and JT's not a monk. Thanks a lot, Johnny. I think I confess to that man.
I confess to him.
You confess to monks?
He confessed to JT. He's not hearing confession. He's not a priest.
Not a monk.
He's not a monk. I'm going to skip the first thing he said because that was really
Paul
unfortunate.
Gallant brought a hottie, okay?
It could have been left at that, by the way.
Yeah.
Look at the attractive woman you have with you.
Wow.
Why did you have to take it further?
I had to ask her.
No,
I
you
had
didn't.
to ask how much he paid her.
You didn't have to.
Why? Why did you have to ask that?
Because it was on everybody's mind.
No, it wasn't.
Oh,
it was
at
not
some
on my
point
mind.
you thought.
No,
oh,
I
wait
thought,
a minute.
hey, good job, Paul, is exactly what
That's
and I left
exactly
it there.
what I was thinking.
I wasn't
Yeah.
thinking, was this transactional? I thought,
Well.
wow, Paul did well.
I didn't want to accuse her of being.
You didn't want to let someone have their
but
day.
I can't even believe.
You couldn't let someone have their day.
By
He
the
brought
way-
her, he's like, look at me showing out, and then John's got to just steal Paul's sunshine.
By the
It's
way,
hard
he's
launch of his relationship around everybody he works with, and you do that.
I know.
By the way, I haven't seen Paul in a while, but he is Sammy Sosa now. Holy crap!
Oh, Paul was getting a lot
Paul's
of
light-skinned.
comments on the paleness of his skin.
Paul's light skinned.
I
He
walked
is.
in, and the first thing someone said to me, "Hey, you see Paul? He's like a vampire."
A friend of mine who was at the party goes, hey, you see that paste? Go look at that girl right there with that pasty guy. And I'm looking, I'm like, hey, that's Paul.
That's Paul Gallant. Don't
Quit
be-
calling him that pasty guy.
I know,
he
what-
works
he-
with us. He's from the Massachusetts area.
Is he allergic to the sun? Goodness gracious!
just-
Get outside. You're translucent.
He's a Massachusetts.
Okay. Who's next, Al?
Sorry, Paul, for all of this, by the way.
Yeah.
We move to Ocho. Ocho, what did you learn?
Yeah, I learned that the Baltimore Ravens have lost 8 games in which they had a 90% winning probability.
Wow.
Oh, my God.
How long? Over what period of time? Is it recent?
I don't know. I saw that stat, too. I'll find
Maybe since
the
Lamar's
time
been
frame.
there.
Oh, really? 8 over that many years? Okay, but it just seems like it happens every week.
90%? That's a pretty high.
90%
Yeah.
win percent. Wow. Yeah, it was up there. Led by 15 with 4 minutes left. Holy crap.
Mm-hmm.
Who's next, Del?
Thomas, what did you learn?
Yeah, I learned that Karen lives in Philadelphia and likes home run balls.
Yeah, what a BR.
Yeah, but you saw
took that ball.
So this lady,
she's getting lit up now.
Yeah, people. I'm not sure I love all this. She's getting lit up where her name and her job is going to have to be, and then they try to get her fired. That's just too much.
No,
it's just
get
two
her
people.
fired.
No,
Stop.
that's ridiculous. Everyone tries to get everyone like we're going way too far with this stuff. You want to call somebody a B or whatever, that's fine, but enough with trying to get everyone fired and ruin their lives. Like, I'll show you. Yeah, I did it. I'm a good person. No, a dude snatched the ball. They were both going for it. This woman and this one guy.
Well, it was like she
they were
acted like
both there.
that section over there was hers.
Well,
he grabbed the ball.
She
he
may have
didn't
had
take it out of her hand.
Well, we couldn't see. We can't see behind there because she was fired up about something.
Well, then he came over by her. That's my area over here. What? The ball's up for grabs,
Well,
woman.
all I know is
And he gave it to his kid.
A guy got the ball. He gave it to his kid. This woman went over. It's 2 Philly fans in Toronto.
Right.
A woman came over. She berated him. Then finally, he got so tired of hearing it. It was in Miami. He got so tired of hearing it, he just said, here, give her back the ball. Well, then on the TV broadcast, they showed it, so the Marlins saw it, and the Marlins sent a whole big gift pack to the kid. Then the Phillies had him come down to the locker room and they're autographing bats. That kid, that's the best thing that ever happened to the kid. And the kid got a free RV. And did you see that, John? He got 4 tickets to the World Series and an RV. Did you see that?
And an RV?
Yes, the guy from Camping World or whatever, I guess is a big sponsor there. He got so pissed off when he saw it that he gave the kid 4 tickets to the World Series, and he gave him an RV. Yeah, no, this kid, trust me, the story is not that. It's the greatest thing that ever happened to this kid was having some woman snatch the ball or come bitch and complain and get no. He now gets to go to the World Series, autograph bats, and RV, which, by the way, those things are super expensive.
Well, wait a minute. He didn't give him an RV, maybe for the weekend. He didn't give him an RV.
Okay, go look it up.
Okay, I'm going to. There's zero chance he got a. You know how much RVs are? $700,000.
Well, they're not that much, but Google.
Yes. Oh, don't tell me they're not that much.
I priced them
easily.
before. They're not. I priced them before. No, they're not that much.
The really nice ones are very.
You're talking
expensive.
about Sprinter. You're talking about what you're talking about is something different. I was pricing when John Daspit was buying one. They're not $700,000 for an RV, or no one would ever be able to buy an RV.
Okay.
They're expensive, but
they're expensive,
you're talking high-level stuff, right?
I'm talking about the really nice one.
Who's giving that out?
Listen, I know a guy that bought one for $700. Okay? They can get up there.
I don't know.
But
I priced them. They're expensive.
They're trust me. And nobody's giving them an RV.
Here, RVs, 155, 89, 87, 139.
Well, he's not getting the
109.
top line.
And this is a brand new 2006. Yeah, but I'm telling you, the guy from Camping World or whatever got all pissed off at this lady, and he just, in the heat of the moment, it's like, I'm giving you, guess what, and an RV too. So maybe they get it for the weekend. I don't know what, or maybe just going to the World Series, they get to use it. It's good publicity for him because we're sitting here talking about it. This kid made out so unbelievably just because some woman came and bitched at him. That's
it was
all
Marcus
it was.
Lemonis, who is the Camping World CEO. He's the one giving them the tickets and the RV.
Yeah. He said it on Twitter.
Oh, and
if
you
say it
just won
on
an
Twitter,
RV as well, is what he said.
Yeah, he said you won an RV. I'm telling you, he said it, the guy who owns it. I guarantee you he regrets it immediately after saying it on Twitter.
Yeah, it probably is. Yeah, there are certainly a lot cheaper ones, but yeah, I mean, even so, it's going to be around 100,000.
Well, we got one final
person
who learned something, and it's Lazy J. What'd you learn, Lazy J?
Hey, good morning, fellas. Yeah, let me throw a wrench in it right quick. What I learned this morning, shout out Gary, a.k.a. Farrakhan Jr. over there. Lance, whenever you're trying to say that you're not racist and that your favorite players are black and Latino, it's not really a good thing to bring up their background and what they did, the criminal record and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So, that's one sentence.
Well, I said my favorite players were
I know, but you always do
people.
bring up what bad people they were.
Cedeno? Yeah, he murdered someone. Well, and my dad came and told me when I was asleep in bed.
Every time you mention Lewis Lloyd about his coke problem.
Well,
I mean,
I just shows that I've got low character. My favorite players are low character people.
And then you mentioned Akeem.
Yeah, he's high character.
No, he's
and then you also mentioned he had an attitude problems. You didn't let that pass.
You don't, yeah.
My favorite players typically have some bleep in their neck. It's
like Brett Myers.
Brett Myers was never my favorite player.
There's a song where you
no,
pay
my
tribute
favorite
to him.
Astros, Jose Altuve. But see, I also used to love just Madden. Mike Madden, who was a left-hand pitcher that they got back in the Kevin Bass trade. I like random people. Kennard Winchester.
You don't
even
sing
remember.
songs about
You two
those
don't even
guys.
remember
You
Kennard
hover
Winchester.
above, rain hell below. Killing them hard real nice and slow. I'm Brett Myers gonna throw that gas down around your knees, put you on your ass. Ah!
If that ain't a tribute, I don't know what is.
That is a tribute. All right, we got a break. That is what did you learn this weekend in one sentence? That is awesome. You guys are great at it. We really appreciate it. Now you can get in and talk about your Texans, whatever it is that you want to talk about. 713-780-3776. What did you see in the game that you want to talk about? 713-780-3776. I like to talk about Chastang Ford, #1 Google-rated Ford dealer in Houston. #1 Google-rated Ford dealer in Houston. I guess there are other dealerships here, but last week I saw a vehicle in it. It was a F-150, and I was like, where did you buy that? And it had another dealership on the back. I was like, I don't think you got as good a deal. It's the best kept secret for SUVs, trucks, commercial vehicles. They were and have been the number one commercial Ford dealer in the city of Houston, and that tells you something about them. Right now at Chastain Ford, 0.9% APR financing on select 2025 F-150 XLT models, or lease them for just $388 a month. These are great deals. No dealer add-ons, just great deals, transparent pricing. It's how truck buying should be. That's how you're going to get. It's on Homestead, not Hempstead. It's just 5 minutes from downtown, 610, right there on the loop. And, oh, by the way, they got a food drive coming up September 15th. So if you're somebody that really cares for the Houston Food Bank and you want to help out, you don't have to buy anything. Just bring some food September 15th through the 25th. September 15th through the 25th. Just bring some kind of canned goods up to Chastain Ford. They care. We love them. I love them. I buy all my vehicles, Chastain Ford, or you can do it all online at chastainford.com. You know what? There's some things that happened yesterday in the NFL. Okay. The offensive line. Better or worse than you thought it would be?
Well, you know what's interesting? I don't know. I know if I don't just take a total, if I don't pull my pants down and just drop a massive deuce on everything the Texans did, then I'm a homer, I guess. And I don't think I'm ever a homer, but I will say I thought there were some reps that I actually liked okay from the offensive line on the ground and through the air. I don't think any of these running backs come close to Joe Mixon. I thought the pass pro wasn't as soft off the edges as I was expecting. Ed Ingram was injured. He did not play in the game. Cam Robinson did play at left tackle. Ursary at right tackle. Titus Howard bumped inside. I thought Ursary did a pretty nice job. I saw him get a couple pancakes in the run game, a couple big finishes that I was really pleased with. So I mean, I'm not gonna, but I have a hard time saying better than. I still don't know. I don't know.
I didn't like. Well, did they open up any? They didn't open up any running lanes. That's for sure.
Well, they had some out there. I mean, Houston didn't Houston really? Didn't they outrush the Rams?
I don't know that matters, but
I mean, they got Kyron Williams. I was expecting Kyron Williams to put a little something on.
I wasn't. I guess I had more faith in the Texans' defense.
I mean, the Texans ran for 114 yards, John. They averaged 4.2 yards a carry. I think this crapping on the Texans run game, I didn't think it was that bad.
I didn't think it was effective at all.
The Rams ran for 72 yards, 2.9 yards a carry. The Texans ran for 42 yards. Now, C.J. Stroud ran for 32 of those.
Yeah.
So
and that was on scrambles.
So out of running backs, you had
Nick Chubb averaged what, 4?
Over 4.5.
21 carries for 77 yards.
Yeah.
So a little under 4 when you take away CJ.
Yeah.
But I didn't really think that was going to be a lot of yards from the running game.
I think my issue is, and you touched on it, they have to game plan around this offensive line.
Yeah.
They have to be cognizant of putting too much on them, or you're going to wreck your opportunity to win. And even still, with all the things you take into account to limit what they can do to crush a drive, you still only score 9 points. They commit penalties, and you had multiple injuries on that offensive line. Now Cam Robinson came back, maybe because they could not deal with Blake Fisher at right tackle, but when you're game planning in week 1 to mitigate the disaster that it could be, what did you do this offseason?
I'm telling you, Ed Ingram being out, I think, helped the offensive line because you had 3 tackles in the game, which helped from a pass pro standpoint. But you have, Jake. So Ed Ingram's out with not an oblique, it was an abdominal strain, I think. You had Cam go down injured. Jake ended up going off on a cart.
Yeah,
he walked off. Well, he walked off though in his own power.
He went in under the tent, and then when he came out, they put him on a cart and drove him back into the.
Jake being Jake Andrews. So I don't know what the situation is going to be this week from an offensive line standpoint. I mean, Jake Andrews going off on a cart. The guy's played like 2 NFL games. He was hurt all last year. Didn't even play last year. So who knows what this is going to look like now? But for me, you just went up against a really, really good defensive front, and you had a chance to win. It was an ugly game, but you didn't score in the second half. You didn't score in the second half. You got 3 field goals. You didn't score in the second half. There were 7 total points in the second half. Your defense, the Rams scored 14 points, and you lost.
I thought Nick Caley was going to make the halftime adjustments that Bobby Slowick didn't make.
Evil Bobby Slowick, the architect of the worst offense in the history of football, apparently, what I was told, it was all going to get better, but they didn't hire the right offensive coordinator. They're going to have to go back to the drawing boards, I guess, and get a new one after this game.
After game 1?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what the streets are saying.
Well, I mean, what the hell? How many? They didn't score in the second half. No halftime adjustments.
Who's up next?
What do you mean, teams?
Yeah. No, who's the game? Who do they play next? Texans?
Tampa on Monday night.
Yeah, they'll beat Tampa. Yeah, it's easy. That's going to be
Why are they just going to beat Tampa?
Because they beat them last time.
Yeah, it took everything to beat Tampa last time.
Yeah, I mean, they did it in the last 40 seconds.
It took a miraculous performance by your quarterback.
The last 40 seconds. Yeah. CJ had some kind of incredible throw to Tank Dell on the deep left sideline that I don't even know how Tank Dell got his little tiny feet in to this day. But it's good to see, by the way, Tank Dell in an HEB commercial. I don't know if you saw that during the break. You didn't see it, John. They have an HEB commercial, and it's Will Anderson, then Nico Collins, then C.J. Stroud, and then Tank Dell. So Tank may not play and definitely won't get a second contract with the Texans, but Tank Dell is getting that HEB money, which I'm actually good for him.
Ambulatory Tank Dell. He's walking around, can do commercials. Good. Lean into what you did when you're healthy the first couple of years.
3 catches for Nico
to
Collins.
Continue commercial, and only 5 targets.
Your boy Brian Thomas got 1 catch, John.
That's it.
For 11 yards.
Wow.
And by the way, I watched some of that because I was at Nick's, because you can watch all the games at Nick's since every TV is on. And I was like, this is going to be the year Trevor Lawrence really has a big year. He's got all these weapons. He didn't look that impressive at all. And they did have an hour and 15-minute delay due to lightning and weather, but I thought Jacksonville looked pretty average. Carolina sucks. There's a lot to get to, but we got to stay focused on the Texans. But, man, that game between the Jets, I never expected Jets and Steelers to be that fun to watch. Never in a million years. I mean, Justin Fields looked good.
Well,
Justin Fields looked good throwing the football, too.
He did, and he added the
He
element
actually
of
did.
running. The Garrett Wilson versus Jalen Ramsey thing was entertaining as well.
Yeah.
Jalen Ramsey made a big play to close it out, and then, they pieced it up after the game, so all's good there. But, yeah, probably before last night, Ravens, Bills, best game of the day, Steelers and Jets.
Yeah.
Out of nowhere.
Yep.
Out of nowhere.
Right. Who thought those two quarterbacks would play like that?
What'd you think of Jalen? What'd you think of the coverages that when we come back, John? I want you to expound on what you think about how the Texans decided to cover the Rams.
Oh my God, I don't want to do that. Oh my God,
John got to see it up close and personal.
I'm watching, dude. I'm like, what? What are we doing? What are we doing?
You can see it all from the stands. It didn't look too good, did it?
No, it didn't look good at all. You, my friend. Oh no, I need to talk right now, right? About no. You need to talk a little underdog.
Well, good. I'll tell you about underdog. Underdog didn't work in my favor yesterday on a couple of. Well, I did have higher on Derrick Henry touchdowns, 0.5. I did have that one. But Malik Neighbors, I needed him to score a touchdown. He did not score a touchdown. It was 0.5. See, what you do is there's receptions, there's yards, there's touchdowns. You got quarterback stats, running backs, tight ends, wide receivers. Sometimes they'll throw you defensive guys like Will Anderson. I had 5 players. I had higher on sacks for Will Anderson. That was a win, higher than 0.5. So you go higher or lower on these statistics. And the more players you pick, the more you can win. You win up to 500 times your original play. It's really pretty incredible what Underdog is doing for you. And it's a really fun way to watch games because you've got a chance to win big money. And all you have to do is just, take your sports knowledge and apply it. But you have to download the app, Underdog Fantasy. Super easy to operate. Very, very intuitive. You get on there, you know exactly where to go. It's very, very easy. You download the app, use promo code Lance on your first deposit. Once you do that, you are going to get $50 in bonus cash when you make your first $5 play on Underdog Fantasy. So use that sports knowledge, make real money right here in the state of Texas.
Must be 18 plus and present in Texas. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms _DFS_HTML for details. Concern with your play. Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
So if you're looking for a business partner, I got one for you. It's H&P. They will be your business partner. They're our business partner. It's not like we have to split with them, though. We don't have to do that. But they work their ass off for you. They give you a great product in HR and payroll. They take care of all that stuff. They take care of your taxes for you. They take care of, they'll help you find the right insurance and the right 401k for you. They don't make money on that. But you have to do this for all your employees. And you want a business partner who's going to work, who's going to be effective, that's going to do a great job. But how about this? You don't have to split 50-50 with them. You just have to, pay for their services. That's all. But the services that they provide you are services that you have to have for your employees. And you don't know how to do it. Okay? You just don't. You're not as good as they are at it. Let H&P do what they do. Every person we have come in and do a testimonial, they rave about H&P, and there's a reason for that. Because they help their business be better. Help your business be as good as it can possibly be. Go to hrp.net, 281-880-6525 or hrp.net.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right. Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5. Let's get Anthony in, and then we will get to what I thought about how the Texans were covering the slot yesterday. Anthony, what's your take on yesterday's game?
I don't know about you guys, but it was the exact same game as I saw last year. Apparently, the new coordinator, he didn't find the bag of new plays. C.J. Stroud still looked scared to step up. The running game should have been used way more because Nick Chubb was ripping off 4 to 5 yards. And then somehow at the end of the game, they had a brain fart and put their fourth-string running back in, and he fumbled the ball like fourth-string running back do. And as a black man, Gary, you're embarrassing. And white quarterbacks, they have equal rights too. You have a good day.
Equal rights.
Listen, Dare has been somebody that's been here for his fifth year, fourth year, fifth
yeah,
year?
I think fourth year.
They depend on Dare. Dare is a guy who will come out of the backfield. They like Dare. Dare, made a mistake, and it cost them the game. That's all. Dario, it's not, hey, they had their fourth string back in there, and that's what they do. Dario Ogunbowale has actually been a productive player for them. I hated it for him, man. As soon as it happened, I was like, oh, God, this is something. It's on his resume forever. This is the Dare fumbled the ball game, and they lost the game. Just like the Chris Brown threw the pass against the Jaguars. You remember that one?
Uh-huh.
The halfback pass. I mean, the
Rosencopter.
There are, the Texans just find a way. They got guys that they just find a way to, and this game, you'll always remember it for the Dare, got the ball punched out, and that's a shame, but that's how it is. Yeah, I didn't see anything different either. Not quite frankly, I didn't see CJ looking good. CJ was supposed to look a lot, but he didn't. He's right. CJ, he had happy feet. He was backing up on some throws and throwing it all arm because he was, I didn't look good. It just didn't look good. The offense looked like crap. The offense just looked like crap, period. And in a large part because of the Rams in their front. But what I didn't get and I didn't think Matthew Stafford took advantage of nearly enough. So did you notice that Jalen Petrie didn't start the game? He's a true nickel. Did you notice he didn't start the game?
I didn't notice that.
Yeah.
I couldn't tell.
He didn't come in until the third play when they went to nickel.
What were they in?
They were in
just
the base defense.
Huh.
And he came running out.
So they had three linebackers in?
C.J. Gardner-Johnson was on the slot early on.
Yeah. Now that probably should happen more often.
Yeah.
Well, and it did. I didn't see
Do you want
Petrie
C.J.
line.
Gardner-Johnson on Puka?
Well, I mean, you're going to have to, unless you just travel. I think Puka's an interesting matchup because he's just so big and physical, and you have Devontae Adams. You kind of have to pick your poison with that one. Adams didn't kill you, but Puka did, although he did a lot of his killing in the second half, to be honest with you. The Rams Rams scored twice the whole game.
Yeah.
Rams had 2 scores the whole game. That's it. They just happened to be touchdowns.
Well, they also
the Texans
had some
3
costly
scores.
penalties, though.
Who, the Rams?
Yeah.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah.
But
I mean,
we
real
had
costly
more.
penalties.
We had 11.
We had more, but we didn't have nearly the yardage-wise, what they lost.
Yeah,
in
the
yardage,
Rams had some. The Rams had a
plays.
little run where it was bad.
Yeah.
It was bad, but
Henry To'oTo'o was on the slot. I don't know how many times because I pointed it out in our. I was like, "Are you guys okay with this? Are you okay with Henry To'oTo'o carting Puka in the slot? Because it's just one. I mean, I didn't think they took nearly advantage of it as they should have.
well, he was underneath. I don't know if he was going to run with them the whole time or not. I'm not sure. I'm getting ready to
still in any kind of area.
Yeah, I'm getting ready to pull this game up right now and watch because the All-22's been loaded up here. So I'm going to watch during the break some. But I'm interested to see what they did offensively and defensively from the big view. You had a big vantage point sitting in the game. How about John's comment where somebody goes, "I'm going to L.A. too. I'm going to be at the game too. I'll see you there." John goes, "No, you won't. I'll be in a suite." And then he walked off, Dell.
I did what?
To that one guy, the Hispanic guy who said, "Hey, maybe I'll see you at the game." Johnny goes, "No, you won't. I'll be in a suite. You won't see me."
I didn't.
Do you
say
remember the
that.
things you said on Friday?
No. I didn't say that to anybody.
Oh, yes, you did. I'm like, wow. You just walked off, too. He was a big guy. He said, "I'm going."
Well,
he
he had said something to me earlier about my kids. So
no, he didn't say anything about your kids.
Probably. So I had to get him
There are
back.
people who are surprised that John came ready to roll. By the way, we were both late getting there, so we missed our time where we were supposed to be on the microphone. And then John sang the national anthem in the middle of the party.
Well,
and
I
everyone
would say
stopped.
kick off
Then they
Barry.
started yelling, "USA, USA."
What did it follow? Because you started with something.
Fly Me to the Moon.
Yeah, he sang a couple songs, including, sing-song fashion, as I say.
It was sing-songy, yeah.
Yeah, and
No,
then
it wasn't.
Then
Not-
he yes.
Michael Bennis, my buddy, walked up. I was talking to a listener, and he goes, "Are you listening to this? Are you?" I said, "I live with this. What are you talking about? This is nothing."
John was in his bag, and it just rolled off our backs.
Everyone else is like, "Well, are you seeing what's happening? He's singing a national anthem."
Yeah,
Like, yeah,
I've heard
and
it. Yeah, what's your point?
What?
Big deal
I had to
anyway.
kick off Barry Laminack.
Hey, Barry did a great
He
job
did a
on the
great
roast.
job. Barry was funny.
did a great job on the roast.
I wanted to get him afterwards, but I couldn't. He did a great job.
I think he knew how far to go with
Yeah, he
us.
began yelling at someone who was a caterer or something because something got dropped.
Yes, from Paul Miller's from Jack's Grill.
And then the
Paul
person
Miller.
there started yelling about something, and then Barry, because he's a comedian, started yelling because I guess he thought the guy was a heckler.
Barry doesn't like hecklers.
No,
and
I
the
don't
guy
know.
wasn't trying to heckle.
Yeah, I don't know what maybe he was explaining why the crash happened because it was a loud noise, and then Barry said, "Shut the F up, shut up." I was like, "All right, here we
Okay,
go,
it's on.
here we go." But John had the cruelest joke of the night, the most insulting, I guess I would say.
Which one?
We already talked about it.
Okay, I didn't know if that's the one you were saying.
Paul's date, quote-unquote date.
Don't put it quote-unquote. That's
not
his
quote-unquote, it's his
girlfriend, not
girlfriend.
just a date.
That's his girlfriend?
Yes.
That's his girlfriend.
Stop being disrespectful.
Yeah,
I'm not being
At the
disrespectful.
very,
It's like you don't think Paul could do that.
he was.
It's like you're
disrespectful.
mad that Paul came up with that. Paul did a great job.
What do you mean with that? You mean with the woman
Well,
he's dating?
yeah, what are you
Yes,
talking about
well,
with that?
she's
What?
she's
Why don't you
attractive.
just call her? Wow.
She's
Oh, my-
attractive. Paul, it's like you didn't think Paul could
He could pull? Yeah,
So
you're right.
she came up. So Paul and Madeline is her name.
Okay.
The woman's name is Madeline.
Oh, she has a name.
Yes, she does have a name. Thank you. She came as we were leaving, where everyone's clearing out. She walked over to me and said hello because she listens to Paul's show. That's her guy. So she listens like the last couple minutes of my show. She said hello. Then she goes, "Good to meet you," so on and so forth. And in my head, the entire time was like, "This is her introduction to us, the John experience." Like I was looking.
Oh,
right,
that's not great.
While she was talking, very nice woman. I thought to myself, I hope she has a bit of a sense of humor because walking into the John experience, not knowing what you're walking into, did he just call me a whore?
I talked to her afterwards, and she thought it was, and she was
I hope
fine
so.
with it.
I hope so.
She was fine with it?
She was fine
or
with it.
she accepted
because you know what? Probably a lot of people think that.
No, I didn't think that.
I never thought that for once.
At all.
I thought, great job, Paul.
It wasn't my first thought.
I thought, great job,
I was
Paul.
like, oh, look at that. Paul brought his girlfriend. That's nice. That's what I thought. Not what you thought.
I don't know. I think so.
This is why you don't bring anyone around. I've learned that lesson.
Can't.
I've learned my lesson.
You can't.
I would never do it.
Nicole's seen it before, so I brought her to the party.
Yeah, she knows the deal.
She knows the score. She'd been to dinner with John the previous
Paul
Friday.
caught it. Anyone else?
I just call that a Friday for John.
Any new woman in anyone's life that John isn't aware of she's gonna catch the same thing. If he thinks she's reasonably attractive, well, did you pay her to come?
Even JT, his own son, didn't bring his girlfriend there.
He wanted no part of that.
Like, no thanks.
Not at all.
That's
of course, my wife had a couple pops too. Now.
Oh yeah.
Nicole had she was talky. She had a couple pops. I couldn't drink it all because I'd been sick.
I got to tell you,
she had cornered
she and JT had a long discussion.
She said, "Don't you ever." She said something about, I can't believe
JT.
you left the Catholic Church, JT. I used to watch you. You'd be just show up by yourself. You're such a good boy. You'd show up at St. Michael's just on a Sunday.
And she said, I will kill you if you can convert Mace to my kid out of Catholicism.
Yeah, I was like, I said, hey.
What is she, an English royal during Henry VIII's time?
I know.
She's
I said,
kill someone?
What do you think? You think
JT thought that was odd that she would kill him for, having so he would have a close relationship.
Was she watching the Tudors or something? What's wrong with her?
Well, it's not odd. I just call that a Friday.
I mean, I don't think it's odd because the history of the church. They've been on that business before.
No.
They will kill you if you're not Catholic.
Don't act like we can't turn the history. We can't get the History Channel rolling.
Yep.
Or just open a book.
All right.
I swear I'm not a Protestant. Please.
that is a terrible Texan segment. Okay, terrible.
Yeah, that was one of our worst Texan segments I've ever had.
It just led to. We have not talked that much about the debauchery of that party, and you were the head debaucherer.
We try to take a picture of me and
just
Abigail Abigail and Sam were going to take a picture. And you know what he did? We go, here, John, take this picture. I'm like, this is stupid. John taking the picture. And, of course, he's walking towards us, taking these pictures. It looks like it's pointing almost to the ground. I'm like, these aren't going to be good pictures. Sure enough, he just took pictures of himself. He goes, here you go, and walked off. We had no pictures. It's just him. He just pulled that little tricky move.
Yeah, here's a good picture of you guys, and it was just me.
Bye, and walked off.
For some reason, they needed pictures of each show individually, so Sean and I took a picture together. Of course, the PLBs and so on and so forth. So when it was our time at the very end of the night, John goes, hey, let's hold our arms out, and let's show the difference in our complexions. He goes, look at our arms. He starts rubbing his arm.
And I played into it.
Everyone
so
played into it. At this point, just go with it. You're just trying to get out of there. Right. So John's like, hey, let's put our arms out and see how different, or in his case, the same me and you are, Del. Look at it. Look at it. I was like, all right.
Dark meat.
See? Yeah, dark meat.
That's it.
That's our picture, by the way. I don't know where they're going to put that thing, but that's our picture.
All right. More Texans talk on the other side. 713-780.
If you were at the party and caught John doing something, call it.
Can we not relive this? Like, do a post game?
It's a company party. Of course you have to talk about it.
Do we have to do a post game on the party?
The only thing missing was you putting your ass on a Xerox machine.
Can't we just play the game and
ham.
no press conference after?
How'd you avoid press ham?
Why in the world do we have to do that?
We do it all the time. What are you talking about? The only person who has a problem reliving it is you. Maybe because you don't remember most of it. Also because no one acted like you there.
I kind of remember it. We got a break. This is a break time.
He thought he was just going to get away with singing Fly Me to the Moon, and we're just going to let it go.
You thought that was just going to get a free pass?
Time to talk about Texas Card House, okay? That's what we got to talk about. How about they're open right now? Both locations, Green Ridge and Westheimer, I-45 and Spring Cypress. And it's awesome. I played there last week. When I get back in town, I'm playing poker. I'm going to Texas Card House, okay? Now, so they have $100,000 on the 17th of this month, $100,000 no-limit hold'em tournament. That means there's $100,000 going to the players. Listen, this is a great way to make money, people. A $40,000 same day, only at the Spring Cypress location, a $40,000 PLO tournament. $100,000 at Greenridge and Westheimer, $40,000 PLO, and people love PLO, love PLO. Look, you're looking for a great way to play, and by the way, their PLO cash game, holy crap! I was watching that the other day. Wow! If you love PLO, you got to get in this game. It is awesome. They've got a $25 at Spring Cypress, a $25 2 o'clock, $1,500 guarantee, and a lot of times it gets up to $2,000 and $3,000 that you for $25, a $25 buy-in. It's ridiculous. It's so good. You're looking for the best way to play and make money and have fun and get the best cash games. There's one place, TexasCardHouse.com. TexasCardHouse.com. Tell them you heard it right here.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, 713-780-3776. I want to, Dell, let's get CJ talking about taking no deep shots down the field. But first, let's get Karen in here. She wants to talk about, I don't know. Hi, Karen. How are you?
Hey, guys. I do have a question. Why are Ohio State quarterbacks, for example, C.D. Stroud, not good in the NFL? I'll hang up and listen.
Well, CJ was the first good one, actually. But now, Justin Fields looked pretty good yesterday. For whatever reason, it's the truth. Ohio State quarterbacks have not been good.
System quarterbacks? I don't know.
But it stretches over different coaches in multiple decades now.
Yeah, right.
J.T. Barrett. Who was one?
Troy
Smith.
Yeah.
Hey, some offenses are made for college quarterbacks.
Art Schlichter.
That's going way back, but yeah.
Bobby Hoying.
I mean, no, honestly, as good as that program is, they don't produce quarterback.
The best one they produced had to transfer to play.
Yeah.
Joe
Burrow.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
That is crazy.
And I don't know sometimes you get quarterbacks who are dual threat, but that's not really an excuse anymore because dual threat quarterbacks. Well, number one, Ohio State. CJ was never a dual threat quarterback. He wouldn't run on zone reads ever at Ohio State.
He said at one point famously, "I'm not paid to run." He said that while playing for Ohio State.
Yeah, before NIL. And I don't that wasn't great when he's not you gotta, I don't know.
But CJ was the exception to the Ohio State rule up until last year.
Yeah.
I don't know. Our opinion of CJ is that he's not a very good quarterback.
My opinion is that he's fine. I thought he was better. I don't know. I'd like to see him. Look, I think CJ needs some things around him to be good. It's just there's not many Josh Allens and Lamar Jacksons walking the planet. Joe Burrow got shut down in the second half. They had 7 total yards on offense in the second half. The Bengals got their asses kicked by the Browns in the second half. Pat Mahomes the other day. Mahomes he did okay. Justin Herbert was really, really good the other day. But, this ability to do more with less, there's not many of those guys around. No. CJ's got to have things. That's why he's not an elite quarterback. He's one of those guys that needs the protection to be good. He doesn't have the ability to star if his protection isn't good. What's throwing me off, though, is he didn't have great talent on the offensive line his rookie year. And then he had Dameon Pierce coming off of what had been a good year and didn't have a good second year. And somehow CJ had a really strong rookie year. Now, is it as good as we remember? Go look at his game log, CJ Stroud's. And what you'll see is that he benefits from a lot of late game heroics. And we remember him having these great games when the reality is he came up clutch in situations. His season wasn't as, I don't know if you go back and look at it game by game, it's not as prolific as you may remember it to be. He had a late game win against the Saints, late game win against the Bucks. No, it is important, but sometimes it can skew your perception of the whole 60 minutes.
As a rookie, was great at not turning the ball over. That was a big point of
his touchdown interception was pretty damn good.
Yeah, true.
Yep.
True.
All right, let's talk. Okay, and this is gonna make me nuts. Okay, here's CJ talking about why they didn't throw the ball deep.
Just play shell, a lot of Tampa 2, a lot of disguise, cover 2, and played over the top. So they did a good job of that. But I feel like we were executing in ways, but just some of those negative plays that we got to just fix. But I thought we moved the ball pretty well, but just got to just put it in the end zone or try to create an explosive somehow. But yeah, we'll be seeing that all year, so we got to get used to it.
I mean, it's what it was last year. It's what it was for the whole NFL. A lot of shell coverages, meaning, sometimes shell coverage can be quarters coverage where they're dropping the corners and the safeties, the 2 safeties back, and you kind of have 4 over the top. Sometimes in Tampa 2, you'll run, kind of a bump and run. You can either run zone or man with your corners, but you got the 2 safeties over the top. It's just a way to take away the deep ball. And when you do that, Nico Collins is not the same effective, so you got to find ways to get him the football. You have to. CJ tried to throw him a little slant late in that game, and it was down by his knees. Or was that the end of the half or end of the game where he threw it down by basically by his knees. It was a really bad throw. Like, Nico's got to have minimum 5 catches every game. Minimum.
And you have to. I don't. Okay.
What about some sideways passes? Would you like that?
Okay, so every freaking time a team plays Tampa 2, the Texans, it just seems like that's the excuse after. Well, yeah, we didn't move the ball. You had no chunk plays because they were playing Tampa 2. Apparently, if you play Tampa 2, no one can do anything.
Well, you watched last night the Bills, and Collinsworth pointed out. He said they wanted to keep 2 safeties back just to have a chance to tackle Derrick Henry. They didn't want single high, which you would normally think you would do because you can't stop the run. The Bills couldn't stop the Ravens in 2 high, run the football, and they got explosives, just run the football. The Texans, as much as the Chubb may get you 3 to 4, you're not going to get very many explosives with this version of Nick Chubb. So if you're going to play 2 high because you don't respect the running game, because you don't think they can run all over you, then you're not going to get the opportunity. I mean, I've seen it firsthand the last couple years with the Dolphins.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the first couple years, Waddle and Hill and so on and so forth.
Going
They
crazy.
could down the field. But teams were like, know what? Not anymore. And we don't think you guys can make us pay by running the football. So a shell. Now the Dolphins went to throwing screens to guys to try to get their explosives that way. So unless the Texans can actually run the ball and make it count, this is all they're going to see.
That's all they're going to see.
Yeah.
But
It
this
really
has
is
been-
a real thing.
This has been for years now, though.
They're giving you the run. If the safeties are back, you have a 7-man, frankly 6-man a lot of time boxes because so many teams are in nickel. I mean, you got to say, all right, we're going to bust your ass on the ground. And you can do that with Joe Mixon. This is why the loss of Joe Mixon is so enormous, because Joe Mixon can go for 100+ on you, control the game, control the tempo, move the sticks, eat the clock up. And without Joe Mixon, you're dealing with and don't tell me the offensive line stunk last year. Guess what? Joe Mixon still went for over 100. I think it was 7 games last year. Joe Mixon was still really good. I think there's enough blocking out there to get you to that close to that 100 number for a single running back if you load him up. If it's but if it ain't Joe Mixon, I don't think it's happening. I don't think it's happening. And you don't have Joe Mixon for at least the first 4 games.
Yeah, at least, and probably more.
Don't say that.
So let's talk about the Texans defense on the other side, right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. That was actually something good. We'll talk about that. Got to give them their flowers on that. Got to give the defense its flowers. Right now, though, I'm talking about basketball. The season's coming up. It's getting nicer out where the kids can go outside and play, right? It's fall. They're going to start thinking about, hey, basketball is coming. How about the Pro Dunk Goal? Keith Tate and his son, what they're doing with the Pro Dunk Goal is second to none. It is not even arguable that this is the best goal ever in the history of goals. It is. We had one, and I got to tell you, the kids loved it. And that was with a crank on it to raise and lower the goal. This is a push of a button. The kids will love that as well. They'll get tired of doing it, Dad. So, all right, can you guys stop going up and down with it? Please just leave it where it is, because that's what kids will do. But they'll get it lowered so that they can dunk, so that they can have fun, so that they'll be out there. It won't just sit and rust, because it doesn't rust, first of all. But the tempered glass backboard and the unbreakable rim, all of it. There's no better goal ever made. So don't get that box store with the sand in the base. That's terrible. They won't play on that. Get them the goal that they'll love, Dad. Produnk.com. Produnk.com. Tell Keith Tate you heard it here.
And let's talk about St. Arnold, because what a great party they threw. What a great space that was. We were in the beer hall. Can hold up to 300 people. But they also have the Investors Pub. We're talking about private events. You've all seen St. Arnold. You've been there. Maybe not all of you. If you haven't been to St. Arnold, it's incredible. It's awesome. They have some of the best beer you're going to find in the city of Houston. One of the original brewers right here in the city of Houston. Awesome food. But what stands out to me is we were in the beer hall, and it is a great place to have a big event. You can have a band in there. You can have multiple tables of food. What I'm getting at is, it's now that I've seen it and been in it, it is a great place for a wedding reception that is going to be a lot of fun. They'll have the beer flowing there. They had the root beer. They had different ciders as well for people. They've got a great set of they got a great chef who has an awesome menu for you, different pizzas, different appetizers, big, it could be big menu items or just appetizer tables. But I just know this, whether it's a bigger event or a smaller event, they've got audio and visual available for you. We took advantage of the audio part of that, and they can host smaller gatherings, ones for your business. They can host celebration of life. I mean, anything you can think of where you want a cool space and you want to have a great time, it's St. Arnold. Private events are welcome. Go to the website, starnold.com, click on private events, and book yours today so that you don't miss out on a time and date that you want to have your awesome party over there at St. Arnold. They'll take all the heavy lifting out of your hands. It's starnold.com. Click private events.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Yeah, by the way, St. Arnold's was awesome. It was a great place for a party. Great place for a party.
Yeah, it did great.
Yeah, just if you need a place, man, we had a great time. And by the way, forgot to, Todd and Joe and Courtney and Sam all did a wonderful, I'm sure I'm missing, and all the salespeople did a wonderful job.
We had our promo team out there, Skylar, and I forget.
Abigail.
Victoria was out there helping, and AJ, one of our part-timers.
You notice he's intentionally dissing Abigail?
You said Abigail before I got to it.
Annabelle was out there.
You said her name before I got to it.
All the food people, let's see, BB's was out there.
Oh, my God.
Portillo's.
Jack's Grill, Portillo's. We had Taqueria Sarandas. Yeah, Great Plate, which is the Jack's. Well, it's a variety of restaurants that Paul Miller has.
Yeah, Paul Miller was there.
Nico Nico's was there as well. So,
my man.
That's my guy. A lot of really good food. It was just people were just eating as much as they want whenever they wanted. It was
thank you.
It was a good time. God, it would be. I mean, it'd be awesome if we could have. We've got our things that we do, but if we could really turn out the Christmas party and have it there to where you've got enough room that you could actually get back to offensive and defensive pass protection.
We could have all those
that space.
Nick's listening, going, hey.
I know, no.
Hey,
I saw Nick yesterday.
Yeah. All right. So,
what about Nick from Nick's place?
Kind of a dive bar.
The Texans loaded the box. Apparently, this is the most Sean McVay has ever faced.
Really?
Yeah. Houston Stressens. Okay, so the ground game for the Rams, 3.3 yards a carry, which is awesome. However, Matthew Stafford, when the Texans loaded the box, was 9 of 10, 108 yards and a TD. So you traded it up, but it was a good trade-off because you only gave up 14 points.
Listen, that's all you could ask for.
That's all. You can't
14, you got to go win 16-14.
But
that's what you had to do, win 16-14.
Why did they – okay, so the Rams – Stafford was under center 61% of the times. He was only 44% last year. What was it about the Texans that had him under center more? I wonder.
Probably, my guess is that they wanted to make them respect run a little bit more, run play action. The best way to run play action, because it's a slower mesh, is under the center. So if you run under the center, the mesh point, it takes longer. It forces defense to flow more. When you run play action out of shotgun, it happens really quickly, so you can't get defenses to really flow. That's my guess, is it was to slow down the pass rush. And I know it's counterintuitive for some people. You think, man, I want to be in the shotgun where I get the ball quicker and I can see the rush from back there. That's true. But if you're a team that likes to run the ball too, which the Texans like to do also, then it actually makes a lot of sense to run from under center because it's easier to sell the play fake and slow down the pass rush. Because the Rams are just as afraid of the Texans' pass rush as I think the Texans were of the Rams' pass rush. What was it, 3 sacks apiece on both sides, I think?
Yeah. But CJ's he backs up and just takes a brutal sack that you can't come back from. Then one of them was like 16 yards, wasn't it?
Yeah, it wasn't good.
I mean, he's backing up and then just then he has to eat it. It's just
Yeah, I'm rewatching the game right now, and is it good to have 2 of your first 3 plays be penalties?
No, not typically.
No.
First play
Cam Robinson's first play
of
is
the
a
season.
false start.
Now, Verse was falling to the ground on his own. Then Cam helped him stay there, which is why he got the holding call. But yeah, I mean, it's not a great start, and then it kept going that way the rest of the game. I don't want to say same old Texans. It's been mentioned quite a bit here, but the thing we thought would be a problem and could hold this team back showed itself in game 1, and will the Rams be the best front they play? Maybe. But there's going to be big-time pass rushes throughout the year. And for 16 more games, are they going to have to make do and work around this line and the penalties that will come from this line not being as talented? They feel like they capped themselves at maybe winning the division. Should win the division, and that's it. It sucks to say in week 1, but we've been talking about it all offseason, that this line is going to cap their potential. And of course,
right at the bat, I'm seeing a twist that gets Titus Howard. Yeah, I mean, right off the bat, I'm watching this all 22, and there's another twist that gets Titus Howard. And CJ gets hit. I mean, I don't know how many more of these I'm going to see, but I don't like it at all because that's the same crap it was last year.
And and that was not a long developing play on that. It was a fade ball down the sideline to Nico, and CJ gets hit.
Yeah.
When he gets the ball out really quickly, and he still got tapped. He didn't get hit hard, but he felt the rusher. And yeah, was that the first twist they ran on that first drive? And it got home.
First drive, yeah.
And it got home.
It's just a TE where the tackle moved. Now I will say it was a little trickier because the tackle didn't go pick the defense tackle didn't go pick the offensive tackle. He was just rushing to the outside. So I get that. And these are really good rushers, and you don't want to just treat them without full respect, because if they get into the gaps, they're a problem. So it's just, I'm watching all this, and they're actually working towards some of the stuff I'm watching right now.
I thought we were going to call the good plays, and we weren't going to fall for those tight end, those defensive tackles and ends.
Twist. Well,
I thought we weren't going to do that.
I mean, it did take until the second play, John.
We got a good offensive line coach now. We don't have the bad one anymore.
The same one who was in the room last year, but he didn't have a voice this time. But now he does.
But I thought.
What did you think? Lack of concern, right? No concern.
Where's Bobby Slowick right now?
I can't believe it's the first time a TN twist is called and it got home. Now that I think about it, the one thing they told us
all year
that they would get fixed because communication will be better. The line understands the plays. Titus Howard went after. He didn't specifically say Bobby Slowick, but he talked about run plays that didn't fit what they wanted to do, and glad they don't have to do them anymore. The first time you have to deal with the TN split and you don't pick it up well.
Oh man.
Yeah, but okay. So where is Bobby Slowick right now?
Oh, he didn't help yesterday. He's the passing game coordinator in Miami.
I don't. Never mind. I was going to say
he brought the bad
back.
plays with him.
I don't know that what I of the plays I saw. I didn't see the whole thing. It was out of market game, and I don't pay for tickets, so I didn't see all of it. But I don't think I'm going to put what happened on Bobby Slowick. He doesn't deserve that.
Did you see the Tua close-up of Tua? And he's cross-eyed. There's a close-up of him dropping back to pass.
He is one of the guys who, if things go poorly, the engagement from pointing out how poorly it goes hits. Like Underdog. I don't know if it was their NFL account or just the Underdog social media Twitter account. Like I just went through their tweets because the tweet popped up, and you get your 440 likes or 500 likes, whatever. Tua reading a defense, and it was not even Tua, someone else, but the image of a guy looking confused got like 9,000 likes. He is and if you want an engagement farm, use Tua when he struggles. But yeah, I'm still on the first drive because I keep rewatching this. Nope, don't like it.
Nope.
Don't like the O-line play.
I just saw, like, I can't tell if it's a bust between if it's Damian Pierce or they're all sliding protection to the right, and I can't tell if it's Damian Pierce that busts or they run a stunt on Cam Robinson, and they didn't even need to because Cam was completely bamboozled by everything that was even happening, and then Damian Pierce just takes off out of the backfield like, I'm pretty sure you got to stay in, and I don't know. That's why one of the things Damian Pierce may not get to play a whole lot. If you don't recognize your protection responsibilities as a running back, you just can't play in today's NFL.
Well, you'll watch Woody Marks step up and make a really nice block. I really like that. I think, listen, you need somebody explosive back there, and if Woody Marks is the answer right now, then Woody Marks is the answer because Nick Chubb, he had a couple of nice runs. He had a couple of real nice runs. But for the most part, the running game did not help them at all to open up anything offensively. Nothing. All right, we got a break. Time to talk about East River 9. How about music every weekend? How about a corporate? Listen, this is the thing. We talk about this. You can have a client. Now, a lot of clients aren't giving you 4 hours to go golfing, right? How about an hour and a half? How about we can go for an hour and a half. We can play East River 9. So much fun. We'll have a couple of cocktails. You can be out of there. There's a lot of business people that don't have 4 hours. They're not giving you 4 hours. They're not giving you an hour and a half in their office. They're just not. They don't have time for that. But if you take them out to East River 9, get a corporate membership, have your salespeople take people out there, okay? Great way to entertain. They can buy a meal, a really good restaurant and sports bar where they can have a couple of cocktails. This is good for business. But it's not only good for business, it's good for morale as well for your company. Because your company, you can have outings there with your people, pickleball courts or just, at night. So they work all day, but you have an outing at night. How's that? Because you're not wasting your day having outings with your people. They're actually working, and then you go and have fun. So here's the deal. East River 9 is a great place for this because they love to play golf, all right, and they want to have fun, and you got a corporate membership there. Go to eastriver9.com, eastriver9.com. See for yourself. East River 9, it's really, really cool. Great place. You'll see for yourself. eastriver9.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
They I just saw a picture of Jared Goff without Ben Johnson, and it was actually Jared Goff's uniform with Dan Orlovsky's face. There's something to that. Losing Ben Johnson in Detroit.
That's what I'm worried about for Jared.
Yeah.
The great return of Jared Goff.
Yeah.
The rebirth. Ben Johnson. We'll see if Ben Johnson has that effect on Caleb Williams tonight.
Yeah.
Because I think the Lions are headed for some trouble.
So Jared Goff without McVay or Ben Johnson calling plays is 3-18-1. Now, of course, a lot of that
great.
with the Rams was when he was a rookie, but 3-18-1 without those two guys calling plays for him. Let's CJ with Nick Caley calling plays for him.
0-1.
No.
Yeah. He's 0-1. Well, let's hear from Dare. This is the Dare game. It's going to be the one. I mean, honestly,
he doesn't want that. He asked for you not to say the Dare game.
You have we'll hear from Dare. He was accountable. Stuff happens. I mean, he's trying to gain some more yards. Landman just punches the ball out. They lose the game. And, they're driving. It looked like it was going to be wow. Especially after it doesn't get much bigger than Al-Shair knocking the ball out and the Texans recovering the fumble after D'Amico did a really nice job of having them review the play. And then they're driving down the field, and it was just great, and it was working out just fine. They got a huge penalty on the Rams that was the roughing the passer. Holy crap. It looked like it was over, and they roughed the passer. So the Texans get new life, and Dare's in the game. He made a play before. Actually, that was his second straight play, I believe. And he's reaching out, and the ball. Well, he punches the ball out, and the Texans lose the game. Here he is afterwards about holding on the football.
All right, can you take us through the play? Obviously, you just made a positive play, and then you had, unfortunately, you got a hand on the football and got it out.
Yeah. It was punch the ball out. It's a bad play. My job is to protect the ball. I didn't protect the ball, so it was unfortunate play. Bad timing, especially, but I got to protect the ball right there.
Yep. And you know what? They just made too many mistakes. And D'Amico, they just made too many mistakes. And they were not a cohesive football team. They were not a disciplined football team. They're just not good. That was just not good. Offensively, that was just bad. It was just another poor performance. We thought some things might change. It was actually very similar to last year. Here's D'Amico on Dare and the fumble.
Dare, veteran player for us, captain. That's one of those moments. What do you say? You don't have to say anything. Like, everyone knows how hurt he is. I know his pain. I know what he's feeling. It's a tough moment. He's been one of our most dependable guys. And the Rams kid made a nice play, put his hat on the football, bang, bang play. Really nice play by them, right? So it's Dare, he'll bounce back. He'll continue to do. He made a nice play there to get us down in striking distance. So that's the nature of the league, right? But no one's more hurt about that than Dare.
It just seems like, I don't know, teams make – I mean, CJ, like you talked about, CJ was making clutch plays 2 years ago. I don't remember –
He was in the midst of a comeback. What would this show be if Dare doesn't get it punched out?
Yeah.
Because the Texans had some momentum. They were getting down the field. All of a sudden, we're talking about what a gutsy win. It was ugly, but the Texans came back. They did what they had to do. A good win on the road. Our discussions would be totally different.
Yeah.
And that's the difference between ugly games turn into ugly wins, but you'll take it. It's on the road. What a gritty performance by the Texans and clutch performance by CJ. CJ's back
against the playoff team.
Yeah, I
from
mean,
last
it would be
year.
just way different if Dari. Now, there's no guarantee you get the ball in the end zone, obviously, because you have to score a touchdown, and you hadn't done it up to that
I
point.
can't believe they got stopped by Billy Bob Thornton.
By Landman.
Yeah, I can't believe Billy Bob Thornton made
Nate
the play.
Land. Can we just start calling him Landman?
I want to call him
just-
Landman.
Landman.
Landman?
I don't
wanna
know
call
if
him
it's
Landman.
pronounced Landman.
It's Landman.
I wrote him up too. Let's just call him Landman. It just doesn't seem like he should have the name Landman.
I just like Landman better.
I'm telling you, and watching this, I'm only watching pass plays. Texans handling twist 100% better than they had before. Laken Tomlinson better. Jake Andrews is seeing everything and doing a good job. The problems you have are Ursery is a waist bender, and Cam Robinson was getting pushed into the pocket a ton. So you had too much. Now, those are two really good rushers in Young and Jared Verse. So they're going to cause some pressures on you. But it's not the twists that are getting them right now. Not really. They had a couple of mistakes early on, at least so far when I'm watching right now. I don't know. Some of this is actually coachable, and some of it is just maybe not going to be. But at least the dumb stuff is they look a lot smarter from guard to guard. Let me put it that way. And the Rams did plenty of twisting, and the Texans did a pretty good job of picking it up. But Ursery, he's got some real technical issues with leaning and waist bending, and that is something that I'm telling you now, when the bullets fly, you can practice everything you want, but you go back to muscle memory, and his muscle memory is not good with this forward lean stuff. And there's going to be the better rushers in the league are going to beat him a lot with little, just two-hand slaps and basic stuff like this. So it's going to be a bumpy ride for Ursery, but if they try to just power him, he can handle that.
Well, he didn't hit on the one Byron Young. He didn't.
No, you're going to lose some. I mean, those guys
yeah.
are explosive leverage players.
Yeah,
They're not.
right.
They're only like 6'3", so they're playing under your pads frequently.
But a lot of that was on CJ too. He's standing there and he's standing there and he's standing and he sees him coming. Throw the ball away.
Yeah, you know what?
Throw the ball away.
Here's the one thing I'll say about that though. In rewatching just all the passes here, I'm happy that CJ is getting through progressions in the pocket and not getting happy feet and just taking off. A couple times he has. But at least I want him going through progressions and having enough trust. When you stop trusting your offensive line at all, it leads to rushed throws, rushed reads, leaving some meat on the bone. Actually, I'm seeing CJ sit in the pocket and say, all right, let me get through this. Like, I'm going to trust my offensive line. Once he stops trusting them, we got big problems.
Yeah.
But I see what you're saying. I mean, he's got to get rid of – he can't – there's certain sacks he just
there's
can't
a
take.
difference between going through progressions and standing there and taking a sack.
Yeah.
Okay? There's got to be a happy medium. A couple of stats from that game last night. Josh Allen in the fourth quarter, 269 yards passing, 3 touchdowns. First player this century to throw for 250-plus yards in the fourth quarter of a win.
Did you see that
because
Sage
usually
Rosenfels was on
in the
list?
fourth quarter, if you're going to win the football game, you don't have to throw the ball that much.
Did you see Sage was on that list, by the way? He's
What?
like number 5 on the list of most passing yards in a fourth quarter all time. Sage Rosenfels was on there.
Really? He was?
Yeah.
Did you see this? A team that scored 40 points and ran for 235 yards was 277-0. And now 277-1. The first time a team has lost when they scored 40 points and rushed for over 235 yards.
Wow, that's incredible.
That's incredible.
I mean, think about this. The game that we saw, Josh Allen and the Buffalo Bills scored 3 times in under 5 minutes. 2 touchdowns and a field goal.
Yeah.
They did everything they could possibly do. And the Ravens, I know the play there's to punt, but I felt like as soon as you punted, you're at midfield. If you go for it and you don't get it, you lose. Jim Harbaugh does, and then he's second guessed. But Jim Harbaugh goes for it on 4th down all the time. Jim Harbaugh doesn't. You knew based on how that momentum was going, if you get a first down, the game is over. Jim Harbaugh had that to do all over. Obviously, he goes for it there. You got Lamar Jackson and Derrick Henry, and how many yards were there? 2.5. fourth
Around
and about
there.
2.5.
3.
If you don't get it, Buffalo's definitely going to beat you. Even though you do have some timeouts and they don't have as far to go, you might have been able to save some time on the clock. But if you get it, the game's over. Even at the time, I was thinking, I know it runs contrary to historical norms, but this might be a time where you have to go for it and just try to, instead of being passive.
If he doesn't get it.
Yeah, I know. You get
John,
second
by the
guessed.
way, not Jim.
John Harbaugh. But you get second guessed. I get that you're going to get second guessed, but at the same time, and by the way, did you see how Josh Allen in the NFL, all the writers for NFL.com, we all had our predictions. And, of course, I'm the only one that had the Chargers winning that division. But also, nobody had Josh Allen. One person had Josh Allen winning MVP. Nobody. It's like everyone thinks it's impossible because he won it last year. What are we talking about? Right. Lamar's won it multiple times.
Well,
Mahomes has won it twice.
Well, that's the thing. Are the voters going to be willing, if there's a viable option, to give it to Josh Allen for a second year in a row?
I'm not sure there's a viable option other than Lamar.
That's why these things come up.
Now, if Herbert has a big year, he may be next up.
And if Joe Burrow stays healthy, has a big year, he could be next up too. That's why they
But you got to have the wins, though.
Well, he's 1-0.
Well, but Josh Allen, holy crap!
It's just they don't like doing. The narratives always take control, and Lamar partly didn't win it because it was Josh's turn.
By the way,
that's right.
That guy that I don't know, I thought I treated him very
yelling
fairly.
at
The Cowboys guy at the at our listener draft. I played him in week 1. He had Josh Allen, and I kicked his ass. 111 to 110.
That's a bad team.
Wait,
And
what?
Yeah.
111 to 110?
I kicked his ass.
Well, it's not an ass kicking, but to beat a Josh Allen, of course I had I had Justin Herbert, but I also had in my other league, I had Justin Fields sitting on the bench. Most people did, but he was really highly rated by Draft Sharks, this group that's pretty sharp. And I'm like, let me get my hands on Justin Fields because we know he's going to run the football.
Oh, yeah.
Man, Justin looked great.
Great.
He looked really good.
All right, we got a break. Time to talk game day men's health right now.
Oh, by the way, Jackson Dart will be in by the fourth game if Russell looks like he did.
They look
17 of 37. That was not good.
No. We got a break. I got to talk about game day. I was there on Friday. I got my pellets put in. What an easy process it was, too, by the way. I mean, it's kind of a big deal. They could cut you and they put the pellets in, and it's kind of a big deal. But they made it could have been easier, and it was painless. It was painless. So you get the shot, the anesthetic, and you don't feel a thing. Anyway, if that's the way that you want to go, that's the way I went. I'm hoping that it's going to be much easier for me, because if it's not easy for you to get your testosterone, then it makes it so much more difficult. It couldn't have been better, couldn't have been easier. Game Day Men's Health found a solution for me, and I've got peptides as well. I've got different pills that will help stimulate the testosterone. But whatever peptide that you need to be better, sexually, to be better, to lose weight, to gain weight, to gain muscle, whatever it is that you're looking for to do, what is it? Because Game Day Men's Health will have a solution for you. 11 locations around the city. They're just awesome. I'm telling you, it's just different. Plus, a free evaluation, labs on site. I found out right away what my PSA number was that day, what my testosterone number was, and my PSA, and then we went from there. The other companies can't do that. Okay? This is better. It's just different. It's just better. GameDayMen'sHealth.com, GameDayMen'sHealth.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. John and Lance along with Dell. We are running out of time, so you're running out of time to get in here. 713-780-3776. Jim wants to get in here and talk about his Texans. Hey, Jim. Oh, Jim just hung up. Sorry about that. All right, anybody else? Hurry up. We'll get you in. We will get you in to talk about whatever you want to talk about. Around the league, anything else? Okay, we talked a little bit about Ben Johnson being gone and what a difference that made for that organization.
Micah Parsons making a difference over there, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, his hustle play, his sack on Jared Goff was awesome.
Off the backside.
They were better. Here's the deal. He didn't put up many stats, but they were better with him on the field, much better with him on the field than off the field.
He's going to make a big
he demands so much attention.
Yeah, Miami was miserable. Indianapolis, the big reveal there was Daniel Jones looking good inside that offense. But we'll see if he can string more than one together. You had it was a big game for in Brazil on Friday with the Chargers beating Kansas City. That's a big one in the division. Arizona and Saints was a pretty ugly, sloppy game. And yet, boy, Spencer Rattler Hive is a very strange fan base. They see everything through the lens of everyone is screwing over Spencer Rattler from the Saints. The Saints are – they see Spencer Rattler as a legitimate option.
Chris Olave almost died.
He almost put him in the hospital more than once.
Yeah.
They call him hospital balls that he throws, and rightfully so. Bucks and Falcons was a pretty fun one. Baker with 2 touchdowns to Emeka Egbuka, the rookie. So that was a pretty good one. They couldn't get the running game going with Bucky Irving, yeah. Couldn't get it going with him. Falcons didn't run it much with Bijan Robinson, but he did end up with
my God, though. He made a couple of plays.
100 yards receiving.
Holy crap.
For Bijan. Bengals only managed
First touchdown of the year this year was Bijan on a beautiful swing pass out of the backfield, and then he just did it all. Holy crap.
Bengals managed less than, for some reason, the second half of games, just there wasn't much scoring. Bengals managed less than 10 yards of total offense in the second half, but still hang on to beat the Browns 17-16.
Raiders.
Patriots didn't look good. Raiders, Gino looked okay.
Brock Bowers actually hurt his knee.
Yeah, but looks like he's going to be.
It looks like he'll be okay.
Looks like he'll be okay. Yeah, Giants and Commanders was not a very fun game to watch.
Steelers Jets was the second best game of the day.
I tell you what I take away. Bo Nix and Jaden Daniels, year 2, things got a little rougher for them. It was not quite so easy for those two quarterbacks. It was a lot tougher throwing the football. So that's something to keep an eye on. Panthers look just as bad as always. The new and improved Jacksonville Jaguars just didn't. Trevor Etienne was the big story there.
Yeah, Travis.
No, Trevor's his brother, right?
Yeah, Trevor's on Carolina, actually.
Travis had 143 yards rushing. He was really good. Titan Broncos won that. 49ers beat the Seahawks 17-13. Kittle injured. I guess we'll see how he had a hamstring injury, I guess.
Yeah, but could be weeks.
Well, it'll be minimum 2 weeks, I'm sure.
Sam Darnold leading a final drive. He drops back, cocks his arm back, and his arm hits the back of his offensive lineman and fumbles the football.
Christian McCaffrey, 22 carries, 69 yards. Boy, they bottled him up.
That 49er offensive
Smith and Jigba was really good.
Yeah, he had a good statistical day. It's I don't know. There were some interesting games. Nothing really popped other than that late night game and then the Jets. Aaron Rodgers said he said it felt good to beat everyone associated with that organization, the Jets.
They asked him specifically about Aaron
Glenn because Aaron had an ugly exit interview with him. Yeah. Aaron was ready to get him out of the building. He thought he was a cancer.
Well, and he asked him, was it especially good to beat Aaron Glenn? He goes, I was good to beat everyone in this organization.
Yeah.
That's good stuff. We didn't even touch on college football over the weekend. Not once.
It was a terrible weekend.
Well, You had
one good
a
game
major upset. I mean,
yeah, South Florida.
Oh yeah,
and another spitting incident. How stupid is that?
I mean, South Florida still may have won the game, even if he hadn't spit.
They
were
behind
driving
the chains. They were behind the chains.
Were they?
before
What was
did
it down? Was it down
I'll
a
look
distance?
it up
Because they were close to the 50-yard line, right?
No, because remember it was the big play to the running back behind the line who broke
I think
a tackle.
that only got them out to their own 38.
Yeah, they were in real trouble as far as that drive was concerned for that play. Yeah.
Yeah. So, spitting by that player's may have ended in a Grammatica beating Florida.
It's someone very funny. I think his name's Tom Fernelli. He does something with CBS. He goes, "When we told Florida to be like Georgia, but not like that. We said Florida should be more like Georgia, but not specifically like that." Yeah.
Yep. All right.
And by the way, Oklahoma, John Mateer looked like the part. Bryce Underwood was completely. And that was another one I liked the under in that one that went under because Bryce Oklahoma looked pretty good now.
Yeah.
They were running
did.
around. They got some defense. Mateer looks like Rich Gannon, like fearless. He's got some Baker to him, but, man, he's fearless. He can run. Oklahoma. And, one more thing. Did you see the guy pull the video of, I'm sure you did, of Arch Manning making that throw by the end zone, and he winces as he throws like his shoulder's hurting? Did you see that, John?
I didn't see
saw
that,
it.
no.
Oh,
I
no,
saw
it's noticeable, and it's a throw where the ball just dives down to the ground. There's a pretty good chance, I would say, that Arch is playing with some type of arm issue.
Yeah, the guy called it out against Ohio State, and people crushed him for it. And he goes,
the same guy?
Yeah, the same guy. Then he says, "Look at this. I'm telling you,
Really?
he's not healthy." And now some people were like, well, he made that face because of how bad the throw is. The guy believes that the lack of the loss of mechanics and the way he's throwing the ball right now is because he's got a real shoulder issue that they're not talking about.
It might be. It's hard to tell because it looked like a wince more than it looked like bad throw.
It did look like a
Usually
wince.
that happens. He did it as soon as he releases the ball.
That's
you know what? If that were Fromber, what he would do? Throw something right in someone's chest as hard as he could.
Well, if Arch did that, that'd be great.
That would be. Yeah, that's what he has to do.
The Longhorns would love it if Arch would start throwing the ball in someone's chest, going full Fromber.
Yeah, he threw 4 touchdowns in 5 minutes. That was like kind of the tagline from the game. But it's San Jose State.
And all the throws were behind them.
Yeah,
they
the
weren't
long
even
touchdown
good.
wasn't on target. He made the guy stop his feet.
Break stride.
Yeah.
The other two were behind the back hip. One guy had to totally turn and rotate, do a 360 on the, and then on the slant, the guy caught it off his back hip. Like they weren't even well placed at all.
All right, we got a break. We got our penultimate segment coming up next. Don't you go anywhere. We'll look what we missed a lot from this weekend, so there's still a lot to talk about. I want to talk about Kent Jones and Juanita. They were out there. They were at the listener appreciation party.
We were talking, by the way, John, about interest rates. He's like, dude, now's the time. If you think interest rates are going to drop, he said they're already priced in interest rates. You know, it's priced into where they are right now. They're expecting it to get cut by the feds. So he said, don't wait because they're already locked in. They're already cut to where they're going to be.
So here's the deal: is you call this number 713-520-5626, and if you're thinking about buying a house, Kent Jones will advise you. He can tell you when the best time to lock in is. Right? And he might say, wait, hold off first because they're going to go down some more. Or he might say, man, this is a time. He doesn't care about, because he's got plenty of clients, he doesn't care about, well, I got to do it now so that I got this client. No, that's not the way he does it. What he does is he saves thousands. You can get testimonials from our people. If you call Kent, he will tell you our people that have saved with him. I mean, the stories are incredible. You don't know how to buy a house. You don't know all of the things that Kent Jones does. You don't do, okay? You just don't. You don't know the agent and the title company and the insurance and all of the things that you've got to have that when you go into the signing, not only over the life of the mortgage, but that day, literally, you could save thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars. It's real. You need a broker, and you need this broker. 713-520-5626, 713-520-5626, or 975loans.com. Oh, my gosh. We were watching the game yesterday. Well, so before we went, we cracked a couple Coors Lights. Then we get to the game. Oh, wow. Coors Lights. Awesome, awesome, awesome. It just doesn't get better watching football than with a cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. I'm a big fan. I think you know that about me already, but I just love the way Coors Light tastes. The Blue Mountains that that they're cold. It's just what beer should taste like. Beer should taste like cold, clean, crisp, and refreshing. It should be refreshing for you. I'm a big Coors Light proponent. I hope that you will be too. I hope that you keep them in your fridge. Keep them cold for when your buddies come over. Make sure that you got some in case you just want to crack one open. You just feel great, or you feel bad, or you just feel meh, whatever. I don't care how you feel. It's time for a cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. I want you to climb on, brother. I love it during this football season. You'll love it too. Coors Light.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back. Del, anything important? We really didn't talk much college football, but there wasn't much to talk about. We just talked a little John Mateer. He did look really good. Oklahoma actually looked a lot better.
Running
you
around
got a rookie
out there.
quarterback there in Underwood.
Yeah,
him fighting with his teammate on the sideline was not a great look.
We call that leadership, John.
Well, he may have been getting in the guy's butt. Like, I was thinking that he might have been pulling some leadership stuff right there. And saying, hey, don't do that. We usually don't mind when a quarterback chews on somebody on the sideline. We just don't know the context.
Yeah, right. It also helps if you had been playing well and played well. Then we will. You know what? That's leadership. But when you don't play well, then it looks like you're whining a little bit. What else happened? Baylor and SMU was great.
Oh,
that was
what a
really
game.
good game.
How about Jake Spavital and Sawyer Robertson getting that win? Holy crap. I thought Dave Aranda was a defensive coach.
They have not played good defense for the last couple seasons now.
What a meltdown by SMU.
Wow. Where's SMU Sonny today?
Well, I'm sure licking his wounds, drinking Coors Light because he's upset.
I would
like
hope
you said.
so.
They were up 2 touchdowns. 42? I forgot exactly the score. Either way, it goes in the overtime. And they in the second overtime, SMU misses their field goal, so it really gives Baylor an opportunity. They go down, get into really close range and knock it through. And this is a team coming off their loss to Auburn, where they got ran all over. So they needed that one. That was big for Dave Aranda and that Baylor team to beat SMU, who was a playoff team last year and had designs on doing that again this year with Kevin Jennings.
Yep.
Other than that, you had Cyhawk, which is funny because it was 13-10, I think, at the half, and it was one of the highest scoring Cyhawk games at the half in years. I forgot the exact total number. I'm sure those two squads went there and went like, hey, look, a lot of college football traditions are going by the wayside with realignment, and we're losing rivalry games. What we're not going to do is make this entertaining. We're going to play the second half like we are used to playing second halves, and I think the score was like 16-13 was the final after it was 13-10 at the half. They got back to their roots in that second half.
Yeah.
It's Cyhawk football, Iowa State, Iowa. We're not going to score. We're going to ruin Mark Gronowski, who was a pretty good quarterback on the FCS level.
He has moments. He's tough, but
when he plays with us at Iowa, we're going to go back to what we know.
Just incredible. It always turns into that.
Not since Brad Banks, right?
Yeah. Ooh.
It's been a long
Brad
time.
Banks.
Been a long time. Well, name the last entertaining Iowa quarterback. Ricky Stanzi.
Brad Banks looked different than most Iowa quarterbacks.
That is very true. I don't know how Kirk Ferentz did that. Maybe lost his mind for a couple years. Said, hey, Brad, what about wide receiver? And Brad was like, nah, I'm a quarterback. And, he stuck with him. I think they made a Rose Bowl under him. Brad Banks and who else? Drew Tate?
What about did you guys see I don't know how did you guys even see one of the worst losses in baseball history on Saturday?
What
Yamamoto has a no-hitter with 2 outs in the ninth.
Yeah.
Jackson Holiday homers They're up 3-0 with a no-hitter with 2 outs in the 9th inning. Jackson Holiday homers, and then the Orioles go on to score 3 more to beat them 4-3.
Yeah.
Holy crap.
Wasn't that unbelievable?
That's the greatest game ever. That is awesome. 2 outs in the 9th, no hitter, and you lose the game.
You lose a game.
Up 3. That is just doesn't get any better.
That's the worst of the bad beats.
Mm-hmm. Oh, what if you had the Dodgers in that one?
Oh yeah, horrible beat.
You're a horrible beat.
Speaking of bad beats, Del, did you have what I sent you? There's audio. We need to play this audio. Let me make sure that it's Lane Kiffin acknowledges bad beat after curious call. Del, I did send it to you. You can play it right off of there. It's from Bro Bible. So Lane Kiffin. So what happened was the clock was Kentucky was trying to get it's embedded in the article itself, Del. You'll be able to find. I think it's the second video in there. So Kentucky was trying to score late. Ole Miss was like a 7.5 point favorite, I think, and they had a 10-point lead, and they have no time. Kentucky has no timeouts, and they're going down the field, and Lane Kiffin decides. I think there was a 3rd down or a 4th down call, and they got to score twice, and the thought was you get down there, you're going to have to try to score a touchdown, and then you try to kick a field goal later. Lane Kiffin calls a timeout for some reason. The other team Kentucky had no timeouts. Lane Kiffin calls a timeout, and with that timeout, because the clock would have kept on running. That's the problem. Would have kept on running. So you just basically, you don't have time to run your field goal team out there. Lane calls a timeout. Kentucky goes, okay, well, let's just take the field goal now. And it ends up covering the spread. And Lane Kiffin acknowledged it in his post-game news conference. He's interviewed right after the game, and he acknowledges the point spread loss. Here, I think Del may have it ready right now. I want you to listen to Lane Kiffin. How often will you – I think only Lane Kiffin – I'll just admit it. I kind of like Lane Kiffin. I don't know why. I think he's – there's a lot of things that probably aren't great that he's done.
And you've proven you like bad people.
I have proven I like some suspect people. And here's Lane Kiffin after the game talking to in the post-game interview on the field. On the field, here's what he said about the end of the game.
4 minute on offense and make it a 2-score game. So really glad how the people play, how the players play, especially in the second half, second quarter. And they fought hard. It's a really hard team that plays really close games. So proud of our guys. Sorry to a lot of gamblers there at the end.
Right there, you cut it. Sorry to the gamblers there at the end. I mean, Lane knew what the point spread was. Sorry to the gamblers.
Coaches know.
Yeah, you tell the story of time how coaches know. Sometimes they help out a booster or two by adding a score or two because they know the guys who support them are betting on this game.
Do you think that – I've always believed that to be the case because the money guys have been gambling forever. What about Dan Lanning? What's his name? Your boy Mike Gundy decides to open up his mouth, and Dan Lanning doesn't need a lot to whip somebody's ass. He doesn't need a – He's praying that you say something every week.
69-3 over a Power 4 school.
69-3.
He treated them like Portland State.
Yeah. Montana gave a better account of themselves the week before against
Get your
Oregon.
mans, John.
Gundy,
he ain't going.
It's past his time.
He should want to go, but I don't think he's going anywhere voluntarily.
Yeah, it's past. Gundy's past his time. He ain't. I mean. The reality of it is when you see 40 players transferring out, 40, 50 players one out after a season, you just know he's lost the team. He's lost that locker room.
Yeah.
I mean, that's for a Power 4 team that's supposed to be middle of the pack.
Yeah.
I mean, they're not predicted to be one of the doormats in the Big 12. That is embarrassing.
Mm-hmm.
Dan Lanning said, I'm going to whoop that ass.
And watching some of the game, they did a trick play or two, but this started from the jump. He said we're going to whoop that ass, but it's not like he had to go out of his way. It's not like he had to throw reverse passes to quarterbacks on trick plays in the fourth quarter.
No, we'll just snap the ball.
We're just going to beat your ass. That's all. And if you can hold up, then maybe you can hold up. But it wasn't like Oregon went out of their way. I mean, they pulled guys when you normally would. It's just that Oklahoma State had no answers. That started from play one. They look faster, stronger, all the things you talk about when building a team. Oregon has it. Oklahoma State doesn't. Yeah. And it played out that way.
I don't know. And Gundy had to take a pay cut, and I don't know why he's doing it anymore. I mean, I guess you just don't want to give up that paycheck, but he can't need more money.
And there's about being the coach of a program. That stuff matters too. You just want to be the dude, and it's his alma mater and all that stuff. But I mean, it couldn't have felt good on Saturday.
That was embarrassing. Doesn't get more embarrassing than that. 69-3.
I mean, Franchione's like, people making fun of me. What was it? Was Coach Fran who did they play when they got dusted? Was it 50 or was it 70? How many points did they give up? An A&M team gave up on the road to someone. I don't remember if it was Oklahoma or Alabama. It's probably both, to be honest with you. But that was in line with that, where a Coach Fran team just got decimated. But Gundy will roll into next week and. Where's his job security, John? You may not be as plugged in anymore, but right, he's there until he wants to go.
Yeah. Well, no. Hell no. They matter of fact, they had to pull him in, and they had
cut his salary.
Take some money from him.
Give me that.
Yeah. So. He doesn't have job security.
It was 77-0.
Yeah, you say he doesn't.
Lost Oklahoma.
You say he doesn't have job security. I'll believe it when I see it.
Well, here's the deal: is you want to pay him off. That's the deal, because you still got money on that contract.
Ask the Aggies if you can hold some of their money.
Yeah, the Aggies love paying
Why
people
you always
off.
got to go to the Aggies?
Why do you always have to
do that?
They pay people off.
Well, stop already.
We're the home of the
They
Aggies.
don't pay
the
people
Aggies
off.
are tired of hearing about that.
They paid $100 million between Sumlin and what's his name,
Jimbo?
close to it. Yeah.
Well,
what are you talking about? They got money. They can pay whatever they want.
You think they should lend some to Okie State?
Okie State just said, let us hold some of your money. T-Boone's dead.
All right, we got a break. Is that it, Del? We miss anything else?
I'm sure you have, but we got a lot to discuss.
We got all week
tomorrow. Yeah. By the way, Willie Fritz will join us at the very top of the show.
For you Coug fans.
2-0 Houston Cougars.
And playing, you believe now?
Well,
you believe now?
I don't know if Rice is going to get me to believe. I did find it funny. We did not talk about this, that the Coug who scored 2 long touchdowns, former Rice Howell, Connors is his name.
He went off.
Yeah, he was like.
He had a big rushing day.
He held his hand to his ear a couple times like I can't hear you. And that might just
White
be.
guy.
That's because
there's no one there.
Israel
you can't hear
hated
anybody
that.
at Rice Stadium.
Gary hated that guy.
I don't know that Gary was locked in on Cougars
Probably
Rice football.
Not so much, but he wouldn't have liked what he saw. That's true.
It's a quarterback thing, not a running back thing.
Oh, we also didn't talk about how Pete Schrager doesn't know anything about football because he didn't play.
Oh, my God.
Ryan Clark, who literally is having one of the worst years I've ever seen. Ryan Clark in 2025 has taken about 7 L's. People really have legitimately turned on him because he can't stop furrowing his brow and starting fights with people. Pete Schrager simply had a difference of opinion with Ryan Clark, and Ryan Clark hit him with, all right, the reason you're saying this, or what did he say? Something like,
that's a non-player.
This is the non-player in you saying this.
Yeah.
And it's like immediately, and what you're finding out now, and what I've kind of already known, is that the fans and other media, they're not really as pro-player as you think. They just because you played the game doesn't mean that fans just give you a pass, especially if you're an a-hole. They really don't. And Schrager is a good dude, works hard. Teams love him. I've always wondered, man, people love Schrager. These teams, he gets all kinds of intel from teams. He's just really likable because he works his ass off, doesn't talk a bunch of trash. And Ryan Clark going after Schrager was on the set. He even said on the set he did it, tried to embarrass Schrager. And Schrager fought back on set. And then apparently Ryan even admitted he was doing it off the set also. going after him off the set. And then he had to apologize to Schrager. He was in the middle of live tweeting a game and then snuck it in there. And then that was that.
Ryan Clark really caught it. Really caught it for that comment.
But I don't know why Ryan Clark has got to fight. Like, it's every week there's something new. Somebody new he's fighting.
Well, he got called into the office apparently too. He put out an apology.
Yeah.
Yeah. He
Well, I
got
think
called
they're tired
upstairs
of,
and
they're
said,
tired of this. It's
you
your
ain't
own
doing
team.
that.
It's your teammate, man. Your
Yeah.
teammate, and you're trying to basically shred his credibility. I mean,
Yeah.
how stupid is that? ESPN just paid I don't know how much money they paid for Pete Schrager, but he's new. They just added him, and why are you trying to make your own guy look bad? It's just a poor. You want to say that to other players behind the scenes who are at ESPN, do that, but on the set, man, that was. I don't know, man. That was low class to me. Because Schrager puts the work in. He's not just some slappy out there. Did he play? No. Does he talk to coaches all the time? Yes. He's like really good friends with McVay and a bunch of coaches.
What about what about Fran Brown from Syracuse going all miracle on his team?
He
After
made his team.
Syracuse won a game 27-20. He put them all after the game. He made them run sprints in full uniform
It
with
was
the fans in the
so
stands.
high school. It was so stupid. It was so dumb. You don't need to do that.
Does that count against his 20 hours of practice time this week?
Should.
It should.
I mean, come on. What are we doing? You're not in high school.
That was, hey, you want to be great? You don't want to be great.
Well,
okay?
Fran Brown would certainly make you guys run because you were never on time to anything.
He would make
How about
us run.
that? All right, so do you think we should break here? John?
Probably.
All right.
I mean, unless you want to go to 10:15, sure.
Nope.
No.
Oh, no.
Nope.
Okay, you don't want to do that. Let's go to break.
We got to talk about Zadok Jewelers then.
Zadok Lance, you took your headset off.
Let's talk about Zadok Jewelers. And I had someone reach out last week. I was kind of painting a little picture about people who are, who could be looking at Zadok Jewelers. And one of them is if you're looking to get engaged and you make that decision. I can just speak for me. I remember when I made that decision with my wife, I went, hey, wait a minute. I think I want to ask her to marry me and stay with me for the rest of my life. And so when that happens, the next thing comes, well, when am I going to do it? And how am I going to do it? And what's the ring? What's the situation on the ring? So if you go to Zadok at 1801 Post Oak Boulevard, they handle all of that for you. They make it so easy. And I had a guy reach out and say, hey, just want to let you know I went to Zadok last year, and it was everything that you said. And I was really happy to hear that because, the experience that you're going to have at Zadok Jewelers is one of ease, one of, where you learn about the process, but really you come out of there feeling so confident that they have helped you not only find the right ring, but set up the perfect proposal. And they can do everything for you. They've got an entire upstairs dedicated to the engagement process. But it starts with the ring, the setting, the cut, the clarity of the diamond, the color. And they will make sure that you're getting something she is going to absolutely love. They work within your budget. And across the board, you are going to find that your experience is going to be great, and her experience when she receives the gifts you give her from Zadok Jewelers is going to be even better. Is Zadok Jewelers over 4 decades, family-owned and operated. Go to Zadok.com or just stop on by at 1801 Post Oak Boulevard.
Did you guys hear this? Michael Irvin, he was on Club Shay Shay. He said the first $1 million check that he got, his agent was calling, hey, Mike, we need that check. Can you bring us that check? And Mike said, nope. He left it on the table, and he said he would have girls come in, and they saw the $1 million check, and he said, and it was over. He said it kept getting him sex. That just having the check on the desk, so he wouldn't send it to his accountant or his agent because he said it was helping him have sex. Do you guys need $1 million check like Michael Irvin?
Can I ask about this whole
I think
scenario?
I do.
This scenario, Michael Irvin, how far along in his life was he doing this?
Well, he was just a rookie.
Okay, but you can't tell
He ain't
people.
getting $1 million check back in '89 when he was a rookie.
Oh no, he was probably in the league for a couple 3
Yes,
years.
but
yeah.
if you're
Yeah,
Michael
at least.
Irvin, star receiver for the Dallas Cowboys,
Michael Irvin.
you need to put the $1 million check on the table to get girls.
I know. Come on.
How
now.
bad is the game?
Mike.
If you're Mike
Down
Irvin,
bad.
if you need to put the $1 million check and make it visible, how about you're just Michael Irvin, receiver for the Cowboys? Ain't that enough?
That should be enough.
With all them hoes in Dallas.
Well, that's those are your words, but either way,
honestly.
I don't think the women-loving athlete thing started in like '97. I think that obviously it's been around a long time. Michael Irvin, take advantage. You don't need to showcase how much you're getting paid.
Yeah,
it's pretty easy.
Right. Well, you need $1 million to get laid.
Come on, Mike. That's not a compliment to you, Michael Irvin.
No. An Ohio bill would give energy companies power over household thermostats and water heaters. Do you want the electric company to be able to set your thermostat?
No, we've already privatized steel or taken over. Government's taking over everything right now. I guess why not? Y'all decide how cool my house is.
No,
let me know when I'm
baloney.
allowed to
Almost
get
said bull.
hot water.
Oh,
sure.
That's bull. If I want my house colder, I'm going to have my house colder. Y'all can S the H on that one.
Wow.
You ain't setting my thermostat, brother.
Speaking of that, when I call Josh Pate, is he going to answer the phone?
Yeah, because the S and the H.
All that, yeah. You played that for him. It set the tone for the entire interview.
Yeah, that's right. He sounded like he felt some type of way too.
Yeah, I would too. Hey, I'm coming on the show, and you guys you're going to replay a clip of some random LSU fan?
The Chompers guy.
Yeah.
Chompers of all people.
All
I got to
people.
respond to a guy named
I've
Chompers.
read this book. This book was captivating.
That's
Remember
a very
that?
old reference, yes.
I know.
It was captivating.
This book was captivating.
And-
You didn't read that book,
Hey,
Chompers.
I don't remember the intern he was fighting with name, but hey, Brandon, what did he say about
Oh, no,
your
no.
girlfriend. You can't say that out loud with your mouth.
Raheel prompted him to say that.
Raheel tricked him into, and it turns out Chompers just has the edge to do that.
And ever since that point, he got that little go-ahead, and now he'll tell respected college football analysts to SDH on our show.
SDH.
I know.
A bad person, Chompers. If it costs us Josh Pate every week, we're coming after you, Chompers.
No, we replace Josh Pate with Chompers. And all Chompers
I
does.
think this is another LSU victory, boys.
You saw what Florida did to USF.
Yeah.
Billy
and boy, did they
Napier
look
can
good
SDH.
against Louisiana Tech. What they beat them, 16-13?
Well, it could have been
They
worse.
looked
He could have been Billy Napier.
Terrible.
Could have
You
been
look
Billy.
terrible. Chompers, your team looked yeah.
It's
And
your
by the
team,
way,
too. What are you
maybe-
talking
Yeah,
about?
what do you mean? Why you yelling at Chompers? You're an LSU fan.
Maybe they ain't so good. You see Clemson against Troy? Maybe
Golly,
Clemson ain't all that good.
Clemson sucks.
Sucked. Maybe
They're getting
LSU
beat at
ain't
the
third
half.
best
John,
team
do
in the
you
country,
know
Chompers.
who your wife is? Why are you talking about LSU
Oh,
like
no,
this?
she
You're
was.
acting kinda
Oh, we were
crazy.
talking about it that night. Like they ain't gonna be third no more. That ain't the third.
They
ranked team
stay
in the country.
third.
You're sitting here acting crazy, John.
That ain't the third ranked team in the country. Finally tonight, Fernandina Beach, Florida. Ever hear of it?
No.
I've heard of it.
Apparently, Action News has received a collection of emails sent between leaders of the city of Fernandina Beach that indicated they have known that there are cremated remains inside a peg leg of the pirate statue on Center Street. There's a dead person in the statue of the pirate. Can we get that? They've known about it for a year.
A peg leg of
peg
all
leg.
things.
Did you talk? We didn't talk about this. We got to go. Peg legs.
A plague.
The Kansas Missouri game. Missouri had, hey, fan, you want to make $25,000 by kicking a field goal? He goes, you know what? In fact, I don't. I'm going to roll out there with an FKU painted chest and he kicked the football at the KU sideline instead of trying to make the field goal.
Did he really?
And I believe the reporting is
legendary.
Now, he didn't do it with the leg, but he has a peg leg.
Legendary.
That's what the reporting was. He hit one of his legs was I don't want to say peg leg again. What's the word? The prosthetic. Thanks, Sean. He had a prosthetic, but he kicked it with
He's got a peg leg.
Okay, but he kicked it with the other leg at the KU sideline instead of trying to win $25,000.
You want to talk about a guy who hates KU? Okay.
He said,
I love that.
FKU on his chest, and like, you know what? Screw the $25K. I'm not making this. Kick it right at the sideline.
I got a peg leg. You guys picked a guy with a peg leg to kick the field goal?
I think the other leg was going to be the one who tried to kick the field goal.
Doesn't matter. Okay, the plant foot is a peg.
Well, I seen a prosthetic, I'll say.
Okay. I don't know. Is it like
I don't think it's wooden. Like peg leg, Sean says a peg leg means it's wooden.
Is it flipper? Is it a flipper?
I don't know if it's like Oscar Pistorius.
A flipper?
That's what you used to call him. You used to call him flipper. Let's talk about McGrath Pest Control.
That's it. We're done. I got to talk about McGrath Pest Control right now because I love what Scott McGrath does. McGrath Pest Control listen. I don't know how many houses. I mean, even when we were in an apartment, we had Scott McGrath come over because Scott McGrath is just better at it. If you hate bugs, then you need to get Scott McGrath to come to your home. It's 281-469-8240. We never saw bugs in the house because we had Scott McGrath. All the bugs that we saw are usually upside down because they're trying to get in. He builds a force field around your home. They do the inside. They do the outside. You don't smell it. It used to be you smell it. No. They've got the latest technology. They've got the latest technology in killing mosquitoes. They got the mosquito murdering system out there, which is awesome, awesome, awesome. I don't think you want to be in your backyard this fall. You want to be in your backyard this fall, but if it rains before, you're going to have mosquitoes, and you just can't stand it. Get the mosquito murdering system, especially if you have a pool and the kids are out there a lot. There's that. There's everything about McGrath Pest Control. I've seen him do unbelievable things with a bar that they had the worst roach problem, and Scott McGrath got rid of it. Scott McGrath will work tirelessly to make sure that you do not have bugs. McGrathPestControl.com, 281-469-8240, or McGrathPestControl.com.
I think it's appropriate that the first words you hear when we start this show is it's time for the Olaleye Show, because it never starts at 10 for reasons that are pretty apparent. I don't know that any other show starts with it's time for the show. So I'm glad that that's an unintended consequence. Hey, now it's time for the show. It could start at 10:07, could start at 10:04. We never know, but now it's time for the show, and it's also time for a break if we just go by our traditional clock. Anthony, you have carryover from the previous show. We will get to you. We're going to get out of here pretty quickly. We'll just give some opening thoughts, and if anyone wants to get in on the Texans or anything else this weekend, maybe you were at the party, which was a fun time for a lot of people. Maybe if you caught the brunt of John's jokes about you, it wasn't so fun. But for the most part, I think everyone had a good time. So we'll talk about the party in some ways. But, of course, it's Texans time. Week 1 of the season is not over because we still have, 2 Monday night games tonight. But the Texans go into L.A., of course, with all the hype of the new season beginning. And they had major changes on the offensive side of the ball, from offensive line to coaching on the offensive line and, of course, at OC. And after watching them for 4 quarters lose a game 14-9, if you told me that was the Bobby Slowick, Chris Strausser-led team, would I fight you on it? No. Like, the Texans handled stunts better. Sure. But not the first time they saw one. The Rams got home on a stunt the first time they ran one. Now, it was the fade ball down the sideline to Nico Collins, so CJ got the ball out of his hands quick. Titus Howard didn't pick up the stunt. I think Bryant Young made contact with CJ. Didn't affect the throw, probably. Maybe rushed it a beat. CJ had to get the ball out and maybe affected the accuracy. I don't know. But they did get home early. The season started with a holding penalty on Cam Robinson, who was a surprise starter at left tackle, I think, because we initially thought it'd be Ursary at left tackle, but Ingram was hurt, so they had to flip some things around, and Ursary went back to right tackle. So we got a holding call to start. We had a delay of game penalty on that first drive as well. So Anthony, who called into the previous show saying same old Texans, I can't really fight him on it, man. It felt like a replay of last year. The only hope that you can live in is that it was just game 1 and things will get better. You could say CJ's accuracy at times was rushed by what he thought was going to be an incoming pass rush. There were moments where he did some of the things we've seen from him in the last couple of years, particularly last year when he had to. He could make some plays with his legs, extended plays for a first down, made some nice throws. And then there were moments of inaccuracy. Like the Dalton Schultz play, maybe in some people's eyes, you wouldn't say that was inaccuracy. The one where he bobbles the ball, comes down out of bounds, doesn't make the catch. But CJ, and we're nitpicking, but when you are a quarterback who has to live on accuracy, your placement of the football is going to matter more than what we saw last night where Josh Allen can run for first downs. And, of course, Lamar Jackson can do it. So how CJ wins is his reading of the field and where he puts the football. The Dalton Schultz ball was inside a little bit, enough for Cam Kitchens to make a play on it, wound up being an incomplete pass. You want to blame Dalton Schultz? Maybe don't blame anyone. Just the course of a football game. So those things kind of popped up as well. Him throwing off his back foot. All things combined, along with the 11 penalties, to lead to a 14-9 loss against a good front, against a team that made the playoffs last year, who had their starting quarterback. And the Texans defense controlled that game for the most part, except for the last drive of the Rams going into the half, and then the first drive coming out where those are 2 touchdowns. They go up 7-6. The Texans get a field goal, and then the Rams come out to start the second half and score again. So you want to call it the middle 8. That's what it's sometimes called. The Texans definitely lost the middle 8. Their defense gave up those 2 touchdowns. But other than that, they did what I thought they would do. This is a defense-first team, and that's how it's going to be, and that's how they're going to win, it looks like, going forward. But it's only week 1.
Yeah,
but
I would just like a touchdown from the offense.
Of course.
That would be nice.
Look,
I know defense first, but can we get
offense
at
all?
A side dish of offense?
There's a lot to get to on this game. So we will discuss expectations and what we would want. And I'll be clear. the Astros will still be a topic of conversation. But speaking of same old, the Astros are the same old Astros over the weekend. So if you want to talk Astros, 713-780-3776. But I cannot guarantee a large focus on that baseball team, considering they have been the same team for the last 2 months as far as how they play. And they lose a series in Arlington. They're 2.5 up on the Mariners. Are the Rangers now within 4 or something like that? So they're pretty much in the same spot that they were when they started the series. Up enough where you're not freaked out because you know the other two teams aren't great, but you're not thrilled with how they play. They lose the second consecutive series, and now they got Toronto. So the Astros can be part of the conversation. No debilitating injuries, correct? I didn't see that over the weekend where we find out another guy is going to be gone for an extensive amount of time. Like Arrighetti, their initial words on him aren't like, well, pack it up for him. That's initially. I heard from Espada, and he wasn't like, well, we're going to see Arrighetti in 2026 or 2027. So we'll see once the inflammation dies down, I guess, what the actual issue is. I didn't hear about anybody.
Was Ort? Was that over the
maybe
weekend?
Was Caleb Ort the latest? That's possible. I'll look that up.
I thought it was another bullpen. It might not be Ort. It was another bullpen guy.
Yeah.
It's tough. This was the first, capital R real football weekend because you have, not just Saturday and Sunday, but with the NFL, you have it on Thursday,
and
Friday.
And we had a party that we were focused on as well.
And so the Astros really did take a back seat to at least in my brain. So it was one of those relievers have some Brent Strom injury.
A Butcher of Bel Air injury. We did see Jake Myers come back up. You were right. Caleb Ort, effective today, which was on the 5th. Friday, we have placed Caleb Ort on the 15-day IL due to right elbow inflammation.
So
there it is.
They all get.
It's always that. All right, I see you, Anthony and Jeff. We'll get to you guys when we come back. Anyone else want to get in and talk? Well, you know the deal because a lot of listeners came up to me and said kind of how the construct of our show they enjoy, where it can be open to anything. So you know the deal. 713-780-3776. If you want to lead us towards the Astros, that's cool. But I will tell you now, big football weekend, and we'll discuss that in depth. Well, as much in depth as we will like to do. We'll talk about it. Anthony, Jeff, anyone else, we'll get to you when we come back.
This is the Del Olaleye Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Del Olaleye.
We'll hear from C.J. Stroud. There was an interesting quote he had about week one being a wake-up call. I don't know how the Texans prepare, but we'll listen to C.J. and ask whether we should start to question how they prepared in week one, because he made mention of it. So we'll get to that. But first, let's hear from Anthony. He wants to talk about something that happened very early in the previous show. What's up, Anthony?
Hey, guys. So, in the words of the late, great lesbian Craig, he used to say there's a thing called a black quarterback guy. See, the black quarterback guy, they only care about black quarterbacks, obviously. So, even if you're invested in a team that you've seen all your life, if they're facing against a black quarterback, then you're going to root against your team solely for that black quarterback to win. Even if that black quarterback just happens to be trash, they throw 6 interceptions. Oh, it's not the black quarterback's fault. It's the wind that was blowing too hard. It's the receivers didn't run the right route. It's the bad coaching. It's the offensive coordinator. It's the bad offensive line. It's the lack of running game. It's everything to do with everything else besides the black quarterback. So we need to call these guys out like Leslie and Craig did when they call and they basically say that the black quarterback is superior over everything like that. Well, Josh Allen pretty much should have lost that game last night, but he came back and won. White guy. Tom Brady, the best quarterback that's ever played in the league. White guy. Can't run. Don't want him to run. But, you know, it is what it is. So you got Steve McNair, Don McNabb, Michael Vick, and everything like that people say that really couldn't play, and they show they can. Like, if you go into a game looking at somebody's race, then you already lost, like, pretty much all the battle. Like, I don't want to listen to anything you're going to say. You look at these players as actual players. They don't care about you. They're not going to bleep you, bro. Get over yourself. Now, let's talk about the Texans. CJ did kind of play slightly better. The interception, in my opinion, wasn't his fault, even though he did throw it up to a rookie receiver, and then somehow the super tall rookie receiver got the ball snatched away from a shorter defensive back. But the thing I'm frustrated with the Texans is it's the same offensive line problem. It's the same lack of run game. I mean, the running game actually was working. They just only ran the ball like 12, 13 times. That was the frustrating part. And, of course, they did something just bizarre and stupid. It's putting a 4-string running back at the end of the game. So that's why the Texans is the same old with me. So.
Appreciate it, Anthony. Anthony, the first part of his call was about Gary, who called in earlier on the previous show to discuss his infatuation or love for black quarterbacks. Gary wants to celebrate black quarterbacks whenever he can, and he admitted to it. He's rooting for the black quarterbacks in this league. I don't know that Gary roots for a specific team, so he may not fall under the circumstance that you set out, Anthony, where if a black quarterback's going against his favorite team, he's going to root for the other team. I don't know that he has a favorite team. He may just be rooting for the success of those quarterbacks. Either way, I still blame Lance for that. He prompted that call. He got what he wanted. And it, much like a lot of things that happen on that show, is filtered into this show. Anthony, appreciate the call. As far as the Texans are concerned, the 4-string running back thing, sure. But I don't know who else they would have had out there to be the pass-catching third down back. That's Dare's role. Outside of being a special teamer, I don't know that Woody Marks is ready to have an expanded role as their third down back. And Nick Chubb, not his forte at this point to be a guy who's catching balls out of the backfield and making plays. Look, it's unfortunate that this will be hung on Dare, who's been a solid contributor in his way for years now. And D'Amico loves him. The entire team loves him. Well, we didn't play the sound, but Frank Ross was very effusive of his praise last week. Would that have happened with someone else? I would say no, just because I believe in the butterfly effect. effect if someone else is out there. Can I guarantee that Landman or Landman? I don't want to call him Landman because I immediately think of the show. So I want to say Landman instead.
Normally when people's last name are M-A-N.
It's
Min.
It's E.
Yeah,
it sounds like an E.
We didn't go Freeman.
Yeah, it's Freeman.
Morgan Freeman.
Yeah. So I'm going to go. It might have initially, way back when, been Freeman.
Yes, it was.
There's some
Yes.
historical things.
Especially, not to bring up race again,
Yeah.
but with the people of Morgan Freeman's race.
Yes, it could have been Freeman, but it's been changed to Freeman. I'm going to go with Landman. Now, he is from South Africa, I believe.
Oh, okay.
So
that might be different.
I'm not sure how
different.
they would say. I guess I can go to the Rams pronunciation guide on their roster, but I'm gonna go with Landman until I'm corrected by someone that I believe in or trust.
Or I see a replay and it's like, wait, that was Billy Bob Thornton with the
yeah. That's why I don't want to call him
punch.
Landman, because I think of Billy Bob Thornton from that show. But he makes a great play, and it costs and partly cost you the game. There's no guarantee they would have scored a touchdown. They were lucky to be in that spot. If the Rams just keep handing the ball off the Kyron Williams as opposed to throwing the ball to the backup tight end, maybe it doesn't go that. Maybe he doesn't get hit with the great play by Azeez Ashayer to force a fumble and the great challenge by D'Amico. A lot of things could have happened that could have not allowed for the Dare fumble. It is the biggest play in the game from the Texans side, at least on offense. You'd say the biggest play in the game for the Texans on defense was watching Nakua be motioned into the slot on third down and having one-on-one with Jalen Petrie. Gee, who talked about Jalen Petrie in the slot on Friday?
Yeah, I was gonna say both this show and the morning show had long discussion about the Jalen Petrie slot corner, remembering back to the Thursday night game against at least that time it was Devontae Adams on the Jets.
It was Devontae Adams.
Devontae Adams was on the field, but they decided to go with Nakua, who, I mean, what a hit on Nakua in that first quarter.
Yeah.
That's like a football movie hit of like where you're like, guys don't really bleed inside their helmets very often. Nope,
There's a couple of those for the
bleeding.
Texans. Was it Toto or who?
Toto got Nakua.
Who drilled Devontae, but it actually hurt not Shipley, but Stingley. Was that Hansen or it was a 30 number? I don't remember.
It might have been Toto again.
He drilled on the first Rams third down, I think, conversion on a slant. He drills Devontae Adams, who bends back, but he's fine. And Stingley, who's making the tackle on the other end, is the one who didn't get actually contacted by Toto, I believe, but he felt the effects of it the rest of the game. I imagine we might see him as limited on Wednesday with a hip or something. That's just part of the game, and it led to Stingley maybe not being as effective as we expected him to be.
Yeah, but that defense was I think the defense is as advertised. I know everyone's gonna complain about the offense, rightfully so, like you said. Other than like the specifics of how they were running the ball, whether, zone blocking versus gap scheme, that was the only difference. Everything else, if you just look at the output, it looked like a Bobby Sloat coach team. As far as the offense goes, the defense, that they're going to be able to hang their hat on their defense this year. I'm willing to call it, because I don't think the Rams play poorly on offense. I think it's just hard to move the ball.
Yeah,
against
Stafford.
these guys.
You look at those numbers and very efficient. It's just they got hampered by penalties too. And you look at the Texans; they are a scary matchup for anyone. You want to mitigate the number of times they can wreck a game. And Will Anderson made a couple plays.
I thought that he was going to get the snap over Stroud's head. There's like a
Stafford's
split
head.
second where I was like, is Will Anderson going to beat him to this ball?
Yeah.
That might be the only way the Texans score. Well, no, I didn't know. At that point, I didn't know at that time that was going to be the only time the best chance to score a touchdown was a ball snapped 4 feet over Matt Stafford's head.
He had 9 points, no touchdowns. Just a repeat of what we've seen.
Yeah.
The penalties, the CJ having to scramble and not throw with set feet because of what he fears coming from the other side. It all felt very familiar, and considering all the talk about how things should be different, because we have an offense that is built for the specifics of this roster, not cookie cutter. If you want to superimpose Bobby Slowick's face on Nick Caley and just say, hey, the same play caller from last year was calling plays this year, I would say, you know what? If you thought that, I wouldn't blame you. sure, there are intricacies of what is being called that any film nerd will say, well, these things are different, but the end result is the same, where you struggle, where you commit penalties to kill drives, and your quarterback, who isn't a Superman back there, needs to be a Superman for you guys to be viable as an offensive unit. We'll hear from CJ when we come back, because we're going to get to a couple calls before we get out of here for this segment. But he talked about why big plays weren't happening in the passing game, and it's because the Rams don't have to respect your running game. As much as Nick Chubb was churning out 3 to 4 yards at times, that's not enough to make a team fear you. Like even Derrick Henry, what he did against the Buffalo Bills. Now, I don't know if Chris Collinsworth was right or not, but they were still in too deep. He said it was because they wanted 2 shots at the apple, like because they didn't believe one guy can get him down, so they wanted both safeties with a chance to tackle him. By the way, didn't work either.
That's such a funny way to set up your defense of, we're going to have 2 guys that are 20 yards away from him.
So at least
he'll
maybe
get 20 yards.
Maybe one of them will be able to bring him down.
Maybe the first guy, as he's getting thrown into the crust of the earth,
he
he'll
slows
trip
him down,
over him.
And then the other guy can clean it up.
Yeah.
Not a lot of that happened.
Maybe one of the linebackers can work back.
Unless Ed Oliver was wrecking shop, but he did it several times.
Yeah,
so
he was
great
good.
big plays. That whole 2 safeties back thing wasn't working. The Rams are doing it just because they had no fear of the Texans run the football, and it worked out for them just fine, limiting them to 9 points. Let's get to Jeff here. He wants to get on, and we'll get to Eric, and then we'll go to break, and then we'll start to hear from the Texans about what happened yesterday in their 14-9 loss. What's up, Jeff?
Hey, what's going on, Dale? What's going on, guys? Hey, I got a couple things. Real quick for the Astros, just a comment. We've got the Toronto, Seattle, Texas, maybe, and then we got the Keys and the Angels. Not only do we have to win the home games, but we don't play well against teams that are below 500. So I'm just as worried, if not more worried, about playing the last series as I am the first few series. So that can give us some trouble. As far as the Texans go, and this is what I wanted to ask you, why couldn't CJ step back further in a shotgun? I mean, is there a certain amount of feet you're allowed to go? Why can't he go back 10 or 15 yards? Because that few seconds it takes him to back up and get set, he can already see in the field. I mean, I don't understand why he doesn't just go back and shotgun on 3rd down. What's the point of running back 10 feet and then stopping and the defense is already there?
Well, I would say
maybe you can explain it better.
I would say mostly because I play a lot of video games. Your setup would lead to bad angles. Let's just say the snap would get there in time, doesn't mess up your timing.
Yeah, the snap would be.
Let's remove that from the equation, which would be a problem in itself. Now, instead of having a center, you'd have the John Weeks replacement snapping the football back to CJ, which you don't want.
God help us.
A guy who's 210 pounds blocking defensive tackles. Beyond that, you're also putting your O-line at a disadvantage because of the angles that the Russians would take, because now they really wouldn't even have to engage with them. They could just
It would just be a straight
shot to the quarterback.
15 yards past.
All of that stuff ties in, from the timing of the ball getting back to the quarterback to where his drop ends. That's all tied in with the offensive line and then the receivers and their time. There's a lot of things that go into play why you don't have the setup that you're suggesting.
Because normally the ends are starting wider than the tackles.
Yeah.
And so you want them to have to meet the tackle.
Yes, as opposed to just running around them, because they're going to have a speed advantage. That's just part of the setup of football. You'll hear guys talk about it, particularly old offensive linemen. They'll talk about how if a quarterback's drop goes further back than it should, it just gives like a runway to a rusher. And they'll say that's not on the tackle, because the tackle expects the quarterback here. If he keeps fading back, he's setting up the tackle for failure. That's all it is. Yes, CJ does spend a lot of time retreating. That's not what they're looking for, though. They'd love for it to be where a pocket could form and he could step up. It's just not the way they're built offensively because of their offensive line and how they have to do things even to start to mitigate the problems. And then CJ has to do what he has to do to survive. And it'll lead to results like you saw yesterday afternoon. We talked about it going into the weekend that the Rams don't have a great secondary as far as their corners are concerned. You wouldn't know it considering what we saw. Nico got only 5 targets. He caught 3 balls. The Texans have a fatal flaw. And even if it's somewhat mitigated because of what the offensive line coach does or what the coordinator calls, it restricts you from having an offense that appears to be viable against really good teams. And if you're going to commit penalties, then you really got no shot. Let's get to Eric, and then we'll go to break. What's up, Eric?
Hey, guys. I thought the Texans got a new offensive coordinator. That offensive play calling was rather pedestrian. Also, are the Miami Dolphins in trouble? Are they going to trade Tyreek Hill, or is he going to retire? Because I heard that there are already rumblings about him wanting to get traded. And one more thing. Do you think the Longhorns are going to have problems with the Gators after Florida lost to South Florida? I'll hang up to listen.
Let's start. They did hire a new offensive coordinator. It's been discussed, yes, that it appears very similar to what we saw last year. But, yes, there is a new OC. Were your rumblings about Tyreek from last December when he asked to be traded?
Rumblings from Tyreek Hill.
Yeah, rumblings from Tyreek Hill himself. Are the Dolphins in trouble? Look, the Dolphins did everything they could to further the narrative that that's a team on the brink. The talent on the roster would suggest they should be better than what you saw yesterday. They just weren't. Even if you remove all the Daniel Jones of it all, how could you possibly let Daniel Jones do that, which is part of the equation? The Colts appeared going into the year to be on their level. Like, okay, yeah, you're not the Ravens or the Bills. Very few people are. Teams are. Maybe no one is outside the Eagles possibly. But at least when you're playing the Colts, at least people are like, 1.5 on the road. This Colts have Daniel Jones. That's a game you should at least compete in, and they did not. We've seen teams get blown out week one and not have a carryover. It's just that with all the noise surrounding that team, for that to happen, it just feeds what has been kind of a first guy to get fired, Mike McDaniel. Oh, Tyreek getting traded, all that stuff just gets ramped up. Now, of course, next Sunday is another opportunity. It's a team Tua's never lost to in the Patriots at home. Drake May didn't look particularly good against the Raiders. Not surprising to me. It's Drake May, but I know other people have high expectations. You lose that one. Well, okay, we'll see. And with the Bills coming up on Thursday night, rumblings turn into something else because you got a real 0-3 start on your hands with the Bills coming up on a short week.
Turns into Mike McDaniel on the Fox desk pretty fast.
Yeah. Well, he's kind of a mumbler. I'm not sure he would get that job immediately. We'll see what he might do. You beat the Patriots.
Podcast.
You beat the Patriots. You push it off for another week. We'll see. Two teams desperate to get a win.
Both teams need one.
Both teams.
Put up the graphic of when you start 0-2.
That's right.
Your chances to make the playoffs.
And put up the graphic of Tua never losing to the Patriots. All that stuff. And we'll see how it plays out. What's his other thing? Texas?
Oh, yeah. Well, they beat the Gators.
They should. The
Feel
Gators,
better about it.
The Gators aren't great offensively.
Feel better.
That whole DJ Lagway stuff where he was talking about how he didn't feel great about their performance against Long Island. Turns out the kid dead on. Knows what he's talking about.
A thing or two.
He is supposed to be one of the better quarterbacks in college football. That has not played out so far this year. Maybe missing all that time and not practicing with his teammates, not because of anything in his control. He was just hurt. Yeah. And maybe that has played a part in the lack of chemistry for that offense. And Billy Napier not handing it to the guy who was doing pretty good, at least yards per carry. Ball didn't help at all. And when you spit on someone, when you got them in like a 2nd and 15 or so late in the game, like that Gator defender did, not a cause.
Yeah, teams are 1-1 when a player spits on another one this week.
And to be honest, if CeeDee Lamb could catch a football, teams would be 0-2.
It should be 0-2.
Yes. So, as Tom Fornelli said, the guy who works for CBS, does the Cover 3 podcast, hey, we told Florida to be more like Georgia, but not in that way. Not like that. Not like that. So I think we got all of Eric's stuff in.
Yeah, right. Yeah. We won't actually preview a game that happens a month from now.
No.
But yes, feel better now that they lost to South Florida, who might just be good.
Yeah, and they'll get another test. Now we're talking about South Florida getting a test as opposed to the other way around. They got to go into top 5 Miami's building, and we'll see.
We'll see what Byron Brown can do.
And, well, credit to you for that. The UPS reference didn't get by me, Sean. Didn't get by me. Also, someone pointed out very funnily that considering this game's on the CW, is it the biggest sporting event to ever be played on CW? 5 versus 18.
Did they play football in Smallville ever?
They did, because at one point Clark Kent was a quarterback, and then you realized it's not fair.
I was like, I roughly remember that. I didn't remember it was Smallville. Yeah, there we go.
But I don't know if
Did he make state?
I think he played. I think he got.
He should have.
I think he practiced, but then he realized, wait a minute, I got all these superpowers. It's probably not fair. And then you got to limit yourself because you can't look like Superman on the field. God. So I don't think he actually ever played a game.
I would have done it.
Because I
better
think,
man than me, Superman.
for multiple reasons. I think Lana Lang's boyfriend at the time was a quarterback, and that's one of the reasons he wanted to do it. Then he realized it's not fair to everyone else because I got superpowers. All right, we'll go to break with that. It always evolves into nerddom somehow, some way. We'll hear from C.J. Stroud. Something that may be a little concerning, considering it was week 1. Why'd you need a wake-up call? And was their week of practice to blame? We'll hear from C.J. Stroud when we come back.
But first, I want to talk to you about Prize Picks, America's #1 daily fantasy sports app. And yeah, it was a long weekend of football, a game every day since Thursday. And there's another one tonight, and it's a long week for Prize Picks. Week 1, it's week 1 for everybody, myself included. I'm a little upset at Nick Haley. Maybe I should be upset at myself for not knowing better that the Texans gonna Texan sometimes, and Rome wasn't built in a day, and neither was an offensive line. But there's a chance for me to get back on the horse. You have to have a cornerback mindset, a short memory, because there's Monday Night Football tonight on ESPN, and you got the Vikings taking on the Bears. J.J. McCarthy's first game, your first look at J.J. McCarthy, first look at the Ben Johnson-led Bears, and judging by the non-Ben Johnson-led Lions, I'm ready to call it, at least right now. I'm expecting good things from Chicago's offense in week 1. It seems like Ben Johnson took all the good plays with him when he left Detroit. So give me a more on the Caleb Williams passing yards, that it's a 219, and you can combine that with another max discount. This time, Travis Kelce on Sunday against the Eagles. All he needs to do is get 1 yard. You put those together, you're on your way to 3x your money on Prize Picks. Download the Prize Picks app today. Use promo code MAPES when you sign up to get $50 in lineups when you play your first $5 lineup. That's $50 in lineups when you play your first $5 lineup. You don't even have to win to get that money. It's guaranteed. Prize Picks. It's good to be right.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
So we'll hear from C.J. Stroud in this segment. You want to join us? The number is 713-780-3776. And we got tickets to give away to the Cougs, the 2-0 Cougs. They take care of Rice thanks to a former Rice Owl. Number 40, Connors, the running back. He scored a couple long touchdown runs and then held his hand up to his ear to say, "I can't hear you." And, well, you're at Rice Stadium, so no
you're
surprise.
You're not in the library.
Yeah, no surprise.
They're not making much noise in the library either. But
yeah.
In fairness.
True, but maybe
good etiquette.
But
there.
depending on maybe they found the book they needed, maybe louder than the Rice fan. Yeah. So who knows? So he had a great day. We'll hear from Willie Fritz on the morning show tomorrow at 7:05. He'll talk about beating the Rice Owls, and also he's got Prime, Coach Prime, coming into town. We'll give away tickets to that. And the Buffalo's got a quarterback issue because they had to go to their third stringer to help them win their game. So we'll see who is playing quarterback for the Colorado Buffaloes when they come to town to face a pretty good Cougar defense. So we'll give away tickets to that one today on this show. But let's hear from C.J. Stroud. This quote in particular is one that stuck with me because you don't expect this from week one. You don't expect your quarterback to say it about the roster and the team as a whole week one. But here's C.J. Stroud on why maybe the game against the Rams is a wake-up call.
I just think the way we practiced this week, I think we could have practiced better. I think, I love the confidence we had, but there's I always say there's like a type of mindset is like, did I do enough? And I think it's a healthy way to be, because then you'll probably do more. So for me, preparing, I got to do a better job. And I also got to hold my guys accountable, for that one exotic. And it's the first game of the year. We got a lot of exotic looks we did not expect. They did too, but they made the play. So you can come up with a million excuses. We got to just be better.
So is it a lack of preparation, or is it just a quarterback up there saying, hey, we got to be better? Normally we don't get the thought that the Texans are not ready to go. And the defense clearly was ready to go. And they played a winning football. They played winning football. That effort gets you a win against that team, that level of talent, and that quarterback. The offense did not. And week one is the time, because they've had all offseason to figure out what they're going to do game plan-wise against you. And if you get tricked and you're not ready for some things, okay, you'll chalk that up to, hey, credit to the Rams. They got us on this one. I mean, and we don't probably say that enough. We look at a player and how they play, or the offense as a whole and how they play, and go, oh, man, these guys suck today. Sometimes you get got. Sometimes there's a game plan put on the field that isn't on tape, and they get you. We know there are some issues as a whole with that Texans offense, but let's give some credit to the Rams, which we talked about quite a bit leading up to it. That front is pretty scary. And then someone who we did not mention at all, because how many people know the opposing team's defensive coordinator? You got to be a real freak to know. I'm sure the film watchers do, but how many people offhand know that a Shula is running the Rams defense?
Especially week one. Like, give me a couple weeks to get familiarized when they show him on the sideline calling it a play. Yeah, a Shula. I was like, of the
football
Don Shula
family Shulas, yes, Chris Shula. They've got them all. They've got plenty. Like, the Mannings are at the forefront now, but if we're talking about past football names, Shula's up there, and they still continue to pump out coaches.
I mean, he is like the arch Manning of Shula coaches, because I thought we were done. I thought
you thought you were done with Mike and Dave?
Yeah, I thought after Mike and Dave, I was like, okay, we're
I think
done.
Shula is the grandson.
I figured it was something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if Don was still getting at it to be able to create.
I mean, he would have been like 60.
True, that's true.
Not
Yeah,
insane.
Well, I don't know how old he is. The son of David Shula. The Shula family still in our lives.
Yeah, and it was a good defensive line. We knew that going in with the two ends, and I thought for the most part it was about as what you could expect of going up against Verse and I mean, Young looked good.
He looked
I'm not sure how much we even talked about Byron Young.
He was the second
Yeah.
of the big time defensive linemen, so he didn't get a big mention throughout our lead up to the game.
I don't think we said Landman's name once.
Landman.
We did probably say Landman at some
but
point.
not in that context.
Yeah, talking about Jerry Jones's monologue.
Of course.
But not in the linebacker that caused the fumble. I think defenses have gotten, I don't want to say too good.
At the peanut punch?
Like it is not
is a
too
main
good, but
focus.
it is taught and everyone does it. Everyone knows how to do it.
You know, I kind of have shrugged it off. Oh, they're really locked in on forcing turnovers this season because they didn't get enough last year. So I hear that all the time. So I'm like, okay, whatever. A lot of fumble stuff is luck, not even just the creating of them, but the recovering of them.
Recovery is 100%.
All of that stuff is just luck. So I don't really think about it much. But you have a learnable skill that I don't know how many times Landman learned that when he was playing for the Colorado Buffaloes. I don't know how much they taught that with Dion, but he got to LA and he's got it down.
I mean, you watch games this weekend, it's just nothing but peanut punching. Charles Tillman should go to the Hall of Fame. Now, maybe not like as a player,
as a contributor,
like he invented a play more or less.
I mean, people have always tried to get the ball out.
I guess he perfected.
But the closed fist, I'm going to rear back and put one hand on you to control you, but still, my main focus is to punch this football out. Yeah. It's a reason. It's got a name.
Is
and
he
it's
like
his
an FBI agent now?
That was a rumor. I don't believe that is true.
Okay.
It was when
he was in the academy.
I don't know that he ever did any of that. I know it came out because he was alleged to have arrested like a former Bear who was who was the former Bear?
Sam Adams, or not Sam Adams?
Who was a former Bear who was like running a drug ring?
Yeah, it was a receiver.
Yeah, it was a receiver. I can't remember his name. Sam Adams, not him. The big defensive lineman for for multiple teams. I gotta remember it. I'll remember it. But yeah, it was like Charles Tillman was in on the arrest, and it turned out he's not actually an FBI.
Be your own.
He did get a bachelor's degree in criminal justice.
Oh,
but I don't believe he is actually. Oh, he did join the FBI. You're right about that, but he wasn't in on the arrest of that particular player. Sam Hurd, yes.
There we go.
That was the name. But so they tried to draw.
Yeah.
The lines
in
together.
the movie that gets made about this. Yeah. That's what happens.
Yeah. Now I'm asking AI: did Charles Tillman arrest Sam Hurd? And see if that. Actually, that was a long-standing rumor, but it actually didn't happen.
He was actually running away. He was fleeing the arrest, holding a bag of cocaine.
And Charles Tillman grabbed him with one arm and punched the cocaine out, punched a couple kilos out. And Sam Hurd, because he's a drug dealer, had to stop and try to grab him. And that's what led to his arrest.
Yeah,
I don't believe that happened.
Okay,
but either way, he is in the FBI, which is not what you expect. You know what? I wish Ryan Clark join the FBI because then I wouldn't have to see him on TV. And mostly it's
would say that non-player.
That's a non-player opinion. Mostly it's because what he says leads to bigger conversations that I don't want to see on my timeline.
It's less of what he says; it's the fact that it then drives
because I don't see what he says.
Yeah.
I don't actually see the shows that he says stuff on.
No, they're on mute in the studio.
Yeah, but when he says it, it becomes something that becomes conversation. And AI overview tells me he did not arrest Sam Hurd. Okay. Charles Tillman. I don't know what Ryan Clark was up to.
I don't think Ryan Clark's ever arrested anyone.
No, because Tillman
he
didn't become an FBI agent to 2018, and Hurd was arrested in 2011.
Wow.
So no, he wasn't involved.
Okay.
Thankfully, we have cleared that nonsense up. Unfortunately, we will deal with Ryan Clark on television after he got his extended contract. You know what? When he was online, kind of signaling his potential departure from ESPN, and then he wound up getting a new deal. Like he even edited like a I'm out clip of him. Well, I guess of all his best moments or something, talking about how the journey is long and whatever the next best step for me, I'll find it. I wish he would have found that next best step. Hey, well, if you say things on the pivot. Cool. I don't know how often that stuff is going to make it on my timeline because you're not on the big network. Now you can insult Peter Schrager, someone I don't care for one way or the other, and now it's a big thing. Like, oh, Ryan Clark goes after a talking head. Why is that a thing? Because Ryan Clark has a brand, and no one likes it. All right, we'll go to break with that. When we come back, we'll hear from DeMeco Ryans. He'll talk about penalties. You know, defensive head coaches get the I guess unwarranted tag of being disciplinarians, and they're going to be hard nosed, and they're not going to accept penalties. Well, the Rams got to accept 11 penalties from the Texans yesterday, and it's just a trend that has continued since DeMeco Ryans took over. And I can point to DeMeco Ryans as a line in the sand because the previous defensive coach, the Texans didn't get penalized very much. As soon as DeMeco Ryans got here and got better players, the penalties have become a thing. And now Sean and I have root for programs who have overcome penalties at their best, because for whatever reason that kind of coincided. Certainly back in our program's glory years, like highly penalized teams were winners because a lot of it was sometimes personal foul penalties, maybe a rough in the passer, maybe a pass interference,
playing too hard.
Yeah,
penalties.
a lot of playing too hard penalties, not procedure penalties, playing too hard penalties. But they were talented enough to overcome. The Texans have proven probably not talented enough to overcome them, and we'll talk about that. And DeMeco Ryans will when we come back. We talked a lot of Texans, and we will continue that. 713-780-3776. We'll get to some other things before we're done for the day because we got Cougar tickets to give away as well. But this is more in line with this show's when we want to talk Texans. We've got a scrap between the two brothers, Cal versus Kerry. Remember Kerry McNair, the one we all thought should take over because he was a serious businessman, and the Texans were in that era where they were where we had Easterby, there was the Cullies, there's the Lovie Smiths,
the Doldrums.
Remember we were craving or begging a guy we don't know anything about to take over because he felt like the serious option.
Yeah, because they had him running like the actual McNair business, and it seemed like they're like, give the football games to Cal. He can't actually screw up that, can he?
Well, the eldest boy is taking the Texans in the NFL to court, and we will talk more about that. But I remember we did promise to get into the penalties and D'Amico's take on them. So the numbers. The last year of Lovie Smith, the Texans had the 9th fewest penalties in football. Top 10 in terms of not committing penalties. In D'Amico's first year, they had the let's say the second most penalties in football. Second most penalties in football. Last year, the 4th most per game, by the way, because the Texans were making the playoffs, so it's not fair to grade them against teams who only played the 17. But per game, they ranked 31st. Or in other words, they commit the second most penalties in football. Last year, 4th most penalties in football per game. And they're getting off to a great start again this year with 11. And here's D'Amico Ryans on the penalties and how they hampered their chances for success.
Yeah, the penalties it's uncalled for, right? It's all controllable, things we can control. And if you stand up here and we're talking about negative plays, talking about going backwards, this is not what we talked about. Main thing offensively, wanted to stay on track, right? And we got some unfortunate penalties that put us behind the sticks and just put us in some really long third downs that we weren't not able to manage. So we had to clean up the penalties.
Would never say that D'Amico and David Culley had much in common, but David Culley's last year, they were 28th. That Lovie Smith year felt like at least they're disciplined. That has changed, and they are an undisciplined football team. Saw it on the first drive. Had a delay of game penalty and a holding penalty in 2 out of your first 4 plays. So they got problems there, and they continue, and you heard D'Amico talk about them. They're not good enough to overcome them, and particularly when they reach double digits, and it certainly hurt them. Thankfully, the Rams had a couple big ones too. Helped even it out, but not enough because the Rams could score touchdowns and the Texans couldn't yesterday, and that cost them a win. Okay, back to the fun stuff. We were trying to figure out which character from Succession the two brothers are. There's not a real like-for-like comp because while Connor is the one who gets made fun of, and he does have a younger wife that's more on it, you could give that to Cal. But Connor's not really in the family business. Cal is in the business. Kerry's the eldest boy, so he is trying to sue to either get back in the business or get compensation for being thrown out of the business. So the Succession comps where we try to think of them, they don't really fit. The story is this. You can find it on Pro Football Talk right now, and the minute Tony Busby's involved, it'll get publicized. According to Kerry McNair, in this suit or a potential suit if they don't get a resolution, it is accusing the league and Cal McNair of engineering Cal McNair, the league, accusing the league and Cal McNair of engineering Kerry McNair's ouster from the Texans and other McNair family business interests. So he's accusing them of getting him out of all of the McNair business. I don't know why the NFL would be involved in the other stuff, but that's the accusation. And if he doesn't get the proper resolution, he's going to sue the NFL and his brother. Great. I don't know whose side I'm on. I'm here for the funnies. I need stuff to be revealed that's just funny. I'm not looking for Cal to get sued. Not looking for the Texans to have to deal with it unless funny stuff comes out of it. If we hear some Succession-like nonsense come out of it, then I'm all for it.
Yeah. I need there to be a cousin Greg involved. Here's how it goes, full succession. Just a random different guy. A Tom gets the Texans at the end of all this. Spoiler for
who's floating around that we don't know about inside the family. Who could get this thing done?
Yeah, is there an in-law somewhere that gets it?
I don't know. Although it is clear that both the NFL and Cal McNair conspired to eliminate Kerry McNair, it will be interesting to ferret out who came up with the specific plan. This is from Busby. I want to know what lies Cal McNair told the NFL about his brother Kerry. I intend to find out why the NFL chose to go out on a limb and take action that it knew would harm my client, while at the same time subjecting the NFL to liability. So he believes that they came together to oust Kerry McNair.
And they're like, bleep Kerry McNair.
I don't know why they believe Kerry McNair would be such an objectionable figure that they needed to come together with a plan to get him out. Why the NFL would be so against having Kerry as opposed to Cal, I don't know. Did Cal promise the NFL things that Kerry wouldn't?
Yeah.
Whatever it is.
New stadium.
Tony.
I'm just saying stuff.
Kerry said, no, NRG is fine. What are you guys talking about? And Cal's like, sure, let's do it.
New one.
I don't know if he was like squirrel. I don't know if he did that when they said the word stadium. Either way, the potential legal battle for the McNair and the Texans throne continues. I thought we were done with this.
Dun 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 dun.
I don't know.
You said Thrones.
I know.
In the Game of Thrones, either you win or you score 9 points in LA.
Is that
that's
the correct comp?
Is that what
Cersei
they actually
said?
changed it for the show. That's what famous football fan George R.R. Martin wrote.
Well, the Texans were at Hard Knocks at some point. They were.
Yeah,
they were on an HBO show
when Game of Thrones was on and cooking.
Yeah, when it was good.
Yeah,
and the Texans weren't really. So there it is. We got a lawsuit on our hands. Do I care who wins? Not particularly.
No, I want embarrassing details.
Yeah, I'm like Tony Busby. Who came up with the idea to oust Kerry? Was it the NFL? Was it the Texans?
God, it would be so funny.
Was it Hannah? Was it Cal?
Just like in 2026, new owner Kerry McNair, like it worked, and now he's the new owner of the Texans.
He wants a
I don't think that's gonna happen.
No, neither do I.
I assume Kerry McNair just wants money.
He wants to be. I imagine he wants a resolution that involves a lot of cash,
yeah,
or maybe more interest in the non-Texan businesses than he currently has. That he wants to blame the NFL for that too. Apparently, at least according to Tony Busby.
Hey, listen, I don't know. You don't know. You don't know what Raj is up to.
Well, here it is. The 5-page document continues with this. The NFL had no issues with Kerry McNair until he started asking pointed questions. Speaking truth to power, I would imagine. That's my edit, by the way. Pointed questions that potentially implicated the NFL and its personnel. The truth to power thing is my edit. The rest of it is what is in the document. Specifically, Kerry McNair spoke out about the Deshaun Watson scandal and questioned the Texans' handling of it.
There we go.
He also inquired about why the Texans paid to settle 30 Deshaun Watson cases within months of them being filed without any investigation or putting up a fight at all. So Kerry, on the side of goodness.
Yeah.
And the Texans and the NFL had a problem with it.
That's okay. Now we know.
Who handled a lot of those cases? Who's a lawyer? Who handled a lot of those cases?
Tony Busby.
So the man
Tony Busby Extended Universe.
So
Season 3 of Tony Busby, attorney at
law.
He's
got his hooks in the Texans deep, man. He's got the brother of the owner and using that to question why the Texans settled and helped Deshaun Watson settle these lawsuits. While Kerry was never going to do that if he was in charge.
And then Kerry was also like, why didn't they sign Colin Kaepernick too? Why didn't they do that?
Yeah. Why they blackball Kaepernick? Huh? Why isn't Brian Flores the coach of the Texans? Why?
Throwing it all in.
Yeah, anything around that time period. Let's go. Kerry would never have interviewed a McCown. Never.
Not even Luke.
No. In fact, he hates the name McCown.
Yeah.
In fact, he hates Cade McNown because it's so close.
Owen McCown can catch one too.
Nothing. Already I'm laughing at this document. It does get into some more serious things, like, of course, the Deshaun Watson scandal and the accounts of sexual assault that went against Deshaun. That's part of the document. So they're going to drudge up anything in the Texans' past that they can to prove that Kerry is the rightful and just owner of the Texans, and Cal's a pretender, an interloper even.
Pretender on the throne.
Yeah. I like the fact that Kerry's Stannis Baratheon.
Yeah. He is Stannis Baratheon. That's actually a better comp.
Yeah.
Because he'll do anything to get that throne.
Yeah. And who is Cal in this case? I guess, is he Joffrey?
Yes. He's not, because Robert Baratheon's Robert McNair.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true.
He got out the mud.
Yeah. You're right. Now, Kerry's not Robert McNair's brother, Bob McNair's brother, but close enough. We can't make it a complete, clean comp, but we're trying to get there with our HBO references. So there it is.
Brought to you by HBO.
Yeah.
It's not TV. It's HBO.
Speaking of that, Task on HBO Sunday nights. New prestige television. Mark Ruffalo as a sad sack FBI agent. Pretty good so far. I enjoyed it.
Mark Ruffalo, sack. What?
Yeah. They gave him a beer gut. He's kind of a drinker. Big drinker.
Did he? Okay. I didn't watch the show. Did they give him a beer gut, or did he earn it?
I don't know.
Did he? I hope he earned it.
He has not been seen shirtless as of yet.
Okay.
So I don't know if he earned it or not.
I just don't want him taking shortcuts.
He is an older man, so maybe when he's not, being smart Bruce Banner, he puts on, like, I do find it funny that he has to be in some shape to be Bruce Banner why can't we just attribute the Hulk shape to, the gamma rays? Can he just be out of shape? Can he just be out of shape?
Can't be a normal guy that then turns into the Hulk.
Yeah,
he has to be a kind of in shape guy that turns into the Hulk.
Yeah, he can't be, a 50-plus-year-old man with a little droopy in certain areas. He's got to be in shape to turn into the Hulk.
Yeah.
Either way, Task on HBO, pretty good so far. We'll see if your question is answered. Did he earn that gut?
I just,
or did they
how
put
about that life is he?
Yeah, I mean,
it's also the fun way to
to
immerse yourself in the role.
Like
I have to gain 25 pounds of gut.
I mean, maybe he wants to live a life as an older man where he doesn't put that type of weight on himself. Possibly, you can do it in your 20s. Work it off. He's a little older. I'm not sure he can just do that. We'll see.
No, I have to, honey. It's for a role.
We'll see if it's earned, as you say, or did they put a little bump on him to make him look that bad. All right, we'll go to break with that. Texans versus Texan. Spy versus spy. We'll see who wins. I hope Kerry just brings a little color to the proceedings by just putting the dirt out there. That's all I'm looking for. And if you win it, if you win the Game of Thrones, credit to you. You just know some dragon's going to come in and murk you anyway. Doesn't matter. Where's Danny in this? Oh, is Hannah Danny? Is she Danny in this? We will see. All right, we'll go to break. We will give away the Cougar tickets when we come back because they got a nice matchup. They're 2-0. Got the Colorado Buffaloes and Coach Prime coming to town for Friday night. So that's a little caveat. Can you go on Friday night? If you can do that, you got a chance to win some tickets. We'll do that when we come back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
So, Friday, Cougs versus Buffaloes. Coach Prime and the Buffaloes in town. The Cougs are 2-0. They win. Does it have a name? Is the Bayou Bucket? Is that the name of the rivalry? 35-9, the score. The Cougs go into Rice Stadium and beat them. If you want to see a 2-0 team, let's go 11. What time is it? 11. Let's go 11:30. 11:30. Caller 4. 11:30 wins a pair of tickets to the Cougs versus the Colorado Buffaloes. And you got a chance to see something pretty cool. This is Hispanic Heritage. Halftime show will be on tap for you guys, so stay through the halftime show. It'll be a pretty good experience. The Spirit of Houston will perform songs from Selena, and the UH Mariachi Pumas will take the field for a special performance. Get ready for a night of thrilling plays, hard-hitting action, and unforgettable moments. Nothing beats the tradition, pageantry, and the roar of the crowd as a Houston football game is going on. Go to uhcougars.com/tickets or call 713-GO-COUGS. Get your tickets today. Come early, be loud, and wear red. The tailgating will start at 3:30 p.m. on Friday afternoon. Cougs on Parade is at 5:20, so caller 4 at 11:30 wins those pair of tickets to see the Cougs. Try to get to 3-0. Good start to the second year of the Willie Fritz era. The defense is showing up, man. See if they can shut down Colorado, who could play one of 3 quarterbacks. Maybe they play all 3, considering what
we
was
should
their last
play
game.
The Deion Sanders post-game press conference, or post-game, it was on the field interview he had standing next to his quarterback.
Mhm.
Did you hear that?
I
Did you see the
saw
quote?
it, but I didn't listen to it. Like,
Okay.
I saw the clip come up on my timeline, but I didn't listen to it.
Maybe not right now, but as we gear up for
the game?
the game on Friday, we should definitely take a listen to that sound. It was very funny.
Okay, we'll hear from Deion at some point in the week. Maybe tomorrow when we do Misery Index. That'll be back tomorrow. As we, this is reserved for the Texans and other NFL stuff. But tomorrow we'll do a lot of college football stuff. And some fan bases are certainly miserable. That one in Gainesville. I heard a post-game show because I love the schadenfreude after a team loses. They were not happy. Let's get to Pena here. What's up, Pena?
Hey, good morning, Dale.
Morning.
Hey, man. So last night, man, I was about to win $400, like 4 cans, and I had Josh Allen for over 32.5 rushing yards, and then he starts beating the ball, and I lose one of my slips. But today, I'm calling to ask, how do you like Caleb Williams going for 217.5? And J.J. McCarthy, I think, was at 225.5. How do you like those over-unders? Thank you. Have a great day.
I don't know that I like the over in any of them.
I like the Caleb one a little bit better.
Brian Flores against a quarterback in a new offense. I'm not sure.
That's a good point, but it's 210 or 220 is what you need basically. So
well, I said 2 Monday night games. There's only one. I said that earlier.
Yeah, they changed that up this year. Now it's like 3 random weeks throughout the season. The Texans are part of 2 of them, by the way. They play the early game next week, and they play the late game in October against Seattle.
One of the reasons I thought it was too, and it's popped up on my screen here, is because they have Vikings Bears on ABC, ESPN, and then Peyton and Eli. And I just in my mind I see game, and instead of just them piping up Peyton and Eli for that same game on ESPN too. So Caleb Williams, Ben Johnson, we saw maybe the effects or lack thereof of Ben Johnson on the Lions. They weren't good offensively. Like the storyline.
That's part of it too, is that I was thinking that you're going to find out one way or the other of like either the Lions offense will take a dip or that Ben Johnson is just another guy who can't get the Bears offense to work.
Just following
the
the
last
history of the
100
Bears.
years.
Yeah.
And so just given what we saw week 1 against Green Bay, who is a good team, good defense, Mike Parsons was one of the few guys on earth that can abuse Penei Sewell. I was thinking more Ben Johnson. Ben Johnson gets more of the credit pie retroactively, and to have higher expectations for the Bears. Bears offense at least.
So if I went back to last year, Caleb Williams against against Minnesota and Brian
He had
Flores.
one good game
You
against
see
them,
this.
right?
Yes, he had a great one, 340 yards.
Yeah.
A game that went to OT. The other one against Minnesota, at Minnesota, 191. Later, that was as the Bears were completely falling apart. So, it's painting. You got your over and then a clear under. I don't look into it that deeply. You should not call this show about that.
He does it a lot.
You call the wrong show on that, by the way. If you want to do that, the gamblers are in the morning. I'm not sure where Jeremy and Joel fall in that category.
Jeremy and Brian will definitely.
Okay, so if you want, I appreciate the call, Pena, but maybe you stick to.
And he was right about the Josh Allen thing. Josh Allen's number,
the kneel down.
Yeah, was 32.5. He was at 33, and then they kneeled it.
These are the reasons I don't want to get involved in that because I already hate Josh Allen enough. If he costs me that, I hate him even more.
I saw a funny
football hate, by the way. Just be clear, football hate.
I saw a funny tweet. It was 10 minutes after the game, and it was just word for word. Man, the loss sucks. It's even worse that he gets to go home to Haley Steinfeld after this too.
Now I didn't like him very much, at least football wise, for reasons beyond marrying the pop star who's also an actress. But you throw that into the equation, that doesn't help. And now, if I was betting on him because I thought he'd have a big day and he cost me something because he kneeled down reasonably to win a game, I'd be even more pissed. So I don't do it. All right, we maybe got like a minute before you can get in on the Cougar ticket. So we'll get to that.
1 minute warning.
A 1 minute warning for you people if you want in on those Cougar tickets. Remember, they play Coach Prime and those Buffaloes on Friday here in Houston. We're gonna give away pairs throughout the week.
Well, now for 40 seconds. Go.
And considering it's 8-second delay, it's different. Whatever. Now we're just getting into the minutia of radio. All right. So that happened. We're gonna go to break quickly, so Sean will have time to answer that. But before we do, I'm gonna talk to you about Monument Chevrolet, and then we'll talk about the Christmas party, listener party. We didn't mention that today, and we were both there, and a lot of you were there as well. So we'll talk about that when we come back. Okay. Monument Chevrolet is simply the place you go to when you want a great car. And I saw the guys from Monument Chevrolet out there. They were at the party as I was walking to get a root beer because, most people know I don't drink. They stopped me and go, "Hey, Dell." I was like, "Hey, man." I love those guys because mostly it's not even about me. It's what they do to help the community. Jeff and Chris, they do a great job making sure people in this community get into the great cars at Monument Chevrolet. Could be something new, like the Blazer or the Trax or the Silverado, or maybe you want something from their pre-owned inventory. It's all there for you. Check out the entire inventory at Monument Chevrolet. And Jeff and Chris represent the Monument Chevrolet way. They're going to treat you fairly and honestly and make sure once you get onto the lot, you're treated like family. You see the price you want and the car you want on the website, and then head on out there to Pasadena off of Beltway 8 and 225, and that price is going to stay the same. You don't get tricked. There are no hidden fees, no upcharges. The people who are selling you the cars, they're great people, and they know. No one wants to be hit with a surprise when they're trying to get a vehicle that they love. They're going to make sure there are no surprises, no added things, just good cars from great people. So check them on out. Check out the entire inventory at monumentchevrolet.com, and then head on out there off of Beltway 8 and 225 in Pasadena. And as always, remember this: Chevrolet, together let's drive.
The Del Olaleye Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's your host, Del Olaleye.
Welcome back to the show. All right. So the listener appreciation party was at St. Arnold on Friday night. Great food. We had all those vendors like Portillo's and BB Orleans.
Nico
Nico's was there. Great Plate Hospitality was there.
Yep.
Of course, HR&P, they don't serve food, but they were, if you wanted to sign up, they were there as well. We had multiple things there for people. I did see a lot of people grab a lot of cake. There's a lot of chocolate cake, by the way, not someone's backside.
Oh, okay.
Just to be clear, it was
Not
a party.
that kind of party.
It was a party.
Not that kind of
but
party.
I want to be clear. When I say grabbing cake, I meant slices of chocolate cake. No, and actual slices of chocolate cake, by the way. Not how Whitlock would talk about a woman. Actual slices of chocolate cake. People took part in taquitos
That
from
peanut butter skin.
There it is. The chicken taquitos from Taco de Arandas. They were there as well. You just maybe heard a commercial about them. They were there to help people get full. It was a good time. So appreciate
it was a
everyone.
movie. People are saying it was a movie.
With some ebbs and flows, depending on who you were.
Like a lot of movies.
Yeah.
Sometimes there is like, I can take a bathroom break here.
You're a critic of movies. You like a good, bad movie. Where would you rank the party? Or if we go on the Rotten Tomato percentage scale, where are you ranking this?
Oh, Rotten Tomatoes. Rotten Tomatoes. Doesn't it
Fine.
corrupt?
4 Mapes? How many? 3, 4 Mapes? What do you want to do here?
I'll put it at a Venom 3, not quite a Venom 1. Better than a Venom 2.
Just so you're aware, as I said, he's a lover of bad movies. So Venom 3 is a compliment to the
Last
party.
Dance.
Despite what some of you may think. Venom 3 is a compliment to the party. St. Arnold, of course, provided the drink. So while I did not partake in the alcoholic beverages, they got a mean root beer that I appreciated when I got there. Had one of those. And you saw a lot of people who were very complimentary of the station. You know, maybe some people aren't as complimentary of every show. I appreciate you not coming up to me and going, "Hey, I mean, they could do better."
Yeah,
I don't think that was the vibes last night. Yeah, I met people put the face to the name or the face to the tweet. Appreciated that.
Yep.
Shout out. I don't know if JC's listening. Shout out to him. Had a pretty good conversation with him. Had conversations with people I have met before. It was good. It was fun. The hug thing remains a thing for me. It's been 10. We're going on 10 years of this, where people now just decide, "Hey, I'm just going to give you an unprompted hug because John set it up that way." And while I think I turned down the hug after you got the first one. Like if you already got one in.
Oh, okay. So it's like calling into a show.
Yeah, like La
You get one.
Raza, you already got your hug. You just don't get another one because you're there at the party.
Yeah,
that's all.
That's a good scheme or system to have.
Yeah, I think we had the hard launch of a relationship.
We did, or at least
we already knew about it,
work-wise,
but yeah, as far as bringing this person to work, that was met with some difficulties because of a certain person and their jokes. Sure, I hope everything went well afterwards. You never know how a joke can play out after the party's over.
I wasn't in the Uber ride home. So
I don't know
I
how.
can't report on
I know someone can react to the joke because they have grace at the time and not let it become a big thing. But when you get home, maybe you're having a conversation about who is this guy? Why do you say that?
What's his deal?
What's his deal? What's his deal? But either
there
way,
was that actually. I was there for the having to explain, and I'll just say John Grado to Paul's girlfriend.
You have to
explain what his deal is.
Yeah, don't worry about it. It's just who he is. That's
he
the
can
deal.
Do that.
Yeah,
I can't do that. He can do that.
He's Teflon. Don't worry about it. She has a name. I don't know if he wants it out there. I didn't just want to call her Paul's girlfriend because I met her for the first time. Very nice. How she listens to Paul's show, obviously. That's her dude. She listens to the last 10 minutes of this show as she's tuning in to get ready to listen to Paul's show. So I did not know that until I met her. She was very, very nice. And like you said, that's just John being John. I don't think she caught that from anyone else because not anyone else thinks they can get away with that. I would say that. The Philistine. We have to react and act like normal people and not blame it on whatever the alcohol.
I did.
I know you didn't know.
No, only John Granado and Jamie Foxx and a little bit of T-Pain can use that excuse.
Yeah, it's not something the rest of us can do. But other than that, I think we all had a pretty good time meeting people. Even just meeting people you didn't know were part of the family. Like I met Courtney's husband for the first time. Courtney, who's one of our new salespeople, relatively new, met her husband for the first time. That was nice to meet Anthony. So it was fun. And I hope you guys had a chance to get out there. I think our next big event will be the Christmas party, which is more open to the masses. You stop by, partake from Nick's place. You'll have to pay for the food. But I'm sure there'll be free buckets early. That's what they kind of do, get the Coors Lights flowing for people. So that's kind of our next event in the next couple months. So
yeah, all the shows will be out there for that at traditionally at Nick's place as well. Not 100% sure on the date, but it's going to be the week before everyone goes
away.
home for
We're
Christmas.
working on it, but that'll be something you'll hear a lot of as we get ever closer and closer to that date. So stay locked in. We're gonna continue to actually kind of celebrate you guys as much. It's about you guys because you support us in ways that we can't thank you enough for. So we try to do things for you, and that was a party. We'll do something again in December. Okay, we didn't touch on a lot of college football because the NFL is king. We know.
Yeah, Mondays were more NFL. Tuesdays will.
So other than looking at the Ravens and Bills and go, wow, no, that's a different brand. Like our teams cannot compete with those two teams
compared to every other game this weekend. Those two, if I'm just judging off of what we've seen, one game from every team that aren't the Bears and Vikings, those two teams are a class ahead of everyone else, including the Chiefs, which if you want to bake in the Chiefness of it, of like, hey, they've made 3 straight Super Bowls, I'm not going to sweat it too much. I tend to fall on that side. But just given what we saw on Sunday and the days preceding it, yeah, man. The Ravens and Bills. I mean, in a funny way, the Ravens were were as impressive as the Bills for longer. So really, it's hard for me to wrap my head around, oh, wait, I don't have to, but I should be more down on the Ravens. But for
I'm
3
actually
quarters,
more down on the Bills, and they won because
for 3 quarters they're getting their ass kicked.
Because the Bills, and you credit them for taking advantage of the mistakes the Ravens love to make, particularly against them in the last couple
fumble
outings.
by Henry.
Yeah, but the Bills' defense, I don't know. Maybe it's just a Ravens thing. It's just a Derrick Henry thing, and that could be very well be the case. But there are a lot of guys out there, and they have lost guys because they've gotten older, and then rightfully so they let them go. That secondary, I'm not impressed with, and that's not even against a great passing offense. Just their inability to get in spots. Look, it's Derrick Henry. No one wants to tackle him. It's tough to tackle him. But
tough night for Taylor Rapp.
Yeah, nobody in that secondary did themselves any favors.
No.
Like Brentford, he got away with a hold, a pass interference call, so he's probably the best of the bunch. But overall, if not for an occasional play by Ed Oliver, like Bosa was non-existent. And look, that's a unique pairing to deal with, Henry and Jackson, who, by the way, said, yeah, I shoved that guy. If you missed it on a touchdown, was it the DeAndre Hopkins touchdown?
That's another thing about this. This game was one of those playoff games where there's 7 different things that happened. Yes.
On the Hopkins one-handed touchdown.
One-handed catch.
By the way, DeAndre Hopkins is the Raven, if you weren't aware.
Amazing
Made a
play.
great catch, and they were celebrating, and as they were
near the ends or
getting
near
off the field, but they were they were behind the touch line or whatever, the end zone line, and they were just celebrating, blah blah blah. And the Bills fan first, I think, shoved Hopkins.
Yeah, he kind of pushed his helmet,
and Hopkins didn't respond. Then he did the same thing to Lamar, and he is not the one.
And Lamar, because Lamar was standing behind Hopkins, so he
saw it, and then he did it to Lamar.
Yeah, and Lamar turned and gave him two hand shove to the chest.
Yeah, so he talked about it in the post game, said his emotions got the best of him. So I imagine he'll get popped with a fine or something. But that fan should certainly be disciplined for putting his hand on.
There's
2 players.
also I don't know if it was a water bottle or something was thrown on the field
on the Derrick Henry touchdown.
Second Henry long touchdown.
Yeah. The Bills fans were disgusted with their defense, and then Derrick Henry fumbles the football. He does the thing the Ravens have somehow managed to do more than anyone else. They've lost more games since 2021 with a 90%. I forgot what the exact term is.
Since 2020, and shout out to our intern Colton for reminding me of this. Since 2022, they've lost 8 games when they've had the win expectancy
of over 90.
Over 90.
Yeah,
that's 3 more than any other team has over that time span. It's also amazing because the Ravens were good all those times. So that's like out of 15 losses.
Yeah,
over 3 years.
As good as they've been, continuing to win divisions. They had home field advantage to one time. The Chiefs beat them, whatever.
Yeah, that one was another one. Yes. I'm not sure if they got to 90, but they should have won that one.
This is the team that has tricked off a number of games in inexplicable ways and are always good. And just think what could have been if they had found ways not to do something remarkable, but in a bad way. That's how good this Ravens team has been. I don't have to tell Texans fans. We watch the Ravens come into town and go there and smack the crap out of them.
I guess that's the way to phrase it, is that as a Texans fan, having watched what the Texans did the game prior to that, chronologically, I watched the game and I was like, oh my God, when the Texans play the Ravens, they are going to have no chance again for the whatever year in a row, 10th year in a row, really. And when they play the Bills,
I feel like
I was like,
on their best day, I think
they can.
Yeah, on their best day, they can touch the Bills.
Yeah, and that's how. And it's weird because the Bills are the ones that pulled off a miraculous comeback, but not that miraculous ones, the Ravens. But it was such a weird game to digest because, third quarter, I was ready to hand the trophy to the Ravens already. Week 1 overreaction. Now I'm like, I think they're both in a class ahead of everyone else. Obviously, you have to give the Bills credit for actually winning the game. But the Ravens look good. They look just as good, man. And unless they go up against the Bills, unless they go up against the Chiefs,
who's going to have a chance to get them against them?
That's what I'm saying.
They can't be trusted, but they're so good.
In a playoff scenario, I'm picking them against anyone who's not the Bills and Chiefs.
Yeah, they're so good that even with how untrustworthy they are, they're still going to rip off 11, 12 wins.
Yeah. In that division.
And you've already thrown them a trick-off game, and maybe that'll be the one for this year. Maybe there's still one in their bag.
Got one more in me.
Yeah, they got at least one more in them. But even still, that's, to your point, watching Texans, Rams, 2 playoff teams. The Rams pick up a protection. They're probably in the NFC Championship game. Who knows what they do against the Commanders. And then, so that's 2 teams who have playoff aspirations. Yeah. Most people believe are going to be in the playoffs.
Chiefs didn't look that good.
Yeah, and then you look to the night game, and it's a game that Teddy Bruschi funnily called the Little Brother Bowl, pretty much, because of course, the obvious.
It's out of pocket, but you're not wrong.
Yes. The Little Brother looks prime, particularly the one who actually lost the game, amazingly enough, to beat up on Big Brother after 1 week. And, of course, Chiefs fans will tell you, yeah, we've been here before. And you know what? That's another team where, in a fan base, if they want to act that way, they got every right to.
Yeah.
Even if we are hoping on and praying on their downfall, losing to the Chargers in Brazil, a team that they generally play tight games against, and for the first time, Justin Herbert didn't throw the back-breaking pick in when it mattered most for that game. I still think the Chiefs are going to be fine until proven otherwise. It's just the level of the level of belief they've established, at least in me, because of for the better part of the last decade. They've always been there, winning games.
What's going to be interesting is that they're scheduled to start the season. They obviously they're already 0-1, and now next week they play the Eagles in a rematch. Then they get the Giants, and then they play. I forgot, it's one of the Bills or Ravens. I forgot who their Week 4 game is, but it is a pretty tough stretch to open the season, especially when you drop the Chargers game. They play the Ravens Week 4.
So the Chiefs are going to, at this point, where's that game against the Eagles, at home or on the road?
Eagles is in Arrowhead.
Okay.
And so is the Ravens game at Arrowhead.
And look, on its face, you would think, wow, they really took the Chiefs apart in that Super Bowl, and why wouldn't they be able to do it again? I saw the Eagles play. It didn't look great. We talked about if CeeDee Lamb could catch a football, they'd be 0-1 too. So,
yeah.
But the Chiefs could be really testing that if you're 0-2, you're done thing. If they lose at home.
They really could.
Yeah. So we'll go to break. We've got one more segment to go. If you want to join us, 713-780-3776. lot of football to get to throughout the week. We'll kind of end our NFL stuff, at least for today, in our last segment. But if you want to take it someplace else, you can. And there's some Astros stuff to talk about as they head into their series against Toronto. So we'll get to that too before we wrap it up. We'll be back.
The Del Olaleye Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's your host, Del Olaleye.
So we were going to dip into more NFL stuff until I just saw this blurb from the Cal McNair. Well, to be fair, it's Kerry McNair going after Cal McNair through Tony Busby. But now we're getting to the good stuff, the stuff I thought would make this more entertaining. All right, Astros don't play today. They got the Blue Jays tomorrow. Luis Garcia on the mound. Astro stuff out of the way. We would have got more into it, but we got Kerry versus Cal. This is part of the document. It is widely known, or a widely known fact in Houston, that Cal McNair is unqualified to be an owner's representative. Kerry said the streets know. The streets know that Cal is unqualified. The NFL... That was my editorializing again. The NFL knows that as well. That's back to the statement. Indeed, despite what he has placed on certain websites, Cal McNair is not even a college graduate. Yet Cal McNair, interestingly, I heard that word, now claims he obtained an MBA from the prestigious Rice University, although the Rice administration office has stated quite clearly that an individual lacking an undergraduate degree is ineligible to receive a Rice MBA. This is in parentheses. Perhaps an exception was made for Cal McNair due to a well-timed charitable donation by his parents. And then it goes on to say, we will figure that out in due course. This is the good stuff. This is what I'm talking about. We got mudslinging, Cal's putting up fake degrees online.
Yeah, this isn't quite what happened in Succession with the caterer and
well, there's someone died there.
Yeah,
yes.
not quite to
Yes.
that level, but there is some insider like, oh yeah, and Daddy helped you with XYZ.
Yeah, man ain't even a graduate. I still do love that they're pointing to what a lot of people thought He is not qualified to be the owner's representative.
That's what I was gonna say. I was like, well, it's not.
I mean, he's not wrong. A
Not
lot
a
of people did think that
no.
handing it over to Cal was a bad idea.
It's also not like people are gonna be like, wait, what?
I
He
know.
didn't go to Rice?
Well,
or
mean,
he didn't receive an MBA from Rice?
It was a topic.
Given how people make fun of
It
Cal
was a
McNair.
topic of conversation on the morning show way back when we first found it. What? We were joking that maybe Rice has hurt their standards when they allowed that to happen. But according to the document, it's not even real. And if it is a real thing, it's because Daddy paid for it, which happens quite a bit actually. You donate something to the university, you get a wing in your honor, or maybe an honorary doctorate. Nowhere on anywhere Cal is putting that did it say honorary MBA. Don't think they do that. I think that's not something you promote, at least. So there it is. As the McNair versus McNair struggle continues, we got some dirty laundry out there. It's not the dirtiest of laundries. I don't imagine there's going to be anything salacious other than what I read before, where they're calling into question the Texans and they're helping Deshaun Watson to handle his settlement/lawsuit. So there we are. We had a opening game where the Texans looked like the same old Texans in their loss to the Rams. Their defense, really good still. The offense stumbled. The team as a whole committed 11 penalties. And C.J. Stroud, once again, faced a pressure rate over 40% of his dropbacks, which is not great. But it's something we saw last year and something we saw in game one of this year. I said it before. This now 16-game season is about proving that you can get to a level where the Bills and Ravens in the game they play doesn't seem like a different galaxy. And at least through week one, at least different planets that they're playing football.
Yeah. I think so, I saw someone call it football 2 is what they were playing.
Yeah.
Especially, I mean, now in the Texans' defense, no one else, I mean, I think there's probably 29 other teams that look at what the Bills and Ravens did and go, ooh, little farther away. I mean, maybe the Packers. Packers are the only ones.
At least for week one, what they did to the Lions.
Yeah, I mean, but Bengals should have lost to the Browns.
True.
The Commanders put away a Giants team that I'll say with low expectations.
And I would say this in the Texans' favor. They'll tell you our defense won't allow for those type of points to be scored. Now, I would say, have you seen what the Ravens do to you?
I was going to say the Ravens got to 31.
And they didn't even try in the back part of that game.
Yeah.
But they would say the Bills would never put up that many points against us.
We did see that.
Yes, and they'll just say defensively we're better than those teams, and that game wouldn't look that way. Now, could you score enough to even make it a 24-20 game? I don't know that
That's
the
what
case.
I was going to say. I think it'd be hyperbolic to say any other offense wins with what the Texans defense gave them last night or on Sunday. A lot of offenses around the league.
Yeah,
win that
replacement
game.
level offense yesterday wins that game. I would agree with that. All right, we're done for the day. We will do a lot of college football stuff tomorrow. We barely touched on it. We will talk about Sunbelt Billy and everything that went on in Gainesville and the rest of the stuff that went around the country as well. And certainly we didn't touch on all the NFL things, so we'll do that as well. All right. Since we're done for the day, Sean, what does that mean?
Do you want my dead mom's clothes?
That's what Ravens fans sounded like after that game. That's probably pretty similar to what they felt like after their game ended against the Bills. All right. Paul Gallant's up next, followed by the Killer Bees. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
First and 10. Stroud. And he's got him underneath. It's caught by Gumbo. He fumbles the ball and it's loose. And it's recovered by the Rams. Big hit by Landman.
Hello and welcome aboard the Paul Gallant Show. It is Monday, September 8th of 2025. I am Paul Gallant. Sean Mapes is behind the glass, and this is the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. One you can jump aboard at 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. Also available on the brand new ESPN Houston app for iPhone, for Android, and on 97.9 HD2. You want to vent about that all show long? I can be your therapist, baby. I don't know if I can take away the pain. I don't think you should feel any pain. I see a lot of skies falling after the Texans lost yesterday to the Los Angeles Rams 14-9. And to a degree, I get it. But it's not because of what the final score was as much as it's what got us to the final score. And what was that? A lot of the same stuff we saw last year. A lot of it. Shooting yourself in the foot. We saw that. Whether it was a Dalton Schultz drop or 11 penalties for 80 yards, or the occasional losing of, the Rams' best wide receiver. There was a lot of that. And I was told by many of the most optimistic Texans followers that going into this year, things were going to be different. I picked the Rams to win this game on Sunday. This is not me patting myself on the back as much as it's saying I was hoping that a lot of last year's issues would be flushed down the toilet. And unfortunately, it's going to take some time for that to happen, if it actually happens at all. It did not happen right out of the chute. It did not happen with a new offensive line that had to do some last-minute juggling before the game. In case you didn't know, Ed Ingram was scratched, your right guard, new right guard, right before the game. So, Ariante Ursary, a rookie second-round pick playing left tackle, got moved to right tackle for his first NFL start. Cam Robinson, who you had signed this offseason to be your left tackle, went back to left tackle. But then, at some point during the game, Cam Robinson had a cramp or a muscle strain. He had to leave the game. So Ursary moved back from the right to the left. And because of that, you had to put Blake Fisher in at right tackle. And he immediately got called for holding someone via their face mask. But hey, Robinson was healthy again. So you juggle things back. You put Fisher on the bench. And then Jake Andrews suffered what seems to be a very bad injury. Your center. So, we're not even past playing a game of musical chairs on the offensive line. That's not good enough at protecting C.J. Stroud. They were one of the worst in the league yesterday when it comes to protecting their quarterback pressure rate allowed. Rams have some good defensive players. They're not the 85 Bears. Mistakes at the worst possible time. Dare Ogunbowale. This is a guy that you have on your team because he does all the little things. He's great at blocking and pass protection and third downs. He's got hands. He's somebody that can run for 3 to 4 to 5 yards. And he plays special teams to the point where sometimes he can even kick a field goal for you. A guy like that, right after setting the Texans up with a barely in the red zone scenario, can't be, for whatever reason, on first down, with the Texans having all 3 of their timeouts left, dive headfirst forward like somebody who accidentally spammed the X button or the square button if you're a PlayStationer, diving forward only for the ball to get dislodged. That actually happens in the video game now. I don't know what Dario Gunbowale was doing there, but I do know that this is exactly what I expect out of the Houston Texans until I see otherwise, and I just don't know when I'm going to see otherwise. We're in year 3 of DeMeco Ryans. We're in year 3 of CJ Stroud. And my biggest hope was that after a year where, at least when we heard from these guys at the podium, they never seemed to be too concerned with how many times they shot themselves in the foot, I thought that their days of Plaxicoing themselves were done. I don't know why I felt that way at all. I thought they would lose on Sunday, but I didn't think that they would do it in a way where it was really them who lost this game more than it was the Rams who won it. Sean McVay's a great coach, made some great second half adjustments. The Rams still scored just 14 points. And you only got 3 field goals. Never felt like defensively they adjusted to whatever the Rams were throwing, which was, hey, let's just give the ball to Puka Nacua every play after a certain point. Take a look at the Rams receiving numbers. Devontae Adams is a great receiver still, but Derek Stingley versus Devontae Adams, I would say that was a wash, but Puka Nacua, huh? The guy who a lot of people like to draft early in fantasy football, he goes for, routine 10 and 130. And you got Jalen Petrie covering him on the biggest play of the game, 3rd and 8. And seemingly you had Jalen Petrie covering him a lot of the game. You got a rookie receiver out there. He's 6'4". He's 215 pounds. Ball's right in his hands. Gets taken out by a Rams defender. The little things. This is what separates the Texans from the real teams in the NFL. I'm not mad about it. I'm not. I expected things to go down the way that they did to a degree, but I did not expect them to also, the Texans, shoot themselves in the foot as much as possible. I thought it would be more the kind of growing pains that are, you got a bunch of new offensive linemen out there. You got a bunch of rookie wide receivers out there. Instead, it was like, hey, penalties. Here's a bunch. Here you go. Here's 11 for 80. And then you find yourself in this situation, Sean Mapes behind the glass.
Yeah, I mean, you can't have the penalties and have the offensive line be about what we expected.
Right.
And you're right, there were some revolving chairs that happened late. At the same time, like, how is this different than 9 out of the 17 Texans games from last year?
Right.
I don't know if it's actually 9. I just pulled that number. But it feels like a very familiar Texans feel. It was in the 3rd quarter where I was like, you know what? I've seen this before. I've seen this all before.
I felt like we watched last year's Packers game.
That's a good call.
You're playing a team on the road who is on your level, maybe a little bit advanced compared to you. Your defense is doing its job, but their defense is really doing their job, and you keep making mistakes to help that defense out.
I was going to say, I think they're on the same level as the Rams. The Rams just are more they just do a better job at executing. They have less of the dumb penalties. They are about the same level as evidenced by the game. It took all 4 quarters for us to figure out who is better. But they're just like all the marginal stuff is not just things that they just went the other team's way. It's your team is specifically doing things wrong that make the result what it is. Because the defense, I mean, most other offenses, if they get that defensive performance that the Texans got yesterday, they win. You didn't.
I looked at that, and everything you just said there, Sean, yeah, you're on the same level as the Rams. Except for you do that, so you're not.
Yeah, exactly. But like
talent-wise.
Yeah, talent-wise, like,
I agree.
Matchup, when you're breaking down the matchup on the big board on the pregame show, they look similar. It's just you have to pencil in that the Texans are going to give you 60 extra yards of penalties and are going to have like 3 like brain-meltingly stupid sacks.
That's a team that has some of the players that won a Super Bowl. That's a team that came very close to beating the eventual Super Bowl champion Philadelphia Eagles. And I'm seeing a lot of that on the internet today. And you know what? It's understandable. This is a good Rams team.
Yes.
But at a certain point, you got to put this stuff in the rearview mirror And it is funny coming out of this game, the same two guys, it seems like once again, people are going around them to blame everyone else. That's the quarterback, C.J. Stroud, and that's DeMeco Ryans. I'm not blaming C.J. Stroud for what happened yesterday. I thought Stroud did the best that he could. I thought he had a solid game.
Again, yes, it was what good games from C.J. Stroud looked like last year. Like that is what it was. It was he made plays that weren't there, and he did his best to survive out there. And I don't think it was his fault.
I don't either. But at a certain point, he is the quarterback of a team that got into the red zone barely twice. Did they have 2 plays total in their 2 red zone trips? I say
they had
with
the one
quotation
the
marks.
second time.
Right. I mean, the one play the second time. Did they have 2 plays the first time where Stroud gets sacked and they're out of the red zone to wrap up the drive? Does that not count as a red zone possession anymore? Like, I don't even know. But on Stroud's side of things, hey, he was solid. It was a solid C performance. I'm seeing some people out there giving him a B. They scored 9 points. Come on, guys. 9 points.
The interception wasn't great.
The interception was on Jaden Higgins. There was another play that could have been picked off. I think Stroud in his first game calling plays at the line of scrimmage, I don't think he did the best job. No. Hey, they're running a lot of cover too, he said after the game. Oh, okay. Then check into a running play for Nick Chubb. But there's a lot of situations where it was not a great one to start off because of us shooting ourselves in the foot. That's fair, but Nick Chubb is the only player on that offense that I feel like deserves a good grade, B. And by the way, B means good. It doesn't mean satisfactory. It means good. C is satisfactory. D is F is you're off my team. These are how grades work, okay? So, Stroud, C. DeMeco Ryans, also, we're pointing at Nick Caley already, the new offensive coordinator in his first game. I'm giving him some growing pains. But during an offseason where I heard Will Anderson and so many other Texans and DeMeco Ryans talking about cleaning up the little things, what was not cleaned up on Sunday? The little things.
Everything that they did wrong were the little things.
It was just the little things. Yeah. I mean, I've seen worse performances by this offensive line.
They could have won with the performance of the offensive line.
Right.
It wasn't good, but they could have won.
I've seen worse. Kaimi Fairbairn is back to being Kaimi Fairbairn. He gets an A. Kaimi Fairbairn's hitting all the field goals he needs to make. But ultimately, there's 2 guys who are the most important people in this organization. It's C.J. Stroud and DeMeco Ryans, and it's year 3. And at some point, they have to put this stuff in the rearview mirror. It could happen by the end of the year, which is why I'm not freaking out after week 1. But I was told that this is something that they are self-aware of. And then on Sunday, you see them do the same things they've done before. And you're like, are you really that self-aware?
Exactly. It's not who they lost to. It's not even like the down-to-down performance of the game. It really was just like the how it looked.
Right.
It looked exactly the same, except they were running gap scheme instead of wide zone. That was the difference.
Yeah.
And C.J. Stroud was calling out the protections. But the actual end result was so similar that it almost I almost don't want to say same old Texans because it was actually not. It was just the same team from last year. It was the game that we watched so many times last year, and that I guess that's the disappointment is just that you didn't really see any progress. The defense looks better. Defense looked really good. That's about it. The Rams scored on their last play or the last series of the first half and the first series of the second half. Other than that, you held them scoreless.
And you forced a takeaway with your backs to the goal line. Aziz
El
Shaair, shout out to him. You know?
This defense, when the team actually needed, they were screwed
Except for the third and 8.
if they didn't get the. Well, no, I just meant to give before Dare fumbles again. They gave their offense a chance. They bailed out their offense one time with 3 minutes left, and they just couldn't do it the second time. Stopping Nakua, who.
Yeah, I mean he's a great player.
That guy.
And at the same time, you got to figure out a way to get somebody better on him. You know, everyone's blaming Jalen Petrie. Well, Jalen Petrie shouldn't be in that situation. So who does that fall on? Oh, the defensive-minded head coach, DeMeco Ryans, who did not make the adjustments that Sean McVay made over the course of this game.
No, it's Matt Burke.
Yeah, sure. That's what they do. That's what frustrates me about this. I'm not crushing these guys. I'm not. You lost to a playoff team that nearly beat the Super Bowl champions last year. with a quarterback who's got chutzpah, yada, 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 a great coach on their own as well. But I do not like how there are a lot of people who like to dance around the two most important people in the building to blame everyone around them. It's year 3. That time is now over. Going forward, that time is now over. I'm not blaming Stroud for the loss. I'm not even blaming DeMeco Ryans necessarily for the loss. I'm just saying it is a top-to-bottom effort, and let's stop isolating specific guys as a part of it. It's a team effort. Stroud's got to elevate the level of play. DeMeco's got to elevate the knowing how to dot your I's, cross your T's.
Yeah, it's criticism, not really blame. Especially DeMeco, because I think it's not more on DeMeco, or no, I think it's more on DeMeco just because of the long-term penalty situation that DeMeco Ryans coach teams have had, and that's not always like the worst thing in the world. There's a lot of good teams that are penalized, but it's like procedural stuff, it's false starts, it's dumb stuff that puts you behind the chains, and with this offensive line, they're not good enough to dig themselves out of those holes.
713-780-3776 to call, to text, YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. We're going to do a big open segment to what Sean was talking about a moment ago. Here is DeMeco Ryans, head coach of the Houston Texans, talking about the penalties yesterday.
Yeah, the penalties it's uncalled for, right? It's all controllable, things we can control, and if you stand up here and we're talking about negative plays, talking about going backwards, this is not what we talked about. Main thing offensively, wanted to stay on track, right? And we got some unfortunate penalties that put us behind the sticks and just put us in some really long third downs that we weren't not able to manage. So we had to clean up the penalties.
DeMeco knows it's a problem. All the Texans told you it was a problem going into this year based off of last year, and it wasn't cleaned up. Let's read what some of you guys had to say on the most interactive sports talk show in town. You want to vent, you can on the phone lines. From Eric the Driver, same old Texans, same old bleep. It does feel same old Texans-y. From let's keep on scrolling through. From the 832. Maybe we have to accept that CJ is not elite. He doesn't raise the play of all around. Ogunbowale should have never been on the field. Here's the thing about Ogunbowale being on the field. I am not justifying this. I'm just saying, who are you going to trust in that situation? The guy who is eventually going to replace Ogunbowale, Woody Marks, in his first game? Or are you going to put the guy that you trust in there? There is a obsession with Dario Ogunbowale that needs to be questioned going forward by this coaching staff after today because of the fumble there. It's unfortunate for Ogunbowale, who's always done the smart plays. Now you can't necessarily trust him to never screw up for you. So I understand why some were annoyed that he was there. The play before, though, it was Ogunbowale that set you up in the red zone. He just, for whatever reason, had a brain fart and dove for a first down. On first down, when they had 3 timeouts. Like, that's just a complete lack of situational awareness right there.
Yeah, I don't know why he was trying to give himself up. And it was a good play by the linebacker,
right,
man, who I feel like they're just doing integrated marketing at that point with Paramount, calling him a landman.
I felt the same way too.
Like, they're really hitting this hard. But he was it was one of those things where it was a good play on the from the defense there from the Rams, but Dare, there's other things he could have done. But like you, I don't know. Does Woody Marks make the right play in that situation? Does Woody Marks not fumble it there, like you said, in his first game of his NFL career? Like, you can play the what if of, like, if Woody Marks is out there, maybe he screws up in some different way that we don't know.
Exactly. Someone just brought up on the text line, that's only the second fumble of Ogunbowale's career.
Yeah, that was something I also looked into after, because I was like, I don't think he's a fumble guy.
No, he's not. He's basically the random jack of all trades player that coaching staffs have massive pants tents for.
Special team stuff too.
Right. Like, I get why he's on the roster, and I get why he was in that spot. He just had a brain fart in that moment, but it's part of the little things. Like, a guy like Ogunbowale can't do that. A guy like Jalen Petrie, you don't want to be caught like dead to rights in a situation where like Puka Nacua is absolutely toasting you. I get it. Like that's not his forte, but
No, but every good team or every team with a good offensive coordinator and a good receiver,
they're
when
going to expand
when they
that.
need a third down, they're going to do that.
Yeah.
Like that is just the book's already out. We
Yeah.
saw it last year against the Jets, who, by the way, had good receivers, didn't really have a good offensive coordinator. They were able to figure it out. I think that's just something that the Texans are going to need a response to that because more teams are going to try to do that in the have to have it or passing for a first down conversion situation. It will be let's try to get our best receiver matched up on Jalen Petrie.
From the 832, it's not his fault the ball got punched out. It was a great play. If you don't know football, maybe hit the Google before commenting. First off, I never fumbled, and as someone who averaged 9 yards a carry when I played, I never fumbled because if you fumbled, you would be absolutely destroyed in practice the next day. You should never ever fumble. He dove forward and he put the ball out. This is why I love that touchbacks happen when you fumble the ball out of the end zone. He put the ball out. Do you know why that guy was able to make that punching play? Because he put the ball out. If the ball's close to his body, that's not a fumble. So respectfully, F off. How about that? Let's continue to read some of your comments here. You can Twitch them in. You can YouTube them in as well. On the YouTube side of things, we got more people dumping on Dare. What else do we have here? Rocky says, CJ's not good enough on his feet to escape the O-line woes. Some people were talking about his lack of pocket presence. There were a couple of plays where I felt the color commentary correctly called out that Stroud should have stepped up into the pocket instead of bailing. That is something I think that he is going to have to get back into doing because the bailing out of the pocket, I think specifically there was one play where he didn't need to do it. There were two plays where he had no chance. The two of the sacks, he had no chance. But there was one sack where if he had stepped up in the pocket, he actually might have been able to make something happen. So I think he has to do this delicate balance of staying in the pocket where he is at his best, and on top of that, also knowing when to take off and run forward.
Yes.
Forward.
Yeah, because the pocket won't always be strong. The pocket will often be very, very messy, especially against the line like the Rams. And yeah, I understand the I guess impulse to roll out because a lot of times the pressure's coming from up front.
Yeah.
That it especially, and he knows this. Like he knows these guys aren't that good. Like he knows that a lot of times the guards are also going to get beat or the center's also going to get beat. So it's something where Stroud can be better, especially watching the Sunday night game where it's like that's how you do it, folks. That's real quarterbacking, and.
Oof.
And Stroud has,
those defenses are supposedly good too. So for what it's worth, in that Sunday night football game, I heard Lance talking about it in the morning. Yeah, like that's how far away you are.
That was my entire reaction to the first three quarters. It was only about the Ravens. I was like, these guys are on a different planet.
Mm-hmm.
And then in the fourth quarter, I was like, oh, the Bills too. They're also that good.
And the Ravens don't know how to close the door under John Harbaugh, who is very overrated as a head coach based off of the history of 2-score leads that he has blown, which is more than any coach in the NFL since 1991. But no one's talking about that. I'm John Harbaugh. I don't know the rules. I'm going to get them changed because Bill Belichick pants me in a playoff game. Anyway, sorry. Bringing it back to the Texans. I can't take shots, right? I can't take any shots. What we saw from the Texans was more of the same old, same old. They got to clean up the little things. D'Amico has to get better at in-game adjustments. And Stroud, look, you're drafted second overall. He has to raise the level of play around him. Otherwise, he's going to be talked about the same way that Trevor Lawrence is talked about now 2 years from now. That's just how it goes. 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. It is the most interactive sports talk show in town. Stick around. First, let me tell you about my friends at St. Arnold. Hope you guys had a blast at the listener party on Friday. I know I did. Saw a couple of people sending texts in. Congrats, Paul. So thanks, man. That's nice. Now you know why I'm smitten. But I'm also smitten by St. Arnold's. They got a beer for everyone. I had the lawnmower while I was there. I also tried that. They've got an Irish stout. It's called the Irish, and it was at the actual beer hall. It's called the Irish Hello. Oh, what a great name. It's pretty good. They've got a beer for everyone. Their beer garden is a place for everyone. And for private events, they've got a space for everyone. If you were there, you saw it. Their beer hall. Woo, fantastic spot. Lots of space. You can have your private event at St. Arnold. Go to starnold.com and click on private events. Again, starnold.com, click on private events. Tell them Paul Gallant sent you. You can rent a room for groups of 20 to 300 people. There's the beer hall for the big groups. That's what we were in. There's the Investors Pub for groups smaller than 100 people with full audio and visual capabilities, projector screens, and everything you need, plus a full in-house catering menu prepared by the St. Arnold chef, from an appetizer table to a full-on feast, and beer for your event, the freshest St. Arnold beer in the world, straight from the source, with wine, cider, and root beer to boot. Book your event now, especially holiday parties, to get prime dates, a daytime rental, or an evening event, a weekday, or a weekend. And if you listen to our station, and I know you're listening right now, mention ESPN under my name, Paul, or Gallant, and you'll get their brewery game package free for your event. The game package gets you a combo of dartboards, Jenga, cornhole, pool table, and a photo booth. Again, starnold.com, click on private events, starnold.com, private events, and tell them Paul Gallant sent you by.
This is the Paul Gallant Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Most interactive sports talk show in town, 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. You want events? We've got you all afternoon long. Sean, if we could we toss to CJ Stroud talking about why he believes this game was a wake-up call? This is Texans quarterback CJ Stroud trying to tell you why this game, not all of last season, was a wake-up call.
I just think the way we practiced this week, I think we could have practiced better. I think, I love the confidence we have, but there's I always say there's like a type of mindset is like, did I do enough? And I think it's a healthy way to be, because then you'll probably do more. So I just, for me, preparing, I got to do a better job. And I also got to hold my guys accountable, for that one exotic look. And it's the first game of the year. We got a lot of exotic looks we did not expect. They did too, but they made the play. So you can come with a million excuses. We got to just be better.
That is the politest way you can call your team out for the prep leading up to the game. I'm glad he did it. But, and this falls on D'Amico Ryans as well, and everyone else who is a leader. Will Anderson, Daniil Hunter, Azeez Al-Shaair, though the defense did do their job yesterday. And I guess to a lesser extent, offensively, Nico Collins. The offense is a weird room because who really is the leaders after C.J. Stroud with all the turnover that's happened the last couple of years? Joe Mixon's not there. Dalton Schultz, someone you look at, is like one of the leaders of the offense, I guess just because of seniority at this point. You could say that, but this can't happen again. It will, but it can't. Like, this is going to cost you 6 to 7 games, and you're going to be in a dogfight in the AFC South. I don't know if the Jaguars are as good as the team that we saw pummel the Panthers yesterday. Panthers might just be bad. Bryce Young looked bad again. Or if the Colts are as good as they looked yesterday, where they just dumped all over the Dolphins, just crushed them. That might be a reflection of the Dolphins being the first team to fire their head coach with Mike McDaniel. Daniel Jones is scoring on every single drive, and it's the first time a quarterback's done that since 1971, or Dan Marino or something wacky like that. I remember seeing that. I'm pausing for a moment, but do you want to find yourself in a dogfight with any of your division rivals right now? No, you don't. Like, this is an opportunity for you to, at the very least, from a wins perspective, give you a shot at catching teams like the Ravens and Bills, who no one believes you're on the same level as, and the Chiefs too. Chiefs lost on Friday, for what it's worth. But you got to just clean up the little things, and I thought the little things would not be that much of a problem, even though it is game one with a jumbled offensive line and a new offensive coordinator and new offensive linemen on that jumbled offensive line and new receivers and blah, 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 new offensive line coach. I mean, we could keep going and going and going and going. And you can make a lot of excuses there, and I'm glad that C.J. Stroud said, I'm not making any excuses here. He was bringing up some of the factors, but ultimately they got to be less cocky, more humble, and focus on the little things that they said they were focusing on all offseason. And this better be one of those moments that wakes them up. But, I mean, all of last year should have been that. Definitely a different tone after this loss than after a lot of the losses last season, where there was like,
Yeah.
Did feel like that a lot, Sean.
Yeah, it did. And I understand that, like, there is, like, a process to these kind of things, and they are, like you said, breaking in not just a new offensive line configuration, but new offensive line men. Like, this unit hasn't really played together. And then once they kind of at least settled on a unit, then Ed Ingram is a scratch, and now it's a new unit out there.
Right.
But they don't need to be perfect, but can they be better? It's not just the offensive line. It's just the penalty stuff of just 11 for 80 yards. Can we shoot for like a little bit less than that?
I'll take 6.
Yeah, 7 for whatever 50.
Right. And the penalties were illegal shift, illegal formation, false start. Blake Fisher holding a guy by grabbing him on the face mask, which is technically 2 penalties, but whatever.
Can't do that.
You can't do that. But he's awful and he should never be on the field. Defensively, there was not much of that. But I will say, I mean, D'Amico Ryans did mention after the game some of the things that he was getting frustrated with from the defense. I had never heard of this at least described like this, but in different ways of communication, I have heard this kind of thought put out there. Eye discipline. This is D'Amico Ryans after yesterday's game saying what he didn't like about the defense. And yeah, this was a problem at times because that 3rd and 8 where, the play action is making you bite the way that it did. It's 3rd and 8. It's 3rd and 8, guys. Come on. What's going on? Here's D'Amico Ryans.
They got us, and it goes back to us on defense. Main thing was just eye discipline. Right? We didn't play with great eye discipline, so they made plays when our eyes were not in the right spot. We're looking in the backfield. They're throwing the football. Guess what? The guy's going to be wide open. So that's things that we control, and that's the main thing about this game. Rams did a good job, but there are a lot of things that we control, penalties, eye discipline, just the urgency. We control all of that.
Urgency, too, is a weird one. Isn't it? I mean, it's the first game of the year. I get it's not the playoffs, but it is the Rams. I know that C.J. Stroud is looking at the Rams, a road game in his hometown against the quarterback that he seems to have a thing for. He's spoken multiple times about Matt Stafford over guys like Aaron Rodgers when asked about the best quarterbacks in the game. I know Stroud wanted the ball out there, and Stroud certainly had some moments. He did. I'm really not criticizing Stroud much for this game. There's a couple of things I think could have been better. But I'm still giving him a C performance for the game because, it's 3 field goals. That's it. And technically, an interception. That wasn't on you. I mean, Jaden Higgins should have caught that ball. He's 6'4", 215 pounds. Dude just stole it away from you. But as far as urgency goes, C.J. Stroud also echoed the urgency side of things. And maybe this is something D'Amico Ryans talked to them about first thing into the locker room. But Stroud talked about this a couple of times yesterday in his post-game press conference.
It's early, there's a bunch of upside I think we could possibly have. I always try to think positively and give ourselves a little grace, but also there's some urgency and there's some things we need to fix. So I know the conversations will be hard and, we'll be hard on each other, but I think it's a good thing. It's, where friction is I think that's love. So I want to see all my teammates do well. And I think, when there's friction in that, I think sometimes it's a good thing just in a positive way. So
friction, that's love. I know a kind of friction that can be love, right? You know what I'm talking about, guys? Huh? That kind of friction? Huh? Anyone? No? Okay, fine. I'll stop being a pervert. CJ was asked to clarify this urgency a little bit later in the press conference.
Not the friction part? Just
no, not that. It's like, what do you mean by friction?
Yeah.
CJ, anyone
Is there
special in
better
your
protection?
Yeah. Speaking of protection, what's your
the
favorite
friction?
kind?
Just-
Lambskin guy? More from Stroud talking about urgency.
Things vocally that need to be said. But I think, for me, execution breeds energy. So, when you're not executing, who is going to be smiling and running around having energy? You got to execute. So, I think that's the point, is the execution goes up, the energy goes up. And even in times, because it's NFL, they get paid too. We're not going to always be on the other side of good. We got to have a certain type of tenacity and grit to push past the negativity and push past the negative plays. And I think we'll do a better job at that.
I 100% remember him saying something along these lines last year. When you don't execute, you don't have energy. And when there's no energy, there's no fun. And we need to get back to having fun.
At least he didn't say we have to have fun. He is right, though. Like, I mean, something we talked about with the Astros when they lose and people are like, they have no energy out there. It's like, well, then they had 4 hits. Like, you shouldn't be looking like you're having a good time. You shouldn't be having the energy when you are playing poorly. Like that, I don't know what kind of energy that offense should have shown or what kind of energy it earned by their performance.
But we heard this last year. That's my issue. Because I'm with you. It's just I remember all of this last year. Not enough energy. Not enough urgency. Got to clean up the little things. I feel like they didn't do anything over summer break.
That's do the summer reading?
This is like, so going into 10th grade, I had to read the book Pride and Prejudice. And just full disclaimer, I was a 15-year-old boy, okay? I was a 15-year-old boy. I liked reading books that involved, like, violence and death. And I remember reading this book, and please step back. This was my opinion back over 20 years ago, okay? Statute of limitations apply. I thought it was the gayest thing ever. Like, I really did. That was what my thought process was. So I refused to read the book, number one. Then I had an opportunity because my mom was on my ass about this all summer. She's like, I know you haven't read that book. I know you haven't read Pride and Prejudice. So you're going to have to watch the movie. And I'm like, all right, well, maybe the movie's quick. The movie's 5 hours.
Really?
The movie's 5 hours. Yeah. At least the one that I was presented. I don't think it was the one with Keira Knightley. Because if Keira Knightley was in it, I think I would have sucked it up.
6 hours, please.
Right. Like, and the dude who plays
Tom
from Succession. Like but this was not that version. This was like an older version. So this thing just dragged out. So I didn't read it and I didn't watch it. And guess what happened when I was quizzed about it? First day of school, I did not do well. I BS'd and I ended up. I think I got like a C-. And I remember like. This was a very controversial thing for someone to have in my family. But that's something that happened. Did I learn from that experience? Yes. I didn't do that again over summer break, although there was only 2 more summers of high school where I had summer reading. Didn't have to do that again. But it feels like the Texans just skipped out on their summer reading because they were like, oh, Pride and Prejudice, gay. Like that's what it feels like to me right now. All right, but now it's week 1. You got the Bucks on Monday. At least you got a long week, I guess.
Yeah, got an extra day.
But this better be the best week of practice that this team has had in a while. Because it just feels, and I get it, there's injuries and there's all sorts of extenuating circumstances. F that. You got to do the little things that you said you were working on that you didn't do last year. I don't want a rerun. I don't want to be trapped in Groundhog Day. I've already felt like this with this team. This team is Groundhog Day. It's the same effing thing every year. They go up against a good team, and they somehow find a way to give it away. Take a look at that game and remove the mistakes from it. Texans win. They would have won. Instead, we're doing the same thing that we did countless times last year, many times over the course of the 2019 season and the 2018 season and 2016, 2017, 2015, down the stretch in 2012. Like this is all we do. I'm tired of it. And I get that it's new players and new coaches and all that stuff. Still, it just feels like this is always the same. And I don't know, maybe this team felt a little big for his britches going into the year, but I would just ask them, why? Why? What is it that you are so proud about?
Yeah, it's like I get why last year's had unearned confidence because people were talking about them being a Super Bowl contender. You guys this year viewed as like, I won't even say the best of the rest, just like in that next basket of teams after the top 3, you're in the Broncos, Texans zone, maybe a Chargers or one of these other teams, Bengals or whoever. Like, yeah, just the fact that it's so the same. It's just
right.
And while I agree with you that I hope they have the best week of practice this week, I also, if they go down, they lose by 3. Baker Mayfield leaves a game-winning drive on Monday Night Football against those guys. I don't need to hear about how much of a great week of practice it was and how they felt they were having fun out there and how much better they felt. Like, at the end of the day, it really is just win these games. Like, just don't have the procedural penalties. Don't have Dare Ogunbowale fumble, which it was a good play by Landman, but still don't fumble there.
He put the ball out. Great play by Landman, foolish play by Ogunbowale, who owned up for it afterwards.
Yeah, it's just like, don't do those things. I don't actually care how well you guys practice. If you want to say, well, we lost because we didn't take practice seriously, like, next game, if you lose, you can't say you had a great week of practice like you're Kalen DeBoer, all right? Like, you just I don't want to hear it.
I'm same here.
We need results.
Exactly. And look, there's still a way for this team to get moral victories even into year 3 of DeMeco Ryans and CJ Stroud, but this could not have been won. This is one of those games where it felt very level, and your defense did a great job of keeping, for the most part, a Rams offense in check, except for, when it came to Puka Nacua. But, I mean, you stuffed the running game. You got to Stafford a couple of times. You forced a critical takeaway at one point. Only thing they didn't do was score. And, hey, if they had scored, they win. Like, that's how the game goes.
And on that last drive, I was like, oh, they might actually just sneak this one with this one drive. Like, they might just have a one 2-minute drive or a 2-minute drill drive where, okay, they can move the ball down the field, and that, didn't finish it off.
I will say this though. I was doing a little watch party on YouTube, and I was behind enough to know that it was going to end. Thanks, Ryan Lost in Texas, who we had a few drinks with after the listening party last night. We had a strong cask of Amontillado. Yeah, it was great.
Yeah,
really good stuff.
Yeah, that's where I was like starting to like, wow. I had actually, my thought was, I can't believe they're gonna get away with this. Like, they're not going to get criticized for this. And maybe that's where, like, I'm a little extra, not down on them, but just extra, like, this is, they're the dog that this is the 3rd time you've pooped inside. Like, what are we doing? Like, this is just what you do. And I thought they're going to find a way to get away with it by getting in the end zone there. And they weren't able to. And now I do get to rub their nose in it a little bit.
You do, for sure. I saw a comment from Rocky about how Nick Caserio is going to get canned for letting Cliff Kingsbury get out of the building. And I've seen some other people say that Nick Caley's first performance as offensive coordinator was substandard. Well, I'll say this, too. Look at the Dolphins. You know where Bobby Slowick is? He's with the Dolphins, by the way. Just want to let everybody know about where he is. I didn't see that this game was a disaster from a play calling perspective, like a lot of people were making it out to be. I mean, they just took Nico Collins completely out of the game by running cover 2. There's no ability for the big plays to happen. And because of that, somebody else had to step up in the intermediate, and no one really did. I think Dalton Schultz had opportunities too, and that one catch that he bobbled on the sideline, it was almost a great catch, but his body fell out of bounds before he was able to actually corral it. And after that, it's a matter of who is that second playmaker in the passing game. I can't criticize Caley for that. I saw a couple of just absolutely ridiculous posts this offseason from people on social media talking about how deep this receiver room is for the Texans. In terms of volume, yes, but after Nico Collins, there is a very big decline to the next best player, who is Christian Kirk, who knows when we're going to see him. And then after that, I mean, like Justin Watson's in at the end of that game. And, I mean, where is he, best case scenario, on a team that's actually got a good receiving core? Number 4, Xavier Hutchinson, I thought we would see more of him in this game. We didn't really. He did have a couple of moments in there. They don't know what they have at receiver right now. And Jaden Higgins had an opportunity to be involved, and he had a moment, nice catch over the middle of the field in traffic, but he also had a catch that was taken out of his hands. So I understand being angry with Caley, thinking that Caley was going to be so much better than Bobby Slowick, but I'm not blaming Caley for this one. Like, they had to MacGyver together an offensive line and then re-MacGyver it in the middle of the game, and they just do not have very good weapons around C.J. Stroud right now. By the end of the season, the hope is that one of these young players, whether it's Jaden Higgins or Jalen Noel, is going to develop and become somebody that can actually make plays. But right now, yeah, you're not getting a Tank Dell kind of rookie performance in his first year. That's rare. That's really rare.
Yeah, most guys don't do that.
Most guys don't do it, especially mid-round draft picks.
Yeah, the whole like deep at wide receiver thing. It's like it's deep because you're a Texans fan, and B, like the Higgins and Noel the combo, like they're intriguing, but they're not actually. We haven't actually seen it.
Yeah.
You know, we haven't actually seen these guys be good, and even across the league, like the rookie receivers, in week 1, like Abuka looked awesome. He was also picked 15 picks ahead of
way ahead
of Higgins, and honestly fell a little bit.
Right.
So to me, there's a little bit of going into week 1. I'm not penciling in, Higgins as what he'll be hopefully in week 14. Like there is going to be a process to this thing, and yeah, just because the names because you're a Texans fan doesn't mean they're actually deep. Like you put these names like. How many Rams fans do you think know who Xavier Hutchinson is? Like these guys are not.
They're busy beating that one Texans fan up. LA fans, just stay golden, Pony Boys. I mean, my God, making a woman bleed. That's a new low for LA fans, by the way.
Yeah.
We hope that strong, powerful, independent woman as well. We hope that she is well. But yeah, I'm with you on a lot of this. There's something I want to see going forward. And this is one of the reasons that I'm not, woe is me, all is lost, like a lot of you guys are. I actually think I have the fix for how the Texans offensively are a little more competent going forward. I think they stumbled into this, and they didn't know that they had something here. You'll find out what that is on the flip side. I'm Paul Gallant. It's the Paul Gallant Show. Stay put.
But excellent field position for the Texans to try and get down here and get some points. Rams defense going to have to stand firm.
Chubb on 2nd down and 5. And there he goes, breaking tackles and tackled by Curl.
Nick Chubb looked good. In a game where a lot was left to be desired for your Houston Texans. 11 penalties for 80 yards. Some puzzling decisions, time management wise, some other just mistakes that you were hoping would be a thing of the past. I think the Texans actually stumbled into something with Nick Chubb, who, due to circumstances that were in their control, shooting yourself in the foot, plays for a loss, sacks, penalties, they weren't able to use as much. But Nick Chubb, I thought, played very well in yesterday's game. It felt like a night game because it was in that late afternoon window. Chubb, in case you care about the stats, had 13 carries for 60 yards, a 4.6 yards per carry average. He was constantly moving forward. He was pushing the pile. And for a team that is figuring out, one, who it can rely on at the receiver position, two, that is trying to now figure out what is the best version of their offensive line now that two of their starters going into the year are injured. Ed Ingram, Jake Andrews. We'll see if we see Andrews again this year. He did get carted off the field. What is it that you can do best? And I think that's what the Texans learned they can do best in yesterday's game. This is a team that I think, with Nick Caley in charge of the offense, with a new offensive line under Cole Popovich that seems to have a mentality of wanting to maul people. This is, I think, what the identity of the Texans offense should be to open up this year. And it can evolve into more things, but where you're at right now is in a spot where you just don't have a lot to work with. But if Nick Chubb is going to be pushing piles, maybe not to the same degree that he was 3-4 years ago or so, but like that, you have something. That Rams defense, of course, in the past has struggled against some of the best running backs in the game. I would say specifically Saquon Barkley. But I'm looking at that Texans offense right now, and I feel like a smash-mouth offense where they're running the football a lot and maybe making play action come out of that so that you can perhaps unlock Nico Collins at the second level. That's what I want to see this team doing coming out of this game. Chubb might have been a revelation in this game. I really liked what I saw out of him. And hell, there were a couple of moments in this game where in pass protection, specific offensive linemen looked shaky. Blake Fisher had the face mask hold. Ariante Ursary, there was a play where he was in pass protection on the right side and a defensive end just powered through him. But I also remember a play where Ariante Ursary was in run blocking and he just mauled a dude. Like he put the guy on his ass. I think there's a little bit of that with this Texans offense in specific spots. So if there is an identity to be had on this offense that is without Christian Kirk and is juggling people around on the offensive line, this is it. And I would encourage the Texans and CJ Stroud, when he's at the line of scrimmage, making pre-snap reads, which is something that he was doing for the first time. And all of a sudden, it seems like we forgot that he has a little more responsibility and has the ability to check into a run. Oh, it's all Nick Caley. He sucks. He's awful. I mean, he's got more responsibilities. And he's even said after the game, there are a couple of plays that he could have done a little bit better with. That's going to be a learning process for Stroud as well. But Chubb is somebody that I feel like, at least for now, you can make the focal point of your offense. That's a pretty good Rams defense. Maybe not against the run based off of last year, but this game, I felt like Chubb was getting to the second level and driving through guys and constantly going forward. And that is a demoralizing thing to have on your offense if the passing game isn't working as sexily as you want it to.
Yeah, I think Chubb definitely showed enough to where it's like, okay, I feel good when Chubb's on the field. You know, like what you need from him on first and second down especially is to do the stuff that he showed that he can do against the Rams yesterday. It is just the third down back stuff. It's just, should it be Woody Mark? Should it be Dare? Neither feel like great options. I do wonder the alternate reality where Joe Mixon is available or Joe Mixon can play even relatively soon this season of like now if you're talking about this offensive line with this attitude coached by Cole Popovich ready to maul people and now you have Joe Mixon who showed last year he's still has it as a running back especially as a bell cow back and then you're coming in relief you got Nick Chubb. That's like a real thing that you can hang your hat on as an offense where some of the pass protection stuff just becomes less important because you can pound the rock like that and then play action. And okay, now we're cooking a little bit. It's just with Nick Chubb coming off the injuries that he has, I'm just not sure how sustainable that is, long-term for him.
Great point. And
he's a physical runner.
I think you get to that point when you get to it.
I mean that it is like me thinking long term.
I get what you're saying.
On Monday when you have to win a game, just I agree with you that Chubb in the run game did show me something, but it's just maybe it's more about the Dare thing where it's like, what if that was just Joe Mixon instead of Dare? It's hard not to do that, but
and we'll see when we see Joe Mixon.
Yeah, we'll see when we get Mixon, but
if we do.
Well, gee, Paul, thanks for bumming everyone
out.
Well,
I'm just saying. Look,
the cavalry might not be on the way.
You're running out of bodies. I mean, here is some breaking news.
Yeah.
Cade Stover broke his foot. He's out indefinitely. Leading receiver yesterday, Cade Stover, 4 catches for 22 yards. It was very quiet. 4 catches for 22 yards, but he was the leading receiver.
I was going to say, I knew he had like that kind of day. I did not know that was the leading receiver.
He had the most receptions.
Okay. That's still not great.
Pretty much top to bottom, it was 2 to 3 to 4 receptions for
spreading the wealth.
20 to 30 yards amongst 6 different guys.
Including Nico Collins, which
correct.
Is not good.
Right. And I mean, look, credit to the Rams. They had a good plan. So if the Rams' plan is we're not going to get beat over the top, then punish them. Punish them with your running back that is capable of punishing them. Hell, Dameon Pierce, at some point, you would think, is going to have the same kind of opportunity. He did not make the most of his opportunities yesterday. I feel like we might end up seeing more Woody Marks in the near future, too, because of Dario Gumbawale's fumble. How will D'Amico Ryans feel about putting the ball in his hands going forward after a play like that? That is definitely up in the air. But I think the Texans should be focusing on what they do best offensively for the immediate future, and what they do best offensively based off of yesterday is run the football. So time to give Nick Chubb the ball a little bit more and hope that the wheels stay on as long as they can, and that the offense with a Christian Kirk back and with an Ed Ingram back eventually catch up.
Getting that 10 a.m. or 11 a.m. news break, and it's not really a news break, from Ian Rappaport, but the report was Texans expect Nick Chubb to be their bell cow back. Yeah. I was a little bit like, ooh, okay. It was less about Nick Chubb and more about it doesn't make me feel good about
bell cow,
about Woody Marks and Dameon Pierce. Just that a guy that we've talked about a lot coming off injury. Did he look good in training camp? Like, bell cow back? Oh, okay. And credit to him. He's stepped up, and I believe in that. But it will be interesting next, looking ahead to Monday. Like you said, doing against the Rams is one thing. Doing against Vita Vea and the Bucks.
Levante David's still there. I mean, they got.
I think so.
Yeah.
It's just going to be a whole different story
for sure.
Of can you do it again? And that it's a matchup league,
but you can't become an offense where cover 2 you're screwed. You
need an answer,
because that was we talk about the things from last year that we saw again that they had no answer for that last year, And especially once Nico Collins was out, they had nothing.
And they had very little answers for anything the Rams threw at them on defense yesterday, as evidenced by 0 touchdowns.
I am encouraged by what I heard from D'Amico Ryans after the game because he was asked a couple of times about perhaps more Nick Chubb. Here's what he had to say.
Yeah, I thought we could have stuck with it more. I mean, you saw that's where our plays were made, where Nick was running the football down the middle. We had good double team, good movement up front. So something we have to look at again, just see what we can stick to and what do we execute best to give ourselves the best chance to win the game. But Nick did a really nice job.
So give him the ball a little bit more. You want to jump in, you want to vent about a Texans loss, 713-780-3776 to call to text. Actually, on the text line from the 832, I don't think Cade had the most receiving yards. He only had 22. He had the most receptions. That's what I said. At least I think I said. Did I say leading receiver?
You said leading receiver, and then you clarified that he had the most receptions.
Leading receptor.
Leading pass catcher.
Yeah. Again, like it's
semantics.
Yeah, but look, if that's what the offense is, then run.
Not good. And he broke his foot, by the way. That's the main thing to take away is that he broke his foot. No matter
he won't be the leading receiver
what you want
in week 2, hopefully. Hopefully multiple receptions are made by the other Texans receivers.
Very bad.
So that after week 2, the leading receiver doesn't have 4 catches. Like, by the way, can you guess how many receptions I had my last season of high school football to lead the team in receptions?
Oh, is it 4?
9.
9.
I led the team in receptions with 9 catches.
Hey, listen, you just ran the plays they were called. You know,
we sure ran those plays. We ran a lot
every time.
We ran every effing down. It was just absolutely brutal. Sean Mapes behind the glass and Paul Gallant. Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. 713-780-3776 to call up the text. YouTube at ESPN Houston and on Twitch at ESPN 975. Up next, we will take a brief break from the Texans. The Astros also crapped their pants this weekend. Oh, no. How do you feel about them coming out of this weekend? Now just 2.5 games up on the Mariners and 4 games up on the Rangers. We'll discuss. Stay put.
You're listening to the Paul Gallant Show,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
So, Texans losing to the Rams. Not as surprising as losing 2 or 3 to the Rangers over the weekend, in my opinion. And I get it. The Astros are not playing their best of late. But as the listener party raged on at St. Arnold, we saw the Astros fall on Friday to the Rangers 4-3 in extra innings. Lance McCullers, the 7th arm to come out of the bullpen, and Lance McCullers, the last arm to come out of the bullpen because he took the L. Jake Berger. Is this the new Adolis Garcia? Jake Berger. He had 2 home runs in this series. So you lose Friday 4-3. You win 11-0 on Saturday. Too many runs in one game. We've talked about this before. Pretty much all of those runs in the 8th and the 9th. 15 hits, 8 for 9 with runners in scoring position, but you left 11 on base. Hey, at least Hunter Brown was better than Jacob deGrom. Hunter Brown gave you 6 shutout innings. Jordan had 3 hits and a home run. One of them was off that home run was off deGrom. Christian Walker also had a home run off deGrom. Saturday's great, but 4-3 a loss on Friday, and then on yesterday, a game I did not watch, and I feel like I shouldn't have to watch the Astros on a football Sunday. They had just 5 hits. They're 1 for 6 with runners in scoring position. They left 4 on base. They gave the Rangers a run early on with Yainer Diaz and his throwing error. And doesn't matter that Framber Valdez actually was back on track to what he normally is because Jake Berger beat you. Losing 2 of 3 to the Rangers, to me, is more surprising than the Texans losing to the Rams. This is not me playing favorites. This is more, I don't respect the Rangers. I know they beat the Astros in the ALCS a couple of years ago, but, oh, wow, a team plays well for a month after not even showing up last season. That team shouldn't be beating you in a place that has turned into your mini batting practice. And you're able to do it on Saturday off of Jacob deGrom. You can't do it against the schlubs that they were throwing out there on Friday and Sunday.
Yeah, spread those around a little bit.
Yeah. I'm sorry. Who the hell are either of those pitchers? I don't know who they are. There's no Nathan Eovaldi. There wasn't anyone that I recognize on the hill on Friday or Sunday. None. Paul, you should, know who they're... No, I don't need to. They suck. Those guys suck. I feel very comfortable saying that. Paul, you really don't know what you're talking about. Sure, great. You scored 3 runs on Friday. You scored 2 runs yesterday. When is it going to end? When are you actually going to do what you should do on a much more regular basis, which is score 5 runs? I'm just asking for 5. Do you know what 5 runs would have done for you on Friday? Win the game. Do you know what 5 runs would have done for you on Sunday? Win the game. Do you know what 5 runs would have done for you many times this year? Win the game. Score 5 runs. I am not asking for much. I am just asking for 5 runs. Just 5. Not 6, not 7, not 8, not 9, not 10, not 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. I'm not asking for that. You got 11 on Saturday. Clearly you're capable of scoring 5 runs. Give me 5 runs. 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Everybody that's watching the Astros, let's go for a drive because I'm losing my mind. I'm going to drive off a cliff like the O'Doyles, and we're all going to burn in a crashing wreckage because you can't score 5 runs. That's what you're making me do. I should be allowed to leave my kids in the car with the air conditioning on for a series against the Rangers. Oh, but they're hot. Well, F that. They don't matter. They're not real. None of their players are real. They all suck. That's what I'm saying about the Rangers right now. Okay? Paul, you're just bitter because you killed them a couple of years ago, and you're actually not really backing up any of the points you're making with any evidence. Clearly, you just looked at the box scores this morning to try to figure out what the hell happened this weekend. So what? So what? Score 5 runs. That's what you should do. You should score more than 5, but I'll settle for 5. How about that? That's Baseball Paul, the smartest baseball mind in all the land. Merrill Kelly, who is that? That's a real person? Sounds like a Pokemon. There's a Pokemon called Meryl. Meryl. It's like a little water Pikachu. Paul, now you're talking about Pokemon? Yes, I'd rather talk about Pokemon than the Astros losing 2 or 3 to the Rangers, who suck. They suck. They're not real. They're not good. They suck.
Yeah. But the Astros.
Nope.
I think it's
no excuse.
I think it's more surprising. It's not surprising though that they would lose this game.
I'm surprised. I don't care if they're playing well. I'm surprised. They suck.
It's less that the Rangers are playing well. It's more that we've watched the Astros for the last 2.5 months.
No, that's true. But they're 74-70. I mean, that sucks to me. That sucks. Okay. I'm going to be as arrogant as I possibly can as the Astros empire fades, much like the country we live in. You know, as both the empires fades, I'm going to continue to act like there's Astros fan exceptionalism and American exceptionalism. Okay? Even if television costs me $400 a month or so I can watch the Astros, right? Didn't even, I'm spending all that money. Can I get a rebate? Can I get a rebate for not watching those games over the weekend? Fine. I can't get a rebate. But what I'm trying to say is we'll score 5 runs. That's all. Just score 5 runs. 5. 2 + 3 is 5. 2 times 2.5 is 5. 5 times 5 divided by 5 is 5.
I was really hoping you would mess one of these up.
25 minus 20 is 5.
Yeah.
See, when you say it like that, it sounds a lot more easy. Sounds a lot easier to do.
Yeah.
I just want 5 runs.
It was nice
to not watch them over the weekend. Yes, it was.
Yeah,
it was nice.
I was gonna say it was nice to have a couple excused absences. One with the listener party, 2 with the Texans game happening almost concurrently. I know I could have watched both, but still, I had excused absence. I was gonna use it because I knew that this is probably the most we're gonna talk about the Astros today. I'll be back locked in on the shin for the Toronto series.
No, yeah, it's a big series.
Big series.
Big series. But I mean, I'm just gonna go through the amount of times that the Astros haven't scored 5 runs.
It's been a while. Or no, they scored 5 against the Yankees. Scored like 8. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
that's true. Okay, let's just go back. August 1st, 1 run. August 2nd, 3 runs. August 3rd, 1 run. Miami doesn't count.
And just I know the Rockies are in there too.
They don't count either.
They don't count.
Yankees, 5 runs. Guess what? They won. 4, a loss. 7, they won. 6 runs. Check that. 7 runs. They won against the Red Sox. 1 run against the Red Sox. They lost. 4 runs against the Red Sox. They won. Huh? How? 0 runs. They scored 5. They won. 0 runs. 0 runs. 0 runs. Remember that stretch?
Was it the Orioles?
That was the Orioles into the Tigers.
Yeah.
They didn't score like 4 years. 2 runs loss. 7, 10, 9. That's nice. 2, 1. Won a game against the Rockies. They scored 4. It doesn't count. 4 against the Rockies. Doesn't count. 2 against the Angels. Doesn't count. 1, 0, 1, 4, 3, 2. Score 5. Good God. Paul, that doesn't make any sense. This is the most half-assed baseball segment I've ever heard. Sure. So is scoring less than 5 runs. That's half-assed. That's a half-assed baseball game. How about that? 3 hours to get to that. Unbelievable.
I mean, Friday was way longer.
Friday was a long game.
Friday must have been like 4.
Remember at the listener party, I was like, is the game over? Because they moved it to the Chiefs and Chargers game, which goes to show you where baseball's place is, which is, nowhere to be found during football season until the playoffs begin. And then I remember we went for a little after party at the St. Arnold's Beer Garden, and guess what was on the game? The Astros. And guess who came on the mound? Lance McCullers. And guess what happened? Game over. 5 runs. That's it. Just score 5 runs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Everybody.
Come on, let's try.
Yeah. I don't know the model.
Around the
5.
bases. Y'all.
A little bit of Monaco in my life. A little,
little
bit of
bit of
Jericho
Jeremy
by
in
my
my
side.
life.
Yeah.
A little bit of Jordan's what I need.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I'd rather play the Mambo number 5 on loop in a straitjacket than watch this team score less than 5 runs. If they score more than 5 runs, I'm happy. I'm not asking for much. You could lose and score 5 runs. I'd be like, I'd get it. I'd get it.
Acceptable.
Hasn't this been a great baseball segment? Just score 5 runs. I read the box scores. Score 5. That would work. You would have had a sweep this weekend. You silly ignoramuses. Okay?
Whoa.
Yeah, I dropped an I-bomb. Anyway. It's the Paul Gallant Show. Do we want to talk about the Texans again? No. We'll pause one more segment so that I can get my mental health back. The Houston Texans, they're nowhere close to these two teams. What else went down in the NFL? We'll roll through the NFL slate from the weekend very quickly in a 10-minute drill. Stay put. Week 1 almost in the books. One last game tonight. Monday Night Football. It's the Lions on the road against the Bears. Vikings are 1.5-point favorites. We'll see how that one goes. Joe George, we wish you the best because it's put up or shut up time for Caleb Williams.
Yep. With the Lions' performance on Sunday, it was clearly all Ben Johnson. So if he's not a genius, and if they don't score, I'd say 45 points on Monday Night Football. He's a bum.
Yeah, I'm with you there. He's got to score. He's got to throw for 5 touchdown passes.
Yeah.
If not, bust. Clearly.
Yeah. Just painting his nails.
Last night's Sunday Night Football game, holy crap. I mean, that's one of the best games I've seen in a very long time. I was only able to watch the end of it because I wrapped up doing all my Texans post-game stuff probably right about the time that DeAndre Hopkins made that one-handed catch for a touchdown. And I believe that touchdown reception seemingly put the game out of reach for Buffalo. Let me take a look here. Yeah. 34-19 was the score with 1:09 to go in the third quarter. That's where I started watching. The Bills, to their credit, answered right back, but then Derrick Henry had another long touchdown
That's
run.
when it seemed over.
And it was 40-25 because, I mean, they counterpunched right away.
Yeah.
And they held on to that 2-touchdown lead until, with about 4 minutes left, Josh Allen hit Keon Coleman. And then Derrick Henry, he fumbles. The Bills get the ball back. And the Bills score a touchdown. They go for 2. They don't get it. And then after that, they get the ball back again. And I mean, it's one of the craziest comebacks you'll ever see, especially considering this is an organization, the Bills, that, yes, had the greatest comeback in NFL history against the Houston Oilers, but also is thought of as a loser franchise post the 4 straight Super Bowl appearances because they have been not very good. I have one thing to say, and this is directly to the Bills fans who left that game early. You guys deserve to miss that last-second field goal. You deserve to see it shanked to the side. How dare you? If you root for a team that has one of the best quarterbacks in the game and you leave early, you should have your season tickets forcibly removed from you and perhaps your firstborn. You should not be allowed to go to another game. If you left that game early and you were trying to come back in, you should not have been left back in. I say this as somebody who, when I was 14 years old, watching a Patriots-Dolphins game at Gillette Stadium back in 2002, had a drunk fan fall on me and puke on me, and I didn't feel so great after that happened, so we left with 10 minutes to go, and this is when I learned I will never, ever, 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 ever turn off a Tom Brady game early. The Patriots, as I was walking to the car with my dad, came back and they won. They were down 10 with just 2 minutes to go. Anyone who leaves a game early with an elite quarterback that they know is an elite quarterback, and Josh Allen's the, reigning MVP. If you leave that game early, you're bad. You're a bad person. Oh, but I had work early the next day. Dude, it's the possible AFC Championship game preview. It's a rematch of last year's playoff game, which also was a barn burner. You're really going to leave early? Like, the only excuse you have is if you were like that drunk guy who fell on me on that Patriots-Dolphins game back in either 2002 or early 2003. That's legitimately your only excuse. You were arrested. You can't leave that game early when you got a quarterback that good. And I remember hearing Mike Tirico and Chris Collins were talking about how Bills fans are trying to get back in the stadium. They deserve to miss that last-second field goal. They deserve to get Norwooded right in the butt.
Okay.
What?
I was going to say that sounded dirty. And
No, it's like getting kicked in the butt because Norwood's a kicker.
Yeah. I think that the Bills fan that pushed DeAndre Hopkins and Lamar Jackson, that Bills fan has now been banned for the rest of the season from Bills games. Better fan than the guys who left, than the fans who left. I rather have a stadium full of guys willing to give a little push to the helmet of the other team than guys that will leave.
Yeah,
early.
that guy's built for it.
Give me 50,000 of those guys.
I mean, that guy shouldn't have done that.
No,
and I have
obviously
no
he's in the
problem
wrong.
with Lamar Jackson pushing back. None whatsoever. You
Yes.
you push, you deserve to be pushed back.
Appropriate response.
100% appropriate response. And I bet he's going to get some sort of fine for
He'll
it.
get slapped with
He should not. Like, that was 100% BS. But Bills fans, everyone always talks about it like, oh, they're such diehard loyal fans. Nope, they're frauds just like everybody else. When the going gets tough, they get going. Like all fans. All fans do this, but Bills fans are different. They're so loyal. Are they? They were nowhere to be found for 20 effing years, and now all of a sudden they're good again, and they're leaving games early when they have an MVP quarterback with like 5 minutes to go.
They're also down 15.
I don't care, Sean.
No. I'm saying they're only down 15.
Oh,
Yeah,
it wasn't like they were down 30.
They're down 2 scores.
No, it was ridiculous.
Against a team that loses the most
Yes,
whatever,
it's like
double-digit leads.
John Harbaugh's, I think, had 16 losses while up by 2 scores or more, and it's like the most of any coach since 1991.
There's also one where since 2022 they've lost 8 games with a 90% win expectancy at any point in the game or better. That's 3 more than any other team.
Yeah. And someone's calling me out, Paul, didn't you leave early on Christmas Day? Yes, because the Texans ruined Christmas. It was 31-2.
That too. Oh, by
if
the
they
way,
scored 10, I might have stayed. But they scored 2. They actually were driving at the end of the third quarter, and I thought about staying. And and then they turned it over, and I was like, "Thank God, I'm getting
30
out
to
of
9."
Getting out of here.
Yeah, no, I think, yeah, no, I came away being like the Texans are, and this is kind of backwards from how the game worked out. The Texans are 100% getting blown out by the Ravens. The Bills, they can probably still hang with the Bills. just by what I saw the first 3 quarters, I was like, I could see a game where it's a slop fest against the Bills. The Ravens, probably still going to do what the Ravens do to the Texans.
Yeah, I would think so.
The problem is the Texans can't get it close, you know? If you get it close, then you can beat the Ravens.
You just have to get it close. That's it.
Unfortunately, they still have Derrick Henry, who's still amazing.
I mean, Derrick Henry was awesome last night and cost the Ravens the game. That's football, folks. That's football, ladies and gentlemen. That's the inches you need right in front of your face.
Right in your face, right next to Ed Oliver's hand.
Yeah.
Those are the inches.
Packers took down the Lions 27-13. This might have been the most impressive victory of the weekend. I say that because, I mean, whether it's because Ben Johnson is now the head coach of the Chicago Bears or it's the Micah Parsons effect on that defense, the Packers, they gave that Lions team a lot of issues. Micah Parsons was even talking a little trash after, leading up to the game, I think, right? Where he said something along the lines of, hey, you're running all these trick plays. Like, what are you really as an offense? I saw Teddy Bruschi, Patriots legend, saying, like, hey, man, you should have left this stuff in Dallas. I don't know. seems like it worked out for Micah Parsons, who did have a sack in this game. Green Bay's defense is really impressive already. This was, I think, a hell of a performance. And as far as Jordan Love goes, people were pretty happy with what they saw. He didn't need to do that much, just 16-22, 188 yards and 2 touchdowns, 8.5 yards per attempt. But he didn't turn the football over, which was the big problem for him last year. So perhaps this is a Super Bowl team, as Sean Mapes predicted going into the year. You picked the Packers, right?
Yeah. But I'd had the Lions winning the division.
Yeah, the little wild card.
Yeah.
Wild card.
Oh, have the Packers ever done that before? Ooh. Oh, the last time they won?
That's a good point.
With a 27-year-old quarterback.
That's a good point.
Yeah, I think the class of the AFC we saw on Sunday night, I think so far, again, this is just like if you got the Men in Black memory eraser and only are judging this off of what you saw this first weekend, I think the Packers are the team that impressed me the most in the NFC.
Friday night, Chargers beat the Chiefs 27-21 in Brazil. This is one of those games where you saw some moments where Patrick Mahomes looked like Patrick Mahomes, but those highlights did not outweigh one of Justin Herbert's best games ever. 25 of 34, 318 yards, 3 touchdowns. How about Keenan Allen just seamlessly fitting right back in with the Chargers? He had 7 catches for 68 yards and a touchdown. Quentin Johnson actually wasn't dropping passes, at least as far as I can tell.
No, he was pretty good.
5 catches for 79 and 2 touchdowns. I mean, between Ladd McConkey, this version of Keenan Allen, and if Quentin Johnson ever lives up to, the billing that the Chargers drafted him thinking that he had, that is a pretty intimidating group of receivers with a quarterback who everyone loves to put on a pedestal. But this was one of those performances where it's finally worth it. I will say this, though. I take everything that happens in Brazil with a grain of salt.
Everything. Not
Everything.
just NFL games. Just like happenings.
Not Fast and the Furious. That really happens.
No, we don't. We would never take that for granted.
We would never take that for granted. But everything else that happens in Brazil, I take it with a grain of salt. Okay. The butts. Are they all
I'll
real?
take that with a grain of salt.
Are they all real?
Oh.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah. Some people are into that, you know? Anyway. Other scores, the Bucks, who the Texans play this coming Monday, they took down the Michael Penix-led Atlanta Falcons 23-20. Was dicey.
It was a classic where Michael Penix had a game-winning drive, and then Baker Mayfield came down and drove another one.
Right. It was kind of like the Texans-Bucks game a couple of years ago where C.J. Stroud had that moment.
And then the Falcons did have a field goal at the gun to tie it, I believe, with Younghoe Koo. Yeah, and he shanked it. Tough one. But yeah,
he almost shanked another one too. I remember watching on the TV.
I came away kind of impressed by both teams. Obviously, the Bucks kind of just doing it again, and Baker Mayfield kind of living up to that reputation that he's starting to earn himself of a good quarterback in the NFL, especially one who can operate the 2-minute drill just about as good as anyone. Emeka Buka, also rookie wide receiver. I mentioned him earlier. He looked awesome.
Yes, he did. Otherwise, around the NFL, let's just run through all the scores really quickly. Bengals got their first Week 1 win in what feels like forever, 17-16 over the Browns, who Browns it up. The Browns that up so bad.
The Bengals do not deserve that
They did not deserve that win at all. The Browns literally handed it to them on a silver platter. Colts took down the Dolphins 33-8. Mike McDaniel is getting fired at some point in the next couple of weeks, I would imagine. They go into Foxborough and took down my Patriots 20-13. Geno Smith looked great. Drake May.
Get well soon, Brock Bowers.
Yeah, that's a fair point.
I need you.
The Cardinals hung on for a win against the Saints. Respectable effort by the Saints. They hung in there till the end, 20-13. Aaron Rodgers gets vengeance over the Jets and then talks some trash afterwards. 34-32.
I was happy to beat everyone associated with the Jets.
I was surprised. There's got to be some people in the Jets that he liked. Maybe not.
I saw him playing catch with one of the assistant coaches or ball
yeah,
boys.
the one guy he
game.
hugged going into the locker room too. I guess not. Washington took down the Giants 21-6. It does seem like Russell Wilson is going to be benched for Jackson Dart at any moment soon. The Jaguars had a pretty impressive win over the Panthers where they just completely flummoxed Bryce Young, who was having a little temper tantrum on the sideline. Travis Etienne, maybe he's back. The Broncos hung on in spite of having a dominant defensive effort for a 20-12 win over Cam Ward and the Titans. I think they sacked him 8 times. But Bo Nix looked a lot like college Bo Nix. 49ers hung on for a 17-13 win over the Seahawks. I really think that the Seahawks made a mistake moving on from Geno Smith for Sam Darnold.
Judging off of Sunday, I agree.
Yeah.
Early returns, not great.
And there you go. That's week 1 of the NFL to this point. Sean Mapes is behind the glass. I'm Paul Gallant. The Texans lost. It very much felt like a same old Texans kind of loss. Where are you at vibes-wise with this team? That's up to you on the most interactive sports talk show in town. Stick around.
You're locked in with the Paul Gallant Show
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
You learn more and more things about how you want to approach a new season, and he found that going into this year.
The blitz is on. Stroud is hit. Down he goes. Ball is loose. Coming through McCullough. Wow.
Texans were knocking on the door there. But when you don't block a guy coming off the blind side, you're going to have a bad time. You're going to have a bad time. Stroud was sacked 3 times yesterday in a game where the Texans had to MacGyver things a bit. In case you're unfamiliar with that reference, MacGyver is a 1980s television show about, I want to say, a secret agent of some sort, perhaps a government agent, and this guy often finds himself in situations that are impossible to get out of, but then somehow, some way, he is able to create some sort of ridiculous weapon or escape item using improvisation entirely. Like every single episode is him turning a paperclip into a katana, turning an eraser into a nuclear weapon. It's stuff like that. You know? Is that close generally, Sean, to the actual description of the show?
Yeah, close enough. In the portrayal in the 1985 series, MacGyver is shown to possess a genius-level intellect, proficiency in multiple languages, superb engineering skills, excellent knowledge of applied physics, military training in bomb disposal units, and a preference for non-lethal resolutions to conflict. So the nuclear bomb eraser thing, probably not.
Right.
But everything else, yeah, pretty on the money. He's the basis for MacGruber.
The Saturday Night Live skit that turned into a movie. That's actually a pretty funny movie.
I'm more familiar with the spoof of MacGyver, but yeah, I understand that's what the Texans are having to do with their offensive line.
Right.
Taking the paperclip that is Blake Fisher and contorting them in a way to where you get a workable offensive line, which
They did their best. Last year, any attempts at MacGyvering generally were MacGruberings. This year, I would say that all things considered, yesterday was closer to a MacGyver kind of effort. Did not get the job done, but I actually think if you're going to make any excuse for the Texans yesterday, it's that going into the game, they were without their right guard, and at the end of the game, they were without their center. And take it from the offensive line expert himself, Lance Zierlein, who talked about this on X. The interior pressure that the Texans regularly faced last season, it wasn't really there as much as it had been. And that's, I think, really encouraging considering how much shuffling the Texans had to do, because with Ed Ingram at right guard, that meant that Ariante Ursary, who all training camp, after starting at right tackle, moved from left tackle to right tackle for his first game.
yes,
Cam
won the
Robinson,
left tackle job.
right. Cam Robinson, who had lost the left tackle job because he had been injured, comes in, and he's also probably rusty because he hasn't practiced that much. So he's at left tackle. Ursery's at right tackle. But then Robinson has a cramp during the game. He gets removed from the game. So then Ursery moves on the same drive to left tackle. Blake Fisher comes in at right tackle. Also in this same drive, they eventually have Robinson back in. So then Ursery moves from the left back to the right. And then at some point, Jake Andrews got hurt, and Jarrett Patterson comes in. I mean, they were making the most that they possibly could out of an offensive line that already is facing an uphill battle. And I would say we're taking a look for any small victory on Sunday. I do think that the offensive line is incrementally better. Specifically because I think when it came to running the football, they were mauling people, and they were perfect for Nick Chubb.
Yeah, they're good at something now, and that is the more gap scheme type running that they want to do with
gap scheme,
with Nick Caley, and they've proven that, as you laid out, even with the odds against them, they were still able to figure something out enough. And bringing up the Lance thing with the interior, or what Lance pointed out with the interior pressure, that's something where I do wonder if either this week, looking back at the tape, or just if it becomes a thing throughout the season where that's kind of a constant. Are we going to see C.J. Stroud bail out of the pocket a little bit less and feel more comfortable stepping up into the pocket because they aren't getting they aren't giving up the same amount of penetration just straight up the middle that they were last year, where I understand how in game one, if you're feeling pressure, you're like, well, probably come from the inside based off of 17 games last season. And if that's something where they can, again, incrementally be better at one specific aspect, maybe you get Stroud feeling more confident stepping up in the pocket instead of bailing out.
Exactly. So this is something to build off of, in my humble opinion. After the game, C.J. Stroud talked about the Texans' offensive line and all the shuffling that they had to do due to the injuries, and if it was perhaps an excuse for the loss.
Yeah, it's not easy, It's something that what you're going to complain about, or you just, or you're going to lay down, or you're going to go play. So for me, I just try to compete, as best I can, and show those guys that I don't care who's in there, like, I trust in you. And by the way I play, I try to play as hard as I can to show that I'm there for them, and also vocally as well. So, but yeah, even, a receiver a little bit, we got some guys, hopefully coming back, hopefully soon. So, yeah, it's not always easy, but, that's why I'm in the position I am, to try to, solve some of those issues, because everybody deals with injuries. But, I think I've, tried to do my best at that.
And in this game, I mean, I think it could have been worse. So, as someone who went into this game thinking the Rams would win, seeing the game go down in some ways similar to how I thought it would, I thought the Rams would score more points. I was hoping the Texans could at least get one touchdown. But the biggest issue I had coming out of this game was more of the things that we saw last year that hit again. And that's the shooting yourself in the foot. It's the mistakes. And the question I have for you going forward, as it seems like there's a car alarm going off in our parking lot, the question I have is this. Based off of what you saw yesterday, a little more 2024 back in your life, do you think that by season's end, the Texans can clean up this mess? I leave that up to you. It's the Paul Gallant Show. Stay put.
to adapt some things to what C.J. Stroud and this offensive line is comfortable with.
Nice block by Chubb. But here they come up the middle. They got him with Davis. Another sack. Oh, a solid backup.
Hang on. What's today's date?
September 8th.
It's September 8th. And we're in the year. What year, Sean?
2025. The year of our Lord.
Oh, I thought this was 2024 again. I thought that it's last year again. That's what I came out of Sunday's Texans loss to the Rams feeling like. Oh, it's 2024 still. I'm still 35. I probably have less grays than I have right now. Definitely still as pasty. Heard the morning show had some fun with that this morning. But it just felt so much like 2024 yesterday, despite all of the turnover this offseason. Completely new offensive line, new offensive coordinator, new offensive line coach, new receivers. And by the way, you took a step back at receiver. You're hoping with the first three that we talked about, you've taken a step forward, that you've upgraded. 11 penalties for 80 yards. 7 of them were on offense. It was just a lot of the same. And what frustrates me and should frustrate you, not to the point of saying the season is over, not to the point of panicking, not to the point of calling for Nick Casario's head or saying C.J. Stroud's never going to be the guy or DeMeco Ryans not that good of a coach. Maybe someday when it comes to all three of those, we'll have those conversations. Today ain't the day for it. There's a lot of overreactions going on. But you are not overreacting if you were annoyed that you saw a lot of the same issues from 2024 yesterday, especially when you heard from so many Texans this offseason that the little things are not going to be a problem anymore. We can't let them be a problem anymore because they were. You regularly shot yourself in the foot in big time spots. I really felt more than anything like I was watching the Texans-Packers game from last year. Now, that game, the offense really struggled, especially the passing game. But you had some moments where Joe Mixon looked pretty good. This game, yesterday, hey, at the very least, Nick Chubb looked pretty good. But the passing game had a tough time. It's not C.J. Stroud's fault entirely. I think you have to put some blame on a quarterback when an offense is only able to score 3 field goals. But Stroud made a couple of nice plays out there under duress, whether it was scrambles or extending plays and some beautiful touch while falling back. Like, he had some good moments in this game. I think that if you're coming out of this game saying C.J. Stroud isn't the guy, I think you're crazy. But I do think that the most important Houston Texans got to look at themselves in the mirror and ask this question: how is it that I get the team that I know is capable of more than what they did last year and more capable than what you saw yesterday? How do I get more out of them? How do I get consistency out of them? I really didn't like hearing this word specifically from C.J. Stroud, who talked about yesterday's performance with the media.
But I definitely think we could have won, but just you can shoulda, woulda, coulda all day. We didn't deserve to win that game because we didn't do the right things. So when you come out in NFL lollygagging and not going through the motions, that kind of what happens. So I think we'll be all right, but I think it's a good wake-up call for us.
Lollygagging. I can't remember the last time I heard that word. Honestly, I figured that was a word that a Gen Zer like C.J. Stroud would be completely unfamiliar with. For those who don't know, lollygag, it's in the dictionary. It means spend time aimlessly, idle. This is a very weird used in a sentence. Quote, he sends her to Arizona every January to lollygag in the sun. End quote. What are we talking about here? A trophy wife?
Yeah. Sugar baby?
Does feel like a sugar baby, Sean.
The
Get to Scottsdale, babe. All right? Just don't tell me about who you're shaboinking.
Yeah, I'll pay for the Verbo. Yeah, what a weird.
Send some pics. Have some fun. It is a weird sentence to use. But
as the example, you know how that happens. Yeah, I
CJ Stroud thought the Texans were lollygagging around, that they were spending time aimlessly out there. And I mean, hey, you get 3 field goals in the first half and no points in the second half. Yeah, it sure feels like a lot of the offensive possessions at the end of the day were merely lollygagging.
But I don't. To me, that speaks to like effort. And I didn't think that the effort was especially lacking. I thought it was more like attention to detail stuff, which I guess could be lollygagging. But I guess I always assume lollygagging is like not giving effort.
That's my first thought as well. So interesting that Stroud used that word. And I think Stroud, who actually does say things at the podium, was trying his best to not take shots, but also just being very transparent and honest here. So he felt like there was some lollygagging. He also thinks that this game is a wake-up call, and listen to what he calls into question along the way.
I just think the way we practiced this week, I think we could have practiced better. I think, you know, I love the confidence we have, but there's I don't know, I always say there's like a type of mindset is like, did I do enough? And I think it's a healthy way to be, because then you'll probably do more. So I just, for me, you know, preparing, I got to do a better job. And I also got to hold my guys accountable, you know, for that one exotic. And it's the first game of the year. We got a lot of exotic looks we did not expect. They did too, but they made the play. So you can come with a million excuses. We got to just be better.
So something to think about. When he said the word lollygag, going back to what Sean said, is the lollygagging in reference to Sunday's game, or is the lollygagging in reference to him saying, I did not like the week of practice we just had? And that is what I think it is. I think that to CJ Stroud, the football dork, nerd, obsessor, I think that it's all the same thing, which is, by the way, good. You want that out of your leader. You want your leader to feel that way. And then he says, it's almost passive aggressive. I do not think he intended it to be passive aggressive here, but he's saying, yeah, this is my mindset. Am I doing enough? I am always wondering if I am doing enough. That is a feeling that I always have. Me, Paul Gallant. I always am like, am I doing enough? Am I doing enough on social media? Am I doing enough prep? Blah, 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 blah. And I overthink it all the way to the point of, like, I don't even know how much I often enjoy the prep process and post-show process. Once the show starts, I feel great, much like a lot of guys do in the game. Playing a game is fun.
The games are fun.
But the prep is hard. And I'm wondering if Stroud is wondering aloud now instead of privately, are the guys around me doing everything necessary to make sure that on Sunday we don't screw up? And that is going to be for both CJ Stroud to find, because he is the leader of this team. It's year 3 now. Look at that offense. Tell me who you are looking at for leadership and guidance other than Nico Collins and Christian Kirk. It's a bunch of young guys and new guys. Stroud has complete command of this locker room now. So how does Stroud get that out of his teammates? And then you got DeMeco Ryans, who had this to say about the penalties that the Texans had yesterday, 11 for 80.
Yeah, the penalties it's uncalled for, right? It's all controllable, things we can control. And you know, if you stand up here and we're talking about negative plays, talking about going backwards, this is not what we talked about. Main thing offensively, wanted to stay on track, right? And we got some unfortunate penalties that put us behind the sticks and just put us in some really long third downs that we weren't not able to manage. So we had to clean up the penalties.
But we heard that last year. So this is going to be an interesting week. I think that this year D'Amico has more ownership on offense than he did last year. I think it's because he's probably annoyed that some things were not communicated to him about the offense. I think he trusted that Bobby Slowick could run the offense on his own and that he wouldn't have to be constantly, checking his work. But now I think it's a little bit different, and I'm not frustrated or upset with Nick Caley after yesterday's game. Like, I don't have an issue with the play calling. I don't have an issue with anything other than maybe you should have given Nick Chubb the ball a little bit more, but you found yourself in so many second and long situations. How the hell do you do that, I'm looking at the dotting of I's and the crossing of T's, which I know I bring up often, but these are the things that the Texans did not do last year. And once again on Sunday, they didn't do. So this is now a massive moment for both D'Amico Ryans and CJ Stroud, hopefully to sit down with one another and have that hard talk about, okay, we got to figure out who we got to light a fire under the ass of so that they are crossing the T's and dotting the I's. Because when Daria Gunbawale is having a brain fart out there and making a mistake, a guy that you do trust to always do the right thing, a guy who doesn't put the ball on the ground. He dives forward. His first down, the situationally, there was just no reason for him to dive forward the way that he did, which made it easier for Landman to punch it out. When you're diving forward, just think about it. You have the ball in your hands. If you have the ball against your chest, guess what's underneath, your chest? Nothing. Like, it's very easy to punch the ball out that way. Anyway, he shouldn't have dove there. And when you got a guy like him making mistakes, I mean, the rest of the team is certainly doing it as well. So this week, long week, CJ Stroud, D'Amico Ryans, I hope that they are having closed doors meetings with one another and trying to figure out who's doing what they're supposed to on a regular basis and who's doing the extra work off the field on a regular basis. And for the guys who are not doing that, how do we get them to get on my level? What you heard from Stroud there, which is to always wonder if you are doing enough. More guys on this team need to be that way because the difference between you and other contenders, you saw it all yesterday on the field. That Rams team, talent-wise, probably on the same level as you, but smarts, intangibles, Sean McVay, Matt Stafford, they have it in spades over you. And I think by this point, that should not be as significant of a gap between the Rams and you, let alone the Ravens, Bills, Chiefs, and you. But if that's what it is between you and the Rams, like imagine what it is with those three other teams, even if the Chiefs lost on Friday. Baltimore, Buffalo, I mean, they made mistakes in that game, but you don't expect them to make mistakes. The Texans, just like last year, it is just a matter of time as far as when they are going to shoot themselves in the foot. And it's year 3. It's time for everybody who covers the team, because I know the fans are out on it, and I don't blame you. Yesterday was frustrating. It is time to stop saying this is a new thing, to give it time. At a certain point, no. You just got to do it. So why didn't it happen yesterday? And I'm sure you can come up with excuses. It's the NFL, man. It's that close. Team A and Team B. The separation at the end of a game, say between the Bengals and the Browns. How many times did the Browns shoot themselves in the foot in that game? The Browns should have won. Should have been another week 1 loss for the Bengals. But they kept on killing themselves. You got to stop doing that. Jeff's got a thought at 713-780-3776 to call to text. Jeff, what's up?
What's going on, Paul? Hey, nice meeting you on Thursday, buddy. How are you?
Doing great. Good to see you again, man.
Hey, listen, so I got a couple of things. I know you don't want to hear about the Astros, but, not only do we have Toronto, Seattle, I think, and the Rangers at home, which we don't play well, but then we got to worry about the teams that we don't seem to beat under 500 with the A's and the Angels. So I'm hoping I'm wrong, but it smells trouble to me. And the second thing I want to mention was we're talking about where this problem is with the Texans. I hate to be the first one to start this, but doesn't it start at the top with D'Amico? I hope that's not the problem. We gave him a lot of credit, but maybe it starts at the top. He's got the final say and stuff.
The volume of mistakes, and Jeff, appreciate the phone call, is something that, it's time to point the finger at D'Amico for, and at CJ Stroud for. Not to the point where you're saying, hey, these guys, they're gone if they don't clean it up. No, it's more, hey, we need to see more progress by now for both of these guys. That's not saying they're the reason that the Texans lost yesterday. Texans defense gave Matt Stafford a lot of issues, except for at the end of the first half and at the beginning of the second half. And then on that 3rd and 8 where Puka Nacua slipped open because he's under coverage by Jalen Petrie. Made a play when it needed to with Azeez Al-Shaair. I don't think like that McVay destroyed D'Amico when it comes to game plan versus game plan. I do think the Rams, though, are better at adapting mid-game than the Texans are. And then for, C.J. Stroud and the rest of the Texans team in this game, there were little things that you saw them do this a lot last year. Someone, Lion Pride on Twitch said, wait a minute, the Lions shot themselves in the foot. Excuse me, the Ravens shot themselves in the foot last night and at the end of last year. Fumbles and drop passes. That's football. Sounds like Bobby Slowick, huh? Football's football. But the Texans are making more than them.
Yeah, it's that when the Texans get on the same field as the Ravens, the drop passes don't matter because they beat them by so much. The thing is, like, the Texans are in that next rung down where they're doing that. They need to get all that right. Not even when they play the Bills and Chiefs and the Ravens. They need to get it right when they're playing the Rams, the Packers, the Broncos when they play the Broncos, the Bengals when they play the Bengals. Those level of teams, they need to get it right. And talking about D'Amico, while I agree, I think D'Amico's a good coach.
Yeah.
One thing to note is that in 2022, when Lovie Smith was the coach, the Texans were top 10 fewest penalties in the league. Year 1 under D'Amico Ryans, they're top 5 in penalties. Last year, year 2, I think they're top 2 in penalties in the league. So that is something where it is it's a trend, I'll say right now, because it's only 2 years and 1 game of D'Amico Ryans' coach teams, but they seem to be a heavily penalized group. And that's not like the worst thing in the world, and it's not all on D'Amico because a lot of those are offensive procedural stuff, illegal formation, or illegal motion, false starts. I mean, we all remember Laramie Tunsil last year. So it's not all on D'Amico's side of the ball, but it is something where we're gathering evidence of this seems to be a trend among D'Amico Ryans' coach teams.
Yeah, and it's getting to the point where it feels like LSU. I say that because I feel like you can stereotype LSU football as having a ton of talent and a bunch of idiots. I've always felt you can stereotype them. It's like they're going to make just 3 absolutely boneheaded mistakes over the course of a game, and you're going to wonder how they lost, and then you're going to remember, oh, yeah, one of the players used his helmet as a weapon. It's –
yeah.
And I'm exaggerating a little bit, but that's
Garrett Nussmeier threw into double coverage against A&M like 3 times. Yeah.
LSU was the team that I always think of about most talent and most mistakes. And I felt like that was the big difference between them and Alabama for most of those years outside of 2019 when they had too much talent to fail.
Well, yeah, a lot of times college teams, like the really good college teams, will just be the most penalized teams. It's just that they have enough talent that most Saturdays, it doesn't matter. And a lot of those are also like penalties of like aggression, where it's like it is, late hits. It is things like that, roughing the passer.
Which is, those are the dumb penalties.
Yes. But they get the procedural stuff right. They don't false start as much.
The
as
procedural
the
stuff is
do.
crazy. Right, because the personal foul the Texans got called for yesterday, Nakua's head was down in the ground.
Yeah, that's complete.
They needed an eye patch.
It's because he was bleeding. That's
Yeah.
it. It was because he bled. They should have just said penalty on the Texans. They made Puka Nacua bleed. Because if he doesn't bleed like that, his head was not where a head normally is. There's no way that Henry To'oTo'o was trying to hit his head.
Yeah, I'm with you.
His head was by his ankle.
Lion Pride 71 says it's one pride. It's one pride. Jeez, I'm having a tough time reading. It's one game for sure. Texans need to worry about beating the Colts and Jags this season before they think they can run with the big dogs. Never mind the Ravens and Bills, the Chargers, Steelers, Broncos. Would you take the Texans over them based on yesterday? No, you wouldn't. Maybe the Broncos, but it would be a similar game to what you saw yesterday. The difference is that Bo Nix is probably going to give you one of those turnovers that Matt Stafford did not yesterday.
I'd rather play Bo Nix than Matt Stafford.
Same. But that Broncos defense is better than the Rams defense.
Agreed.
Aaron Rodgers with the Steelers did not look bad. He did not look bad.
Didn't look bad.
He looked a lot better than I thought he would. And, I mean, the Texans gave the Chargers all sorts of issues. I think the Texans are going to give a lot of quarterbacks issues over the course of the year. But procedurally, the on offense, like that stuff has got to stop. It's always an illegal shift or an illegal formation, and that's on Stroud, that's on Nick Caley, that's on D'Amico, just as much as it's on the players who have that issue. And I thought, just given how much they talked about cleaning those little things up this offseason, that at the very least that would be less of a, as Sean pointed out a little bit ago, team trending towards being top 5 in total penalties and total penalty yards. Because that's what they've been the last 2 years under D'Amico Ryans. And, okay, 2 years you can argue all you want that, it's just 2 years back to back. 3 years, a trend becomes what you are and what you might always be, barring some sort of dramatic shakeup and ending up somewhere else as a coach. You know?
Or like the long, feature from The Athletic where it's like D'Amico Ryans really reflected on what went wrong with the first 3 years of the Texans.
And look, like, every coach could probably have one written about him.
Yeah.
Sean McDermott had one written about him. He has interesting motivational tactics.
Yeah.
Sean McVay could have one written about how bad he is when it comes to managing quarterbacks that he's not feeling 100%. Like
there's a lot written about how he threw Jared Goff overboard, essentially.
The breakup with Goff. Like, I understand being frustrated with Goff, but the breakup with Goff, he handled that poorly.
Yeah.
And you will be Belichick. I mean, how many books have been written about Belichick that probably don't paint him in the friendliest lens, lights, colors, whatever? Like, so many. I mean, guys won 6 Super Bowls and he won 2 more as a defensive coordinator with the Giants. You can find something about every single coach. None of these guys are perfect out there. But this is just troubling because we saw it all last year, and I thought that this year was going to reflect a turning of the page. It was not in week 1. Plenty of season left.
Yeah, like we're talking about with the incremental improvements on the offensive line, just the baseline execution stuff. We did not see any of those incremental improvements. That's what's disappointing.
Right. Sean Mapes, I'm Paul Gallant. It is the Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776 to call, to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. As far as Jeff's thoughts on the Astros, look, we'll dive more into them tomorrow. I'll be perfectly honest. I'm not watching weekend games during football season until the playoffs. Just not. I'll have it on in the background, but do you know what my big take was today? Score 5 runs. And I think that's a pretty good take. Score 5 runs. If you score 5 runs, you're probably going to win. Score 5 runs. Not that hard. Not that hard. I'm concerned about the teams that the Astros are playing the rest of the way that are sub 500 because the Astros randomly struggle against sub 500 teams. That is a trend.
Yeah.
Yes.
Like we're talking about D'Amico Ryans.
Mm-hmm.
Them not hitting well at home and them struggling against below 500 teams.
There's a lot of playing with your food going on here.
Yeah.
A lot of playing with your food. If you want to draw parallels between these two teams, you can do it there. Obviously, the Astros have more success, but score 5 runs. Hey, Texans, score a touchdown. A touchdown. Just 1. I'd prefer 2, maybe 3. How about 1? How about Nico Collins being a little more involved in the offense, huh? How about finding ways to get him more involved in the offense once the team starts running cover 2 and saying, yeah, you're not going to beat us deep? How do you make that work? Oh, I don't know. What most teams do against cover 2, which is to run a guy over the middle of the field and pick it apart. like the Rams were doing to the Texans in big time spots with Puka Nacua all game? I'm just wondering.
Sideline throws to a big body receiver.
Yeah, it could work. Though the Jaden Higgins one.
Well, to the
That
other
sideline throw.
to the other big body receiver.
Yeah, exactly. Just
Nico
jump
calls
balls,
the good
baby.
one.
Yeah. Anyway, 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975 on the most interactive sports talk show in town. Stay there.
It's the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Paul Gallant.
It's Stafford on 1st and 10, rolling, throwing, caught. Oh, it's knocked away with a big-time hit by Alshire. Was it a catch? Is it loose? They're waving it off. It's incomplete. It'll be 2nd and 10. What a hit by Azeez Alshire.
Let's see if he has possession long enough. Catches it,
One step,
tucks it,
2 steps.
helmet
Ooh,
pops it out.
that's close.
That's going to be close.
And who jumped on it? The Texans looked like
got
they
it back.
did. Yeah, they did get it.
Ooh, indeed, Kevin Harlan. Now look, the Texans lost 14-9 to the Rams yesterday. It felt a lot like 2024 at times. But there's a lot of crying going on today. I'm just annoyed that a lot of the same things that happened last year, which the Texans wanted us to believe would be gone because of all the changes that took place this offseason. I just thought there'd be less of that. But I did also know it was going to be a process from week 1 to the end of the year for this team to improve. And you lost the game 14-9 on the road to a team that almost beat the Super Bowl champions in the playoffs and had the ball with less than 2 minutes to go inside their 20. And then you fumbled it, but hey. This is not like they got their asses kicked. This is not a Ravens on Christmas Day kind of performance.
Yeah.
So,
or even Jets on Halloween level of like, oh my God, what? Like, this is a respectable performance with our issues, but it's a good team. And after that play, there was like 5 to 10 real life minutes where I was like, are the Texans actually going to somehow pull this out?
right. Yeah. They had a chance. And I think there's a lot of people being babies about everything. That's why there hasn't really been a rant today outside of me saying that I want the Astros to score 5 runs. I think that a lot of Astros fans have become massive pussies about what? I'm sorry. They have. I'm sorry. They have, though. Oh, we're going to lose. We're going to blow the West. I've seen too much of that. I'm sorry, guys. Put your pants on. Your big boy pants. I've seen way too much. Oh, we're going to blow it. We're playing all these teams that aren't good, and we don't play well against them. You're playing teams that aren't good for much of the stretch down the way. Like, this is one of your last tough series. You lost 2 or 3, but this is it. There's a Blue Jays series. There's a Mariners series. I think there's one more Rangers series. And then that's it. That's it. You've also got the A's. You got the Angels. No, they might lose against those teams. Well, it's an 162-game season. The people that are acting like the season's over right now, it's weird. Like, the effing Tigers made the playoffs last season. How far did the Tigers go? Did they make it to the ALCS? I don't remember. Whatever.
They lost in the second round.
Listen, the Rangers were a wild card team. They made it to the World Series and won it. Like, there's a lot of that going on. And there's a lot of that going on with Texans fans, too. And I'm just, everyone, please, for the love of God, stop being so dramatic.
Yeah,
My God.
There is a couple tweets that I saw after the game where I was like, did I watch the wrong feed? Did I watch a different game? Like, where it's like, this is why I'm out on CJ Stroud. The quicker they realize that they need to move on from CJ Stroud, I was like,
yeah,
guys, I watched a lot of games yesterday. The Texans didn't play well, but like not many people in the league really not many teams in the league played that well, especially none of them look like high quality passing off. I mean, Geno Smith was the leading passer in the NFL for like 6 hours, and then Josh Allen fourth quarter happened. But the level of like, oh my God, party's over is like, maybe it's just because we're 2 people that went into this game marking it down as an L, but the level of like,
There's so much crying.
Ready to pack it in.
Dude, I went into Texans. This is actually a fun exercise. And maybe next time around, I will take more screenshots of things that are said because the chat disappears after the press conference is done.
Oh, the live chat?
The live chat in the Texans post-game press conferences on YouTube is hysterical. It's just hysterical. I saw this one guy who was flexing like, I've been saying for a while we need to give Mills a shot. Stroud just ain't it. It's like, please, for the love of God.
Yeah. There's being disappointed in Stroud's performance, which I think is fair, a little harsh, but fair.
Listen,
but calling for Davis Mills to replace him, come on.
Stroud did things in that game that Davis Mills cannot. Period. End of story. I think that Stroud gets a C for his performance yesterday. A C. That's satisfactory. It's not good. It's not great. It's satisfactory. I saw some people giving him a B. Okay, that's too far too. There's a lot to be desired from yesterday, but the season is not over. There were positives. Azeez Al-Shaair forcing that fumble in the big-time moment. Will Anderson and the pass rush giving Matt Stafford issues. Nick Chubb. Apparently he has something left in the tank. Please chill. Relax. Do not go into the comments section like a crazy person with no plan, like trying to pull off a robbery in a store that's got a bunch of people with guns in it. Like, it's not going to go well for you, you know? Like this, there's a lot of that. There's a lot of the woe is me today. And, like, you can be frustrated for sure, but I think some people need to dial it back as far as expectations for what the Texans are at this point in the year. You know, like, you can't get that much better during an offseason when it comes to building an offensive line. Johan Izquierdo on YouTube says, want a better offense? Fix the O-line. Okay, well, what are you supposed to do when one of your guys gets scratched right before the game, and then on top of that, your center gets out? Like, you're down 2 of 5 after 1 week.
And to me, it's less about the, that, oh, no Evan Ingram, or not Evan Ingram. What's this guy's name? Ed Ingram. No Ed Ingram and Jake Andrews. It's more of the continuity aspect of it where that's the group that had been practicing as a unit for most of this offseason. Since they came back, since they came back from West Virginia, they kind of declared their offensive line as set.
Ursery, left guard Tomlinson, and then center Jake Andrews, right guard Ed Ingram, right tackle, you had Titus Howard, and literally the first game of the year, you don't even have the offensive line that you planned on because you shifted things so much because of Ingram being out.
And then you had to shuffle in-game with Andrews getting hurt, and like you mentioned,
Blake Fisher
Robinson
came in for a little bit because Robinson went out, and then you moved Ursery. Ursery played both tackle positions yesterday. Honestly,
in his first game.
Good for him, not completely crapping himself out there. I felt that there were a couple of moments for him where he looked overmatched as a blocker. That's to be expected. It's his first real game, full game playing. It's not just, hey, going up against NFL players going full speed. It's doing it for an entire game. That is a tiring process, especially if you find yourself in a lot of long situations and you got pass rushers that are bearing down on you with replacements that can come in over the course of the game.
Exotic looks that they're
right.
giving you.
Like there's I'm not making excuses here. I'm just saying that some of you guys are looking at this game and the expectations are all out of whack. Roy comments, don't give up, Texans fans. Destiny is a process, 24-year process, but who's counting? This is not me saying trust the process. It's just saying realize what they were supposed to be week 1. I agree that there's a very real concern that they do not grow into the team you want them to be, that Stroud does not develop the way you want him to, that D'Amico does not improve in this go-round as a head coach the way that you want him to. But I think a 14-9 loss to the team that almost beat the Eagles last year, that's not worth jumping off a cliff about.
Well, I also think that people would just be happier if it was a,
blowout?
No, if it was 34-29 loss.
There's a little more offense.
Yeah, if you just score more points, people will be like, this is awesome.
I think that's a fair point, but I also think that the defense is giving up a lot of points. I think there's some people that are.
But I think in general, people are like, that game was disgusting. I hated watching it. It's but your defense only gave up 2 scores. There's 2 drives in the middle of the game where they gave up points. Every other time they made stops, they got a turnover when they needed it. Like the defense played very well, guys.
It did.
With whatever the opposite of complimentary football is from their offense. It's not like their offense was holding the ball, although they did win time of possession. But it wasn't like they're giving them short fields. It was like, no, this defense is going out and stopping a good Rams team that's fully healthy right now.
It's a 2024 theme as well, where the defense regularly was forced to make stops without any help from the offense. Stallonage comments on the Twitch. Yeah, be excited that you almost beat a team that almost beat a team. Hang your hat on that, boys. No one's saying be excited.
No one's saying be excited.
No one's saying that. No one is saying that. This is
classic. Like, people just want to like take a dig at a Texas team.
I want to do.
We're not even that big of bobos for.
I want to do Texans propaganda right now, literally because of how annoyed I am with the crying that's going on. Like between the Texans and Astros fans right now, I'm sorry, I can't with you guys. I can't. You guys are being big baby back bitches. I'm sorry. I know that one texter doesn't like to be called that, so I'm calling everybody that, okay?
No one's getting singled out.
We are all bitches together. Sean's a bitch. I'm a bitch. Everyone's a bitch, okay? But there's been a lot of bitchiness amongst the bitches, and I find that bitchiness to be bitchy, okay? Dial it back. Dial it back. This is what my friends do to me when they think I'm talking too loud. They turn a dial. It's kind of disrespectful, but I get the message. I'm trying to do it to you. Please get this message. Please. Oh, the Astros have a bunch of games left against the A's and the Angels and lost 2 or 3 over the weekend to the Rangers. So now we're going to make the playoffs. Oh, my God. Oh, no. The offense that's literally in its first game with 2 of its starting offensive linemen down and a bunch of randos playing wide receiver because Christian Kirk is hurt and also Joe Mixon is hurt. Oh, my God. They're so bad. Everything is gonna be terrible for the next 16 games. Like, there's too much of that. There's too much.
They're not gonna be able to compete with the division leading Indianapolis Colts. Look how the Colts look. They scored 33 points. It's gonna take 4 games for the Texans to get that many points.
If these people are acting like this, like, how do you handle stubbing your toe? How do you handle? Oh, man.
Unexpected $400 bill.
I'm out of milk. Oh, no. For my coffee.
We're going to starve.
Right. There's a lot of first world problems going on. You sound like a child who's sad that his butler brought him cookies that had not been warmed up in the oven. You know, there's a little bit too much entitlement going on right now. That's not me saying you take a 14-9 loss and you love it. You love it. I'm not saying that. Which again, like, just being down the middle. It's people want to hear something else. I do not get it.
I also think a lot of this is just human nature. Week 1, people want to win. People want to have their team get a win. They want to be 1-0. This is a show with 2 people that were like, they're probably losing this one.
Yes!
Like this, we were building, our expectation was we're going to do a version of the show.
Right. I'm like, look, there's a lot of things to be frustrated about. You're allowed to be pissed off if you even want to. You're allowed to feel however you want to feel. But, like, please don't be suicidal over this. And don't be suicidal because the Astros lost 2 or 3 to the Rangers, who they still lead by 4 games in the American League West and still lead the Mariners by 2.5 games in the American League West. Like, there's too much panicking going on right now. And I'm just like, hey, these are not real things to be panicked about. You know, it's like seeing an online hoax and freaking out about something and deciding I'm going to build a nuclear bunker because I don't know what's going on right now. Like, that might be more justifiable.
You just brought up a good idea.
But don't do it for the Texans and Astros. God. Let's do some phone calls.
Let's do these calls as a
I feel bad because I know Robbie's been hanging on for a while. Robbie from Dayton. Robbie, I wasn't sure if you were calling in to listen because I know Robbie from Dayton, who I saw at the listener party. Robbie regularly, like, this is wild to me. He'll just call in and he'll just listen on the phone. Robbie, it was great to see you at the listener party. How you doing, man?
How are y'all doing today?
Doing great.
I want to say thank you for having me at the appreciation party.
It was awesome to see you, buddy.
And I'm glad that I got to see you. Plus, Astros, don't worry about the Stros. They somehow or another, they're going to find a way to win.
There we go.
They always do.
See?
How many times have we gone through this?
Exactly.
This is the Astros fan that I like. I like not cocky, but confident.
God will's an Astros fan.
The Texans are always good to a certain point.
Mm-hmm.
So they just got to straighten it up this week. He's going to look at it and say, oh, guess what we got to do? We got to straighten this up,
Yeah. Just got to straighten
some
things up.
The offensive line was a little bit weak. But he's going to get on their butt and make them do what they got to do. And like I said again, I appreciate y'all recognizing me at the party.
Yes. Well, yeah, because Robbie, we hung out up in where was it? The place where the lightning struck. I forgot what it was called. Honestly, we've been so many
Probably
different
Cactus
places.
Jack. Could have been Brick House.
It was cracked. It's both Cactus Jack and Brick House. Yeah, saw you at both those spots. Yeah. See, we like Robbie from Dayton, and Robbie, appreciate the phone call. Robbie from Dayton, legendary caller. This is the mentality you should have. For the Astros, they're probably going to figure it out, and if they don't, oh well. But at least I had that faith. It was fun to have that faith. With the Texans, I'm just saying, don't be suicidal. Okay, that's it. Oh no, it's week one. It's week one. We're not going to know what this team is until probably late October. You know? Keep that in mind.
Yeah, what's the Belichick quote? You don't know who your team is until, like, after Halloween.
Right.
Everything else, you're just gathering information.
Might even be after Thanksgiving.
Yeah. Well, he got to say that because they won 12 games every year.
Yeah, well, you're figuring out. See, but this gets back to the first world
extra
stuff.
month because all he had to do was beat some crap-ass Dolphins teams.
Hey.
Jets.
Sometimes the Dolphins were tough in Miami early in the year.
Yeah, it's the September Dolphins, yeah.
Big Creek has a call. That's a great name. Big Creek, what's going on?
Big Creek. No, concrete teeth, because y'all have like 16 teeth. So last time Brenham thought I was some guy Milton when I called in, and I said Super Bowl, Texans for the Super Bowl. But we'll get to the Texans. Paul, just want to give a shout out to you, brother. I love you. You're a good dude. You've won me over the years, but I wanted to say big thanks. Hey, dude, I love your show. Love your new addition. You will make some beautiful babies if that's so you choose. But, okay. Man, let's get back. That's really, I mean, it's kind of, you already know. But we're so spoiled. Texans, hey, the defense only gave up 14. So, they did their job. They're going to get better. Stroud, I don't know. But, I mean, McVay knew probably kind of what the offense wanted to do against, the Rams. So, like I said, let's see next week in Tampa Bay.
Yeah.
When,
Yeah, exactly. Big Creek, appreciate the phone call. Love you back. That was fun, the listener party. A lot of people got to meet my girlfriend. She is real.
Can't confirm.
Is a woman.
I can confirm.
Mm-hmm.
Granado has his questions, but I'll confirm.
Yeah, I heard. I'm gonna have to listen to that. We might react to some of what the morning show had to say. I listened to some of it. I mean, John made a joke at the very beginning of right after the roast, I think, was done. He got a microphone. Someone let him have a microphone. Okay.
As the, I guess, closing ceremony.
Yeah, he's just riffing. He's just riffing. I think after he said, like, shout out to all the listeners, and I just went, woo! And then he saw me and my whiteness, my blinding whiteness, and he just decided to go bam, 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 bam on my ass. And he made a remark about my girlfriend. But here's what's funny. My girlfriend had made the same joke before we got there, saying like, "Oh yeah, I'm just gonna go up to people and say you paid me." And I was like, "This is why I love you. This is why you're the best." So handled it like a champ. Wasn't an issue at all. And yeah, I'm working on getting tanner. I just can't. I've got the Irish curse in more ways than one. Mm-hmm. And on that note, everybody, it's gonna wrap up today's edition of the Paul Gallant Show. Big thanks to everyone who called in, who texted in, our YouTubers, our Twitchers, our appers, our 97.9 HD tours, and everyone else who listened. For Sean Mapes behind the glass, I am merely Paul Gallant. Everybody, listen. Take a deep breath. The Astros are fine. Texans should be fine. And we'll see you tomorrow. So long. Farewell. The Killer Bees are next. Peace. First, let me tell you about my friends at Walmart. The Walmart you thought you knew is now new. Who knew? No, you do. Walmart has more than 500 million items to get online. Maybe you needed to get some tissues because you were sad about your little baseball team or your football team. Or maybe you need to stock up on more food for the next time you sit down for a big old Sunday in front of your couch. And you know what? You don't have to get out of your couch because Walmart delivers grocery for the same price that you can get them in store. Groceries do not cost more when they are delivered from Walmart. They will deliver it right to you, and they can do it in as fast as an hour. Ho, that's awesome, right? Who wants to get up and buy more guacamole or salsa and chips? No, have Walmart bring it to you. They can deliver it to you in as fast as an hour. Use Express Delivery to get all of the eligible things you need from Walmart. Groceries, home goods, prescriptions when it comes to feeding your family, hosting a tailgate, throwing a party. Think Walmart for all your grocery needs. The Walmart you thought you knew is now new. Who knew? Walmart.com.
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
He's blank. I'm Branham. It's AJ behind the glass. No B-Mac today. Imagine he's in some sort of pain if he can't be here for the first Monday after the first week of the NFL season. It's like the easiest show of the year to do. And he's gone. Brian's gone. Anyways, Texans lost a football game. Lots to get into. Stroud. What do we think of him? Nick Haley, first game as a play caller in the NFL. D'Amico, clock management, offensive line already in disarray. Texans are down to one tight end. But other than that, things are great for the Houston Texans. NFL Week 1, best of college football over the weekend as well. A lot to get to, but we'll just dive into it. Like, there's no time for your just surface level. Hey, how you doing? How was your weekend? Texans-Rams, test 1. How do you think the Texans fared in this test? Obviously an L, obviously a loss, but has it changed your opinion of them at all?
I don't think so. I think that, we do a week-by-week overreactions. I think that a lot of people that are football fans fall prisoner to the moment, and after week 1, they're ready to anoint and crown a Super Bowl champ, and they're willing to basically point out all those less-than teams that are going to suck. And I think that you need a bigger sample size before you start, trying to delineate what teams are and then kind of differentiate who's good and who's bad. I saw a lot of positives from the Houston Texans. I saw things I liked, but I also saw a lot that I didn't like. I think that week 1, there's a lot of different things that you can associate with the different mishaps that the Texans had. I still am going to try and stay positive until I see them play a few more football games because of the fact that I don't think it was putridly awful, but it did surprise me in the fact that I thought from everything that we had heard from both players, coaches, general manager, and everything all preseason, that this was a different team in terms of the tightness and the attention to detail and the coaching and everything else. And there's plenty to question.
I mostly agree with you. Look, the Texans could have easily won that game yesterday. They could have very easily been victorious at another team's home, like a playoff team. That would have been a good win. If you just go score that final touchdown, Dare doesn't fumble, you finish out the drive, which you didn't score a touchdown all day, so it makes me think you're actually going to score a touchdown. But if you score a touchdown on that drive as opposed to fumbling the football, the narrative is so much different today than what it currently is. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, they were a player or two away from winning the game. So, not gonna lose my mind at losing a game on the road to the Rams. Kind of forewarned you a little bit too. This isn't a great opponent for year 1 of Nick Haley with a new offensive line that we later found out was even more banged up because Ed Ingram was ruled out just before the game. So it wasn't a good matchup. You're on the road. Their front seven is really, really good. First year Nick Haley, new look offensive line, CJ Stroud, first time in this scheme, this offense with more responsibilities. Your running game, it is what it is. You throw the ball to Nico Collins 5 times. A lot of excuses. But we forewarned you that it was going to look pretty sluggish out of the gate. 9 points, no touchdowns. I wouldn't go that far. So I'm with you on that front. One game, not going to freak out. Kind of saw it coming. At the same time, though, going into this week, going into week 1, going into Texans at Rams, I felt the gap between the Texans and the top of the AFC was smaller than I feel about the gap now. That gap has grown for me, and maybe that was me foolish going into week 1. But the gap between the Texans and the top of the AFC for me did grow. It did grow after watching 1 week of NFL games.
And I think I was in the bullpen leading up to the show. I think we were talking about it from a different perspective, and it wasn't even, I think, from a Texans perspective. And I said, I don't know how you watched that game last night, no matter how the Texans played, and not think that those were the 2 most dominant teams in the AFC. We saw what the Chiefs weren't able to do, and yes, again, it's only week 1. But you saw, on both sides of the football, you saw teams that looked like they were the upper echelon of the AFC. And I think you bring up a really, really good point, which is a scary proposition as Texans fans. If they win that football game yesterday, I think you're absolutely right, and I hadn't thought about it until you said it. I think that a lot of the negativity that is sticking in everybody's craw today would have disappeared. It would have been, hey, you know what? We're a way better football team than we showed, but we persevered. We found a way to win, and it's only going to get better from here. And instead, I think the reality and truthers have to come in with, their tail between their legs a little bit and realize there's a whole hell of a lot that's wrong with this football team that needs to be cleaned up or fixed.
Do you think it's a lot?
In certain areas, I do, Jeremy. I do because of the fact that that I have a huge pet peeve with one injury on the offensive line suddenly turns into musical chairs, and now you're uprooting and supplanting several different positions, trying to create the continuity that you keep preaching. And I think that now, because of the injuries on top of it, and we had talked about depth on the offensive line and just the whole total construction of the offensive line as they went from offseason to preseason. I think that from that standpoint, that's one area where I've got concerns. I've got concerns just simply because I didn't like anything that they did once Ingram was ruled out. And then the fact that you did what you did thinking that it was going to somehow make it better, I did not. And you're right, it was a bad matchup. And I think that the Rams showed why they have their front seven and especially their front four, they get home. And this was a bad opening week matchup. Even if the Texans stayed status quo with the offensive line they put out there all preseason and we got to see him for the first time, it would have been a challenge. But what you saw and the way they went about it, I did not like it at all.
I have to disagree with you on that.
Okay.
I have to disagree with you on that. Like, I hear where you're coming from, and I don't love the musical chairs either. Like, I think it's bad for Ariante Ursary, and the Pro Football Focus grade on him is abysmal. So, like, I hear you there. Like, you don't want, this guy was at right tackle at the start of the year. Robinson goes hurt. Now you move him to left tackle. Ingram strains his oblique, and they probably knew more than they let on that Ursary was probably going to start at right tackle as soon as Ingram hurt the oblique. But I do believe in the best five. And I much rather put Cam Robinson on the field than either Blake Fisher or Juice Scruggs.
I can see that. To me, where it starts is exactly what you just said, though, and more so. It's one thing if you're taking an Ursary and he's a veteran player and he's a guy like Howard that's been moved all over the place, and you realize we can move this guy around and we feel comfortable with wherever we put him on the offensive line. It's another thing when you're taking a rookie who's just getting his feet wet, and yes, he's played both positions and he played some of it in camp, but all week or even more than a week for the last 2 weeks, it has been pretty much set in stone. This kid's going to be your left tackle. He knows what he's facing on the other side. He's trying to get everything in line for what he's going to have to do. And then all of a sudden, and you're right, maybe I don't know, and maybe I'm overextending in terms of saying how quickly the decision was made. But regardless, now all of a sudden he's back at right tackle. Cam Robinson is suddenly back at left tackle. And you're shuffling the deck. And I just don't like it for a young kid that's really probably got information overload as it is, and then saying, oh, by the way, throughout the game, we might be moving you back and forth a couple more times. Mm-hmm. I don't think that's fair to him.
I don't either, but you owe it to your team to put the best offensive line out there. And I ultimately think they put their best offensive line out there to start the game with the pieces they had available. Because, like, if you're going to make that claim, like, and it's a fair claim, hey, Ursary shouldn't be moving around, the musical chairs on the offensive line, rearranging the chairs on the Titanic. Like, I understand all of that. But you have to have the solution of what your offensive line would have been. So, like, what would your offensive line have been going into the game knowing Ed Ingram wasn't going to play?
I think the only thing that I can say, because I was contemplating it throughout watching the game, was that I would have stayed with Ursary and Tomlinson on the left side, Andrews at center, Howard on the right outside, and whether I got to go to Juice or I've got to find just one answer at right guard, I would have been more comfortable knowing that the other four guys, I feel really good about being stable against that defensive front.
See, that's where you lose me. And that's where our impasse is
because
at.
It's Scruggs?
Yeah. I rather have Cam Robinson on my front five than Juice Scruggs. Like, to me, that's why I was okay with it. Does it present challenges? 100%. Are you putting the rookie in a really difficult spot? 100%. Would you rather have Cam Robinson or Juice Scruggs on the football field? I'd rather have Cam Robinson out there. But, I mean, that's the impasse, and I think it's probably 6 one way, half a dozen the other. D'Amico Ryans was asked after the game about Ariante Ursary playing right tackle, moving him to right tackle, and D'Amico was pretty short with this answer.
Ariante has played both left and right tackle all throughout training camp. He's done a nice job of it.
There you go. He wanted nothing to do with that question. He wasn't having that one, Blankers.
No, he wasn't. You're right. And I think
that
sometimes the truth is in the tail, in the fact that how he's handling it. I think they probably know internally in retrospect, they might have contemplated a different way to handle all of that. But I think if you're talking about a veteran, if you're talking even if it's a journeyman that's played both positions and bounced around a little bit, and I think better than average guy, in the case of a guy like even a Howard, you can do that. I just felt bad for the kid because I just felt like that was too much for him.
And look, I've been on the kick of, hey, Cam Robinson needs to be getting snaps at right tackle. Like, I wish that he would have been able to play that position. Clearly, he is not able to play that position. That was the kick that I was on in the build-up to this game. But, I mean, that's the impasse. And I think you could go either way on it. Now, some of the offensive pressure rates, which, like, C.J. Stroud was pressured 41% of these snaps, which is not great, not ideal. Like, good luck getting a quarterback to succeed in the NFL if he's being pressured 41% of the time. But they, Pro Football Focus and Texans, Jacob tweeted this is where I got the information. They assign responsibility for a pressure. C.J. Stroud, 8%, left tackle, 8%, left guard, 25%, center, 0%, which is great and bad, I guess, because Andrews left the game on a cart. Right guard, 17%, right tackle, 42%. And that's not 100% Ursery because he did move to left tackle when Robinson missed a play. And Fisher was abysmal, like in the 3 snaps that he played. But that right tackle spot attributed to 42% of the Texans' pressures yesterday.
That ain't great.
That's not good. So that would be a little bit onto your side. Just keep Titus at right tackle, figure everything else out. But nope, not good there. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Lots to get to. CJ Stroud, what'd you think of him in game 1? What'd you think of Kaylee in this new offense in game 1? Defensive side of the ball, I saw some people arguing that wasn't a great day defensively. Do we agree with that? D'Amico, game management. But when we come back, why is Dare on this football team? Why is Dare, if you say, well, he has to play special teams because he's a great specialist and he's a captain. Okay, all right, I'll meet you halfway. Why is Dare your third down running back? Why is he playing meaningful offensive snaps? 713-780-ESPN HRMP listener line. We're on YouTube at ESPN Houston. We're on TikTok at ESPN 975. You can find me there, Jeremy J. Branham. On Twitter, Blankers at Pac-Man Joel. I'm at Jeremy Branham. It's the Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Hey, before we go to the break, a word for Allstate Siding and Windows. Allstate Siding and Windows, best in the business, dedicated to Houstonians, been in business in Houston for over 50 years, and they are dedicated to ESPN 97.5. And that's why they want to help you out. If you've got your biggest investment sitting there and you're looking at ways that you can kind of put it in better shape for you, your family, to protect the contents and your family and everything that you got going with your house, and then from a presentability and also a protection standpoint, you want to make sure that your house is able to guard you against all the things that Houstonians deal with, from hurricanes to hot weather to cold weather, and the fact that you would like it to have some curb appeal. I really urge you to just check out allstatesidingandwindows.com because they have all their products and services right there on their website, and you can find out and see all the different ways you can upgrade your home. From the standpoint of never having to paint again and putting like a hard shell finish on the outside of your house with siding, to the fact that if you change your windows out like my wife and I did with our house, you are going to find out that, 1, it ups the curb appeal immediately. And 2, and most importantly, from the hurricane strength winds to all the different elements that you have to keep away from getting into the interior house, like the extreme heat and the occasional cold, you can do it with the windows that you can get from Allstate. And the best part about all this is they'll come to you, tell you what they can do, and the best products they recommend for you for absolutely free. All you have to do is give them a call. 832-204-1936 for a free estimate. 832-204-1936. Get someone to your door to tell you about all their products and so much more. Even the front door of the house can be replaced by Allstate Siding and Windows. But the difference makers that they recommend are right there because I speak from experience. Our curb appeal went way up with the windows they picked for our house, and our energy bills went way down significantly, like 30-some%. It's fantastic, and they know their stuff. They're a family-owned and operated business that wants to help you, too. Check them out because it's one thing to just say they have low prices, and they have some great prices, competitive in the market, but it's more than just price. Quality products, trusted service, and a company that's always going to have your back. Check them out today. AllStateSidingandWindows.com. Built for Texas, trusted for generations.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
What do you think of this critique from Average Fan on YouTube? Which is I love that name, Average Fan. Average Fan asking two average hosts a question, a critique. Seriously, Slowick had zero experience, needed an experienced play caller. They're opining, why didn't they hire an experienced play caller either time that D'Amico Ryans hired an offense coordinator? Is that a fair criticism?
I think it is. I think it's fair because of the fact that you didn't see what you wanted to see in week one. But I think that it's also unfair from the standpoint, if you want to judge Caley, again, I think you've got to have a bigger sample size. It's the first time he's ever called plays in the NFL. And so I don't think you're going to see the finished, polished product of Nick Caley, the offensive coordinator. I can totally understand the fact that was pretty vanilla, and that was pretty much what you had already gotten very accustomed to seeing with this version of the Houston Texans over the last couple of years. So I think it's fair.
Yeah, I don't really look at the Caley hire as the one where I wish he would have hired experience. I look at the Slowick one as the one I wish he would have hired experience. Because remember the two guys that it came down to, Slowick and Cliff Kingsbury. And Kingsbury's doing some things there in Washington.
He sure is.
Would you have rather them have hired Kingsbury than Bobby Slowick? I think we all know the answer to that.
Oh, for sure. I mean, regardless of what he is as a head coach, you know that the guy knows ball. He knows offensive ball in today's day of NFL football, and you know that he's going to be, all over in terms of his creativity with the offense.
Yeah, I would have loved Cliff. Anyways, Texter Neris came back, and people can't believe he's that bad. Each team that let him go believed it. You pick offensive linemen off everyone else's trash heap, and they play like trash. What do you expect? That's not accurate. Cam Robinson was the highest paid, I think, AAV, left tackle in free agency, and they drafted a guy in the second round. Like, that's not people's trash heap. That's not an accurate statement. Now, Andrews maybe, Ingram maybe, Lake and Tomlinson maybe, but the other two guys I mentioned, no.
No, I think the fairest, if you want to criticize, you can criticize the fact for as good as Nick has been across the board with evaluating a lot of talent and a lot of positions in the NFL, we know that it's been a little less than in doing whatever that he has chosen to do with the offensive line, drafting or otherwise, since he's been here. I don't think anybody was overly excited about the fact that the upside of Cam Robinson was going to be suddenly way better than it was throughout his NFL career to this point. He was available. Yeah, he was the highest priced. Yeah, you were trying to replace a guy like Tunsil, and maybe he could hold it down for a year or two. But I think that even from his standpoint, it's tough that he went through thinking he was going to be the starting left tackle. He got hurt, and by the time he got back, he was Wally pipped into saying, you might not even make this football team.
Texture 2 out of 5 ain't bad. Hey, it gets you into the Hall of Fame in baseball. It gets you into the Hall of Fame without a doubt in baseball. Keith from L.A., I'm here today, Blankers. Remember, no excuses.
Yeah, you're here today, and you don't need excuses because you won the football game. I expected you to be here, blowharding as much as you can possibly get hot air into your keyboard. I mean, if you'd have lost, we would have talked to you tomorrow, or you'd have said that the officials were at fault and something else that you could have pulled out of your rear end.
I believe he would have been here today.
He would have been here to blame somebody else.
Yeah, I believe he would have been here. What would it take to get Olave from the Saints? A lot. Plus, he's a concussion waiting to happen.
How is Olave going to solve your offensive line problems?
I mean, it gives you guys who have separation, get rid of the ball quicker. I mean, I think it all kind of comes into play. I think it all matters. It wouldn't solve your offensive line problems, but you could get rid of the football quicker. Now you have like two legit options.
Maybe so. I mean, Nico didn't get the ball hardly at all. I don't know if adding another receiver on the other side changes the fact that even with quick throwing from CJ, I just think that the fix right now that has to be focused on is offensive line as it relates to all the offensive line spots, including tight end.
Yeah, but you're not going to have the option of doing that. Like, you're probably not going to have the option of doing Olave either, if we're being realistic.
Right.
But, I mean, Olave would absolutely boost up the offense without a question, without a shadow of a doubt. Because like you mentioned, Nico, okay, cool. They keep all the attention on Nico. Do you want Chris Olave or do you want Justin Watson, Xavier Hutchinson, Jalen Knoll, and Jaden Higgins? I mean, that's
ideally you want Christian Kirk, and you just don't know another injury.
Throw him into the mix.
Yeah, you don't.
I mean, Olave's better than Kirk.
Olave's better than Kirk, but I think that they feel like with Kirk on the field, That maybe not to the extent that you're talking about, but I think that it gives them better chances to get to the ball quickly to one of their wide receivers.
No, he would help, but you're using the argument for Kirk that you could use on Olave too. Like Olave would help, absolutely would help.
Yeah, I look at this point in the season. It's more so of the fact that there is no more quick fixes coming through the door in the offensive line. It's disappointing because now the finger more clearly gets pointed at. Why didn't you do more in the offseason to try and find better, whether it's better depth or just better talent on the offensive line?
Yeah. So Dare, third down running back, played quite a bit yesterday. He had the critical fumble down the stretch. I know they love him. I know that the players vote on it, but they voted on him as a captain. Great special teams player. Why is he the Texans' third down running back?
Yeah, I don't know if they just don't trust the rookie just yet, because other than that, I can't explain it. I understand that if you want to just say, look, they weren't getting the ball and doing anything with it when they were getting carries. Well, other than Chubb, no one really was. Pierce, just maybe one or two carries that were okay. But for me, it's like, don't judge their receiving skills based on how they run the football. If you believe that Dare knows everything about the offense or the system as a veteran and being there for a while, it's a new system because it's a new OC. I have no idea, but I have no confidence in Dare on the football field when the offense is on the football field. I just haven't.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of him on the offensive side. I know he's good in pass protection. I don't think he's great in the I don't think he's a great receiver out of the backfield. Like, do I think he can catch the football? Yes. Do I love him running the ball after he catches it? No. I don't understand what he was doing, really. Like, I know he was trying to go down. And look, it was a great play by the Rams dude that punched the ball out, like, tip your cap. But why are you diving at the dude's shoes? Like, you're a big back. Like, you're a pretty big dude, and you're diving at his feet. That didn't really make a whole lot of sense to me.
I didn't have a problem with the fact at least he caught the football. Yeah, I
it's a low bar.
But I think that's what we're talking about here. I think other than Chubb,
it would have been better if he didn't catch the ball.
Maybe so, but
could have fumbled it.
To your point, you still have plenty of time on the clock. I don't think you're trying to get down quickly and try and get the offense reset. But I also think it was just one hell of a play, and it was to some degree the luck of being able to hit it spot on the football. But it was the perfect defensive play at the right time for him. I'll hear your argument all day, every day in terms of Dare not being the guy you throw to.
No, I mean, I'm not blaming Stroud for throwing him the ball.
No,
I'm blaming him for being on the field.
On the field, yeah.
Yeah, Texter, at least Dare had 26 total yards in a big play. I think the better question is, why is Pierce on this team? I mean, there's not a great other running back to take his spot on the football team. I actually wish Pierce would have had a few more carries to see if he could get going a little bit. Chubb looked all right. I thought he looked okay.
Yeah, I was like, again, I'm gonna have to probably temper my expectations for what I was hoping for when they got Chubb. But at the same time, I was at least pleased he was able to have to break some good, decent runs. I mean, even late in the game when he got a 10-yard and then a 9-yard back-to-back on the drive that led up to the Dare fumble. I thought that he was explosive. He was powerful from time to time. I don't want to say explosive all the time, but I do think he was effective. Let's put it that way. I think he was the only effective running back that they had yesterday.
I mean, I agree with that. And I think the rushing game was better than the passing game. Like, they were better on the ground than they were through the air. Now, I think you're lacking juice with Chubb. Like, Chubb is just going to be a dude, here you go. Go run up the middle and give us 5-6 yards if you can. But it was effective. I mean, he averaged over 4.5 yards per carry.
He did.
Like, he was solid. Like, do I think he has a ton of juice? No. Do I think he can handle 15 carries a game? I don't know. He looked pretty winded. Do I think they should be throwing the football to him out of the backfield? Absolutely not. But if you need a dude to run up the middle, I think he's still going to give you a little bit there. I was fine with how they used him.
Yeah, maybe he's not an every down back like he once was, but I do think that he was effective. I do think that, again, if you had another guy that he complimented or came in for a series here or there, I think that he's a hell of a number 2. But I was pleasantly surprised that he, against a good defense, again, to get you 60 yards, to show you that there is still something left in that tank where, again, it might not be for an entire game, but when they needed him, especially in that last drive, he rattled off at least 20 yards, I think, on the drive, where I was pleased with that.
Yeah, if anything, they should have ran the ball more. Like, they had a 50-50 split yesterday. They ran it 27 times. They threw it 27 times. They averaged over 4 yards per carry yesterday. They had 114 yards on the ground as a team. Now, Stroud did have 32 of them, so it skews it a little bit. Like, it wasn't 114 yards from running backs. It was 6 from Chubb, 9 for Dare, 5 for Hutchinson, 5 from Pierce, 3 for Woody Marks. So it does skew the numbers there a little bit. But with the inefficiency of the passing game and the fact that it was a one-possession game the entire time, I'm surprised they didn't run it a little bit more. But maybe it was just because Chubb was gassed.
I think also when we talked about it, and you don't want to overreact in week one, but when you look at it, this is kind of what we set everybody up to believe that I didn't want to believe, that they are going to be a team that's going to be capable of winning games, but is going to rely on their defense. They are going to do what's necessary to try and put points on the board offensively. But unfortunately, it looks like after week one, a lot of that lines up to where they're not trying to do a whole hell of a lot offensively right now. And what they are doing is pretty average and bland.
Yeah, that's a problem, though, if you're not trying to do anything offensively. Like, it's like, Lamont tweets us, D'Amico's becoming way too predictable. Team knows that he likes to keep it messy and tight until the end. It appears he has a willingness to do that. Yesterday fit D'Amico's plan, just be in position to win at the end. It sucks. I think defensive-minded coaches kind of have that mindset.
I think to muck it up and to grind it out, and believe in your defense. Like even, the Rams believe in their defense. I think that's why they punted instead of going for the long field goal late in the game. But I think that D'Amico does have that somewhat that mentality. But I think you have to right now. I think against a Rams defense as good as it is, you only gave up 3 sacks. Yeah, you were pressured a lot. But I also believe that against different teams, I think that may change. You might be able to see more. It's just that to get out of that football game against who you were playing and what you were up against just with your own roster, with the injuries and how depleted a lot of the positions were, you were doing whatever you could to like survive and be in the ball game.
You were never blowing out the Rams. So I see what you're saying from that perspective, and you're right. I think Lamont meant more generally speaking, but no, you were never blowing out the Rams at LA. That's for sure. D'Amico can be conservative though. He was. We'll talk about his conservative nature a little bit later. He did have the 4th and 2. He went for it at the 25 though.
Yeah, he did.
And I think Stroud checked into that quarterback sneak too. I think he did.
He got a heck of a good jump on it too. Like I was at first, I thought just running into the back of the center, I thought he's going to end up being a little short. But boy, he really kind of jumped into it and got you a good yard past the line of scrimmage. But yeah, I thought he might not. I was questioning what he was going to do if he was going to go for it. But I was pleased with the aggressiveness there.
Yeah, Stroud with the he was able to get through there. Got through the A gap, I believe it was. 713-780-ESPN. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Robbie, you're in the Hive. What's up, Robbie?
How are y'all doing today?
Hey, what's up, Robbie?
Man, I enjoyed the party the other night. Thank you for giving me a chance to win and go and see all the peeps. Y'all are great. The offensive line looks a little bit iffy. You know what I mean?
Appreciate it, Robbie. Thank you for the call. I think the offensive line did look pretty iffy. You allow a pressure rate over 40%, you have an iffy offensive line. I thought the run blocking was okay. I saw Lance tweeting earlier today he was watching the All-22 and it looked better on film than it did like in real game. So that's reason for optimism. I trust Lance's offensive line
for sure.
Scout. So I guess that gives me reason for optimism. But yeah, you don't watch that game yesterday and be like, yeah, the offensive line is fixed. Far from that.
Yeah, I think that again because of the way they chose to handle who was going to be out too, that it just seems like that you have less confidence than you did going into the season because it's multiple positions and then you throw injuries into the mix and you're like, yeah, it's not that you're starting from scratch and from square one, but you're still really challenged now in terms of who's at their best position playing, like you said, to find the best 5 that you out there. Someone's going to be out of position.
Yep. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Let's have the Stroud conversation. What did we see from Stroud? Do we think he played well? Did he play poorly because the offensive line was so bad? How much of responsibility does he have to put in his hands? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Hey, before we go to the break, I want to tell you about Walmart.com. It is new, it is improved, and it is all set up to be more convenient for you and your family, for you and your busy lifestyle, for everything that you have going on in your life. You don't want to go and spend time shopping if you've got a family like I do. You don't want to have to get the kids and the wife, find parking, spend all the time that you need shopping and getting everything you need. Then maybe there's long lines at the checkout, and it takes up a good majority of your day. What you'd rather do instead is be able to just set it and forget it. Order what you need, expect it's going to get to you, not get charged any more than if you were in the store to get it, and know that you can continue on with your day and get a whole lot more things that are productive done. That's why Walmart.com has done everything that they've done to kind of completely upgrade the .com part of it. We know what the stores bring: the lowest prices, the best selection, groceries, home goods, pharmaceuticals, everything in between, all right there for you. But a lot of times we don't have the time to go shopping. That's why the new improved Walmart.com has been set up exactly for people with a lifestyle like that. Because you pay the same prices for your groceries if you would have bought them in store, and you can have them delivered directly to your door. That's right. No upcharge, no extra charges like you get from the grocery stores, all for the same top quality products and for great prices and a whole lot of selection. That's right. 500 million items online and available daily for you to select from. And a huge selection of items that you can't find in stores available online. It's all set up and tailor-made for you and your lifestyle to be more efficient, to still save money, and to be better off at the end of the day. It's fantastic. My family and I use it all the time. We use it for a gift we forgot for one of our kids' birthday parties. We use it in a pinch to get some things we need that we forgot at the grocery store during the week, or we need because we're preparing a meal and realized that we didn't have it. You can even get it delivered in as fast as an hour. There are some fees and some terms for that. But again, check out Walmart.com to get all of those key details. But from groceries, home goods to prescriptions, if you're having a party, maybe a tailgate, or you forgot some things and you need some things for groceries for your family for the week and for a meal, it's here for you every step of the way. I encourage you, because the old Walmart that you know, predominantly because you were going in store, is now new and improved just for you, because it's all delivered right to your door. Check them out today. Check out Walmart.com.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Rocky says Caserio should have never let Cliff Kingsbury leave NRG after his interview. I agree with that part. Now, this last part is the cash or trash. Now I believe it will cost him his job.
When?
He said at the end of the year.
I don't think so. He's done too much good and too much right for this franchise to suddenly say that this is going to cost him his job. Is it going to be something where maybe there's a little bit more pressure on him to fix it in the offseason yet again and to get it right this time?
Are we going one and done on Nick Haley already?
Oh, no, I'm not saying that at all.
Well, then what's the pressure to get it right this
Offensive
off?
line.
Oh, the offensive line.
Offensive line.
He was talking specifically offense coordinator. He was,
No.
Yeah.
Kaylee's not done in a year. And again, this was the first time he's ever called plays in the NFL. Was it going to be perfect and polished and this whole McVay offense on full display? I wasn't expecting that. I was expecting to see maybe a better, more entertaining version than what we got used to seeing with Bobby Slowick. I didn't see that either. But I'm not closing the door on Kaylee now or for the next couple of years.
It'd have to be really bad for him to do
It would be
that.
head coach search 2.0, right? You're not going to sit there, hire an OC, fire an OC, hire another OC and say he's got 1 year and he's done again.
You're more likely to do it with an OC than a head coach.
Sure, you are more likely, but at the same time, based on that's all on his resume.
It's in play. I'm not saying that what Nick Haley showed us in week 1 is the reason that it's in play.
I'm not going to
But if they're a bottom 10 offense in the NFL and their defense is top 5, I think it's in play.
If that's dependent
Not
on
predicting
pressure,
this.
more so than personnel. I mean, personnel in the skill positions and everything else. I would say that could also be a blame for both.
You're right. Context matters. The context of how you get there matters. But I mean, I hate that we're having this conversation after one game. Like, none of us believe this.
No.
But what would have to happen is they would have to be really bad. He'd have to be incompetent. Like, coaches have been that before. Did y'all see the female Texans fan get her butt whooped in the stands? Did you see that?
I did not.
I saw it. I didn't see the punch. I just saw her walking up the aisle. She had like a busted nose and had blood coming out. It was pretty.
It's
pretty
typical
bad.
LA behavior
Is
at
it?
games.
Yeah, I guess it's true.
I mean, they brain damaged one Giants fan in baseball, and it gets pretty nasty.
Any interest in giving Cam Akers or Jamal Williams a look? 409 Josh. I really don't.
Jamal Williams is like a short yardage. Yeah, he got a bunch of touchdowns a year or two ago, but I don't think Jamal Williams is the answer. Cam Akers, you already tried that once.
Akers was not bad in his little short period, but it was a different scheme. He literally got cut by the Saints.
That's a good point.
I don't know how. I don't know. If I had to pick between the two, I'd rather have Akers than Williams because I feel like you already have a couple of versions of Williams with Nick Chubb and Dameon Pierce.
Yeah.
Whereas Akers might have like a little bit more wiggle, like a little bit more outside game than Jamal. But I really don't have any interest.
More
in
so
either.
than who's coming in next. I was pretty sour on Pierce after that game.
He just didn't have much run though. He got 3 snaps. He got 3 carries.
Yeah, it's the same old him. Whereas Chubb, I would say that he's a younger, more spry version of Nick Chubb until I saw him run the football and I saw him not just go to hit the hole. I saw him kind of, trying to
dance a little bit.
Yeah, dance, and it got him in trouble.
I'll concede that in those 3 carries he didn't look good. But at the same time, it's hard to make any sort of judgment on 3 carries. C.J. Stroud, line score for him, if you believe in that sort of thing, 19 to 27, 188 yards, no touchdowns, a pick, not really his fault. 3 sacks, QBR 43.3, QB rating of 74.3. How would you assess his play yesterday?
See, I was pretty pleased with CJ because when he was under constant duress yet again, and we know what he was dealing with his protections, but he made a hell of a lot of good throws. The pick, I don't feel is on him. That ball got taken away from his receiver who had both hands around it, so I don't put that on him at all. And I think with the duress that he was trying to deal with, the fact that he made a lot of rushed, quick decision, having to put ball with touch on, sometimes with zip, sometimes over the top that looked like a floating duck at the time, but fell right where it needed to be. I thought he was pretty darn good, and I think it proves to you that you do have a franchise quarterback in C.J. Stroud, at least one week into his 3rd season. I have no problems with the way C.J. played.
I feel a lot differently than you. I think he was better than the line score. I will concede that. Better than what the line score indicated, and I agree that he had those moments that you said. But I do see a different guy than what we saw his rookie year. And I don't know if really any of it is his fault, but there's a lot of things that have made me think he's not that same guy. Like, he's retreating in the pocket instead of stepping up, which I don't like that. I know that you have mobility and you're capable of doing that. Your arm is your best asset. So whenever he starts to escape the pocket instead of stepping into the pocket, that bothers me. Now, is this part of the reason because he's pressured all the time and he's eaten a bunch of sacks and he doesn't trust the offensive line? Probably, which could be a bigger issue, is that they're kind of PTSDing him into being a lesser of a pocket passer than who he is. So, like, I think that does come into play. I actually put more fault there than I do in C.J. Stroud. So I don't love the fact that he's retreating instead of stepping up into the pocket. I don't love the fact that he's quick to leave the pocket. It feels to me like a lot of his anticipation throws are gone too, where like he's throwing the ball as the receiver's making his break, sometimes before his break. He's not doing that anymore, which I think is because maybe A, he doesn't trust his offensive line, so he's bailing at the first moment. Maybe he doesn't trust his receivers outside of Nico Collins to get separation either. So I think there's a lot of contributing variables to this, but I don't think that C.J. Stroud, look, one game, I understand, but C.J. Stroud, in my opinion, doesn't look as good as the bright side we saw in his rookie year.
I think it's a product of circumstance. I just think that he's still your franchise quarterback, and he still has all the ability in the world. But I just think that the point you made is something that you got a color analyst on the game that's an ex-quarterback that showed it to you in living color on the replay, where if you're Lamar Jackson, if you're even Josh Allen to some degree, but more so guys that have just unbelievable quickness and agility, then you can do that when you get pressured, just kind of spin as you go backwards and then create more time so you get some space so you can run. I don't want CJ running anyway. We've talked about that multiple times. The last thing I want him to do, and it feels like he felt like he needed to do a lot yesterday, is tuck the ball under his wing and go get the yards necessary. That is a scary proposition, and I don't think he is the guy with the skill set to be doing that, nor do I want him to do that. So that's a bigger issue, too, in terms of how he handles that. I'm just saying, more so than anything else, to hear your argument and say, I think he is a product of what he has to deal with right now. But it is a fair discussion to have that we've seen a guy that was supposedly a very talented quarterback like David Carr get PTSD that he could never get out of, and it ruined his career.
See, that's my big fear. Because, no, you're right. He's the franchise quarterback. He's not going anywhere. It's one game. I still have all the faith in him as a talent, as a player. And again, I put a lot of this fault outside of C.J. Stroud. A lot of times the quarterback production is a full body of work of the entire offense, whether it's offensive line, whether it's offensive coordinator, part quarterback play, part receiver play, all of it. But there's a lot of evidence that C.J. Stroud is doing things that he didn't do in his rookie season when he was better and more productive, now in year 3, and it's problematic for me. Yes, he can make all the throws. Yes, his game was better than the line score indicated. Yes, the offensive line, he faced a 41% pressure rate and was pretty good in those pressure rates too. But there's the bailing out of the pocket, not stepping into it. The anticipation throws are gone. It feels like he has regressed. It feels like he has regressed since his rookie season. He doesn't feel like he's playing loose, doesn't feel like he's playing with a rhythm, like that confidence, that aura. It just feels like it's kind of gone.
It's just, I don't know if it's gone, but maybe it's misplaced. Maybe because of the fact that bad habits start to develop when you're dealing with what he's had to deal with. You mentioned it. When you're under duress to the levels that he's under, I don't know how you can feel relaxed. I don't know how you can feel anywhere close to the way you felt in year 1, because you have that clock going off in your head, and that alarm is ringing a lot sooner than you'd like it to, so that he could do the things I think you're asking him to do. My biggest fear is that the more you put him under this for more than just what he had to deal with last season, and if this is a pattern that's going to be this season too, now it could be a massive problem.
Yeah. I mean, we're entering, not yet, maybe in 4, 6, 8 games. We could be entering the territory where we begin to talk about, have the Texans begun to ruin C.J. Stroud?
Yeah, I think it's fair, because no matter who you talk to and no matter what you thought about the scouts' reviews of David Carr coming out of college, a lot of people thought there was a lot of talent. And at the end of the day, that this franchise ruined any chance to maximize the talent that he had coming into the NFL, or that he brought while he was learning to play in the NFL. And that is simply something you can't afford to do, nor should we want to even broach that subject with, if you're dealing with a guy with the talent level of C.J. Stroud.
Like, I'm not ready to go there after one game into year 3. But if it's 6 games into year 3, I'm just telling you I'm starting to pay attention to it. That's all I'm saying.
But, Jeremy, here's the thing, too. And you said it yourself, there's no quick fix solution coming through the doors over at NRG to solve the offensive line problems. So, again, to my initial point of, I wouldn't have supplanted almost every guy on the offensive line to fix one guy being out, but you better come up with something real quick, or the pressure rate's not going down.
I mean, the hope is like you're gonna gel. Ingram's gonna. I mean, listen to that. Like Ingram's gonna fix your problems. The hope is like you're not facing the front seven like the Rams each and every week. It's gotten my attention.
You get Ingram back, but you don't know when you're going to get Andrews back.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he might be done for the year.
That's right. I mean, off on a cart, that's a whole lot worse than, kind of limping off the field and them saying sprained ankle.
And big man with their feet. Big men with their feet. That's scary. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Stroud said something after the game yesterday, too. We'll get. He said they're lollygagging. But I don't love this. I hate this, actually. Not from a CJ point of view. This has nothing to do with CJ. But what he said, and we'll listen to it, really bothered me, and I'll tell you why. 713-780-3776. It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Football is back, and we are loving it. Aren't we loving it already? We're all loving it, right? We're all loving it. But Underdog is the place to make picks, win all the money, and to win it all season long. If you're hearing this in Texas, you can play right now in the Lone Star State. Playing on Underdog is so easy. I was on it all weekend long. Fun to do. Love it. You're going to love it too. You can pick whether your favorite players will go higher or lower on stats like touchdowns, yards, interceptions, and much, much more. Also new to Underdog, you can pick teams. That's right. You can pick whether or not your team will win or lose. Get your picks right. You can win up to 5,000 times your cash, and you can play for as little as $1. That's it, $1. Tonight, I punched in some plays here already. Listen to these picks. Do you like these picks? Maybe you love these picks and you want to make these picks too. Maybe you hate these picks and you don't want to make these picks. Caleb Williams, higher than 220.5 passing yards. Justin Jefferson, higher than 79.5 receiving yards. Aaron Jones, higher than 48.5 rush yards. Olamide Zachi, I have no idea how to say his name. I don't care. I need him to go higher than 23.5 receiving yards. That's all we care about. Doesn't matter how you pronounce Olamide Zakiwas' name. And these picks are perfect. You love these picks. Maybe you don't think I know ball, though, and you want to make all of the opposite picks. You can do that, too, on Underdog. So much to play, so much fun to be had, and so much money to win. And with Underdog, you still have the originals. You still have the drafts. You still have the ladders. You still have the streaks. So much fun to be had. So download the app today. Sign up with promo code KILLERB to score $50 in bonus funds when you play your first $5. Promo code KILLERB, KILLERB. Millions of fans have already won billions making picks on Underdog. Will you be next? Underdog. Make picks, win money.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
All right, so C.J. Stroud, after the game yesterday, talked about they lollygagged. They were lollygagging all week, Monday through Friday, they were lollygagging. Here was C.J. Stroud after the game, lollygagging Texans.
So when you come out in NFL lollygagging and, not going through the motions, that kind of what happens. So I think we'll be all right, but I think it's a good wake-up call for us.
The not going through the motions thing was kind of funny. But the look, and this isn't like directed at CJ, like he was just like a really just a symbol for the team. That's why the quarterback talks after the game. But why this bothers me is because the Texans have not earned the right to lollygag. If you're the Kansas City Chiefs and you've won the most Super Bowls in the last 10, okay, you can lollygag. If you're the Eagles and you just won the Super Bowl last year, okay, you can lollygag. The Bills and the Ravens, they haven't won a Super Bowl, haven't been to one in a little while. They can go out and lollygag just because they're really good and they're going to roll out of bed and win 12 or 13 games. When you're the Houston Texans and the furthest you've ever gone in franchise history is the divisional round, whenever you're 10-7 in back-to-back years and have beat up on a bad division, whenever you've been eliminated back-to-back years in the division round, you have not earned the right to lollygag. How are they lollygagging? This makes zero sense to me.
Well, I think the biggest thing that you just said is how are they lollygagging? I would need more detail than that, because now you can point the finger at players that are half-assing it. You can point the finger at coaches that maybe aren't holding their players accountable or being as structured and disciplined as you need to be to prepare for a week 1 game against a pretty damn good football team. We saw it in college football with Alabama and DeBoer getting all kinds of heat because of the fact that they had a whole lot of quit in them. Whether you call it lollygagging or not, there was a whole lot of I don't want to. And so I need more specifics about, is it players? Is it coaches? Is it both? Is it too laissez-faire and laid back? But that's a hell of a statement to make from a quarterback. I don't fault him for making it, but then maybe some context to it.
He ain't giving you context.
Well, but then he shouldn't have said it. Keep it internal.
I mean, maybe. I mean, I can listen to that. There's a way better chance that he's keeping it internal than describing the lollygagging Texans, though. That ain't happening.
Well, but again, if you're going to own it, then good journalism says whether they ask or not, there should be some follow-through or follow-up. And if you're not going to, then don't make the statement. It's week 1. It's not like the ship's sinking and everything's imploding in front of you to where disaster's around the corner. So then eat it, deal with it internally, and as a leader of this football team and a captain, do something about it.
I agree with that part. Like, if you're a lollygagging, why didn't you bring, whip them into shape? What do you think Brady would have done with some lollygagging Patriots back in the day?
I don't think he just said anything to the media, but you damn well believe that both internally in meeting rooms and on the football field, he'd have taken care of it.
What would have Troy Aikman done back in the day? Whenever Jimmy Johnson was gone, they needed some authority. What would Pat Mahomes do? Huh? Like, he's not going to allow for any lollygagging going around. So I agree with that part. Here was this reminded me though of Bull Durham. Whenever the manager walked into the showers and talked to them about lollygagging.
You lollygag the ball around the infield. You lollygag your way down to first. You lollygag in and out of the dugout. Do you know what that makes you, Larry?
Lollygaggers.
They're lollygagging. The Texans are lollygagging on first down. They're lollygagging off the sidelines. They're lollygagging a fumble into the Rams' hand on the final possession of the game. The Houston Texans are a bunch of lollygaggers.
Yeah, I'm not going to go that far.
He said it. What do you mean? What far? Stroud defined it.
I'm saying I'm not going to go that far personally in the belief that they're a bunch of lollygaggers. It's a tad bit concerning with all the changes that they've made, both with personnel, coaching wise, and also from the locker room standpoint, that your captain after you're one of your offensive captains after week 1 makes that statement.
Bunch of lollygaggers. All right, 713-780 ESPN. Real quick, would you rather have Stroud or Stratford?
Stroud or who?
Matthew Stafford. I said Stratford. I meant Stafford.
For the long haul, I'm still, because this offensive line is not going to fix until that's fixed. I don't think anything else is. And for the long haul, I'll still take C.J. Stroud.
Political answer. If you had to win a game,
I gave you the decision I made.
I mean, you talked about their offensive line though.
Well, but I also want him for the long term. Stafford might be this.
All right, let me rephrase. If you had to win a football game tomorrow, Same exact football team that you have for you, same exact football team on the other side. We can define everything as average if you want. Everything around the quarterback is average. Everything on the other defense is average to good. As ceteris paribus, everything is equal. Would you rather your life is on the line? You can get one quarterback to win one football game tonight. You going Matthew Stafford or C.J. Stroud?
Matthew Stafford.
I don't think it's even in debate anymore, is it?
No,
it's not like going into the week. I'd be like, yeah, Stroud. And now, like after what, like, and look, I don't think Stroud played bad, but like Stafford can command an offense. Like if Stafford was wearing the Texans uniform yesterday, do I think that they have a better offensive day? I do. I absolutely do.
I think experience matters too, because the things that we've been pointing out about what CJ's dealing with, and maybe the collateral damage from having dealt with it for so long, is something that Stafford dealt with for years with the Lions, and he understood that there's still a way to be successful offensively, even when you have less thans like your offensive line. And he's still got a good enough arm, and like you were talking about, he's making anticipated throws, and when guys aren't even turning into their break yet, he's putting the ball where it needed to be, to where, yeah, if you have to win one game with even less than surrounding cast, Matthew Stafford has been there, done that.
Yeah, for the future, no doubt, Stroud. Like young, got years left, all that stuff. Like Stafford could be playing his final year. But one game tomorrow, give me Stafford over Stroud. It's crazy. I feel crazy saying that. I think that if you had Stafford and Stroud in the okay, let's look at it from a Rams perspective. Rams versus Texans yesterday. Who has a better game, Stroud or Stafford, as the helm of the Rams?
Still Matthew Stafford.
And then what if we flip it and say Texans? Like, does Stafford have a better game than C.J. Stroud did yesterday if they were both the quarterback of the Texans yesterday?
That's a tough
question. For me, it's a slam dunk. For me,
it's not for me because of the fact how many times CJ ran with the football that actually got first down.
How many times is Stafford
drives.
getting rid of it where he doesn't have to run with the football?
How many times is he going to get hit because he can't run?
I think he's going to get rid of it. That's the thing that Stafford's known for, is getting rid of the football.
I don't think it's a slam dunk. I don't. I understand the Stafford side of this, and you probably just, again, from the experience of trying to know what you're dealing with and work his way out of it. I still think there's more losses yardage-wise throughout that game if Stafford's your quarterback instead of CJ.
But Stafford as the Rams quarterback over Stroud.
Yeah.
You undecided on the Texans quarterback.
I think it's still probably Stafford. I don't think it's a slam dunk.
Okay. So you nitpick the slam dunk. I think it's okay. That's fine. I'm slam dunking it. I'm slam dunking Stafford over Stroud, which, look, I don't feel great saying it. But it's what I believe. Nick Caley. Game one for Nick Caley, and a big issue, I think, has shown up for the Houston Texans when it comes to some of these skill position players. 713-780-ESPN. Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. First, a moment on HRP, Human Resources and Payroll. Cougar owned by Mike Holly. Go Cougs. You know what? He could probably give the pro team in Houston a few snaps right now. I totally believe that. Used to protect a Heisman Trophy winner, could probably protect your pro quarterback, but he's protecting your businesses. Business owners, let HRP help you, whether it's HR compliance, benefits administration, payroll, onboarding. HRP can help in any of these areas. They can help with one of these areas, all of these areas, whatever you need, because there's no boxes with HRP. Doesn't matter how small the job, how big the job, HRP completely customizes a plan for what you and your business needs. You have a problem with one thing, two things, many things. You have an issue with one, two, many things. It doesn't matter. HRP is going to find a way to help you. They do it in a way that's fantastic and unique. Technology meets service. They have the best technology. You're going to love that. You're going to trust that. But their service is top notch. You're going to love that as well. Guaranteed fulfillment. You'll never talk to a stranger. You'll always talk to someone who knows you, knows your business needs. We use HRP here at GAO. Anytime I have a question about insurance, whatever, fire off a quick email, get a quick response. Very easy to understand, very helpful. So take care of your employees. They're going to love you for it. So give them a call, 281-880-6525. Let HRP customize a plan for you, 281-880-6525, or check them out at hrp.net. That's hrp.net.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Why is choosing Stafford over Stroud crazy under any circumstances? Stafford is not only a product of Texas high school football, but he's a state champion. There's nothing to discuss. Stroud is a Cali guy. They don't know squat about football. That from Ocho. That is a good point.
Okay.
Texas football over California football. No argument there. 713-780-ESPN. Stafford may be dead if he played for the Texans. It would look way different, but he's getting rid of the football, man. Like, Stafford has always gotten rid of the football. They were lollygagging because D'Amico motivates with positivity, the power of positivity. I think D'Amico's motivation tactics are getting a little bit of catching some strays, some unjust strays. I don't think D'Amico is as, like, rah-rah in the locker room and on the practice field as, like, the public image is of him. I don't really buy that.
Well, I think that no one should feel like anything that you see at a press conference is the way that it is when no media is allowed and there's only the access of team personnel. I don't have anything where I'm failing to believe in D'Amico Ryans as a leader, as a coach, as a defensive coordinator. And the rest remains to be seen as it relates to the changes he made yet again with the offense, with the coaching staff, and everything that they did personnel-wise.
Hot take, Stroud isn't happy, doesn't like, respect D'Amico, him and Titus yelling at Ryans for punting the ball. He gets traded this offseason. I mean, that's all conjecture. Like, we don't really know that. Like, we can't define that. I don't believe that, though. I do think that Stroud is happy. I think that he does respect D'Amico. I don't think him and Titus yelling at D'Amico for punting the ball is really that big a deal. I don't know how much Stroud was yelling at D'Amico. Titus definitely was, being pretty demonstrative towards D'Amico, which, I don't know if I love my offensive lineman yelling at my head coach on the sideline like that.
I don't think he needs to. I mean, that's from a respect standpoint. That's something that probably also behind closed doors needs to be tightened up because you are going to have a lot of decisions that are going to happen during the course of a season where you might not agree with them as a player. But it ain't your choice, and they're doing what they for their job's sake, doing their job. They're doing the best thing they think for this team, so deal with it.
There was I thought 3 game management issues that are worthy of the conversation. That was one of them, where it was like 4th and 1 at their own 25, basically, down by 1. That's when Titus was yelling at them. Do you think they should have went for it?
I didn't like it in their own territory. Game over if you don't get it.
I didn't like it either. To me, that was an easy punt.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't mind that at all either. How about, this is one that bothered me, quite frankly. Rams are driving right at the end of the first half. They get a 1st and goal situation, run the ball stuff. Texans take a timeout because they want to get the ball back. They want to score, so they take a quick timeout. 2nd down, run, stuff, another quick timeout because they want to get the ball. They want to go score. 3rd down run, you stuff Kyron Williams at the goal line, and you let the clock run. You don't use your last and final timeout. So wisely, McVay, who wants to give the Texans as little as time as possible, runs it all the way down to 1 second, takes a timeout. We'll round up a few seconds for the sake of the conversation to make it some easy math. Would you rather have a 1:40 on the clock with no timeouts, or would you rather have a minute on the clock with 1 timeout?
I definitely want 140 with no timeouts.
To me, this is a no-brainer.
I can get a first down. I can down the ball several times when I need to.
Multiple ways you can stop the ball.
Mm-hmm.
Run out of bounds. Throw an incomplete pass. People were people were seriously arguing with me about this.
You know why?
I couldn't believe it.
Well, in real time?
Yeah.
Or after the half ended?
Both.
I think it's easy in retrospect when the half ends to fight against you because they did and still ended up getting a field goal. But what if they got a touchdown?
But they didn't use a timeout. They didn't use a timeout, period. So, like, you could be like, well, they got a field goal, but I could be like, well, they didn't use a timeout. They would have had 40 more seconds.
But I'm saying the fans thing is we still got points out of it. So what does it matter? But you're not looking big picture of it could matter a whole lot in a very low-scoring game if you got a touchdown instead of a field goal. So that's what I would say from there. I'm not saying it's my perspective.
Right. No, I know you're playing devil's advocate.
Yeah, but I think from a lot of fans' perspectives, hey, we got a field goal out of it, so what?
That was really dumb to me.
It was.
That was really dumb, especially if you have a quarterback, and maybe they don't trust C.J. Stroud. If you have a quarterback that you think is really good in those situations, a 2-minute offense, give me 140, no timeouts, over a minute to 1 timeout.
And he's done it for you before.
He's done it before. Like, if you're Mahomes, if you ask Pat Mahomes, minute 40, no timeouts, minute 1 timeout, what is he saying?
He's taking 140.
What about
no
Josh
timeouts.
Allen?
Oh, all of them.
What about Lamar Jackson?
All of them.
Peyton Manning.
For sure.
Tom Brady. Any offensive mind in the history of the game. I could not stand that he didn't take a timeout there. That bothered me more than it should have. And yes, you still get 3, but you could have had an opportunity to get 7 in a 14-9 game.
That's
a game that you lost by 5.
Yeah, that's the point I'm making, is the fact that you knew going into this game both defenses were good enough to keep the other team below 20 points.
That bothered me more than it should. I thought that was elementary game management, and D'Amico just bled the clock there and took the minute 1 timeout instead of a minute 40 no timeout. That I didn't think that was good game management by D'Amico Ryans whatsoever. Also, the interception was Stroud, which wasn't his fault. Completely agree. The ball was caught you could talk about the review here. Like the ball hit the ground and did a half turn, and they still said
it slid up instead of rotating.
I thought it did both. I thought it went like this.
What's his name? Gene Statutory, whatever his name is, was trying to say. Yeah, was trying to say that it didn't move enough, but that the referee expects that when it hits the ground with force, it is going to come up. I didn't see it rotate, but at the same time,
what'd you think? Do you think it was a catch or a no catch?
I could easily see it being incomplete because it was more than just the nose of the football touching the ground. It pounded into the ground, and his elbow was kind of wide, so it did go straight up. Maybe it didn't rotate, but it did go straight up.
I saw one of these numbers.
Yeah, I just saw the football go when it hit the ground, slide up in the.
I saw a 90-degree turn, but watching it back, catch or no catch, in your mind?
No catch.
Are you okay with it being a stands? Like the replay, it stands as opposed to it's confirmed. Like, can you justify the replay review? It stands. I thought it was the worst. It stands call in the history of the game.
If they looked at it, and after every angle that they have, and I assume that we saw most of what they saw, regardless of what they saw, if they just feel like it stands, I feel like you have to deal with it.
Well, sure, and the defense did. They got a 3 and out. It didn't really matter in the course of the game. I thought it was a bad replay review. I didn't believe the stands at all, because there's moments where it's like, okay, I think that one's out, but I could understand that it's not clear and conclusive, and it stands. I thought it was clear, conclusive, obvious that should not have been a catch.
You thought it was clear enough to overturn it.
Absolutely, okay. Absolutely. Replays felt otherwise, but anyways. So I was looking at Twitter after the game, and Jonathan Alexander had a quote that D'Amico Ryans says that he didn't challenge that call because he saw it right in front of him and he knew it was a catch or whatever. And whenever I saw that, I was like, I'm going to pull the audio on that because D'Amico doesn't know the rules. Pulling the audio, he might have been framed a little bit, because take a listen. Jonathan Alexander asking D'Amico Ryans why he didn't challenge that.
Was there any thought in challenging the interception by Kobe Durant in the last second?
I saw the interception there. It was right in front of me. Kid made a nice play on the football, so there was not a thought to challenge it because I was right there in front and saw the kid made a really nice play.
Okay. The interceptions and turnovers, interceptions included, turnovers cannot be challenged by a coach because all turnovers are reviewed by the replay review booth, whatever they're calling them, as they happen. Whenever I read the quote in isolation, I was like, uh-oh, D'Amico doesn't know the rules here. But the question kind of frames him that I think you can give D'Amico the out because he answered the question that said, did you think about challenging that? So, are you giving D'Amico the leeway here? My biggest question is,
unless you were squatting down and, at ground level to see
good point.
The impact of the football, even if it happened right in front of you, I can't let the naked eye decide that one.
That's a good point. So, one, it's like, okay, well, that's a weird take that, one, you wouldn't have challenged it because you saw it right in front of you. 2, you can't challenge it. Yeah. You can't challenge a turnover in the NFL. It's instigated by the review, the booth. Brian Callahan's getting crushed today. Have you seen this?
No.
Where he did the whole, one, was it one elbow or knee? Do you know, Age? He said that it was either an elbow or a knee. I think it was an elbow. He said that one elbow is not worth 2 feet in the NFL. Which it is. Yeah. Elbow down is the same as 2 feet, and he's getting crushed for that today. D'Amico Ryans, if it is true that he thinks that he can challenge turnovers, should be catching the same heat as Brian Callahan. He does not know the rule of the game. Now, the way that Alexander asked the question, D'Amico might have gotten framed here. So, I'm giving D'Amico the benefit of the doubt because the questioner, whoever was asking the question, kind of he didn't know the rule. Like he asked D'Amico, did you put any thought in challenging that when you can't challenge it? So I wonder if D'Amico does know the rule, but when he heard the question, he just kind of used the words of the question. And do we give him the benefit of the doubt for that? Because you can't do it. You can't do it. So does D'Amico not know the rule, or was D'Amico framed and kind of just used that question?
I would lean more towards framing.
I'm willing to do it too.
Because of the fact that why are you going to challenge and get a review on a play that's already been reviewed?
Well, it would have been in the moment. But that's also the weird part of it. It's like it did go under review. The refs literally reviewed it.
Now, from how D'Amico responds, that should have been one of your initial responses.
That was a weird question. So I'm willing to give D'Amico the benefit of the doubt here. But if I'm wrong and I shouldn't be giving him the benefit of the doubt, then D'Amico Ryans did not know the rule.
Yeah, I believe that I think he did. I just think that that's something where whether you say it's the way the framing of the question or not, I'm not gonna put that one on him. I had another one I was gonna put on him, and I can't remember in the context of getting deep into that conversation. It slipped my mind.
Let me know if you think of it, but I'm willing to give him the benefit of the doubt too. But he said he didn't put any thought into challenging that play when it cannot be a head coach challenge, and it literally was challenged. So, but by the video replay review staff or whatever. All right, 713-780-ESP. Let's hit the Kaylee conversation. We'll talk about the defense too, because people were sour on the defense. People weren't happy with the defense. We'll get into that stuff as well. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
Texter says, I think D'Amico just didn't want to be a jerk to the media guy. That's very much in play.
Very much.
Very much in play. I'm giving D'Amico the benefit of the doubt 100%. Just remembering that, you probably got misled, probably got framed, didn't want to be a jerk, all of those things, just in case something like this happens again. Like, I'm storing it away in the back of my mind that this happened once upon a time that we did not put blame on D'Amico for.
Fair.
But if he runs into another spot where he botches a challenge, it's like, maybe he didn't know the rule. So just paying attention to it. All I'm doing, just paying attention to it. Did you remember the other game management thing?
Yeah, it wasn't even a game management thing. It was just on D'Amico. There were multiple occasions where Henry To'oTo'o was left on Davante Adams, and Davante was, short of throwing up a flare, was trying to let Stafford know he loved the matchup and he could easily. And Stafford, on one that I really vividly remember, he was in the left slot, and To'oTo'o and Davante is waving and trying to get Stafford's attention, and Stafford, after the snap, completely looks to the other side, and they did get a gain out of it. And Davante broke wide open in the middle of the field. I was like, oh, my God, I cannot believe he didn't see that.
You just missed it?
Yeah, there was a couple of them. Even with Petrie, I don't want Petrie on Davante if I can help it. The scary thing was when Stingley went down and Petrie was your answer at the other corner.
No, they brought in Jalen Smith.
No, Petrie played the first play right out of, at least that's what was, and the broadcaster said that too, that for the first play when Stingley went out, that Petrie was the guy that was playing outside corner.
Maybe he moved outside and they put Jalen inside.
I think maybe after that they might have
or motion took him outside. Like, it wouldn't make a whole lot of sense that you would pay a safety at your boundary corner. Like, I'll go back and watch that one, but I have a tough time believing that.
If you see differently.
Because Stingley missed 5 plays and Jalen Smith played exactly 5 plays.
Yeah, I thought maybe you're right. Maybe they just got where they were on the field based on motion,
probably
change things,
which is very easy to put Petrie in bad matchups.
I'm just in cringe. I am in cringe mode the minute that I hear anything about Petrie on Davante Adams.
But it's very easy to scheme that. Like, very easy. Like, I saw a bunch of people were like, "Whoa, I hate when Petrie's defending this guy or that guy." Well, don't you think a good offensive mind is going to scheme up a way to get their best receiver on Jalen Petrie? Like, football is a weakest link sport. And if you could find a matchup you like, you're going to hunt that until the other team adjusts. So it's very easy to get good matchups with your good receivers against Jalen Petrie. It's why I was stunned that they gave Jalen Petrie so much money.
I agree with you. I think that, again, when we start talking about, like, depth and what your plan is doing, we talked about this leading into the game, that there was going to be multiple. They did it a year ago. McVay is an offensive mind that's brilliant enough that he's going to find a way, not that I thought it was ever going to be a linebacker, but that he was going to find a way that one of his 2 best receivers was going to be on their 3rd or lesser corners that were available in the game. Even the Jets a year ago, when they got with Devon, they were going to find a way between their 2 receivers to create a matchup inside or wherever it is, that they were going to avoid Stingley and Lassiter and get somebody else on them. And it works. So you're right. It was going to happen. I just didn't think it was going to be To'oTo'o.
Yeah. Yeah. Dre says that Petrie didn't come into the game until the 3rd play of the game. I guess they started off base, maybe. They start off in 4-3. That would explain that. But Petrie played in 55 of the 60 plays. They must have went 4-3 in a few packages. I have to go watch specifically which ones. So did you think the defense played good, bad, in between? Because I thought that they played good, and people thought I was nuts for saying they played good.
You hold any NFL team the caliber of Matthew Stafford, Puka Nacua, Davante Adams, and more to 14 points, you've more than done your job. You did a good job.
You went on the road against a team that is led by Sean McVay, has a Hall of Fame Super Bowl winning quarterback, that has Puka Nacua, who one of the most underrated receivers in the NFL. That dude's a freak. You busted him wide open, thought he might have been knocked out of the game, and he comes back in with a big, giant white patch covering up his entire eye, and he still schools you. That dude is a dog.
After that. It was still bleeding. And he had to leave again to find a different mode of being able to tighten that thing up.
How could you not respect the heck out of that guy?
He's tough as nails, man.
Yeah. I already like Puka Nacua. I like him even more now. That guy he's a tough son of a gun.
Tell you what, the Devontae hit too that he took.
And he just got right on
I
up.
know
And
it.
It actually hurt Stingley.
Your guy on the backside of it leaves the game, and Devontae basically gets bent backwards with impact and just keeps going.
That was a vicious hit. No, I think that the defense played good too. For the things that you said, like this, they held the Rams under 300 yards yesterday. That you don't do that in the NFL. Like teams go for more than 300 yards. You know how many teams in the NFL average less than 300 allowed per games last year? One, the Eagles. There was one team in the NFL that allowed less than 300 yards per game. It was the Eagles. I think it was the Chargers. They allowed the fewest points per game, and it was like 16 and a half. So you allowed 14 points on the road to McVay, Stafford, Puka, Devontae, Kyron Williams, which would be first in the NFL last year. You allowed less than 300 yards, which would have been second, and the defense played bad?
Keep going.
No way. Defense was good.
Kyron Williams, a guy that you would think from a running perspective is going to, at some point, will gash you, but get some yards. And they held him in check, too, almost the entire football game. Their running game was not anything that you were concerned with. I think for that and the extra that was tagged onto it, their offense, their defense was good. It's going to be their calling card all year, but to start the season against a team that good and do what you did, I don't think that any shade should be thrown at the defense today.
And the offense didn't really put the defense in great spots. Like the other part of it, too. Like they weren't bailing out the defense ever, the offense, with these long, sustaining drives, putting touchdowns on the board. Like the offense kind of hurt the chances of the defense. 713-780-ESPN. Stingley didn't look great. I wonder if part of it is because he was a little banged up. Stingley.
Yeah, there was someone that posted on Twitter some close-up video insinuating that he was wincing on every play. I didn't see that. I think that it was unfortunate because even looking at the replay of that, I don't think that it looked like he took something serious. It would be more like maybe a muscle or something like that or a hip pointer. But even on impact from the hit coming at him, I think having Devontae in between, as much as they were saying it helped Devontae, I think it also helped Stingley avoid what could have been a whole hell of a lot worse.
Maybe so if there's contact. To me, it didn't look great on the oblique. I'll be honest, when Stingley left the game, I didn't think he was coming back in.
I thought that when he went to the tent, that's one of those where I thought it was muscular, but I think that if you pull something like, just like doing something else, pulling any muscle when it comes to your torso or your hip in that area, especially as a corner, I think that I was worried about him coming back. But looking at the replay, I think I felt better that it wasn't like impactful, like he took a serious hit on a bone or something where it could be something broken.
You're talking about all these hunting for matchups. You get a tear. It's worse a lot of times than a break. Like a torn ACL is far worse than a broken leg.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah. I don't love the ligament stuff.
Neither one of them
ligament
is great,
stuff can cost you a year.
But it's a break that breaks heal. Ligaments, you just never know how they're going to react, even after you fix them. And even after you come back, they always say you're not right away.
You're talking about all of these hunting for matchups that the Rams did. Why is it that the Texans can't hunt those matchups to get Nico involved? That's a criticism for the offensive coordinator. Defense played well. Rams made the plays when they needed to, both offensively and defensively. Because the offense looked bad, people thought the defense was bad. Wrong. Great defense. Daniil Hunter, cricket emoji, cricket emoji, cricket emoji. Yeah. All right, 713-780-ESPN. HRMP listener line. Get your thoughts on this one. We'll hit the Caley thing. Haven't hit the Caley thing as well. Also, do you notice how many penalties the Texans had yesterday? Do you notice they had 11 penalties for 80 yards? You know where the Texans have stacked up the last couple of years in penalties? Last year, they were top 10 in both penalties called against them and penalty yardage allowed. 2 years ago, they were in the top 5 in penalties called against them and penalty yardage allowed. At what point do we get critical of the Texans for being one of the most penalized teams in the NFL? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. First, I got to tell you about the greatness that is Monument Chevrolet. Monument Chevrolet is the very best. Talk to our guys over there at Monument Chevrolet over at the listener party on Friday. They're pumped up. They're excited. They love the fact that you keep going out there and mentioning ESPN. They love the fact that you're coming out there and buying some vehicles. And look, all the people that do that, They go to Monument Chevrolet because they trust the people at Monument Chevrolet. They're not gonna mess with you about prices. They're not gonna jack up the sticker price and then have you negotiate, try to get it down. You never get it down to where you're comfortable. Monument Chevrolet is not that dealership. They're transparent. They're not going to hassle you with pricing. It's why Houstonians have been trusting Monument Chevrolet for 50 years, 5 decades, and they've helped generations of families get into new vehicles, and these families keep coming back because they trust the people at Monument Chevrolet. And they trust the people at Monument Chevrolet because it's a family feel, friendly atmosphere. They hire great people, which leads to the outstanding culture that they have. It's why they've been in the business for 50 years and a pillar of the community. So get on out there to Monument Chevrolet, buy your next new or pre-owned vehicle. Maybe it's the Suburban. The Suburban's been around for like 100 years. The Silverado 1500. Get yourself a nice truck. We are in Texas after all. Maybe you want to go with the new electric variety. The Blazer EV could be for you. So get a fair deal, a fast deal, and an easy deal without wasting your time in aggravating, stressful negotiations. No tricks, no time wasting, no hidden charges. If you've been waiting to upgrade your ride, do it now at Monument Chevrolet. Check out their full inventory at monumentchevrolet.com or go visit them in person. Their lot is massive. 225 at Bellway H, where you can find it at Monument Chevrolet. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
So, Texans, do they have a penalty problem?
Mm-hmm.
Is it D'Amico Ryan's problem?
I don't know if I could put that one on D'Amico, per se. I think it's still a problem that has carried over from last season. I think that we always hear him say, we'll handle it internally, but everybody's held accountable. Well, there's plenty of guys to be held accountable on the fact that you still had double-digit penalties. A lot of them were stifling to drives you had, and you had momentum and things going on that they still seem to happen way too much.
Yeah.
So if you want to put it on the head coach, I think everybody reports to him. But from a head coach perspective, it's a shame that you had to have something happen on the field to show you that you still haven't made the necessary improvements to now have to handle it in season.
Like the one game, whatever. It's not the one game for me. 11 penalties, 80 yards. That ain't great. This is going on 3 years now. They were top 5 2 years ago. They were top 10 last year in both penalties and penalty yardage. And I do think that D'Amico coaches a very physical style of football defensively. I think a very physical style of football is going to lead to a high number of penalties. Now, that said, do you want the trade-off? Like, do you want to be a soft defense that allows a bunch of yards and never gets penalized? Or would you rather be a defense that has a few more penalties, but everybody's going to fear you? You're going to knock receivers in the helmet. They're going to need 20 stitches and then come back and terrorize you. I rather have the physical team that gets more penalties. It's the little, like, and I can live with, like, the defensive stuff. Like, maybe you get a late hit every now and then, don't like it. Maybe you get a crown to the helmet thing every now and then, don't like it. Rather you not be able to do it. I'll take the trade-off. It's more like the procedural penalties, like the jumping offsides, or like EJ Speed comes in for a play when everybody in the world knows they're going into a hard count and they're able to get an encroachment. Dalton Schultz, I think it was like a 3rd and short, and he jumps. False start on Dalton Schultz. Those are the ones that drive me crazy. If you're going to be a tough, physical, swarming defense and you have a couple of hits that are late over the course of a season, totally okay with that. That is your brand of football. But the encroachments, the false starts, that's where I get annoyed. That's the area where that I think it really needs to put an end to that.
I think that's totally fair. But I think that when you look at the guys, in particular, the Tomlinson penalty, where he jumped early too, that drove me nuts.
Yeah, that was a big spot.
Yeah, it was massive.
I think that was ahead of a 3rd and short.
Yeah, it was. Again, you created a far more difficult situation than you had to. You have to use Blake Fisher just simply because of all the injuries, and he gets a face mask penalty where even if you can just keep going with the play, but you let go right away, a lot of times that can get lost in the shuffle where they're not going to call that. When you grab on after your fingers are in the mask and you don't let go, it's the easiest call in the world to make.
Mm-hmm. Like I can do. I mean, you have a team that wants to be physical, right? And they want to they want to hammer Devontae. Like Devontae Adams goes over the middle, Henry To'o crushes him, right? No penalty there. He does it later, penalty. Okay, like you're gonna live with those. Like that is your mentality, that's your nature. But it's the procedural stuff that drives me up the wall. And look, maybe it's the OC blame. Maybe I don't know who you point the finger there. Any other coach would have been crucified by now in those penalties. Something has to give. Can't put penalties on D'Amico, and the penalties often come from the O-line or illegal formations, Tyler and Conroe. I mean, he's still the head man, though. Like, he's the head man. Like, if you're going to allow it, that means you're going to allow it. Like, I understand what you're saying, Tyler and Conroe. Like, I'm with you there mostly as well. But as the head coach,
it all falls under you. It's all under your umbrella.
It's all under your umbrella.
Yep.
Any other coach would have been crucified for sure. Nick Caley's a bum. The offense was bad. One game in, Nick Caley's a play caller. You're aware with him.
Look, it's a work in progress. I'm not gonna jump off the ledge and jump off the deep end after one game against a really good defensive team in his first time ever calling plays in the NFL and assume that it was going to be perfect. Assume that it was good. Look, I think you can go back again, not just on penalties. I think there was a lot of times they were breaking the huddle late. But I think a lot of that can, again, be associated to a guy calling plays for the first time in a real speed, real time, real personnel NFL game. And he wasn't great. But I'm not going to sit there and close the door and throw him out with the bathwater.
No. It's more your evaluation of him after a game.
Yeah, my evaluation of him is that it's a work in progress that has to get better.
Yeah. I mean,
Play calling alone was way too vanilla.
Kind of saw it coming with the Rams' first, game, all that stuff. It sounds like we're making excuses. The biggest thing that I look at, how do you only scheme up 5 targets for Nico Collins?
First thing, again, because I had to play catch up because I was occupied all weekend with coaching. So before I even watched the game, I looked at the box score. And that was one of the first things, because we had the conversation, who was going to be the second, who's going to have second most receptions and all those things. When I saw Nico 3 or 4 slots down the pecking order on receptions, I was like, oh, that's not good.
Yeah. That's the thing that I'm looking at. I'm like, I hope that's not a trend, because that's your best skill guy. And the other thing that jumped out to me, I didn't notice a lot of high-level skill from your skill guys. Like, I think that this team has a skill issue. I think this team has a skill issue problem from its skill players. Outside of Nico Collins, where is your juice? Like, where are your, like, electric athletes? Like, Jalen Noel is supposed to be a guy who comes in here, like, he's electric. He's juicing. You know, one game, whatever. Got targeted twice. Jaden Higgins, he was actually your leading receiver, 32 yards. Led you in receiving yards with 32, Jaden Higgins. But, like, Xavier Hutchinson's playing a ton of snaps. Justin Watson's playing a ton of snaps. Dalton Schultz was targeted 5 times. He and Nico Collins tied with the 5 targets as the most targeted player. Cade Stover, 4 targets. Dare targeted twice. These skill guys, I don't see a whole lot of juice out of those skill guys other than Nico Collins. Justin Watson was on the field a ton.
Watson bothered me a little bit. Now, the one he was interfered with twice. I thought he still could have caught one of them. But
where's your juice? Xavier Hutchinson played 43 snaps. Stover, 36. Watson, 35. Higgins, 27. Dare, 17. Like, where's your electricity? Like Jordan Whittington, who, you know, Rams, Texas, I think he went to Cuero. I think he was a gobbler. He's got juice. He's your 4th receiver, and that guy is a tough guy to bring down. Where's the Texans' juice? They have no juice. None of their skill guys have juice other than Nico Collins. Maybe Noel, maybe Higgins, but you don't even trust those guys to play more than Justin Watson.
yeah, I mean, I don't know if it's because they're rookies that they didn't have the confidence in them. I don't know if it's as the game progressed when one of your rookies had a ball caught that it turned out being an interception that and Woody Marks didn't get a whole lot of opportunity, but he didn't do a whole lot in carries when he got it. Again, that's a product of the offensive line as well. But I don't know if it's the whole Jeff Van Gundy philosophy of I don't trust rookies. I think the biggest thing to me would be that you would need all hands on deck. They were definitely, and we knew about Caley's offense, he was going to utilize the tight end. He was maybe overly so trying to utilize and get involved the tight end. But it's a fair point to ask, why didn't you at least try them more? Especially in the passing game when you got guys that are explosive.
I mean, Higgins made a good play in the first quarter. I mean, went over the middle, little deep post,
yeah.
Took a huge hit. I was scared he broke his rib. You got Justin Watson playing over half of your snaps. Your team doesn't have juice, man. Like, you're not – and I thought that was something that they were going after, and obviously they were. They drafted Higgins in the second. They drafted Noel in the third. They're getting outplayed. I'm not outplayed, but they're getting outsnapped by Xavier Hutchinson and Justin Watson. If Xavier Hutchinson's playing 68% of your snaps and Justin Watson's playing 56% of your snaps, and yes, Christian Kirk's hurt, I understand that. But if those guys are playing 68 and 56% of your snaps, a majority of your snaps, well over half of your snaps in Hutchinson's case, and over a half of your snaps in Watson's case, you don't have juice. This offense doesn't have juice. They can't block. They can run a little up the middle, nothing outside, and they have no juice other than Nico Collins. And, oh, by the way, they're down to 1 tight end because Cade Stover broke his foot.
Yeah, that's the bigger issue going forward, right? I think that, again, just like we were talking about with the offensive line, there really isn't a huge, quick solution and fix. Now, there's probably more likely a tight end or two out there that you might be able to obtain or that might be dangling out there from the cuts leading into the regular season, but I don't think it's a solution there either. That's going to be interesting because you don't know how long Kirk's going to be out.
I know.
And if it's truly that you don't trust the young guys, well, then why the hell didn't you keep John Mechie around or guys that you do trust? And then to your point, if a guy like Hutchinson should be a guy that you could put anywhere and feel like he's going to get open for you and at least try him.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to blame him for trading Mechie. Like, it was a crowded room. He might not have even made the team. Even if he's on this team, is he playing more than Higgins and Noel? Probably not. I don't blame Casario for that trade. It's just, I'm a little worried about the skill guys. Just an observation. Is D'Amico too cool of a coach? It's only 1 game, but there was very little discipline.
Again, it's under his realm. Everything's under his realm. But I don't know. Some teams have quality control coaches. But again, a lot of it is on the players too. They have to be able to understand. You mentioned speed. The speed penalty drove me nuts because not only did he jump, but he possibly could have gotten back before the snap. But he ran right into the center when he turned around too, which made the dead ball at that point. And it's definitely on you. I just think, and the Fisher thing drives me nuts too, to have a guy drafted that highly that makes mistakes not only when he's on the field, but then makes a mistake like that, and you don't think that's going to be the only one he makes.
I don't think he's too cool of a coach, Texter. I like D'Amico.
I didn't catch the first one. He thought that D'Amico's too cool.
Yeah. Texter, you just traded for a tight end. Yeah, Harrison Bryant's probably going to be signed to the 53. He's currently on the practice squad, but I mean, Harrison Bryant wasn't he was supposed to be a practice squad guy, at best a third stringer. Now he's your backup tight end. He's your tight end too. And by the way, Kate Stover played more snaps than Schultz. So maybe you're replacing a starter as opposed to his backup. Texans need a high draft pick, offensive lineman and running back. I think Caley went up against maybe his worst matchup, and the Rams are a playoff team. Let's give it another week or two. That's fair. This team misses Tank Dell badly. There's your juice. Tank Dell's your juice. Jalen Noel's supposed to be your Tank Dell replacement. Let's be honest. Week 1 is still the preseason. Okay, that's fine.
I think that is something that I've witnessed personally with certain teams in the past, but I don't know that that's an excuse for this team.
Play calling was awful. I could have called a better game. I agree with you, Texter. I totally agree with you that you, a listener to the Killer Bees, a member of the Hive, would have called a better game than Nick Caley. I have all the faith in the world with you. Through one game, he's Bobby Slowick. Even early, though, I hope. Feed Nico. Possible Stroud isn't ever a top-tier quarterback we thought the Texans might have after his rookie year.
I didn't follow all of that.
Is it possible that Stroud isn't ever a top-tier quarterback that we thought he would be after his rookie season?
Is it possible? Yes.
I think they could be ruining him.
I don't think that that's the case.
I think he's regressed. Turn on the film of him as a rookie, and then right now he's.
I understand
one
what
game
saying.
though. Well, again, one game. I'm not defining anything. Give me 6 games.
And it's possible that the regression is because of what he's been through, and then at a certain point you just PTSD it.
Mm-hmm.
But I still believe that he's a top tier quarterback in this league.
Will Tank Dell still bring the juice? It's a good question. I mean, 3 knee surgeries, man. That's tough. 3 knee surgeries is tough. Stop hiring OCs that have never called plays in a game. Yeah. Run, no play action.
It was.
Are they about to David Carr, CJ, Jason? I think they could. I think it's in play. Not there yet, but in play. After watching the Ravens-Bills last night, this team is nowhere close to where they need to be. They're certainly nowhere close to those teams.
No. Look, predictable at the very least. And because we've seen it in the not-so-distant past,
mm-hmm.
It was even more predictable. The runs and the just, completely you were playing not to lose instead of trying to win in a lot of cases.
Yeah. And then one thing on special teams, maybe a couple things. I thought Fairbairn was good. Made 3 kicks. All your points came from Kaimi Fairbairn's right toe. Opening kick, Damian Pierce. Did you see that? I went back. I didn't notice this live, really. I really, settling in, watching the game. But I went back and watched
on the 5?
No, that was the Jalen Noel fair catch on the punt.
Okay.
Jalen Noel fair caught a punt at the 5.
Yeah. Not smart.
Welcome to the NFL. Rookie mistake. No, Damian Pierce let a squibber, because I think that with this new dynamic kickoff rule, you're going to see a lot of this. It was like a little squibber, and Damian Pierce looked like Yiner Diaz trying to catch a Fromber Valdez curveball. Like, he just skipped right onto the end zone. Right on into the end zone. Had to go pick it up, put it on a knee.
Because honestly, I was fast forwarding to get to the plays.
I didn't notice it live.
Yeah, I did not notice.
Yeah, I went back. It kind of bothered me. Like, you're the designated kick returner, and you can't field a squib. Easier said than done. I get it, but it's like, yeah, that's Yiner back there. All right, 713-780-ESPN HRMP listener line. The Texans weren't the only Houston team losing yesterday. The Astros lost yesterday too. The Astros, good, bad, ugly from the Ranger series after dropping 2 of 3. We start with the bad. We start with the ugly. That's next. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. You know what would have been a better weekend than watching all these teams lose? Being out at Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. Escape professional teams in your city losing. Escape the hustle and bustle of talking about your offensive coordinator being in over his head, or work, traffic, whatever's causing you stress. Get out to Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston and enjoy some rest and relaxation. Escape the city and enjoy the great outdoors. Book that stay at Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. TwoCreeksCrossingResort.com, the website from the open green spaces, wildlife you don't see in the cities, beautiful, majestic trees, and also some of the best fishing in Texas. You can't beat it. They got the Two Creeks right on the outside of the property, on the boundary of the property. Fantastic. You can kayak the water. They have a catch and release pond in the middle of the property, which is great for the kiddos. And it's only 90 minutes from Houston. That's right. You can escape the city city without going too far at Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. From hiking their 92 acres of property, kayaking their water, little pickleball, how about that? Or just hang out by the pool to drink, too. They're building a lazy river. It's going to be outstanding, too. Two Creeks Crossing Resort always taking care of their visitors. We were out there at the beginning of summer, food truck out there both nights. They let us know with text. They take care of you. They had live music on a Saturday. It was fantastic. We stayed in the treehouse. The treehouse is really cool. Kids loved it. Branham kid, Branham baby had a great time. But they got the glamping, too. They got cabins. You can pull up the RV. They have the perfect stay for everybody. So book that stay now, twocreekscrossingresort.com. That's twocreekscrossingresort.com.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Texans could have got Kingsbury instead of Slowick. They could have also gotten, maybe, Chip Kelly. But I don't know.
That was a whole hell of a lot of money. Not that the Texans are worried about money.
How much did he sign for?
I think he's the highest paid OC in the league. It was. I don't think it was quite head coaching money, but it was pretty big.
You think Kelly, if all things were equal, would be with the Raiders or the Texans? Look, maybe the $6 million. That's more than D'Amico makes. Mm-hmm. It's tough to justify $6 million to Chip Kelly when it's a lot of money. I think D'Amico makes 3.2, which you can't hire an offensive coordinator for $6 million when your head coach makes 3.2. So not only would you commit to $6 million for Kelly, but you probably have to pay D'Amico at least $8 million.
Oh yeah, you're paying. Yeah, so you're on the hook for a whole hell of a lot more than your budget had currently been set at.
Google says D'Amico makes 4.6, so not more than 3, but 4.6, still less than Chip. How much does Pete Carroll make?
Maybe 7.
I mean, he's got to be more than 6,
right?
It's got to be more than $6 million. Oh my goodness,
12.
This can't be right.
What did it say?
It says $15 million.
No way.
Pete Carroll's making $15
Is that
million.
Google AI?
But there's multiple places that say this.
Well, then, and they're legit.
It looks like it. I would have not guessed that he makes
I'd come back
15.
too. I'd come back, coach, for that.
So they spent 15 on Pete Carroll and 6 on Chip Kelly. That's over $20 million on head coach OC. That is nuts. That is so much
that
money.
Is a massive
Ben
amount
Johnson's
of money.
making $13 million per year.
Ben Johnson, 13. See,
Yeah.
that one makes a little bit more sense because he was like the hottest
Yeah,
commodity
hot
in the
name, up
NFL
and
for
coming.
3 years.
Yeah.
Pete Carroll's like 80.
Yeah.
Sheesh. That's some money.
That's like the Dusty deal on steroids, right? I thought I was done with coaching, but if you really want me that bad, how much are you willing to pay me? Oh, that's what you're going to pay me? Yep, I'll be there tomorrow.
That's nuts. They better make the playoffs to paying their head coach OC $21 million. I wonder if Chip Kelly's the secession plan.
I would imagine if he succeeds, right? If he's effective as an OC, I would think there's 100% a contingency plan that either he gets it or he's top billing first crack at it.
Man. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Good, bad, ugly from the Astros weekend. Start with the bad and the ugly. What you got?
From the Astros perspective, we're starting with the good. You say starting with the bad and the ugly, or the good?
No, the bad and the ugly.
Bad and ugly to me is Jose Altuve, and it's twofold, right? He's still not hitting the baseball. He was 1 for 13 for the weekend, but 1 for 13 still batting where he's batting is excruciatingly painful to watch. I understand that he snaps out of these things. I understand that no one's saying that he's washed, but when he's going through it to this level and you have other people that you think could help you with the problems that you have, like being able to get hits with runners in scoring position, I think it's 1, Altuve was bad and it's getting ugly, and 2, that a spot is still hitting him in the top 2, 3, and 4 in this lineup. That's tough on me.
Yep. That's you want to move him down yet?
I do.
Where would you move him?
As low as 6.
I'm down.
Yep.
Sign me up.
Until I start seeing signs that he is getting back to the old Jose Altuve, or at least that he seems like he is pressing to another level. The way his body language and everything that he's trying to do, even trying to bunt the one time. I got to see a couple of good at bats before I even consider him anything other than that.
Yep. What else you got?
I've got both right fielders, or at least written in as right fielders, but Smith and Sanchez were combined 1 of 13. That ain't gonna cut it. Mm-mm. And then McCullers, whether it's the Manfred rule or not, you still have no control. You're still walking guys. You still don't look like you have command. That was frustrating as hell. That whole extra inning, all 3 extra innings was excruciating.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God!
I don't put too much blame on McCullers. You're right about the control. I just automatically
walk people, right?
Yeah, but I mean, were you trying to walk somebody to set up the double play? Like, I'm giving them an excuse here, but you're right. His command hadn't been good. Like, it's hard for me to put any blame on a reliever giving up a run in the Manfred man. Like, you're starting with a runner at second, nobody out. So a lot of reasons to be critical of McCullers. I didn't really assign him much blame in that game specifically. I had Yiner costing Fromber a run yesterday early in that game because he can't catch a sinker.
Yeah.
He can't catch the baseball. Your catcher cannot catch. That's an issue. You mentioned the extra inning game. The Astros had a runner at second with no outs 3 consecutive times and could not score 1 single run.
And the unwritten rule is when you're on the road, you don't bunt them over.
I'm not a fan of it.
Right.
Some people like it. Some people like the small ball.
But when you're in a
put pressure on them.
situation like that, and offensively they are less than too, and if you couldn't do it the first time or the second time, I mean, at least take your chances that you're going to play another inning at the very worst. But you might be able to squeak one out that way because what you're trying to do to get a run across was embarrassing.
I'm with you. No, I'm with you. I don't like bunting there. Some people do. I'm not a huge fan of it. What else did you have? Is that it? Did we cover it?
The uglies, just the runners in scoring position Friday and Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
3 for 20. And even with the outburst of the Saturday game with the double digits, 11 for 40 in the series with runners in scoring position.
That's insane.
It's just, and this isn't the only series. This has been consistent now for about a week and a half, 2 weeks.
Junior Bronco says start Caratini. I'm okay with it.
Look, Caratini in a short sample size, right? He had 6 at bats. He was 3 for 6. He can hit.
I mean, yeah. I think Caratini gives you better at bats. Yonder's going to run into more. Like, he's going to run into more homers.
Mm-hmm.
He's got a chance of changing a game, but he could also
switch
ruin a
hitter,
game
makes
for you.
contact, and I like him behind the dish. I'm fine with that.
Yeah, maybe more of a 50-50 split as opposed to, like, Yonder being the primary guy. Maybe that's the answer as opposed to just, like, flipping them totally. But, all right, 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. We'll get to the good from the Astros weekend, if there was any. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. You always know Walmart is good, though. Maybe you're in a sour mood. You want to order some good comfort groceries. You can do that at Walmart. You don't even have to leave the couch. How nice is that? It's awesome. Houston, the Walmart you thought you knew is now new. Who knew? The Walmart has more than 500 million items online. Find a huge selection online that you can find in stores at walmart.com. Branham family's been ordering online from Walmart for quite some time now, and it's wonderful for someone like me and the family that doesn't have a ton of time. We know you don't either, so order with Walmart. You don't like to mess with the crowd, at least I don't. Doesn't want to turn off the game, that's got to be you, right? So we order online with Walmart, and we get all of our groceries without even having to leave the house. It is fantastic. Oh, that's expensive. Online grocery shopping costs more. I know what you're saying, but it's not true at Walmart. Grocery prices are the same for delivery as they are in store, and of course, because it's Walmart, you already know the prices are low, and what I love about it, they're fast. Walmart can deliver in as fast as an hour. Going online at walmart.com, ordering the groceries is going to save you a ton of time. Use Express Delivery to get all of the eligible things you need from Walmart, like the groceries, even home goods. How about prescriptions? They'll deliver your prescriptions, too. Walmart is changing the game. When it comes to feeding your family, hosting a tailgate, or throwing a party, think Walmart for those grocery needs. Start and order now at walmart.com.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, Astros, good, bad, ugly, dropped 2 of 3 against the Rangers, clinging to a lead. Seattle's home for St. Louis, starting a series. That's not great. Texas home for Milwaukee. Milwaukee's been fantastic. But the Astros lead in the division is down to 2.5.
Yes.
Could be 2 at the end of tonight. Their lead on the playoffs is 4. So there's your wiggle room.
I hate doing this, but you got to give the Rangers some form of credit for all the guys that they've lost. The fact that they're still in this thing is amazing to me.
Yeah, hanging around.
Yeah, I thought that the Astros would take advantage of this weekend, and the misery continues with runners in scoring position and everything that was there.
So do you have any good whatsoever?
Yeah, I mean, look, from a starting pitching perspective, for sure Hunter Brown gave you exactly what you expect out of him. And Framber had a quality start. I mean, yeah, he gave up, the home run and the 3 runs earned. But if he gives you 3 runs and he gives you 6 innings, then he did his job.
I thought that Framber was good, except for that was the 6th inning where he gave up the home run. Yiner cost him a run early, too. Framber talked about it after the game, said he was trying to keep his calm, which might be the calmest I've ever seen Framber Valdez. Like, Framber Valdez looked like he, took Valium before the game. Like, he was so tranquil. Did you notice that? He never got any sort of emotion at all.
I think normally you can read his facial expression. That's where I noticed.
He was like, it was like he was throwing to batting practice.
It was almost eerie though in the fact that you would it was too much.
Maybe.
Like he had taken it to just a level too far.
Well, they're probably trying to tame him down because he's about to be a free agent.
Maybe his agent's definitely from that perspective. I think from a team perspective, he got a slap in the face by what happened.
Probably, for sure.
So I think it's a combination.
That's the calmest I've ever seen Framber Valdez in my life. He gave up a home run, and it was like he just got a ground ball to short. You're right, it was eerie.
Yeah, it was eerie. And then after the game to address it the way he did was like, okay.
What do you mean?
I mean, about the fact that he was just trying not to respond to anything. And
I mean, they asked him, though.
I know, but I mean.
Which, by the way, I watched that interview today. The interpreter botched some things and froze for a moment. I think that they have a bad interpreter.
Yeah, I don't know what happened to the old guy.
I don't want to bang on Otto Lar, but I don't think the Astros have a good Spanish to English translator.
Yeah, they had that guy for several years, and I had the mystery police looking for him. And I don't know if it was from a team side. Maybe he got a better gig. But this guy, and the fact that he's sitting there with his little notepad trying to write stuff down now.
It's his phone.
Oh, I saw him one time with paper and pen.
I'm sure he did, but now he's using a phone.
Oh, boy.
Yeah. He literally froze for a pregnant pause. And I'm going to go, you know what? I'm gonna see. I don't want to blast the translator though on social media. I think that's kind of lowbrow. But I'm a very lowbrow person, so I'm on the fence. Should I blast the translator on social media or not? I'm on the fence. I really don't want to. But you can see the pregnant pause, and Framber looks at him out of the corner of his eye. He kind of side eyes him. What are you doing, bro? ¿Qué haces, mijo? It was kind of weird. It was kind of weird. But no, I thought Framber was good.
I think a lot of people are
he didn't have his curveball,
the fact that that's 2 out of 3 starts.
Yeah, he pitched well without his curveball.
Yeah, but I think a lot of people are naive to the fact that they have to use the interpreter. A lot of times you'll see them start answering the question before the interpreter gives them the question.
Jordan does that.
Yeah, they just want to make sure that it's handled the right way. It's
what's
put out there. It's smart.
Yeah, they don't want to screw up.
Oh, this was when we had Yao. It was the biggest thing ever. He could understand English really well, but he was basically instructed, let the interpreter do it.
No, they ask Jordan questions in English, and he immediately answers them in Spanish. He doesn't even listen to the interpreter doesn't even interpret the questions. But no, I think they have a bad interpreter there. Hunter Brown, you're right. He was nails. Hopefully he's locked down a top 3 AL Cy Young finish because the Astros would get that extra draft pick for the PPI. So hopefully that would be there. 6 shutout innings. Came out for the 6th. He told Espada, I'm going back out there. I'm pitching the 6th, and then the offense exploded after he left. That was kind of interesting.
Yeah, and you got to have Jordan on your list. I mean, overall for the weekend, but especially in that game alone against a pitcher, the quality of DeGrom to get a single, then the bomb, and kind of give you the lead and take control of that game a little bit before they blew the doors off. Jordan has been incredible since he's come back.
Yeah, no, he's quite the player.
And I had Blue Ball individually. And the bullpen as a whole for what they did, even for the extra inning game. But the guys, the fact that you have a De Los Santos who no one in their right mind could have thought, oh, here's the guy we're getting off the scrap heap in a minor league trade with the Braves, is going to be a guy that's only given up 1 run since he's become an Astro.
He's been really good.
Yeah.
He's been really good. Good find by Dana Brown and all the pitching coaches, whoever's involved there, because De Los Santos looks the part. And it's kind of sad, too, because Caleb Ward's probably not coming back. They say they're like optimistic about Souza in the postseason, but
I'm not counting on any
if they're already ruling out your regular season, I think it's tough to come back for the postseason. Like they've ruled out Souza's regular season. They've ruled out Hader's regular season. How could you possibly think they're going to be back for the playoffs?
I think the only chance you have is you don't have to be as stretched out as a starter, but so that I would give the relievers just a little bit more of a glimmer of hope because of that. But if we see when you get the notes from the Astros that these guys aren't even throwing yet, then I don't care how many outs you need to get and how many you have to face a minimum of 3 batters. Until you start throwing and start ramping up and getting velocity and everything back in your pitches to where your old velocity was before you got hurt. Yeah, you're right. It's hard, and then you throw in the medical staff. I can't count on any of them right now.
No, it's their pitching staff's in a very tough spot.
I said all year that I expected this team to win the division and win it. Then later, as we got the season started, win it by 5 games. Right now, I'm not feeling super confident about any of it because as much as with smoke and mirrors, they've been able to do this to this point. That 3-game series looms with the Mariners. The fact that you still have to play 3 more against the Rangers. The fact that you only have 2 more series at home out of 6. It's stacked against them in my mind right now.
Yeah, maybe it's good that they're not at home. Although it wasn't this weekend. Took 2 or 3. Maybe it's good they're getting out of the country.
I think it'd be better if they could put a couple runners in scoring position across the dish sometime soon.
It's weird that they popped off for 11 runs Saturday, though. Yeah. It's like the offense has been dreadful. Oh, here's an 11-run pop-off. But the moment they do that, it's like, well, they're not going to score for the next week. They used them all once. They used them all in that Saturday game. I had Correa hitting that clutch home run in the 8th Friday to tie it. I know it came in a losing effort, but big time by Correa. You win the game, you're looking at that much differently. And I know Jake Myers didn't have like a phenomenal series, just 2 for 9. But he's back. He's easily, even this version of Jake Myers, your best center fielder. Caught a couple of balls in the track where it's like, okay, that looks good. He stole a bag, so he looks healthy. So that's good that you have Myers back and you're getting this offense as whole as it could possibly be.
No, you're right. I was surprised that Jake when he came back, that he was able to get some knocks. But for the series, when you look at it, 1 for 5 and 1 for 4, I'll take that from a Jake Myers, knowing that he can man center field. So instead of worrying about platoons in both right and center field, having Jake in center field is a little bit more of a comfort.
No, I like that he's giving you. I mean, I think he'll get it going a little bit. Did Santos have 3 pitch violations in 1 inning? I think TK mentioned that.
TK did mention that
because he had the warning. Well, he missed he didn't beat the clock for the first pitch, so it started off with a 1-0 count. And then the whole pitch clock didn't look at the batter or whatever. Or he came set before the batter was looking at him, which he got baited into. And then I guess he had a third one.
I guess that don't remember. Well, yeah, you'd have to have another one.
I think he had one after that at bat.
He would. I was going to say because that was the ruling that as to why he was given first base instead of like a balk or something.
Well, he was given a ball.
It was a 3-2 count.
Yeah.
But if to have 3, I must have missed one somewhere.
I think there was one after
after. Yeah, I don't remember.
It would have been if it would have happened before that, he would have walked sooner.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Because it would have been a ball.
No, I'm saying
earlier.
How many? That wasn't the first hitter he faced though. Was it?
Yeah, I believe it was.
If it was, then I thought there was a hitter he faced before that. That's what I was referring to.
I could be wrong on that. I'm not that confident.
Yeah, I'm not.
That was last week.
Yeah, I don't have that recollection that quickly.
Was Thursday.
Yeah.
That was a long time ago. Who do you think we are? All right, 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. A little bit later, we're going to give away some Houston, Colorado tickets coming up on Friday. Massive game at TD ECU Stadium. Big 12 opener, Colorado-Houston. We'll be giving away some tickets coming up a little bit later. But coming up next, let's react to everything going on around the NFL. How about the Buffalo Bills coming back and winning that game after Baltimore put on a clinic earlier? And are a couple of teams for real? Are the Packers for real? Are the Colts for real? We'll discuss next. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5. Football's back, and Underdog is the place to make picks and win money all season long. I love Underdog. I get these usage things on my phone, how much you're spending on each of these apps, and Underdog is by far my leader in my favorite apps. I love Underdog so much. I spend a lot of time on Underdog, and you should be too, because playing on Underdog is fun. It is easy. Pick whether your favorite players would go higher or lower on stats like touchdowns, yards, interceptions, and more. Also new to Underdog, you can pick teams. Yeah, you can pick teams now on Underdog on whether or not they're going to win, whether or not they're going to lose. Get your picks right. You can win up to 5,000 times your cash, and you can win with as little as $1. One more game in week 1, Vikings, Bears a little bit later. I had a buddy send me his picks that he has in, and he doesn't know ball, so maybe you could go the other way. Got a little Aaron Jones free play, by the way, though. A little Aaron Jones free play, 0 rush yards. Will he go over that? Of course he will. Take advantage of the free play. DeAndre Swift, 2.5 receptions. You like the higher? You like the lower? TJ Hawkinson, 41.5 receiving yards. You like the higher? You like the lower? DJ Moore, 4.5 receptions. Higher or lower? What do you like? And then Justin Jefferson, 4.5 receptions. I like the higher there. So much to play, so much fun to be had, so much money to win. You can get a little Astros, Blue Jays tomorrow, too. And also with Underdog, you still have the originals, drafts, ladders, streaks. It is the best app in the world. So download the app today. Sign up with promo code KILLERB to score $50 in bonus funds when you play just your first $5. That's promo code KILLERB, KILLERB. Millions of fans have already won billions of dollars making picks on Underdog. Will you be next? Underdog. Make picks, win money.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
Join Culture Map on September 11th for the tailgate. That's Thursday. An all-out celebration of Houston sports and the fans who cheer them on. Savor tailgate-inspired bites from your favorite restaurants, including Christian's Tailgate, Bayou Butchers, the Waffle Bus, and many more. Sip on signature drinks, enjoy game day activities. Plus, VIP ticket holders can meet and greet with former Houston Astro Ryan Presley and Texans legend Owen Daniels. Tickets are on sale now, include all food, all drink. Use promo code ESPN for $10 off any ticket type. Head to tailgate.culturemap.com to get your tickets today. I'm locked in. I'm heading out there Thursday. That's one of my favorite
like
events
that
of the
event,
year.
yeah.
I love a little taste of the town. It's fantastic. It is great. Plus, I like to eat, as you can tell. And it's a great spot to eat. All right, lots going on in the NFL over the weekend, obviously. Week 1 of the NFL season. I put in the notes. I was trying to get ahead of some work during the game last night. I put in the notes about halfway through the third quarter. Baltimore put on a clinic. Well, the Bills at that moment decided to turn it on. Josh Allen had like 250 yards of offense in the fourth quarter, something like that. That was an insane game for the first Thursday nighter of the year.
Thursday nighter.
I meant Sunday nighter.
I mean, the craziness of all of it too. How about the start that Henry got off to? Had
Insane.
a $120 something in the first half, and was just running rampant. Lamar looked fantastic. I literally fell asleep right after Hopkins' touchdown, going, "This one is," and then looked at the computer and was like, "Oh God, I better catch up on this real fast." To see what the hell happened and just how everything on both sides had to go. Those, to me, regardless of who won that football game at the end, but the way it all went down, it's, again, no overreactions for week 1, but those two look like the two cream of the crop teams in the AFC.
What if their defenses are just really bad, though? I heard this take a lot today, and I don't think this to be true, but it's like, oh, no one's close to these two teams. What if it was just two elite offenses against two average defenses?
I mean, it's possible. Like, I would expect Jair Alexander to play a whole hell of a lot better the rest of the season than he played last night, but he was awful last night.
Yeah, he got cooked.
Yeah, I don't know that they could even felt like at a certain point they could put him back out on the field. And when he came off the field, that's the Jair Alexander I'm used to, which was, oh, well, Yahoo, let's have some fun and laugh and cackle around, when in the fact you got used.
You know, everybody's like, oh, Josh Allen, QB1, Lamar Jackson, Derrick Henry. Even Keon Coleman looked really good last night, too. Zay Flowers looked really good.
Zay Flowers looked really good.
You know who
43 yards.
He looked really good. They missed him in the playoffs last year. You know who the best player on the football field was, though, right?
Ed Oliver.
Ed Oliver was the best football player on that football field yesterday. And you know who? Ed Oliver kind of owns Lamar Jackson, too. Dating back to the college days. Dating way back. Lamar Jackson's Heisman Trophy winning season. You know who ended their playoff hopes? Ed Oliver at TD ECU Stadium. I think it was a Thursday night game. Definitely a night. I want to say Thursday night.
I want to say you're right. I want to say
Thursday
I
or Friday.
That.
I want to say it was Thursday.
That was a big.
Killed him.
Didn't they do like
sold out crowd,
red out, blackout, white out, something?
I think it was a blackout.
Yeah.
I think it was a blackout. Yeah, Ed Oliver. He's got Lamar Jackson's number. But that was a fun one to kind of cap off the Sunday viewing. Should be a fun one tonight, too. I'm very intrigued with this Vikings-Bears game. But a couple of teams that I wonder if you think they're for real.
Okay. I know where you're going to go.
How about the Green Bay Packers making the Lions look pedestrian? Are they for real?
I think that was the perfect combo platter of Green Bay's talented, but the Lions trying to replace two coordinators. I don't think the Lions this week are going to look like the Lions midseason or later, but I think that the perfect storm happened. Parsons only played 40% of the defensive plays. He had 4 pressures and a sack. It does free up a lot of guys on the other side. Van Ness, Gary. But if Jordan Love, the bottom line is, as much as I like to say that I am not a fan of Jordan Love and I have questions about him, if he plays anywhere like he played, doesn't turn the ball over, and makes some of the throws he made yesterday, then the Packers are legit.
It's crazy how much they spread it around. I think he completed passes to 10 different ball catchers. That's insane. That's a lot.
And you got a really good running back. You got
he's
two good tight ends. You got a really good running back. They spent a ton of money to bolster the offensive line. It all, in my opinion, it's all on the shoulder and the decision making of Jordan Love. If he plays anywhere close like he played you yesterday, they are a contending team in the NFC.
I didn't realize that Jacobs had this little touchdown streak going. I didn't realize that until yesterday. Was it up to 8 games?
Yep.
8, 9 games.
That's their 13th straight home opener win for Green Bay.
Is it?
Mm-hmm.
How about that? How about the Packers beating up on the Lions, showing them who's boss in the NFC North?
I certainly didn't expect it.
B. Hannon said, what about those Chargers? B. Hannon loves the Chargers. Herbert outplayed Mahomes. I'll be honest, man. I was really impressed with the Chargers. They looked really good. Defense looked good. Their little three-headed monster they have now at this receiver pitching with my guy Ladd, with Keenan Allen, Quentin Johnston. Like, that's the second year in a row that people have been, like, dismissing Quentin Johnston. Quentin Johnston looked like the best receiver on the field in that game.
I don't think you're questioning his hands anymore. I think he looks like he is their best receiver. I mean, McConkey, but he's doing what they need to do. But it's just a well-coached football team, and he did it the right way by making sure he focuses on my most important player is my quarterback. I'm going to bolster my offensive line, and then we're going to gradually do everything else. And I think they're in a really good position.
Yeah, that was an impressive win. Somebody in the YouTube saying, "What about those Steelers? They looked really good." Rodgers looked good. Rodgers looked really good.
I mean, if you get to the point where, and he's always more motivated when he has extra motivation, like wanting to get, the revenge game stuff. But he had it all right there for the taking, including the guy coaching the other team that made him fly across the country to say that we don't want you anymore. And he loves the revenge factor, and he played well. 4 touchdowns, no turnovers for Aaron Rodgers was something I didn't think we'd be talking about.
Yeah, I thought my game script for that game was completely opposite. I thought that was going to be, if not the lowest, one of the lowest scoring games of the week, and instead it was the second highest scoring after Baltimore and Buffalo. Like, no one could stop anybody. Fields was running wild. Garrett Wilson was running wild. Rodgers was running wild. That was a weird game, really weird game. It was also weird to me that Kenneth Gainwell was the leading ball carrier for the Steelers. Caleb Johnson had like 1 carry, and Gainwell had more carries than the newly signed Jaden Warren. What's Warren's first name? Jalen Warren.
Yeah.
Jalen Warren.
The way that game started off too, it looked like the Jets were going to have their way with just running the football. Both running backs were running off chunk yardage. Aaron Glenn was doing the whole flex and growls to his running backs and his offensive line. Looked like they were going to play ball control, and they were just going to run it down the Steelers' throat, and then it became almost a shootout.
Yeah, that was a weird game. Do you think the Colts are for real?
I don't.
Oh, they destroyed the Dolphins.
But I think that's more. I think, look, credit to Daniel Jones, credit for 1 week to how many points the Colts were able to put up in the way they did it. I think Miami is in such disarray that I don't know that Mike McDaniel's going to make it through the midseason.
I do think the Dolphins looked worse than the Colts looked good, but I think Daniel Jones is so much better than Anthony Richardson.
Well, there's no doubt about it.
So much better. Like, he was pretty – the Colts scored on every single possession they had yesterday. Every single one. Like, Pittman looks like the guy who he was 2 years ago with, back when he had it. I mean, I guess Richardson was there 2 years ago too. But I don't think we really put into stock how much the skill position players got worse because Anthony Richardson can't throw a football. Like, now that I'm not calling Daniel Jones good, but Daniel Jones is a top 35, 30, 40 quarterback in the world. And now Pittman had a really good game, yes, against a bad Dolphins team. Warren, the rookie that they drafted out of Penn State, he had a huge game. Jonathan Taylor's still Jonathan Taylor. That their defense is good. Like, the Colts are not a slouch.
But, Jeremy, here's the thing. We were talking about it, hypothetically, of course, about C.J. Stroud and the fact that if it continues to go this way, could he be damaged goods because of all he's having to go through? That's the same thing you're talking about with all the skill position players in Indy.
No, it's not the same.
I think in a lot of ways, you can get guys that get into bad habits because they have bad quarterback play, and they're not capable to show their talents to the level that they showed them. They showed yesterday they still plenty. Their skill position players are plenty talented.
Yeah, but bad quarterback play, I don't think is going to give you PTSD and make you
no. But what
break
I'm saying
on
in a
your
different
route
way.
quicker.
But I'm saying if it's the same way that the Andre Johnson knock for his stats not being at a certain level, he had to play with quarterbacks that are less than.
Sure, but he wasn't a lesser player.
No, I'm saying, but from the standpoint, different but same in the fact that when you continually play with a lesser quarterback, it's easy to think, oh, you don't have it anymore, or you're not as good.
Yeah.
Now you find out their skill position, and we talked about before the season started. I threw them in the conversation in terms of 3 deep. Do I think that Indy's receivers are pretty damn talented, and then when you throw in Taylor in the backfield, but you got to have a guy that can orchestrate everything. And I had serious doubts. I think the Giants are kicking themselves right now with as bad as Russ looked.
Yeah, he looked real bad.
About going, maybe it wasn't as bad as we thought with Daniel Jones if he had the right players around him.
See, I'm actually eager to see what Jackson Dart looks like, though. I think that they would
see him in about a week.
I think they would trade Daniel Jones for Jackson Dart. Like I think that they're excited about Dart.
Yeah.
They did announce that Russell Wilson would start this weekend, which Cowboy fans are like, yay. Get Blankers a Jordan Love jersey, Kristen Humble. You'd rather see Dart? I mean, Dart's a rookie. First game. Like, I get it.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be scared of either.
Yeah,
is where I'm at. I think the Cowboys opened up like what, a 5.5 point favorite.
I don't know that Mike McDaniel makes it to midseason, and I think that the same way we were talking, we gave the CJ quote about lollygagging. I mean, Tua basically called everybody in the locker room out, saying there was a whole lot of you watching film last week Tuesday. Now that we got our butts handed to us, let's see how many of you show up. That tells me that everything is in disarray behind closed doors.
Who was the Colts corner that was with Miami? Do y'all know? I was reading something about it today, but I'm blanking on the name. But anyways.
Isn't that the one that retired mid-game and then passed away?
No, that guy's not giving quotes today, Blankers.
Oh, I didn't hear you say today. I thought you were talking about because he was a one-time Colts corner and Miami corner. I thought that's what I didn't hear you say quotes yesterday.
So anyways, there was a Colts corner that was talking to them. It was Xavier Howard. Xavier Howard's now with the Colts.
Oh, yeah.
He's now with the Colts. And they asked Howard, like, why did the defense have success, blah, 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 blah. Howard said, we knew he gets the ball out pretty quick, and once we take away his first read, I feel like it's panic mode after that. This is a former teammate saying that you're terrible if we take away the first read. And, he's not wrong.
Sure.
It's just it really portrays Tua in a very bad light.
And
in terms of his stature in the league and how good he is.
But big picture, it just tells you with another factor factored in, whether it's the quarterback, it just seems like Miami is on a path to destruction quickly.
I agree with that. It feels like everything that can go wrong is going wrong. Like Tyreek's kind of mad and pouting on the sideline, which Malik Neighbors is doing that too, by the way. Israel says Richardson will be back before week 7. If there's an injury, it's not going to be because of performance, I don't think. How did all the under bets go? I haven't counted them up yet. I'll wait till after the game today, but I think well. I saw people tweeting that all the unders were hitting, so I think it went okay. Get Blankers a Jordan Love jersey. You mentioned that. All right, let's go out to the HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. Keith, you're in the Hive. What's up, Keith?
Hey, guys. Love the show. Happy Monday. Something, I don't know if you guys touched on it yet, but something that was super funny from the NFL week 1 was, did you guys see that video out of Jacksonville where the Panthers are getting absolutely just destroyed, and they got Bryce Young during a TV timeout or a game timeout? He's just watching the Jumbotron at the mini games. If it's find the football or guess the Jaguar, the whole team's in the huddle and he's just watching. You got to look it up, the Jumbotron at the mini games. He's like a kid distracted at a game in itself. That's your starting quarterback. You're down 20. I know there was a small rain delay, but he's in the huddle or talking to Canales. And then they got absolutely boat rushed. Not a good game for them at all.
No, there was a lot of people that felt encouraged about their wide receivers that had been kind of brought in to help Bryce Young. But for one game, again, Carolina was a whole lot less than what anybody could have expected them to be.
Yeah, I saw the video he's talking about. It wasn't a good look.
I didn't see it.
It's one of those, the baseball's under the 3 caps, and they do the, move it around. Right. And at the end, which one is it under? And they pick it up and reveal, and everybody, Yeah, he's his team's in the huddle, to his left. And he's looking up at the board watching it. I don't know the game. I don't know. It couldn't have been because they would have been off the field during a lightning delay.
Okay.
I think it was during the game. Obviously, it wasn't between plays. Obviously, it was a timeout of some sort.
Or a quarter break or something.
Some sort. I don't know the situation of the game. I just see him on the field, his team huddled to his left by about 5 yards, and he's looking at the video board, following along with the game. He looked terrible too. That Panther offense looked terrible.
It did.
Which, that's the thing with Jacksonville and Indy. They both won games yesterday in the division. You and Tennessee lost games. Tennessee didn't look great, but, rookie quarterback, all that. Actually, they hung around a little bit with Denver a little bit.
Cam got screwed by some receivers that can't catch.
Yeah, they hung around a little bit. But it's hard to know what you have in the division right now because the Colts played a really bad team in the Dolphins, who we both think their coaches can get fired, at least in the middle or at the end of the year. And then the Jags played Carolina, who are terrible. Mm-hmm. So I don't know if the Jags or the Colts are for real yet at all, obviously. So, more to watch and more to ponder. But I'm not putting a whole lot of credence in them just yet. But I do think both teams should be better.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think that's the point that I came away with from the divisional standpoint last night, looking at everything, was you had two teams that had tough opponents and you had two teams that had cupcakes. And you won't I'm really anxious to see the next couple of games for the Colts.
Yeah, me too. Because that offense was, Steichen's known for his offense, man. Like, he's known for his offense. I felt like Gruden there a little bit. Men.
You kind of had the way he says.
I didn't mean to either.
The short. Kind of close to that offense. Got to get that. Men got to play football.
He was fired up about the Buccaneers winning when Young Ho Koo missed that field goal.
Yeah,
he was real fired up.
There's a lot of people throwing his name in the mix for a college job. I just can't see him taking a college job.
I think he would. I think he's so desperate to coach.
I mean, he would take it. I don't think a college with NIL and everything that they got to deal with.
I disagree. I think somebody would. I don't think it'd be like a
maybe
prominent.
For the sex appeal marketing standpoint.
I mean, it wouldn't be like a blue blood.
He'd have to do what Belichick did and surround himself with all the people to deal with all the other BS.
Like, why not like Miami of Ohio? Like, he's from that area. He went to Dayton, right? Like,
I think he wants a big time job.
Good luck.
That's what I'm saying. I don't think any big time
he'll get a
job's
big
going to
time
hire.
job. Same, but I think he's so desperate to coach that he would take a not big time job. I think
Better pay him more than Barstool is.
I don't know. Barstool pays well.
That's what I'm saying. Barstool's paying him enough, and with the salaries we were just rattling off for coaches, I'm sure Portnoy's paying him well enough that it would be have to be a really competitive offer to get him away from there.
Yeah, it would. Let's discuss the best things that have happened in college football. We already know the number one thing. Go Cougs, 2-0 on the year, baby. We love that start. But let's give away some Cougar tickets right now. If you're the first person to call in and answer who was the Cougars' leading rusher against Rice on Saturday. Cougars won the Bayou Bucket. They won, beat Rice, yay, 35-9. Who was the Cougar leading rusher in that game? You call in, you get it right, you're winning a pair of tickets to see Houston, Colorado on Friday night game. 713-780-3776. 713-780-3776. Also, Houston, Colorado, Big 12 opener, going to be a great time. Prime time game, going to be fun. But also don't miss a great Hispanic Heritage halftime show. Spirit of Houston performing songs from Selena. Love that. And the UH Mariachi Pumas will take the field for a special performance. Get ready for a night of thrilling plays, hard-hitting action, and unforgettable moments. Nothing beats the tradition, the pageantry, the roar of the crowd as a Houston Cougar football game. So go to uhcougars.com/tickets or call 713-GO-COUGS to get those tickets today. Come early, be loud, wear red, Big 12 opener. Tailgate starts at 3:30. Cougs on parade is at 5:20. So, going to be a great time. Get those tickets, uhcougars.com/tickets if you haven't won. Let's talk about the Cougs. Let's talk about some college football that happened over the weekend. The hot takes there, 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
Texter, or Twitch rather, asking, did Travis Hunter play on defense? I don't have Travis Hunter for a defensive snap.
I thought I saw something this morning on one of the ESPN shows. He played like a handful of snaps defensively.
Played like 6.
I had heard 5 or 6, yeah.
Why is it not showing up on the play chart?
Rex Ryan ripped them a new one.
Why?
About the fact that their stupidity is making him a wide receiver first. He's of the belief that as a corner, he would be better and make more money.
Yeah, I don't think they have a choice.
What do you mean why wouldn't they have a choice?
Because Travis Hunter's not going to allow him to play only defense. Or defense first.
No, but defense first. I think defense first. I have not heard that Travis Hunter prefers to play offense first.
I thought that was pretty well known. No?
I hadn't heard that. Have you heard that, AJ?
No, I thought he just wanted to play both, regardless.
Yeah, I think that's one of the things too, where some I forget who said it first. Maybe it was Devontae Adams that said, "I don't think that he could handle it on an NFL level, playing both sides of the football." And he took it as a challenge, like he absolutely believes he can and should. So
Yeah.
I didn't hear that he wanted to play offense.
He did play 6. It showed up with the offensive guys. So I overlooked it. He played 6 defensive snaps in his first game. I think that's going to kind of fade away. I don't think he's going to play both ways for that long. I think he's going to be a offensive first player. I do think he's better defensively. But there's more money on the other side of the ball. Is Mark Andrews done? I thought Mark Andrews was done last year, this time of year, and then he went nuts the second half of last season, so I don't know. Cougs 2-0, go Cougs. We all love that. Maybe keep the Bayou Bucket forever. Who knows if they're ever going to play again, but that was cool to see. John Mateer in Oklahoma looked legit. Game day out in Norman, and Oklahoma beats Michigan. Bryce Underwood yelling at his teammates on the sideline. But Oklahoma looking pretty good.
Oklahoma looked good, and I love the flip side of that. I loved Michigan being exposed for who I think Michigan is. I think Michigan, they won the Natty with Harbaugh, but I think that they are less than. I think Underwood has, regardless of whether he turns out to be something or not, one, I didn't think he was ready for prime time to just come right in, take the reins, and be a good college quarterback. But two, the awful look of going at your teammates. I don't care what they paid you. You got a whole lot of growing up to do.
Yeah, it does. You hate Michigan, huh?
I do. Of course I do.
Add that to the things that Blankers hates.
It's a Big Ten team. Of course I do.
I
hate Ohio State, too.
You remember who told you USF's going to get Florida a game?
You did.
I did. You know USF won that game.
Oh, I do know that.
USF beat Florida.
Remember when I said I still think he's going to get on the hot seat again if he's not already on the hot seat.
Yeah, you lose to USF, Florida, you're going to be on that hot seat, no doubt. I thought that USF would give them a game, not win the game outright. That was something. That was a big-time win for the USF Bulls. Everybody's picking them now as the group of 5 to represent the group of 5 in the playoff. Baylor with the overtime win at SMU. That was a good win for Baylor. Talked about it in the build-up last week. SMU had the 14-point lead, maybe 17? Baylor came back, forced overtime, won an OT. I thought the quarterback play in that game was insane. Jennings from SMU is really good. Sawyer Robertson from Baylor is really good as well. Quarterback play in that one was elite.
Yeah, I think that there's a lot of kind of under-the-radar quarterbacks from who was being projected as the best quarterbacks in college football to start the season. Whether a lot of those guys are young and they're going to turn out to be something. I think some of the guys that you've slept on, TCU's quarterback, I thought was extremely impressive in week 1. I think there's some quarterbacks some people may have slept on a little bit that are talented.
That was the Big 12 win. The Big 12 had a good 11 a.m. slate because Baylor wins at number 17 SMU. Iowa State beats Iowa. But then Kansas loses to Missouri. Arizona State, who is your highest ranked team, went into Starkville and lost to Mississippi State, who was last in the SEC last year. I think Mississippi State's better this year. But that was a rough look. I will say this, though. We're going to get to the conversation in the playoffs, when the season's over, obviously. And remember what happened last year. People wanted to forget what happened in the early weeks last year when they're SMU over Alabama and all that conversation or whatever. Other than Florida, the SEC has logged the best non-conference. by far. Mississippi State's beating Arizona State. Oklahoma's beating Michigan. Texas lost to Ohio State, but Ohio State's like one of the top 3 teams in the country. Mentioned Baylor winning at SMU. You know who Baylor lost to in week 1? Auburn. Like, let's remember that the SEC has been really, really good non-conference the first 2 weeks of the year. When we're arguing the last at-large team between the ACC and the SEC or the Big Ten and the SEC.
Yeah,
let's
right.
just remember that like we forgot it last year.
No, you're right. It from the standpoint of they are still the kings of the conferences until further notice. They're still talented top to bottom. I think that Big Ten has become very top heavy. And I think that even more so lesser teams that even in the past. You used to be able to throw a Michigan State in the mix. You used to find a couple of teams that kind of teeter on. But it's Penn State, Ohio State, and I think Michigan, is, like I said, has fallen off again. Whether they're able to get it back started, kick-started again in short notice or not remains to be seen. But I think it's an extremely top-heavy, top 2 or 3 conference for the Big Ten.
Yeah, let's just remember that. Let's remember LSU went at Clemson and won. Let's remember Oklahoma beat Michigan. Let's remember Auburn beat Baylor, and then Baylor the very next week won at number 17 SMU. Like, SEC's looking good early this year. Somebody said, have you seen the Florida schedule? I had not, but I pulled it up. Florida? Oh, man. At LSU this week.
Oof.
They're at Miami the following week. Looks like they have a bye. Host Texas. At A&M the next week. Host Mississippi State. Host Georgia. At Kentucky. Host Ole Miss. Or go to Ole Miss. Host Tennessee. Host Florida State.
Oh, he's done.
I mean, they're 1-1 now. The loss to South. I mean, they're not beating LSU 1-2.
They might get
winning at Miami 1-3.
If they're lucky, they get 5 wins in the season.
Home versus Texas 1-4. At A&M 1-5. Home versus Mississippi State 2-5. Host Georgia 2-6. At Kentucky 3-6. At Ole Miss 3-7. Host Tennessee 3-8. Host Florida State 3-9. So 3 to 5 win season.
Ceiling is 5.
If they miss a bowl,
and
they're
he's
done.
Gone. He's
yeah,
gone.
Probably.
No question. At a school like that, we were just talking to them as a blue blood. If they're a blue blood and that's what happened to them, he's gone.
Where does DJ Lagway play next year?
Somewhere with more money and a better team.
That's a rough one. What did you have?
You covered it. I was big on the Michigan collapse.
I mean, Oklahoma's looking good, man. This Mateer guy, you bring in the Washington State OC. That's exactly what they needed.
Who's the biggest? I was going to ask you, who's the biggest sleeper of those SEC teams you're talking about? Not the perennial front runners.
Well, I have to say Mississippi State. I think because they beat the highest rated team in the Big 12.
But Ole Miss, I think they're still talented.
They struggle with Kentucky a little bit,
but Kentucky's not bad. I think Kentucky's better than.
You know who Kentucky's quarterback is? Zach Calzada.
Why do I know that
name?
He
used to be at A&M.
Oh, there
He's been around.
What about Tennessee?
Yeah, Tennessee always puts together a good product. Yeah. Heupel's pretty good.
Quarterback's the biggest question, right?
Yeah, I don't even know who's quarterbacking him.
Because the kid that went to UCLA for the money certainly doesn't look like he's all that.
What a terrible decision! Yeah. Like he must have gotten paid so much money to go to UCLA from Tennessee.
Oh, he took a pay cut.
Why? So Tennessee must have gotten rid of him then.
No, because he pissed Tennessee off. He had the deal that covered his last 2 years of high school and his first 2 years at Tennessee, and he wanted a raise because of where the team was ranked. And his old man pushed the envelope, and they said, "You're already getting $2 million this year," and he wanted more. So Heupel said at a certain point, whether we're going to be a lesser team or not, I'm not dealing with this. I cut him off, and UCLA offered him $750,000.
That's right. I forgot that most of that story. That's what a great move for him.
No.
Although it might have been a good move for Tennessee.
And they show the old man on the sideline, and he has free reign on the sideline. He's a big dude, and he just walks around like he is the king.
Oh yeah, Joey Aguilar's the Tennessee quarterback. Yeah, they're pretty good. Tennessee's pretty good.
Yeah, they got a lot of talent.
Don't forget LSU went into Clemson for a win too. I think I mentioned that. Maybe I mentioned it after you said it. Aguilar left UCLA to go. Oh, that's right. I forgot that. Aguilar left UCLA to go to Tennessee. I've totally forgot.
Oh, so they traded quarterback.
Yes.
Okay.
And probably paying him less. And he's probably better.
Yeah.
A little ROI, baby. How about Minnesota's receivers tonight with Chicago's injuries in the secondary? I wonder, though, if Minnesota's going to be leading that game. I don't know. It's a pick 'em right now. Oklahoma looks better than Texas at this point, I test, and that's coming from an LSU fan. See, I thought Arch Manning's stat line looked good. I don't know if Arch Manning's throws were sustainable in the SEC.
There were still people going right at his tape.
And then Oregon torching Gundy.
I kind of like that. I like the fact that Gundy, who's always quick to the draw, to be tough guy and outspoken. And Lanning didn't even hold back in saying, no, he gave us the motivation we needed, and they weren't going to hold back. They ran it up on him.
They destroyed him. That was a rough one. All
right, blue blood in Oregon.
There's the point they scored 21 points in 46 seconds. That's crazy.
I did not realize that.
Yeah.
How do you do that? I mean, what did they do? Fumble the kickoff?
It was something like that.
It had to be a turnover, a pick six or something.
Yeah.
20. That's 3 possessions in 46
how long?
seconds.
46.
And it was probably 4 possessions.
2 defensive turnovers.
I mean, they're probably not going for 2.
Well,
right?
they had like a couple.
So
of
you score
instantly.
pick
I mean,
six.
that's 4 possessions.
Yeah.
You score pick 6. There's 2 scores.
gotta
They get
look
the
at
ball
this.
back, and then they either fumble it or
It's either
give it
14 or
away
21,
again.
but it's one of the two.
Yeah, I got to pull this up.
For
They won 69-3. I mean, just destroyed them. All 69 points came in the first 3 quarters too. They didn't score in the fourth.
Oh man!
So they took it easy on Gundy. They
That
called
is
off the
just-
dogs.
That is, go ahead and open your mouth next time, Gundy. That is just absolutely stomping on him.
They called off the dogs on Gundy. Dang, what a whooping that was. Yeah, this last at the end of the third quarter, they scored a touchdown at the 117 mark. 8 seconds later, they got a pick 6, and then like 30 seconds later, they got another pick 6. That's crazy. They kick extra points on all of it. So it was 21 in whatever amount of seconds. That's still insane though. 3 scores in minute and a half, whatever it was. All right, 713-780 ESPN. Car wrecks of the day. What are your car wrecks of the day? It's the Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. What is your car wreck of the day? 713-780-3776. Joe George coming up after us, the last call. I guess he'll be off before his Bears play. I'm excited to see this Ben Johnson offense, see what they look like.
I want to see
what
both
they're all
teams.
about.
I want to see both quarterbacks.
Good call. Very eager to see McCarthy as well. Does he look the part? What if he just looks like a bum?
Plus, we keep talking about for the second year in a row all the weapons in the world around Caleb Williams.
Yeah, I'm kind of happy the Astros don't play today.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Like, it opens up my Monday night. Watch me a little Monday football.
I will be peeping the score on that Cardinals Mariners game, but that's later.
Yeah, I'll have the stat cast up, whatever they call that sucker. All right, car wreck of the day. What you got?
Well, the Karen and Philly situation is interesting to me simply because of the fact that there's two folds to this. One, if you missed it, there was this Phillies fan lady in the bleachers. The game was in Miami, I believe. I'm not sure if it was. I don't know if it was a home game or not. But I think heard
it was in Miami.
It was in Miami. She's far left of the section where the home run ball kind of lands, and there's a dad with his kid that runs down the open middle aisle as the ball landed and started bouncing around. He raced over there. He scooped up the ball. He came back. He gave it to his kid. She comes over, hell-bent on getting that baseball, claiming that he took it from her. And he basically she basically gets in his grill and demands that she gets the ball. And the guy finally just kind of relents and goes, oh, whatever, just take the ball and get away from me. And, of course, social media got it and ran rampant with it. And before the game was over, the Marlins PR department brought the kid a big bag of souvenirs and stuff. And then after the game, the Phillies got word of it. He met Harrison Bader, who hit the home run. Bader gave him a signed bat. He got to hang out outside the locker room, and it was a great deal. But then from the standpoint of social media not being done with it, they wanted her head on a platter. They wanted to find out who she was. They wanted her to lose her job. At a certain point, just being called out and embarrassed, I think, can be enough. I don't think the lady has to lose her job.
Oh, no, I don't think she should lose her job. That's too much.
I don't mind calling her out for a really BS.
She never had the ball. Like, how could she touched
was
it
totally
and thought
in
it
the
was
wrong.
hers? Like, what are you talking about? You have to have possession of the ball. Everybody knows the ball and the stands rules. You have possession. Everybody else, they agree. But she never had possession. I like how the dad, with the boogie boo. Whenever
He did a weird hand gesture with all of it.
He was acting. He was acting. She
Yeah.
did I'm coming to get you. And he's like, oh, no, like Razor Ramon.
There was
like,
video of her
"Ooh."
either before or after berating a guy in an Eagles jersey somewhere in the stadium that same
Oh,
night.
really?
Yeah.
Hey, I had Philly Karen, too. That's the only one I had. So I guess
And
Philly
Astros
Karen.
and runners in scoring position.
Texans touchdowns.
There you go.
There too. But I feel like Karen will get the
She
dub
wins
for this
hands
one. She's the winner of car wreck of the day.
Just don't lose your job.
That's going to do it for us. Thanks to Age for doing the great work. Might cause BMAC to lose his job. He's Blank. I'm Brandon. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Joe George, last call right now on ESPN 97.5.
What's up, everybody? Welcome into Last Call here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Joe George and AJ hanging out with you until 7 o'clock. We got one game left to go in week 1 of the NFL season. A lot of fun games yesterday across the NFL. Obviously, last night was incredible between the Ravens and the Bills, the Jets, and Steelers game was awesome. Honestly, the Browns and Bengals game was fun. There was a lot of good games.
Yeah, football's back.
And then there was the Texans game.
Oh, yeah.
The Texans game was not good. They lost 14-9. Obviously, we've been talking about it on the station all day today, but I was unimpressed. And I know it's week 1, and I know things can change, and CJ Stroud meeting with the media can talk about how, it's just one game, and there's things that they can work on. And things can get better. But man, that was an uninspiring performance by the Houston Texans offense, because all the problems that you saw last year just showed up and slapped you right in the face in week 1 of the season. You make a weird decision, I think, before the game even starts. You have to make a change at your offensive line because of an injury to Ed Ingram, and instead of keeping Titus Howard at right tackle, where he's consistently been a better football player than at right guard, you put him back to right guard. You move Ariante Ursary from left tackle, where he's been practicing, where he's been playing in preseason, back to right tackle. And instead of just moving one guy in, you start to shake it up. And I think that's a really strange way to approach that. Tonight, we're going to see an offensive line in the Minnesota Vikings who half their scrubs are on the Texans. They're missing their starting left tackle, Christian Darrisaw. They're not going to roll out and move everything around. They're going to just move in one guy. And the bigger picture from yesterday's game is that Nick Caserio has failed this team. He has failed this organization and not been able to put together a competent offensive line. And then we saw the injuries happen in the game, and it got even worse. When CJ Stroud was pressured on 41% of his dropbacks in this game, he was 9 for 10 for 102 yards. That's awesome. He did a good job under pressure, but this offensive line is not good. And I've been talking about this with Will Kunkel. Every show on the station, every radio show in the city has been talking about this. You can't afford injuries because it was already going to be a struggle. And while I thought it couldn't be any worse than it was last year, the false start penalties just went to someone else. They went to Laken Tomlinson. But this was an undisciplined and just bad football team on offense. And for anyone else in the NFL besides the Houston Texans and the Miami Dolphins and the New York Giants, I'm willing to say it's week 1. Like for Cam Ward and the Titans, it's week 1. It's his first career start. No matter what happens tonight with J.J. McCarthy and Caleb Williams, it's J.J. McCarthy's first start in the NFL. It's Caleb Williams' first start with Ben Johnson. It's Jared Goff's first game without Ben Johnson as the offensive coordinator. The OC is different here, but the difference is that all the problems stayed the same, and all the problems are noticeable. And I tried to give them the benefit of the doubt in the offseason and, look at, okay, in the Panthers game, they were moving the ball. They were protecting C.J. Stroud. But look what happened yesterday. The Panthers got dog-walked by the Jacksonville Jaguars, who honestly maybe could be good. Like, Etienne looked better than he's looked in years. Probably looks the best he's looked since he was in college, basically. But the problems with the Texans, it goes back to the offensive line, and that's something that is, to me, it's unforgivable that it's still this much of a problem. This isn't an issue with trading away Laramie Tunsil. It was the right decision to trade away Laramie Tunsil. It's the fact that Nick Caserio has drafted multiple players in the first, second, third, fourth round as the GM of this team, and they're not producing. Kenyon Green has been waived twice by the Philadelphia Eagles. Jarrett Patterson is not good. Juice Scruggs is not good. Blake Fisher, they don't want to play him. Like yesterday's decision, when you have an injury, should not have been complicated. Blake Fisher could have just played, and they didn't even want to do that to leave Ariante Ursary at left tackle. Like, he's unplayable, basically, at this point in his career already, that you don't want him out there. And we saw that in the preseason. He got dumped off the starting offensive line and the second team unit so quick. So all that stuff with the O-line is bad, and it wasn't improved at all. And they couldn't run block. They couldn't pass block. It was just no bueno for them. And then The other problem that's been a problem for D'Amico Ryans since day one is discipline. And when it was fine the first year and they were winning and they were surprising people, we all kind of ignored it. Wasn't a big deal. We only focused on Laramie Tunsil. Last year, Laramie Tunsil, we really focused on him again. The false starts, the misalignments, all that stuff. 11 penalties for 80 yards in the first game of the season. Those are things that week one don't need to be a problem, but they are for this team. So you can't protect your quarterback. Your wide receivers aren't open. The players you invested in, unfortunately, are hurt already, like Christian Kirk. You have 11 penalties for 80 yards, and you have 2 turnovers. All of that is bad. Landry Locker tweeted this. There's 8 teams in the NFL yesterday or over the weekend that gave up 14 points or less. The record of those teams who gave up 14 points or less was 7-1. The only team that didn't win, obviously, was the Houston Texans. I mean, they didn't get in the end zone. I feel like they barely crossed the midfield mark in this game. The offense was awful. It didn't look any better. It looked exactly like it looked last year. Like, that's why, like, Texans fans, you're my people now. Been here for 10 years, coming up on 11 years. The listener party was a banger on Friday night. The amount of people that were making fun of Bobby Slowick and the Miami Dolphins during their games and be like, oh, no shock, Miami sucks. Bobby Slowick's there. What's your excuse now? Like, the offense looked exactly the same. And it's week one. Again, it's week one. But the problems don't look like they've changed. So you get them a slight benefit of the doubt because it's week one with Nick Caley. But Nick Caley can't fix everything because Nick Caserio didn't put a good offensive line in place. The Houston Texans decided that the problems that they had last year were all on Bobby Slowick. They kept Gerard Johnson as the quarterback coach. They kept Cole Popovich. They promoted Cole Popovich to the main offensive line coach. It's like all they thought was getting rid of Bobby, who couldn't adjust at all, for sure, huge problem, and getting rid of Chris Strouser was just going to, like, fix all your issues and fixing your culture. How's that culture look? I don't disagree with Titus Howard yelling at D'Amico Ryans that they want to go for it on 4th and 1. I'm assuming that's what that conversation was. CJ Stroud looked a little animated as well. But that didn't look like a big culture change from a perspective of far away and not there on the sidelines. So it's the same problems were there as we saw last year. And the Houston Texans, it doesn't get any easier. I mean, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers are a good football team. That was another hell of a game this weekend. Emeka Egbuka, my gosh. Welcome to the NFL, man. What a game for him. Without Chris Godwin, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, they looked legit. And I was actually pretty impressed with the Atlanta Falcons as well. But that game Monday night, I'll be there. I'll be there on, at NRG, Monday Night Football. But the Texans, disappointing is the word to use from me. Let's see, from the 8-3-2, the only 2 teams to not score a touchdown this weekend, the Giants and the Texans. It's not good. Another text from the 8-3-2. Quit talking about the Texans. Heard it all day. What do you think about the Bears tonight? They're missing 3 starters on defense. Don't feel great about that. Jalen Johnson, Kyler Gordon, TJ Edwards, all out in this one. But I like the Bears -1.5. I think they get the W tonight. Look, sometimes it takes me a while to be right. Framber Valdez? Check. Put that one in the right column. For at least this Monday, AJ? Justin Fields? Check. Good quarterback. Bad organization. He looked awesome, too, this weekend.
Yeah, he definitely did.
So, yeah, it was an ugly game. And it wasn't even the worst part of it, to be honest with you, with all of it. Because to me, I think what happened after the game frustrated me even more. Here are 2 comments back-to-back from CJ Stroud after the game talking about the Houston Texans and their preparedness and everything that goes along with it.
I just think the way we practiced this week, I think we could have practiced better. I think, I love the confidence we have, but there's I don't know, I always say there's like a type of mindset is like, did I do enough? And I think it's a healthy way to be because then you'll probably do more. So for me, preparing, I got to do a better job. And I also got to hold my guys accountable, for, that one exotic, and it's the first game of the year. We got a lot of exotic looks we did not expect. They did too, but they made the play. So you can come up with a million excuses. We got to just be better. So when you come out in NFL lollygagging and, not going through the motions, that kind of happens. So I think we'll be all right, but I think it's a good wake-up call for us.
I mean, lollygagging, practice better. I appreciate the honesty, CJ Stroud, but my gosh, it's week 1, man. Like, this is what we're talking about already. Not practicing well. What he essentially said in that first clip there is, we think we're hot stuff, and we did not practice as hard as we needed to this week. Because they seem full of themselves about how good they're going to be. That's what I heard, at least. That's how I interpreted it. I know the Houston Texans don't want us to interpret or ask about injuries, so we have to interpret other things going on within the organization. And then use the word lollygagging. I expect some media training on the way for CJ Stroud because he's going to get crushed for that one, and rightfully so. And even though he's right about the team, those are not things you want to hear from your starting quarterback after the first game of the season about practicing better and playing better at the start of games. It's unacceptable. And I don't know who you're going to blame now. It's week 1. And there are moments in this game, like there are positive things that are within it. Again, 9 of 10 for 102 yards with 41% pressure rate. Like, he did a good job evading that. The only one turnover from CJ, the one from Dari's awful. But, like, there's just not enough good tape from this weekend to make me feel after one game like this offense is going to be any better this year. I mean, I saw this tweeted out over the weekend as well, yesterday. The Houston Texans had 10 catches for 121 yards in this game. Puka Nacua had 10 catches for 130 yards. It's not good. It was a bad game for the Houston Texans. We'll see. We'll see what next week looks like, and we'll talk more about them in the next segment because they have other problems that are real problems that I'm curious how they're going to address them because I know Will Kunkel and I have talked about this a lot, but the maybe swing group with how good this offense could be, to me, was the tight end room, and for Will Kunkel it was as well. And the Texans dealt another blow with that today. We'll get to that next here on Last Call. Joe George and AJ here with you till 7 o'clock on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
You're listening to Last Call with Joe George
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Joe George.
Joe and AJ here with you till 7 o'clock, talking more Texans here. We'll get into the story that came out today on Pro Football Talk about the McNair family and Tony Busby. And we'll talk some Astros in the next segment, and then we'll do a new segment in the last segment of the show today. It's going to be an overreaction, an underreaction, or totally fair statement or question. We'll do that to wrap up the show. But one other thing I did not like about this game that the Texans have, and D'Amico Ryans has his work cut out for him. Jalen Petrie at the line of scrimmage is very good. Jalen Petrie guarding someone is very bad. And I'm not quite sure what the solution there is. I mean, when Derek Stingley Jr. got hurt early in the game, when Toto essentially crushed him, it looked bad. Glad he got back in the game. But the cornerback depth is one of the two areas of this team, or three areas of this team, I think is at the most questionable, right? Your offensive line, we saw that come into play. We saw cornerback come into play, and then we'll see the tight end room come into play. We'll talk about that here in a minute. But yeah, I don't know what the solution is for Petrie, because he can be a weapon for you, but man, they get him, these teams, they know what to look for when they're playing the Houston Texans. They know where the weakness is on the defense. And there's not a lot of weakness. I mean, look, they gave up 14 points. It's a joke that they didn't win this game. Like, you hold an NFL team to 14 points, you should win that game every single time, especially when we have proclaimed C.J. Stroud a top 10 quarterback. Matt Stafford got it done for his team. CJ couldn't get it done for his team. But I'm curious how they adjust that at some point. I mean, you're gonna need help. We saw the Buccaneers are a good example with like who you're gonna see on Monday. Baker Mayfield and Sterling Shepard were not great if you watched any of the during the red zone stuff or just watched that game at all before the Texans game. They were missing on opportunities, but between Mike Evans and Sterling Shepard and Emeka Ibuka, like they're throwing the ball around. Like, you need to have three guys guarding people out there at all times that are able to do that. And Petrie, it hasn't worked well for him. Again, we know this. You take the good with the bad, but we've all are kind of giving D'Amico Ryans the benefit of the doubt that they're going to be able to cover for that at some point, and they just haven't been able to. So that's something I think is really important to watch over the next couple weeks, is like, not just from the offensive perspective of like, how do they get better? What does next week look like? What does the next couple weeks look like? But how does that specific area look on the field? And how, like, is the discipline issue a one game thing, or is it just another problem for the Texans? Because 11 penalties is way too much. It's way too many penalties, and crucial penalties at times. Like that's something with D'Amico too, where, I know with the aggressiveness, like, with like Azeez Al-Shaair, like you can live with it, right? Because you want that aggressiveness. If these were calls on Stingley or Lassiter, like you can live with that, because that's what D'Amico wants in his defense. A lot of the penalties are operational. They are having your head in the game. They are the little things that through last season and one game this year, but even going back to CJ's rookie year, the Panthers lost, the Jets lost. Like the reasons why the Texans lose these games, the threads are always very similar. The mistakes they make, or they get their heads pounded in the table by the Baltimore Ravens. That's pretty much what the Texans do when they lose games. They either lose in the same fashion, like this, or it's a Ravens, Packers, or Vikings game where it's just an absolute beatdown, right? So it doesn't feel like they just get like those like close games that they just lose on. Like, it feels like they really let their defense down on offense, or they just get pounded across the board. So all that's bad. All that's bad for the Houston Texans. Worse, Cade Stover has a broken foot. There are some positive things we saw from him yesterday. The Texans had two players 2 tight ends on the 53-man roster. Brevin Jordan, before the season, gets hurt. Devastating injury for him. Now Cade Stover. That's tough. They are not in a position to where, I don't don't even know who their options are going to be at this point. Like, he's playing tonight. Cole Kmet's not coming to save the day. The Bears are not trading you Cole Kmet. Everyone keep asking for him. The Chicago Bears are going to run 2 tight ends out there all the time. Cole Kmet is not leaving the Bears. Teams aren't going to make trades this early in the season and give up a good player after 1 week. Like, if the Texans are going to trade for a tight end to help with this team, you're talking about week 6, week 7, week 8. You're waiting for the Dolphins to be a disaster, or more of a disaster than they already were after week 1, and like really blow this thing up. But that's a tough blow for the Texans. I had very high hopes for Cade Stover. He was a late stash in fantasy for a lot. And part of the game yesterday, I was like, all right, I see the vision. Like, I see how this can work for the Houston Texans and with Cade Stover. But to have, multiple injuries on your offensive line already, to have now an injury at tight end, it's the one thing for the Houston Texans like that they really couldn't afford early on in the season, was to lose guys like this. AJ, how'd you feel about this game yesterday?
I feel like it was hard to watch, and like you said, it just felt like a whole, referendum of last season. It looked like the exact carbon copy of it, but I always like to say, after week 1 of the NFL season, it is the first game, so we don't want to overreact to everything. Everything takes time to adjust, and really, I give my biggest adjustments between weeks 5 to 10. Well, you definitely by that point want to know how good the Texans can be, if they're going to be a 10-7 team again, if they can be improved to maybe win 11 or 12 games, or if they're going to be in a divisional race with teams like the Jaguars or the Colts. So it's not a great time for Texans fans, but also you want to calm down a little bit because it's one game.
For sure. It is one game. And I'm with you typically, like, how does it look between, like, week 5 and week 10? But
Right.
the Texans season, we know, like, look, I'm not going to sit here and say, like, because, like, it's bad radio, but, like, the next 3 weeks don't matter. But let's say the Texans lose on Monday night to the Buccaneers a week from tonight, and then they beat the Jags and they beat the Titans, games you expect to win.
Right.
You're 2-2. Okay, makes sense. What happens week 5? Anyone watch that game last night between the Ravens and Bills and think that the Texans have a prayer against the Baltimore Ravens? No
Absolutely
shot. Like, but because that to me has been the game all season, that all year. Like, from the minute we knew for sure it was on the calendar, and we knew for a while it was going to be, because the way the NFL schedule works out, the Texans, the Ravens were going to win their division last year and play each other this year. But week 5 versus the Ravens, that's it. Like, that to me is going to tell me everything I need to know, and it's going to tell the fans everything they need to know. I mean, I've been doing local sports talk radio now in Houston for, I guess, 7 of the 10 years, 8 of the 10 years I've been here at this point. And a lot of that time, the Texans have not been very good. People are checked out and they're not interested. I hear it from my father-in-law. He's like, man, the Texans are on, but people are at my restaurant, in which we don't have a lot of televisions because we're an Italian family restaurant. Like, we're not a sports bar. And all of a sudden, people start showing up on Sundays when the Texans game is on because people don't care. And we hear it here. We hear people want to talk Astros. They want to talk Rockets. Like, people are going to be out on the Houston Texans if they get dog walked by the Baltimore Ravens. And honestly, probably rightfully so. And all you can do is hope that next week provides a glimmer of hope that you can do a little bit better job against the Baltimore Ravens. But over the next 3 weeks, like, it's about seeing the offense be better, be more disciplined, better protection. I mean, you play, like, while the Buccaneers, Jags, and Titans don't have the defensive line that the Los Angeles Rams had. And that's the thing, too, is, like, the Rams do have a very, very good defense. They have a lot of talent. They have done a remarkable job in turning that defense around. So there is some benefit of the doubt I want to give the offensive line and Cole Popovich. I'm struggling to, because so much of it was the same. But it's week 1. We'll see what happens next week. It's not the end of the world, like AJ's saying, but it doesn't feel good. From the 8-3-2, I understand it's the first game, but before the season started, I was hoping 11-6. Now I'm hoping for 7-10. I think that's a little extreme, but, like, it doesn't feel good. Like and we're going to talk about the Astros in the next segment. Like, the problems with the Astros, we know them. The offense isn't good. Altuve can't hit right now. Your pitching's too far inconsistent. You've got a gajillion injuries happening. Some of those things can be fixed. Some of those things can't be. The difference between the Houston Texans and the Houston Astros is obvious. Even though the Astros lost 2 games to the Detroit Tigers last year and went home, that organization it deserves the benefit of the doubt. The Houston Texans organization and C.J. Stroud and D'Amico Ryans do not. They do not deserve the benefit of the doubt, because we saw what happened in the Ravens in the first year with CJ, last year versus the Ravens. In the regular season, we saw what happened against the Jets the last 2 seasons. And this year just feels like more of the same. And there was a lot of people convincing themselves it would be different. And honestly, I would be willing to give them more of the benefit of the doubt if they would have made more changes instead of just Bobby Slowick and Chris Strausser. I think it was a mistake. I've been saying this. I think it's a mistake to look at what happened last year and point the blame at 3 people, including Laramie Tunsil, and just be like, problem solved. Through week 1, problem not solved. All right, we'll take our break here. We'll talk about what we learned from Pro Football Talk today involving the McNair family and the Houston Texans. Plus, we'll talk some more Astros with you guys as well. You're welcome to the show. 713-780-3776, the last call here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
This is Last Call with Joe George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joe George.
Aaron Wilson just tweeted that while Cade Stover is out for an indefinite period of time, there is some optimism he could return this season, at some point this season. So who knows? That could be like week 15. It could be in the playoffs for all we know. One of those where NFL teams are typically not super upfront about injuries, nor should they be. They don't need to be. We should be allowed to ask without getting yelled at, but that's no here nor there. But the most interesting maybe thing with the Texans today was honestly not the game that happened over the weekend, because it was bleh. It was kind of boring, to be honest, too. I forgot to mention that. It wasn't like I would have way rather that game. Like, how much better would you feel about the Texans today, AJ, if they lost like the Ravens?
Well, in the same type of fashion like that? Or
Yeah, same exact game. Flip the teams.
you would feel better for sure, especially about your defense holding Lamar Jackson and Derrick Henry to that type of points.
Yeah, I mean, like they went off for a while, but the back half of that game, the Bills shut down
Right.
the Ravens. They stepped up when it mattered most. Like I'd much rather be the Ravens today than the Texans today in terms of how you feel about your team.
Absolutely.
Because it was just not pretty. But Pro Football Talk today and others broke this story that Kerry McNair and Tony Busby, back in the news again, are taking the Houston Texans and the NFL to court. There's a 5-page document that accuses the league and Cal McNair of engineering the ouster of Kerry McNair from the Texans and other McNair family business interests. So what this is all about is there's some serious stuff and there's some funny stuff in this. I'll start with the funny stuff. Busby said this in the documents. Quote, "It's a widely known fact in Houston that Cal McNair is unqualified to be an owner's representative. He was also just named the best CEO in Houston or something like that as well. He continued to say the NFL knows it as well. Indeed, despite what he has had placed on certain websites, Cal McNair is not even a college graduate. Yet Cal McNair interestingly now claims he has obtained an MBA from the prestigious Rice University, although the Rice administration office has stated quite clearly that an individual lacking an undergraduate degree is ineligible to receive a Rice MBA." And then in quotes or in parentheses, perhaps an exception was made for Cal McNair due to a well-timed charitable donation by his parents. We'll figure that out in due course. I mean, Kerry should know that. Like, AJ, you got siblings?
Yeah, I do.
The same age as you, roughly?
Nah, like way younger.
Okay, way younger.
Yeah.
Okay. In 15 years, if you were like, yeah, I got my degree from the University of Houston, they would know if you're lying.
Yeah, for sure.
Like, they're your family. So,
Right.
so Kerry knows something here. Very funny. Doesn't really matter, but like it's very funny. What's important in this story is, and I do think this is important because I think there is part of this Deshaun Watson stuff, and I hate talking about this. For 3 years, we talked about Deshaun Watson sexual assault, trash cans, and COVID in this business. Like, that's all we talked about from like 2019, basically 2020, until the Texans got good. It's all we talked about. But I do think that what Kerry brings up in these documents, I do find interesting, to be honest. Specifically, that Kerry McNair had questions about why the Houston Texans settled with these women that Deshaun Watson also settled with. That's something that we've never really got clarification on. And I think we have theories on why that took place. I think you can look at employees that were fired by the Houston Texans and connect the dots, because I don't want to say anything past that. But there's things out there that you can look at. Kerry McNair wondered aloud how the Texans could claim ignorance of the Watson situation, again, when the organization itself provided rooms and massage tables for Watson use. I think that is a fair question to ask. Does it really matter for like you and me? No, it doesn't. There's also something in here about an accusation of rape within the Texans organization that, to be honest with you, I didn't know anything about a person who the Texans have said is not involved in the Texans organization, but according to this document, still is. I have questions. Like, it doesn't matter. We've seen NFL organizations do very terrible things and get away with it. Clearly, the NFL knows why these lawsuits were settled against the Houston Texans. But for this perspective of being, from Kerry being pushed out of the Texans organization and other McNair family interests, I do think it's an interesting story, and I'll be curious to see what comes next of this. The NFL is not exactly on a winning streak. Every time they try to shut down the John Gruden stuff, they lose. The Houston Texans are part of this next one as well. The Brian Flores stuff has not been shut down, in which The Texans have been named in those lawsuits. So the NFL is not exactly on a hot streak, I would say, of being able to defend itself in the way that it used to, which was try to do things with arbitration and take things, keep things out of the courtroom to keep them out of the news cycle. And again, it doesn't really matter to us. It won't affect the Houston Texans from getting a new stadium. Because even though they're proudly promoting on social media how highly liked and ranked their stadium is from random social media polls, I think it's pretty obvious the Houston Texans are going to try to move at some point. They hired someone to come into the organization to try to who's built new stadiums before. It seems they're at least putting the threats out there. Not that they're going to move. I think that's ridiculous. I don't think they're going to leave Houston. I think they're going to do what the Chicago Bears announced they're doing today, which is move to a suburb and to a place where they can have a Super Bowl again, because the Super Bowl is never coming back to Houston, Texas, unless they get a new stadium. The media doesn't like coming here. The NFL doesn't like coming here. It's hard to get to. We all agree. It's not easy to go from George R. Brown to NRG and find all these different hotels. It's not a great experience. I don't know what they're going to do with NRG. I mean, it's getting torn down, most likely. But they're going to get a new stadium at some point. So this will be just something to keep an eye on, I think, for the Houston Texans organization, and potentially what it could mean and how little it could mean all at the same time. All right, let's talk some Astros here before we talk about our overreactions and underreactions and all that stuff from the NFL and college football weekend. So the Houston Astros have lost or tied their last 3 series. Jose Altuve, as of yesterday, hitting 128 over his last handful of games. I lost my note here. You've now lost Ort, Souza are both out for the remainder of the regular season. Some optimism that they could be back for the playoffs. It's not totally impossible for those guys, but the state of the Astros is troubling for a couple reasons, and specifically I think it's the injuries are just mounting again. I mean, before it felt like a mixed bag of guys in your rotation, guys in your lineup, where it's okay, you can overcome this, and they've done a great job of overcoming it this season. I don't want to discredit what the Astros have been doing, but it's just the closer we get to the end of the regular season, it just feels like there is such a slapping, it's like they're getting slapped in the face with these bullpen injuries. It's just they keep adding up. I mean, so Hader and Ort and Souza, they can't catch a break. And Spencer Arrighetti's done for the year. I mean, this team has had a real series of unfortunate luck at this point. So you can't fix that problem, unfortunately. That's the hardest thing for the Astros is you have blue ball, you have guys you can try to be creative with that are in the minors that maybe you could try to rely on and maybe try to do some different things with Christian Javier, and we've seen the Lance McCullers thing they're trying out, and Luis Garcia, who knows how it's all going to play out with the rotation and the bullpen. But for the Astros to have a successful bullpen at this point in the playoffs, I think they're gonna have to rely on at least one of these starters to come in and be able to be a competent guy into the bullpen this year. I mean, you need somebody to be able to step up and just help, because honestly, they desperately need it. The one thing that can help them, that they can control, I guess they can't really, but they need Jose Altuve just to be better. I don't know if it's a lineup change that they need to do. I'm open to it. I would like to see Carlos Correa hitting in front of Jose Altuve at this point and hitting behind Yordan Alvarez. But he's slumping at the worst time. And just as you try to figure out how they can rebound from all of this, I really feel like it kind of comes down to that. It has been what Yordan Alvarez is doing has been incredible. How good he's been. He has been all of a sudden again the best player in baseball. Just waking up, coming off the injury list, just like Michael Brantley used to do, just coming out there and balling out. But Jeremy Pena feels like he's regressing a little bit. Altuve hasn't been good. Correa's been pretty good since he got traded here. But the Astros are in a tough spot, and the thing that's going for them the best is that it's what's happened to Seattle as well. I mean, both these teams, the Mariners and the Astros, are 4-6 in their last 10 games. The Mariners have won their last 2, but so it's a 2.5 game lead on the Astros. The Astros have a 2.5 game lead on the division right now. But the team, I think we got to start keeping an eye on here, and I'm really curious how this series is going to go against the Brewers, because the Brewers have been the best team in the National League by a good margin. But the Rangers and the Brewers are playing a series starting tonight, and now all of a sudden, there's talk of Corey Seager returning from his appendectomy next week versus the Houston Astros starting September 15th. He could be back in that series. The Rangers have closed the gap on the Mariners. They are a game and a half back of the Mariners for the final wild card spot, and they are 4 games back of the Astros for the division. They're 7-3 in their last 10. If I'm the Astros, I'm not worried about the Seattle Mariners. I don't believe in them. I don't think they've got it. I think the Astros can hold them off because the Mariners will help you, but I'm not so sure I feel that way about the Texas Rangers right now. I feel like they can make a legitimate push to win the AL West at this point in the season. All right, we'll take our next break here, our final break of the show. We'll do some overreaction, underreaction, or perfectly fine. We'll do that next year. Joe and AJ here with you on Last Call on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
You're listening to Last Call with Joe George
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Joe George.
All right, final segment here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 of Last Call. Joe and AJ hanging out with you. Shout out to everyone that was at the listener party on Friday night. Great time. Interesting. We have a trade in the NFL. The Philadelphia Eagles have traded for Jacksonville Jaguars running back Tank Bigsby. Huh.
Wow.
That's an interesting move. I think that says a lot about what Liam Cohen feels about
Travis Etienne.
Travis Etienne and I can't pronounce the rookie's name.
Oh, Bashil Tootin? Yeah.
There we go. That's what AJ's here for, to help me out when I need it the most. That's an interesting move. I didn't think that we'd see that one. Texans, I'm curious what the line is at this point. So they were originally favored going into week 2 of this game, or going to week 2. The line so far, it's sitting at Houston Texans -2.5, which means based on Vegas, they are a half-point favorite. So it's a pick-em game. I don't think I feel that way right now. Like, I think the Buccaneers are gettable, but they proved that. If the kicking was awful this weekend. Did you watch Red Zone this weekend, AJ?
Not Red Zone, but I got to see all the games.
Dude, they changed the kicking ball or something like that. They were talking about it. I think Scott Hansen was talking about it. These guys were awful all weekend long. There were things just getting booted left and right, just disasters happening all over the place in the NFL. All right, so we're going to wrap up the show with this. We're going to do overreaction, underreaction, or totally fair. Questions, comments about this weekend. AJ, if you've got anyone you throw at me as we're going through this,
okay,
feel free to do it. AJ didn't watch Red Zone, so I'll take this one by myself. The people just relentlessly grandstanding and bitching and moaning about Red Zone having commercials was the biggest overreaction to anything I've ever seen. It worked for me. I was at home. 15-second ad came up for Wingstop. It worked.
That's all?
It was all it was.
Wow, that's
the
not even
games
bad.
were still on, AJ.
Right.
Like, the games were still on. We see this all the time now. The Cubs do it every day. They move the game into the box, and there's a commercial happening around it, and they turn the volume off of the game, and they put the volume on the commercial. That's all it was. They picked their moments. They did a great job. The producers for Red Zone crushed it. There was only one game they were focusing on. So they weren't in a quad box or octabox or whatever. It was one game was on, and then a 15-second commercial popped up. It was a minute of commercials, like 2 minutes of commercials in 7 hours. Biggest overreaction ever.
Yeah, that's honestly nothing.
Yeah. Are they trying to test us to see what we'll accept? Yes, I think so. Do I think they'll ever actually, we're going to break for 3 minutes? No, I don't, because I think that would kill their product. But it was fine. It was not a big deal. Mike McDaniels will be the first coach that gets fired this year. Overreaction, underreaction, or totally fair take?
I still think overreaction. We'll see. You lose to Daniel Jones, though. I feel like they would wait the rest of the season unless they just start off 0-6 or something like that.
It seems like he's lost the team. And that's kind of why I put him there. The Tyreek stuff's really bad.
It is bad.
They should have traded him. Huge mistake. Yeah. Openly complaining on the sideline already. Don't like seeing that at this. If you're a Dolphins fan, I can't imagine how Dell's feeling. He's probably not surprised. They looked awful. They were atrocious. Daniel Jones, they scored on every possession they had.
Yeah.
What? I don't understand how you let that. The Colts, I don't think they're gonna be good this year. I don't think that corny coach is all of a sudden fixed all their problems. Because if you haven't seen some of the behind the scenes stuff with them, it's strange. Go watch the captains video where they name their captains. It's bizarre. It's like high school football stuff. They do a little chant after every time he says something. It's very strange. But I think Mike McDaniels will be the first coach fired this year. Dable's probably the other one that after this weekend I'm he's probably high on the hot seat, I would imagine, because you fire him, promote someone else, put Jackson Dart in. That seems pretty inevitable. the Panthers coach, the Titans coach. Those are probably your leading vote getters right now. Those 4 teams of who could lose their coach first this season. I think we're gonna see a bunch, to be honest with you. My sneaky one too is I wouldn't feel good about myself if I was the Bengals.
Oh yeah, for sure, Zach Taylor. At least they won that game yesterday, but it was still an ugly win. But yeah,
Myles
yeah.
Garrett was working
Oh
those
my
guys,
goodness.
man. He is a monster. Overreaction, underreaction are totally fair. Aaron Rodgers is back.
I mean, if people watch this season and they look at his stats, I mean, it's not actually that bad. I mean, he was on the Jets too. I feel like back, what does that classify as? Him being MVP like from 2020 and 2021, I would say no to that. But still being a competent quarterback and still being above average, yeah. But not MVP version.
No. But he did look like, okay, so there's major flaws with his game that he can't fix. You see the age. Where
Right.
there's multiple times during that game against the Jets where it's like, maybe it's because of the torture he implemented on my franchise that I root for so hardly for some reason. There's moments where the Jets were getting to him where I could see what Aaron Rodgers was trying to do, where he was going to try to escape and bootleg out and extend the play, and he looked like he was moving like a snail, and he was getting sacked. Like, there are things that he clearly cannot do anymore that he wants to still do, but he looked really good. I think he brings you some hope, honestly. If you are the Steelers, are just like it's one game, but it's very positive for
sure.
Aaron Rodgers.
He's ultimately still a band-aid to their problem though, because they need to draft a franchise quarterback at some point too. So
yeah, I don't get their plan.
Yeah.